Chapter 1. Going to the police station to redeem people. Jiangcheng Police Station. The beautiful-faced woman wrapped herself tightly, showing only a pair of charming and clear fox eyes. She is sitting on the chair with a red face. On the opposite side, there was a female police officer with a serious face. She looked at her carefully, and there was a trace of embarrassment on her face. Now fraud is rampant, and the specific harm has been told to you. Are there any other problems? Jiang Ruoli touched his small and straight nose. Hearing the words, he nodded and shook his head crazily. No, police sister, I won't dare anymore. The female policeman glanced at the person in front of her again. She was so beautiful that even her skin was clear and shiny. Why? She cleared her throat and signed here. If there is no problem, she can leave. Jiang Ruoli obediently signed his big name, picked up the bag and was ready to slip away at any time. After living for 24 years, she entered the police station for the first time because of that incident. If she is found out, will Jiang Ruoli still live? It's so late. Is there anyone coming to pick you up? The little girl looked delicate and soft. Although Jiangcheng is a big city, it is really not reassuring to go home alone at night. Yes, my friend will pick me up. After receiving the call from the police, Jiang Ruoli quickly informed her good sister Xu Moen and sent a sincere greeting to her about this matter. As soon as the words fell, a magnetic voice came from behind. Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli froze in place, turned his head mechanically, and saw a familiar face. 1.88 meters, with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, a dead face that owes him hundreds of millions. There is no flower in the eyes. That's right, it's Pei Zugi. She just got married a week ago. The man was wearing a dark suit, as if he had come from a meeting in a hurry. The aura emitted is out of place with the surroundings, full of the coldness and oppression of the superiors. There is also the little assistant who follows him wherever he goes. Jiang Ruoli bit her lip and tried to relax her expression. Why did Pei Zugoi come back? What is he doing here? Is it the same as her? How can you be recognized while wearing a mask? The woman's little face pulled out a forced smile. What a coincidence, are you here too? Hearing the words, Pei Zugoi looked down at her slightly. Unfortunately, I'm here to pick you up. Jiang Ruoli's smile stayed at the corner of his mouth. As if he had seen her question, Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows and explained, Shimoan told me that you were in the police station and asked me to fish for people. Turning on the mobile phone, it was indeed Shimoan's message. Sisters, I don't know how to be a direct relative of this thing, right? So I called your husband to pick you up. I dare not come. Kneel down and cry, Gif afraid being discovered by others. Jiang Ruoli specially asked Shimoan to pick her up in a low-key manner. Unexpectedly, this woman dared to rebel and directly called Pei Zugoi. The previous policewoman saw that the two were familiar with each other and said with a smile, your husband came to pick you up. Then I'm relieved. Girl, don't look at unhealthy things. Isn't your husband more handsome than those in it? Sister, stop talking, really don't talk anymore. Jiang Ruoli licked his lips and died on the spot. Oh, unhealthy things? Pei Zugoi seemed to be very interested, and his lazy voice joked, what have you done? Jiang Ruoli crossed the bag and immediately grabbed Pei Zugoi's arm and dragged him out. I'm so sleepy. Go home quickly, husband. The delicate and soft voice is like being spoiled by him, with an unknown charm. Pei Zugoi smiled, and his dark eyes showed a little softness. The man nodded slightly to the assistant beside him and ordered, go and drive the car out. Jiang Ruoli said, yes, it's so cold outside. More tea helps you hurry up a little. More tea helps to speed up to the parking lot. I thought something big had happened to the president's wife. Mr. Pei left the meeting and rushed over. As a result, the young lady stood here intact and could still guide him. I'm not kidding. The wind in late autumn is really cold. As soon as he left the office hall, Jiang Ruoli felt the oncoming coolness. In a hurry, she just put on a thin sweater. Fortunately, in the next second, Pei Zugoi's tall body stood in front of him. Jiang Ruoli looked up at the man's broad back and couldn't help saying, it seems that this plastic husband is still useful. The car stopped at the door. She was like a little rabbit, rubbing and getting in. It's so cold. Close the door quickly. A smile flashed in Pei Zugoi's eyes, and he suddenly disappeared, with a cold voice, there are no clothes you like in the cloakroom at home. Wear so little. He glanced at Motosuka, and the other party silently reached out to raise the temperature of the back seat of the car. The woman who was still pulling himself just now is leaning against the car window at this moment, eager to pull away 8 meters away. The white and delicate little face wrinkled and muttered in a low voice, I'm not afraid of being recognized. Although in the end, he was recognized by the dog man at a glance. Jiang Ruoli deliberately dressed herself casually, and her hair was also simply cut into a ball, which was not delicate at all. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Jiang Ruoli, the most delicate lady of the Jiang family in Jiangcheng. If it weren't for the middle of the night, she would even want to wear sunglasses. A smile came from the quiet car, and the corners of the man's lips hooked slightly. So, what on earth are you because of? In fact, on the way, Pei Zugoi had already called the police station for nothing else, just for fear that something really happened to the little girl. However, he wants to hear her speak by herself. Jiang Ruoli's eyes fluctuated, the temperature on his face rose sharply, and the blush instantly spread behind his ears. In the end, it's not Pei Zugoi's fault. At the thought of this, the woman's pretty watery eyes stared at the man next to her with anger. The Jiang family and the Pei family belong to the world. This marriage was decided by the old man of the two families since they were young. However, Jiang Ruoli's parents did not rest assured about this matter and never mentioned it in front of Jiang Ruoli. Until one night, Grandpa suddenly called her to the study and told her about it. As the eldest lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Ruoli has always understood that he could not be led in marriage, but he did not show strong resistance. The son of the Pei family seems to be 4 or 5 years older than him, and he is not the same generation. She had just become an adult. At that time, Pei Zugoi had officially joined the Pei family as the crown prince, and the fierce means set off a wave in Jiangcheng. I feel that there is a dimensional wall with these children. We only see each other on New Year's holidays or when the two families have something important, but the communication is also limited to saying hello and calling him brother. However, he is quite handsome. Jiang Ruoli went abroad to study for 4 years. As soon as he graduated, the old man couldn't wait to get married. On the wedding day, the grandfathers of the two families were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. I still remember that when I was a child, Lily liked to stick behind Zugoi and call him brother, and also pestered him to hug him. Sure enough, fate was predestined. Everyone happily sent blessings. Yes, the two children are really talented and beautiful. Jiang Ruoli is probably the calmest person in the scene. She was led by Pei Zugoi and toasted table after table of wine, and her feet were tired of walking. The beauty is wearing a high-quality toasting dress, which is charming with a smile. It's just that she pouted impatiently at this moment and complained, her legs are sore to death, and there are still a few tables left. Pei Zugoi hugged Jiang Ruoli's slender waist, asked her to lean against him, and whispered in her ear, the last 2 tables. Although Jiang Ruoli is a young lady, she is still in moderation on such an occasion. What's more, Pei Zugoi, the big Buddha, hasn't said anything, and she doesn't dare to leave the scene without permission. At least we have to play the role of a loving couple. However, Pei Zu returned a little conscience, and the pace obviously accelerated when toasting at the last 2 tables. Congratulations. Jiang Ruoli's smile is elegant and decent, sweet and lovely, thank you. As soon as she raised the champagne glass in her hand to drink, Pei Zugoi called the waiter to get a glass of orange juice. Lily's drinking is not good, so I'll take this cup for her. He raised his head and drank the wine in his hand, and then picked up the woman. Jiang Ruoli exclaimed and subconsciously hugged the man's neck. What are you doing? Didn't you say you were tired? Take you home. Chapter 2 Play well honey, I have to say that Pei Zugoi's acting skills are not bad, and he plays the role of protecting his wife and loving his wife. At least, Jiang Ruoli's mother is quite satisfied with the son-in-law. Look, when you are a few years older, you really know how to feel sorry for people. I think the two children have a good relationship, and you don't have to worry about it. Father Jiang nodded on the side and agreed. If it hadn't been for being firmly trapped in Pei Zugoi's arms and his head was dizzy, Jiang Ruoli would have to explain it to Miss Ruan. They don't know each other, really don't know each other at all. Pei Zugoi carried the person into the car all the way and then carried him home. The end of not letting Jiang Ruoli touch the ground at all was that the person in his arms had fallen asleep steadily. I'm really relieved to him. The wedding house bought by the Pei family for the young two is in Langtingyang, the most expensive land in Jiangcheng, and the lakeside villa area, and the takeaway is delivered to your door by a housekeeper. As soon as he put the person on the bed, Pei Zugoi saw Jiang Ruoli rubbing his eyes and opening his delicate and bright eyes. Why don't you remove my makeup? The delicate voice is still a little drunk. Pei Zugoi was stunned, and his handsome face rarely flashed a little cramped. I won't. The young lady snorted righteously. My mother also said that you are so kind to me that you can't even remove makeup. I think you are trying to harm me, make me look bad, and then go outside to find the goblin. Pei Zugoi pressed his eyebrows and had a headache. One is difficult enough. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, and a handsome face was magnified in front of him, which made Jiang Ruoli distracted. She opened her hands and grabbed the hem of Pei Zugoi's shirt, slowly got up from the bed, facing the man, half kneeling on the edge of the bed. Then, he opened his hands and said delicately, take me to take a shower. Her movements were not small. In this way, the shoulder straps of the skirt fell loosely to one side, revealing a large area of jade white skin. The action of looking up the head makes the little face particularly touching. Pei Zugoi stood by the bed and let his white and tender little hands rub his shirt out of shape. His black eyes were like a cold pool, and he couldn't see the bottom. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was terribly hoarse. Jiang Ruoli, who are you asking to hold you to take a shower? Jiang Ruoli thought that he didn't want to take a shower with him, so he frowned and looked dishappy. Didn't you act well in the banquet hall just now? Why don't you continue to play a good husband as soon as you get home? Humph. As if hearing the words of satisfaction, the man raised the corners of his lips, and then raised his hand to hold the woman's small chin and kissed her. The air was taken away, and Jiang Ruoli beat Pei Zigoi's chest desperately, and finally let him go generously and compassionately. She lay on Pei Zigoi's shoulder and gasped, and her voice was so soft, "Pei Zigoi, what are you doing? Don't be spoiled. Take you to take a shower." The man picked her up and turned to the bathroom. Jiang Ruoli only felt that his feet seemed to have never touched the ground, and his whole body was stained with the smell of Pei Zigoi. When she was in love, she bit the man's shoulder fiercely, and her red eyes were full of tears. Pei Zigoi was also uncomfortable. He locked his eyebrows and was in a dilemma. Finally, he sighed and gently rubbed the corners of Jiang Ruoli's eyes. "If you don't do it, don't cry." Jiang Ruoli held Pei Zigoi's arm, and his voice was fine and out of tune. "You moved." The man's pupils tightened instantly, his jawline collapsed into a hard curve, and his voice was as deep as a cello. "Li, this is what you said. Everything went well that night." 3 poles in the sun, Jiang Ruoli slowly woke up. Hiss. Jiang Ruoli rubbed his sore waist, and the memory of the night before gradually returned to the cage. Touching the side, the temperature of the originator has long been gone. I vaguely remember that Pei Zigoi answered a phone call at dawn. At that time, she was still unhappy with his quarrel. Pei Zigoi seemed to go out with his mobile phone. When I came back, I didn't know what I said in my ear, so I covered her with a quilt and left. "What on earth did you say?" Jiang Ruoli shook his head. "Forget it, I can't remember." Bang bang bang, the bedroom door was knocked. "Come in." The housekeeper, Aunt Lan, pushed the door in. "Madam, sir, asked me to call you for breakfast at this time." Pei Zhu returned and specially instructed that if Jiang Ruoli was tired and didn't want to get up, he would take it to the bedroom. "Anyway, we have to have breakfast first." Aunt Lang looked at the woman on the bed anxiously. Even if she looked a little tired, her palm-sizing face was still white and glowing, elegant and pure, and her facial features were even more exquisite. Born to be a beautiful embryo. Aunt Lan has heard of the reputation of this young lady, for fear that an unhappy person will make her lose her temper. "Do you want me to bring it in for you?" Fortunately, Jiang Ruoli just stretched out, and her soft voice was hoarse. "Don't bother me. I'll get up right away." "Thank you, Aunt Lan." Lifting the quilt, there was a red mark on the collarbone of the neck, even on the fair legs. Jiang Ruoli was embarrassed and went back to the quilt. Aunt Lan is a past person, so she naturally knows what these are. It seems that the young two have a good relationship. They will call the old man in a moment. "The wife, I'll go out first." A muffled voice came from the quilt. "Well, good. Damn Pei Zigoi." Jiang Ruoli was so angry that he took out his mobile phone and clicked the chat box marked as plastic husband. "Jishou Dali Jiang Ruoli, you were a dog in your last life." The news from that end came back very quickly. "Plastic husband, are you awake? Let's have breakfast first." "Plastic husband, I have something to do in Gaochang. I'll be back next week." "Ginger, if you are a poldmouth, it's really a plastic couple. After all, whose husband will go on a business trip the day after the wedding?" Slide your fingers quickly on the screen to send. Jiang Ruoli, a scholar, said, "Oh, I didn't ask you. You don't need to report." Hong Kong City, Li family. The inside of the Li family is complicated and intertwined. As the head of the Li family and his good friend, Li Yanzhou's idea is to use Pei Zigoi's hand to clean up the portal. At the moment, Pei Zigoi put down his mobile phone and frowned at his friend. "He called me in such a hurry to drive your second uncle out of this project." "No, what I want is more than this." The man wearing gold glasses nodded slightly, and the assistant next to him immediately handed the information in his hand to Pei Zigoi. Pei Zigoi raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were full of jokes. "He was still cruel to you. In this way, I'm afraid that the second uncle of the Li family will not only not be able to retreat with his whole body, but also have to peel a layer of skin. Li Yanzhou's thin lips are slightly hooked, and your methods are far superior. I'm very curious. Does your delicate lady know that her husband is a wolf in private? He saw the news just now." The little girl scolded him as a dog. "I didn't expect that Mr. Pei would also give his wife such a boring name." Pei Zigoi looked at Li Yanzhou. The man in front of him didn't even attend the funeral when his grandfather died. He turned his head and dealt with the people who chewed his tongue one by one. He was completely an emotionless monster. He smiled lightly, and there was a hint of joke in his tone, husband and wife's interest. "You don't have a wife, so naturally, you don't know." Thinking of a figure far away in Jiangcheng, Li Yanzhou's eyebrows moved slightly, and his tone was unclear. "That's not necessarily true. By the way, I will go back to Jiangcheng with you then." Pei Zigoi despised his friend. "You have been going to and from Jiangcheng very frequently recently." Li Yanzhou's mother practiced in a temple in Jiangcheng. He would go back to Jiangcheng from time to time and also had his own residence. "But it seems that I have been going there more frequently recently." Li Yanzhou's voice was deep and with a smile. "I have a place in my heart." Chapter 3. This is Jiangcheng Police Station. Pei Zigoi is not at home, and Jiang Ruoli enjoys the big villa alone. It's ridiculous to be happy to be alone without the nagging of parents. At least you don't have to sneak up when ordering takeaway. This is very important. Aunt Lan, please prepare a hot pot for dinner. It's not hard work. Is it your wife's friend coming over? Tell me what they like, and I'll prepare it. Jiang Ruoli nodded with a smile and was a very good friend. Shen Jiyan and she are friends who grew up together since childhood. Xu Moman is the roommate who accompanied her all the way when she was studying abroad in college. These two are her best friends. However, the personalities of the two people are indeed completely different. Shen Jiyan is the young lady of the Shen family. Although the Shen family is depressed, after all, she is the young lady of the family. She has a gentle personality and outstanding temperament. Standing there is like an ancient beauty, which is heartbreaking. As for Xu Moman, how to bluff a funny girl who doesn't use her face well. I didn't see the person, but I heard his voice first. Yo, isn't this Mrs. Hey. Xu Moman came in with Shen Jiyan in his hug, holding a bottle of red wine in his hand. Jiang Ruoli gave her a blank look with a smile and took the gift box in Shen Jiyan's hand. Is this a new fragrance? Shen Jiyan likes to study these things in her spare time. She has her own incense shop and takes the route of niche customization. The woman in Cheongsom nodded and smiled. Well, it's your wedding gift. This fragrance is suitable for the bedroom. Xu Moan interjected unkindly. Aha, it's conducive to promoting the relationship between husband and wife. Jiang Ruoli smiled. It's a pity that the male protagonist is not here. Xu Moan probed his head and asked curiously, is Pei Zigui at home? Entering the restaurant, the steaming hot pot has already been prepared. There are spicy and non-spicy pot bottoms, as well as a large table of seafood and meat. Jiang Ruoli fiddled with the ring on his ring finger and replied lightly, I'm on a business trip. Xu Moan sat down, looked at the big diamond ring in Jiang Ruoli's hand, and joked, Mrs. Pei's big diamond ring is really big. I dare not buy such a big rock candy. Shen Jiyan also nodded in agreement. Pei Zugoi is very generous to you. Generous? Jiang Ruoli's eyes fell on the ring finger, and the pink diamond shone brightly. Speaking of which, this is the last batch of customized pink diamonds purchased by the Alge Diamond Mine. Whether it is color or workmanship, it is first class. At that time, Jiang Ruoli didn't pay attention to various matters of the wedding at all. The Pei family asked her what she wanted. Miss Jiang only said, of course, she deserves to be worthy of me, Jiang Ruoli. In the end, all kinds of tedious processes of the wedding were thrown to Pei Zugoi. Unexpectedly, the end was quite satisfactory. Jiang Ruoli raised his hand and waved. He Pei Zugoi's most is money, which is nothing to him. For people like him, where to waste time is the real concern. Xu Moman nodded and agreed, that's right. Then she turned her eyes and looked at Jiang Ruoli and smiled unkindly. How was Mrs. Pei's wedding night? Jiang Ruoli choked on his throat with a mouthful of sparkling water and hurriedly smoked 2 tissues, and his whole body was in a mess. Well, nah, if it's not me, can't you learn from Yang Yang? Be reserved. Shen Jiyan's cheeks turned red and she whispered softly, actually, I also want to know. Jiang Ruoli raised his head slightly and took a sip, and simply dropped 2 words, sleep. Puff, who wants to listen to this? Seeing the disappointment and contempt on Shimoama's face, Jiang Ruoli put down the cup, frowned angrily, and looked like he was breaking a broken jar. So what do you want to listen to? The awakened red wine was slowly poured into the glass and handed to Jiang Ruoli. Xu Moan said righteously, of course, I want to know if Pei Zugoi is powerful. I haven't seen anyone around him for so many years, but it is said that the Pei family has a hidden disease. Thinking of some experiences that night, Jiang Ruoli subconsciously retorted, no. He is very good. Even a little better. Xu Mong settled down and became interested. Oh, unfold and talk. Some pictures suddenly flashed through his mind, and Jiang Ruoli blushed in an instant. She put a large spoonful of beef in Xu Mong's bowl and said angrily, I can't gag your mouth. With that, she gave Shen Jiyan a little more. Yan Yan, you also eat. Look at how thin you are. Eat more. Xu Mongman looked up while eating meat. Stop talking, you two are half a catty and 8 tails. They chatted while eating hot pot and drank some wine. They were all good sisters who knew the bottom line. Jiang Ruoli probably said 7, 7, 8, 8. So what does he mean? Go on a business trip the day after marriage. Am I not beautiful enough? It's impossible. Shen Jiyan naturally coaxed Jiang Ruoli. Li Li was very beautiful. Pei Zugoi may indeed have work to do. After all, it seems that he also flew to the port city. That's right, who am I, Jiang Ruoli? Xu Mongman shook the red wine glass in his hand with a deep and unpredictable expression on his face. In fact, sometimes in addition to beauty and figure, men also care about the ability of the other side. Otherwise, why are there so many ugly little 3s and 4s outside? Jiang Ruoli blurted out, it's shameless. Xu Mongman picked up his mobile phone and slid his fingers back and forth on the screen. Is there such a possibility? I mean, could it be that your life is too bad to be disliked by Pei Zugoi? If you say he is fine, doesn't that mean you have a problem? Now, even Shen Jian looked over. Jiang Ruoli touched her nose unnaturally. She didn't remember the details of that night clearly, and she had little experience in the first time. Indeed, Pei Zugoi has always been in the lead. But she obviously thinks that dog men also enjoy it. Jiang Ruoli stared unconvincedly. He didn't have much experience. Well, where did he come from to dislike me? Xu Molan looked at Jiang Ruoli as if he didn't make steel. After a while, he shook his mobile phone dashingly. Skills. You have to be skilled. I sent you the textbook. Makeup class tonight. Study hard. Don't thank me too much. She shook her head and turned to Shen Jian. Yan, don't be polite. Buy one get one free, and I also sent you a copy. They are all adults, so they naturally know what Xu Molan's learning materials are. Shen Jian waved her hand in a panic. I don't need it. It's okay. I'll use it one day. After dinner, Xu Molan and Shen Jian left first. Xu Molan drank a lot of wine, and Jiang Ruoli helped her into the car uneasy. Shen Jian didn't drink, and the task of driving naturally fell on her. Yan, thank you for sending her home tonight. It's cold outside. You go in. Let's go first. As soon as he heard that he was leaving, Xu Molan quickly lay on the car window and shouted at Jiang Ruoli, Li, you must study the information I gave you. Jiang Ruoli paused and gritted his teeth and said, hurry up. In the evening, after taking a shower and lying in bed comfortably, Jiang Ruoli was just about to watch a movie, and Xu Molan's magical voice echoed in her ears. Study hard. What should I learn? I have a good look and a figure. What can I learn? It's cheap, Pei Zugui. 3 minutes later, the thin white finger clicked on the small website sent by Xu Moe. Unexpectedly, the web interface just popped up, and at the same time, a call popped up from the screen. This shocked Jiang Ruoli, who secretly did bad things. When she picked up the mobile phone, her voice was still a little empty. Hello, this is Jiangcheng Police Station. Chapter 4. Another man's body. The back seat of Rolls-Royce, a smile came from the quiet car, and the corners of the man's lips were slightly hooked. So, what on earth are you because of? Jiang Ruoli leaned his head against the car window, closed his eyes and gritted his teeth secretly. She also knew when she arrived at the police station that someone in the jurisdiction had just been cheated of more than 6 million yuan last week because he browsed those small websites. Just after the meeting in the morning, more anti-fraud education should be publicized, and Jiang Ruoli was delivered to the door in the evening. How clever, how clever. Jiang Ruoli. The man's low voice called out again. Looking from his perspective, Jiang Ruoli's curly eyelashes trembled slightly, and his small face was tight. Hearing his name, the tender white hand pretended to rub his eyes and replied weakly, What are you doing? I'm very sleepy. Call me when you arrive. After saying that, Jiang Ruoli closed his eyes again and pretended to sleep. Pei Zugoi shook his head helplessly, and a smile leaked from the corners of his mouth. This acting skills, if the young lady wants to play in the entertainment industry on a whim, it seems that he will invest in her. The vehicle drove smoothly on the road. Under the illumination of the street lights, the shade of the trees on both sides of the road was reflected in the window, and the warm yellow light and shadow fell on the woman's small and delicate face. Turn off the music. Hearing the man's deliberately low voice, Motsuk quickly turned off the music. Looking through the rearview mirror, the woman in the back seat was sleeping soundly and was about to hit the glass. The next second, Mr. Pei had held his wife's head and put it on his shoulder, and there was still a gentle emotion in his eyes. Gentle, the word can't be associated with Pei Zugoi. I still wanted to look at it again. The gaze instantly became as sharp as an eagle and looked over. Sorry, Mr. Pei. Moat was so scared that he immediately looked ahead and drove seriously. When Jiang Ruoli woke up again, Pei Zugoi just carried the person to the bed. She couldn't react in a daze and said coquettishly, Help me change that red nightgown. Okay. The magnetic sound penetrated into the ears, and the person on the bed stiffened and woke up in an instant. I almost forgot that Pei Zugoi came back. Well, excuse me, Mr. Pei, I'm going to take a shower first. Jiang Ruoli jumped out of bed in a hurry and prepared to escape into the bathroom. Wait a minute. Pei Zugoi lowered his eyes and stared at the woman's tender white and thin feet and couldn't help frowning. Jiang Ruoli was not obedient and didn't look back and move forward. Suddenly, people were suspended in the air. Pei Zugoi pinched the woman's slender waist with one hand, let her stand on his feet, and then clicked on the hairy slippers on the ground. Put on your slippers. The touch on the waist cannot be ignored. Thinking of that night, Pei Zugoi also pinched his waist. Jiang Ruoli felt that her skin was hot, so she obediently put on her slippers and got out of the man's arm. The little fox jumped into the bathroom without looking back. Pei Zugoi stood in place, his eyes fell on his fingertips, and he rubbed it twice, but the meaning was unclear. Dong dong dong. The bathroom door was knocked. The sound of water suddenly stopped, and the woman's delicate voice came out, with a trace of tension and guard. What are you doing? I'm going to the meeting. I put my skirt outside for you. Call me if you have something to do. Skirt? What kind of skirt? Jiang Ruoli covered his chest and didn't react. I only heard Pei Zugoi's smiling voice coming from outside. Didn't you just say that you wanted to wear a red nightgown? When it comes to this skirt, there is still a beginning. The reason is that Pei Zugoi tore Jiang Ruoli's red nightgown on the wedding night. She only wore it once, and she was naturally distressed. Pei Zugoi repeatedly promised to buy her a new one, which coaxed the young lady. The next day, the new nightgown was delivered to Leng Tingyang. Pei Zugoi bought more than one nightgown worth tens of thousands of yuan. When Jiang Ruoli came out, there was indeed no dog man in the master bedroom. I have to say that since Pei Zugoi took over Pei, outsiders have said that he is a business genius, but to support such a large group, in addition to talent, hard work is also indispensable. Let's not say that some people have a meal with a few small goals per minute. It's past 10 o'clock, and they still have to work. Jiang Ruoli wiped the eye cream slowly and logically, and couldn't help but scream. It was quite miserable to follow Pei Zugoi, and he had to have a meeting in the middle of the night. Are you sure you won't curse the boss secretly? The answer is obvious. She has to ask Motsuk another day. After the exquisite night care, Pei Zugoi had not come back yet. Jiang Ruoli lay alone on the big bed specially customized according to the curve of the human body as usual, and there was a trace of Asianta in his heart. She drank too much on her wedding night. What about tonight? Do you also want to share a bed with Pei Zugoi? Thinking about it, my cheeks turned red. What a shame. Forget it, I don't want to, go to sleep. Throwing the pillow, Jiang Ruoli buried himself in the quilt. You don't want to live after entering a police station. Don't worry, it won't affect our children. Through the quilt, Pei Zugoi's voice slowly fell from the top of his head. Then, a huge external force tore open the quilt. Jiang Ruoli's head saw the sun again. I don't want to live anymore, and what kind of child? Who is going to give birth to a child for you? Neither knowing whether it was because of lack of oxygen, Jiang Ruoli's cheeks were red, and her long curly hair was also covered, which was a little more delicate than in the past. Pei Zugoi took a shower in the bathroom outside and changed into pajamas. He lay on the bed with a look of mind. Well, I'm really not in a hurry about the child. If you don't want to give birth, don't give birth. The young lady raised her head and showed a satisfied expression, which was about the same. Hey, wait, will you sleep with me? Pei Zugoi took off his glasses and looked over, in a lazy and casual tone. What? Not allowed? If I remember correctly, this is our wedding room. He put the emphasis on our two words. Well, although the house is written in the name of Jiang Ruoli, the money is indeed paid by the Pei family. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli's half-face returned to the bottom of the quilt, Pei Zugoi tucked up the quilt for her and raised his hand to turn off the light. Sleep. In the dark room, there seemed to be only two people breathing close at hand. The last intimate contact was a week ago. Jiang Ruoli turned around and couldn't sleep. The smell of fur on the man's body was full of breath, just like that night. I groped for the mobile phone on the bedside table to kill the long night. As soon as the screen lit up, a familiar voice sounded behind me. What's the matter? Do you want to see a small website again? The mobile phone suddenly turned into a hot potato, and Jiang Ruoli suddenly threw it out. You spit blood. What? Since we know it, we kept asking her in the car just now. But it's also normal. Pei Zugoi wanted to know something, but he just moved his fingers. However, this is too embarrassing. Look at the small website, the shame index is 10%, the small website is educated, the shame index is 100%, the small website is known by the married partner and the shame index from the police station is 100,000%. Pei Zugoi looked at the small mass nestled back into the quilt, rubbed his eyebrows, and stretched out his arms to hold him in his arms. It seems that my husband has to practice hard, otherwise how can the newlywed wife be interested in seeing other men's bodies? Chapter 5. Didn't you feel it clearly that night? Irony. Pei Zugoi, this dog man, is definitely satirizing her. Jiang Ruoli turned around and faced Pei Zugoi angrily. There was a layer of joking hidden in the man's dark eyes, and there was a little unhappiness. She didn't know where the courage came from. She raised her hand and covered Pei Zugoi's mouth. The young lady's bright fox eyes stared fiercely. I didn't see it. She was caught as soon as she went in. As for Pei Zugoi's figure, she has nothing to say, hum. In the dark, Pei Zugoi's low smile came into my ear. I thought, you still remember that night. Shut up. Don't talk. Otherwise, I will curse your next quarter's financial report to be miserable. The man's laughter echoed in the room, which was magnetic and pleasant. If you exclude the sarcasm in his laughter, I have to admit that it is quite demisting. If I go bankrupt, you can't swipe your card to buy at will. Jiang Ruoli was not convinced. Well, I'm just assuming that you really want to wrong me. If Pei really goes bankrupt, I will divorce you. I'm just suffering. If it really doesn't work, I will sell you to a film and television company for post-dubbing, or directly let you sell sex to make a movie to support me, hum. The young lady is the best at raking or something. Hearing a certain word, Pei Zugoi subconsciously increased the strength behind Jiang Ruoli and hugged him tighter. It made Jiang Ruoli snort. What are you doing? You are deliberately taking revenge, aren't you? Be careful. Well, if there really is a day, I will work to support you. However, this should not happen to Pei in the next few decades. The arrogant words came out of Pei Zugoi's mouth with a lot of credibility. After all, Pei Zugoi's father's father has never been hungry. How can the Pei family's century-old foundation be so easy to be lost? Coupled with the Jiang family, it can't be Jiang Ruoli's turn in the hard days anyway. You say that's right. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed. Jiang Ruoli yawned and tried to break free from the man's arms. Unuseful. Forget it, just sleep like this. In a daze, the ears seemed to be touched by something, and the warm breath lingered. Come back to my old house with me tomorrow. Grandpa misses you. Feeling that a mosquito was biting him, Jiang Ruoli waved his hand impatiently and slapped, but he didn't know what he had hit. I got it. It's so annoying. Pei Zugoi pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled helplessly, but his tone was gentle and spoiled. Go to sleep. Yen dollars, yen dollars, yen dollars. The rising sun rose in the east, and the sunlight sneaked in through the cracks of the curtains and sprinkled on the woman's face. The skin was transparent and bright, and the pores could not be seen. Jiang Ruoli stretched out her waist, opened her eyes dimly, and found that she was the only one left on the big bed. What a familiar scene. You won't be on a business trip again, will you? Accompanied by the sound of water coming from the washroom. Strange, is the water pipe broken? I seem to have heard the sound of water in the middle of the night yesterday. Jiang Ruoli got out of bed and was about to have a look. As soon as she lifted the quilt, a great male model came out of the washroom. No, it's her plastic husband. Are you awake? Pei Zugoi had just taken a shower, and his hair was still wet. At this moment, the man's lower body was only wrapped in a bath towel, and his upper body was naked. Jiang Ruoli screamed and covered his eyes, and couldn't help quietly looking at Pei Zugoi's 8-pack abs through the cracks. The water drops fell from between the hair, slid over the thin muscles, and sank under the bath towel through the mermaid line. Early in the morning, there was really some beauty in the road. Why don't you wear clothes? Why take a shower in the morning? Pei Zugoi looked at the delicate bag in front of him with laughter and approached while wiping his hair. I sweated all over after exercising. If he really doesn't wash, firstly, he can't stand it himself, and secondly, I'm afraid that this little master will dislike him again. Get up. I have prepared pumpkin lily porridge for you. Jiang Ruoli nodded in a daze and smiled. How did Aunt Lan know that I wanted to drink pumpkin porridge today? That's great. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, Jiang Ruoli spoiled Aunt Lan. Thank you, Aunt Lan. I just wanted to drink a pumpkin lily porridge. Her delicate and sweet voice made Aunt Lan's heart bloom. No wonder Mr. Pei likes it. No one is soft-hearted. It was Mr. Pei's special order. The pumpkin was picked by him from the field in the backyard early in the morning. Aunt Lan planted some vegetables and fruits in the backyard of Leitingyan, all of which are pure natural and pesticide-free, and it is safe to eat. Jiang Ruoli shook his calf, glanced at Pei Zugoi opposite, and stopped talking. Are you a little premature? Pei Zugoi glanced at the person in front of him and said nothing, but his aura was slightly cold. Jiang Ruoli curled his mouth and muttered in a low voice, otherwise, you would get up so early to exercise and pick pumpkins. If I remember correctly, it was almost 11 o'clock when I came out of the police station yesterday. It was late at night when I washed up and went to bed. This man can still follow the biological clock to get up and exercise methodically. I heard that Pei Zugoi is usually so busy at work when he gets older. It won't be premature, will it? Pei Zugoi twitched the corners of his eyes, carefully picked out the lily in the porridge, pushed it in front of Jiang Ruoli, and said lightly, eat it. Thank you to Jiang Ruoli, took it with a smile. How do you know that I like pumpkin lily porridge but not lilies? Pei Zugoi lowered his eyes and moved his fingers slightly. He couldn't help but think of the mid-autumn festival of a certain year, when the two families celebrated the festival together. The little girl flirted with Mr. Jiang, saying that she had hot pot at noon and wanted to drink pumpkin lily porridge. After that, she silently picked out the lily inside. At that time, two words came to Pei Zugoi's mind, real work. Looking up, the little girl in those years is now sitting opposite her, shining bright eyes, looking at herself curiously. Pei Zugoi's cheek was told by his mother. Mom. Which mother? Pei Zugoi's mother died young, which can only be her old mother. Jiang Ruoli, who reacted, touched her ear, my mother. All right. She lowered her head and took a few mouthfuls of porridge silently. The pumpkin was sweet, and her happiness burst into pieces in an instant. Seeing the little girl squinting with satisfaction, Pei Zugoi's thin lips hooked slightly and said in a light tone, is it necessary to explain whether I am prematurely? Miss Jiang didn't feel it clearly that night. Or do you want to feel it again? Puff. Jiang Ruoli almost spit out a mouthful of pumpkin porridge. His face turned red, and his watery eyes stared angrily. Hooligan. Pei Zugoi calmly accepted the woman's temper and drank coffee slowly, not knowing what documents he was still reading. He glanced at the person opposite and reminded, by the way, I'm going back to my old house today, haven't I forgotten? The little girl's expression was slightly stagnant, and the hand holding the spoon did not move. I forgot it at a glance. Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows and added meaningfully, you said good, in your own mouth when you were in my arms. Well, how could I forget it? I got it. Pei Zugoi's family was a little complicated. After Pei's mother died early, Pei Jingyun married a new wife a few years ago. Of course, everyone has the freedom of the second spring. The key is that the stepmother is Pei Zugoi's classmate. I heard that he is still his first love. What an exciting plot when a lover becomes a little mother. Who can accept it? At the thought of this, there was a trace of sympathy in Jiang Ruoli's eyes. Don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task, and love more and love more. She even blinked and saluted. Pei Zugoi's index finger moved slightly, and his voice was deep and cold. Jiang Ruoli, don't do it. Oh. I don't know people's hearts, and I have to rely on her as the Oscar-winning actress at that time to Chapter 5 Ice Face with bad ears. Going to the Pei family's old house to see the old man, Jiang Ruoli specially chose an elegant cheongsong. The long hair like seaweed was pulled up by her, and the young lady came out of the book fragrance. If you don't speak, Pei Zugoi, I asked Yang Yan to find someone to make this cheongsong for me. You have to reimburse me. Remember to cooperate with me later. Don't let Grandpa Pei suspect that we have a bad relationship. Oh, did you hear that? The man leaned in the back seat of the car, holding Jiang Ruoli's shawl to match the cheongsong. Hearing the words, the corners of his lips rose. What? What sentence did you hear? Jiang Ruoli was a little unhappy. Why did he marry Pei Zugoi, a cold face with bad ears? The scenery outside the car window gradually became familiar. The car drove smoothly into the magnificent gate. There were towering pines and cypresses on both sides, and there was only one road leading to the Pei family's main house. I saw the house of the Pei family from afar. Pei Zugoi raised his eyes, put the shawl on Jiang Ruoli, and pinched her little hand. I heard every word, and I must not drag the young lady's feet. At this time, Jiang Ruoli was satisfied. He opened his little mouth and showed a smile. It's about the same. The car stopped steadily at the gate of the house, and a pair of long legs stepped out of the car and walked slowly to the other side. Then, the thin white hand was firmly held by the man and led out. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw the old man waiting at the door with someone not far away. Jiang Ruoli took Pei Zugoi's arm intimately and whispered, your little mother is also here. Pei Zugoi patiently arranged the shawl for her, and his tone was casual and natural, don't you want to see her? Jiang Ruoli shook his head, but it was not. I thought, isn't it for you? Who is not embarrassed to meet your former first love? I heard that after Pei's father remarried, Pei Zugoi rarely returned to his old house. Maybe this is the reason. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruoli's eyes showed a little pity. What are you thinking about again? Let's go. Pei Zugoi, naturally, couldn't guess Jiang Ruoli's rich inner drama at this moment. He only knew that it was windy here, and if he stood up, he might catch a cold. As soon as he saw the arrival of the two, Mr. Pei was about to overflow with joy. Especially when he saw Jiang Ruoli, he immediately greeted him with a crutch. Lily, you are finally willing to come to see Grandpa. Jiang Ruoli didn't say anything and gently put his elbow on the pestle Pei Zugoi. The latter put his arms around her waist and moved naturally. Pei Zugoi explained, Grandpa, it's my fault that I'm busy with work. The old man knocked on the crutch twice and pretended to be angry, of course it's your problem. Work, you can't just pretend to work in the eyes of married wives. Pei Zugoi bowed his head and gestured respectfully. What Grandpa taught is that Zugoi understands. Jiang Ruoli is secretly happy on the side. The feeling of being favored is really great, hee. It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Zugoi, today I specially called the back chef to prepare your favorite food. Jiang Ruoli followed the reputation. The woman was dressed in red and stood obediently beside Pei's father, pretending to smile gently. Oh, I almost forgot that there was another little mother. She was dressed in such red. I didn't know that I thought she was the newlywed. The magnetic field of people and people is a wonderful thing. Jiang Ruoli saw Yi Dai once at the wedding, and he didn't like it very much at that time. I heard that it was the continuation who came to the top by improper means, and I didn't have the heart to pay attention to her. Honey, why did you only prepare your favorite dishes and not my favorite ones? Then I'm not happy to eat, but I want to lose my temper. Jiang Ruoli leaned his head on Pei Zugoi's shoulder, and his voice was deliberately delicate and sweet, as if he was coquettish. Don't worry, I said hello to the back chef in advance and prepared green jade chicken soup and cooked crabs for you. Pei Zugoi pinched her little face and coaxed, I won't make you unhappy. Jiang Ruoli stiffened and really played for him. Then she can't lose either. In order to match this cheongsong, Jiang Ruoli specially wore high heels of the same color. She stood on her feet slightly and kissed the man's cheek. Thank you, husband. It's a little deliberate, but it's really sweet. Pei Zugoi's hand on the woman's slender waist unconsciously pushed hard and hugged her into the room. Seeing that the two children had such a good relationship, the old man laughed. All right, okay, let's go in. We are all hungry. During the whole process, Pei Zugoi didn't even look at Yi Dai. She was completely ignored. While sitting down, Jiang Ruoli quietly approached the person beside him. Kiss is an extra price, 28,000 year per mouth. Don't ask why, I'm willing to ask. Pei Zugoi pulled the chair for her, with a small smile flowing between his eyebrows. Mrs. Pei, do you also have to count that night? Jiang Ruoli almost jumped up and covered his open mouth for fear of being heard. Shut up. The old man looked over, and a clear smile appeared in the corners of his old eyes. Lily, if Zugoi dares to bully you in ordinary days, feel free to come and complain to Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely help you. It's a good person who helps relatives but doesn't care about it. Pure is to help courtesy but not help relatives. Jiang Ruoli squinted his eyes and smiled like a satisfied little fox. At the thought that he could not be too complacent, he slightly controlled his expression. Grandpa, Brother Zugoi is very kind to me. Don't worry. Jiang Ruoli raised his eyebrows at Pei Zugoi. Look, what an understanding little wife. All the vivid expressions fell into the man's eyes, and the black eyes rippled. Well, Lily is very good. She is a good wife who abides by the law and is understanding. Comply. Gee, God. Law. Jiang Ruoli pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly. The man was definitely deliberately mocking her. I can't get through this party. Ha ha, have a meal. I have to say that the chef of the Pei family is still kind, and the dishes she cook are very suitable for her taste. The more Jiang Ruoli eats, the happier he is. From to time, he will secretly throw carrots, celery and so on, which he doesn't like to eat, into Pei Zugoi's bowl. The man ate the food silently as if he didn't notice it. But where Jiang Ruoli couldn't see, the corners of his mouth slowly raised a curve. Zugoi, your favorite horseshoe balls, I personally stared at the back chef to make, without fennel. The sinister voice came again. Jiang Ruoli secretly rolled his eyes in his heart, and kicked his feet under the table to the side. Husband, I want to eat crabs, you give it to me. He turned his head and swallowed the last half of the sentence in his mouth. Chapter 7 Husband, my hands are sore. I don't know when, Pei Zugoi has put on gloves and slowly helped Jiang Ruoli deal with the crab. Even peeling crabs with bony fingers is extremely elegant. The man's hands kept moving, and on the surface, he was still talking to Mr. Pei about the recent situation of the company. Realizing that Jiang Ruoli called him, Pei Zugoi turned his head slightly and asked in a low voice, what's the matter? The woman shook her head and uncertainly pointed at the crab that was being separated. Is this peeled for me? Looking at those bright eyes, Pei Zugoi raised his thin lips, otherwise. I'm allergic to crabs. Okay, then remember to put the crab meat separated from the crab yolk. To the young lady didn't feel that it was too much to let the man in front of her do such a trivial thing, and she dared to make a delicate request. As if his head suddenly reacted, Jiao Qibao whispered, are you allergic to crabs? Then will you feel uncomfortable peeling crabs? Is it a little late to ask this now? Pei Zugoi spoiledly put the crab yolk and crab meat in 2 small bowls, pushed them all in front of Jiang Ruoli, and said carelessly, eat. I just can't eat crabs. It doesn't affect helping you peel crabs. Jiang Ruoli is happy again. Then help me peel another one too. I won't send it at this time, let alone when. I didn't dare to refuse myself in front of Grandpa Pei even if I came to Pei Zugoi. No, it's useless to be spoiled. She doesn't seem to be spoiled, does she? How can it be? Are you tired of just peeling one? Jiang Ruoli was about to be unhappy, and the man's cold voice was a little seducing. Crabs are cold, it's not good to eat too much, obedient. She is cold. She is really a little cold now. Pei Zugoi, this dog, must not want to peel it off, so he found this excuse. But when it comes to this, she seems to be ignorant of good and bad. Jiang Ruoli shaped his mouth, okay. Pei Zugoi rubbed the little girl's head with satisfaction. Li was so good. Thinking that he had just peeled the crab, Jiang Ruoli retreated in disgust. I served him a bowl of wine-brewed dumplings that had just been served. Don't patronize and take care of me. You also eat. Pei Zugoi looked down at the small bowl of dumplings on the woman's thin white fingers. He was about to open his mouth, but was snatched first. Doesn't Miss Jiang know? Zugoi doesn't like sweet food. Does that mean that this woman will die if she doesn't speak? Can't you eat quietly? Jiang Ruoli's hands stopped in midair, turned a deaf eye to Yi Jie's words, and looked at Pei Zugoi persistently, and his sly fox eyes flashed. Honey, my hands are sore. Pei Zugoi blushed and called out to his wife in a low voice. Courtesy. Jiang Ruoli replied angrily, what are you doing? If he dares to come down from the stage in front of so many people today, especially the aged green tea noodles, she will put crab meat into his meal tomorrow. No, I will fold all the flowers in Pei's garden for him all night today. Pei Zugoi's voice was low and hoarse, don't be coquettish. Jiang Ruoli didn't know why, who was spoiled. Minus, the man reached out and took the bowl of wine-brewed small dumplings, and his eyes were burning. He said, Li served it in person, and I naturally liked it. The next second, he scooped up a small spoonful of wine-brewed balls and put them in his mouth. Well, it's very sweet and delicious. In fact, everyone could see that Pei Zugoi didn't like it very much, because he took a sip of the water next to him. But everyone could see Pei Zugoi's preference for Jiang Ruoli. In addition to treating all this as Pei Zugoi, Jiang Ruoli, who was not happy to find Yi Dai, Forget it, show great mercy to add fire to him. Aunt Yi, if you also want to eat, ask your husband to serve it for you. Yi Dai pulled the corners of her mouth. Aunt Yi. She and Pei Zugoi are the same year, but 4 years older than Jiang Ruoli. At first glance, the little girl deliberately found her unpleasantness. Well, it doesn't seem good to call mom directly, does it? But at least you are an elder, and I deserve to be honored. At this time, Mr. Pei said, Lily can be called whatever she wants. As soon as the old man spoke, Yi Dai didn't dare to say anything more. She replied with a wry smile, thank you. I've gained a little weight recently and I'm giving up sugar. Eat more. The ement is that you are fat to death. Jiang Ruoli is most annoyed by these women who say they are fat when they open and close their mouths in their lives, leading to deformed aesthetics. So she deliberately said strangely, oh, you seem to be a little fat. Like your height, you'd better lose 60 jin, otherwise you will be fat. You. Father Pei, who has been the background board for a long time, finally couldn't stand it and roared at Yi Dai, eat quietly, go back to the room if you don't want to eat. Jiang Ruoli was shocked by the sudden sound of Pei's father. His body trembled, and then his waist was held from behind. Pei Zugoi's big hand gently rubbed his waist twice, as if to comfort him. Do you still want to eat? He could see that Jiang Ruoli had been full for a long time, otherwise there would be no one who was irrelevant. As it was, Jiang Ruoli nodded. Take you to the garden for a walk. Good. I'm going to see the big golden hare. The Pei family's old house raised a big golden hare, which was a birthday gift from Jiang Ruoli to Grandpa Pei on a whim a few years ago. Grandpa Pei liked it very much and immediately named it Pei Zuchi, nicknamed Chi-Chi. It's the same as Pei Zi. Chi-Chi sat in a puppy villa in a corner of the garden and lived a delicious life. Chi-Chi, my sister is coming to Jiang Ruoli, can't wait to run to Chi-Chi. Slow down. As soon as Pei Zugoi finished his words, Chi-Chi jumped out of the other corner of the garden and enthusiastically pounced on Jiang Ruoli. Courtesy. The adult golden hare was heavier than Jiang Ruoli's, and with excitement, she almost knocked her down. Fortunately, in the end, Chi-Chi seemed to hear Pei Zugoi's scolding and retracted his strength. Jiang Ruoli stabilized his body and escaped close contact with the earth. Pei Zugoi strode to Jiang Ruoli's side, looked carefully from top to bottom to make sure that she was fine before he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his eyes and glared at the culprit seriously. Chi-Chi seemed to know that he had almost caused trouble. He screamed against Jiang Ruoli's legs, and his little eyes did not dare to look at the terrible man. That small appearance is really heartwarming. Well, why are you so fierce? Chi-Chi likes me. Pei Zugoi's eyebrows were locked and his jaw was tense. It was a bad habit to pounce on people. Jiang Ruoli squatted down and rubbed Chi-Chi's head, and then raised its claws to look up at the man with a tense face. Baby, apologize to your brother quickly. Say, brother, I was wrong to when talking to a dog, people will unconsciously pinch their throats. Jiang Ruoli is no exception. Her delicate voice is sweet and soft. Chi-Chi seemed to understand people's words and really called Pei Zugoi a few times. You see, our baby is apologizing to his brother. In the evening wind, the woman's hair was blown off, a few strands loosely blowing off the side of her face, adding a little more flexibility. Pei Zu rolled up and down in his throat, leaned over and pulled the person up from the dog. It has a name, not baby. The man leaned very close, and the smell of fur wrapped around the air, which could not be ignored. Fortunately, when Jiang Ruoli stood firm, he let her go. I know, isn't that a nickname? Pei Zugoi glanced at Chi-Chi, who was lying on the ground, and frowned, so that he couldn't tell what his name was. It seems to be this truth. Jiang Ruoli touched his nose with a guilty heart. Well, I won't bark next time. Pei Zugoi's expression relaxed a while. Well, be obedient. The yard of Pei's house is very large, and the two of them took Chi-Chi for a leisurely walk. Jiang Ruoli occasionally talks to Chi-Chi on his own, and one person and one dog seem to be able to really communicate. Pei Zugoi accompanied him quietly. Pei Zugoi, your flower is so beautiful. Can we also plant in our garden? It's white roses. These were planted by my mother during her lifetime. Pei Zugoi's mother died early. In Jiang Ruoli's vague memory, Pei's mother was a very gentle person, always smiling and whispering. It's just that he passed away early. When he knew that Pei and Jiang's two families were going to marry, someone in the circle joked, Jiang Ruoli's life is really good. Not to mention the beautiful clothes and food. Since he was a child, there was no conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law when he got married. She never cared about this, and once even taught a lesson to the unscripted person. Because that was Pei Zugoi's pain, she didn't want to enjoy stepping on anyone's scars. Zugoi, you are here. Not far away, Yi Dai came in her whole set of red skirts. Chapter 8. I just want to play with the dog. What? Is Jiang Ruoli transparent? Jiang Ruoli stamped his feet angrily and muttered, it's really annoying. Pei Zugoi naturally heard it and responded with a smile, don't worry if you don't like it. Do you want to go to see the fish? Okay. Seeing that the two of them really wanted to leave, Yi Dai quickened his pace. Zugoi, Dad asked you to go there. Dad. Jiang Ruoli reacted for half a second. Oh, it turned out to be Grandpa. Look at what the old man and young wife have done. They are in a mess. You can imagine how broken Pei Zugoi would have been when he knew that his first love and his biological father had a bad relationship. Jiang Ruoli's eyes showed that layer of pity again. Grandpa told you to go quickly. I'll walk here by myself. Go, let's all go. Hurry up and calm her down. She just wants to play with the dog. If you are bored, play with Qixi for a while. Don't run too far. Pei Zugoi took off his coat and covered Jiang Ruoli's body and pulled the disobedient hair behind her ears. The house faces the lake and leans against the mountain. If you really get lost, it is easy to bump into it in the middle of the night. Got it. Realizing that Yi Dai was watching, Jiang Ruoli was addicted to drama and shook Pei Zugoi's big hand twice. Then come back quickly. I have to go home to take a bath. Pei Zugoi was very cooperative, pinched her fair cheeks, and said in a low voice, okay. When Pei Zugoi left, Jiang Ruoli led Qixi to the opposite direction. Directly treat annoying people as heir. Miss Jiang, you know that Zugoi married you because of the old man, right? Jiang Ruoli stopped, sneered, and glanced at Yi Dai mockingly with his hands around him. I'm married. You don't think I'll get divorced if I just say a few words like this, will I? Also, do you really think that your grandfather's casual words more than 10 years ago could influence Pei Zugoi's idea? Besides, even without me, there will be other celebrities in this huge river city. It's not your turn anyway. I can only say that I, Jiang Ruoli, is the best choice for his Pei Zugoi. Do you understand? Jiang Ruoli shook his hair dashingly. I'm also very popular. The Pei family begged to marry me. Hey, are you angry? After looking around and confirming that there was no one, Yi Dai tore off the gentle mask. You just rely on this family background. Without the Jiang family, you, Jiang Ruoli, are nothing. Jiang Ruoli picked his ears and was a little impatient. She is tired of hearing this. Oh, what should we do then? Can't you put me back into your mother's womb? I'm just lucky. What can I do? Mom, don't be too greedy. If you have a son and a son, it's easy to be on the social hot news list. If you throw a check now, maybe I can still consider divorce. However, you may not even be able to take out 50 million, right? Also, don't dress like a big red lantern with lights, which makes you look more noisy. Jiang Ruoli's firepower was full, and after saying that, he glanced at Yi Dai disdainfully. You really reflect the 4 words, the poor get rich vividly. If you have nothing to do, you can improve your taste more. You. Yi Dai pointed at Jiang Ruoli and was so angry that she couldn't speak. She spit out a sentence for a long time. Zugoi is incompetent and never cares about anyone. It's just a joke with you. Jiang Ruoli smiled and didn't smile. I don't care about him. Pei Zugoi can't live in his heart, and he is not real estate. Besides, with so many assets under my name, do I have to hold it in his heart? Isn't the big villa fragrant? The young lady frowned displeasedly and waved the annoying finger unceremoniously. Didn't your parents teach you not to point fingers at people? It's really uneducated. Who would have thought that Yi Dai cried out, as if his finger was really broken? The Qixi Wang on the side shouted twice, and the two looked in the same direction. It was Pei Zi who came back. Yi Dai shouted louder, Miss Jiang, why did I offend you, and you still want to hit me? If you set up a stage, you can start the performance directly. Okay, Miss Ben will play with you. Jiang Ruoli threw the dog rope and rushed directly at the leaf butterfly. Just when Yi Dai thought that Jiang Ruoli was going to hit her and was about to perform a poor LV Cha play, the woman bumped into her and fell down slowly. And he also took the opportunity to slap her hair fiercely. Jiang Ruoli couldn't help shouting, damn it. I forgot to survey the terrain and fell on the cobblestone road. Her butt. Wow, wow, wow. Qixi immediately barked at Yi Dai. Hearing the movement, Pei Zugoi ran over quickly and saw Jiang Ruoli falling to the ground. He didn't know where the high heels of his right foot flew, and his tender white feet were naked on the ground. The man's face is cold to death, and the air pressure is extremely low. You'd better explain why my wife is on the ground. After saying that, Pei Zugoi bent down and squatted down and carefully checked Jiang Ruoli's ankle. Fortunately, I didn't get hurt. Pei Zugoi seemed to be very angry. Jiang Ruoli suddenly became cowardly and unconsciously shrank back. Unprecedently, the man grabbed her slender ankle bone and rubbed it, and his voice was soft, where are the shoes? Jiang Ruoli shook his head honestly. At that time, she was so anxious that she kicked it out, and she forgot where it was flying. Yi Dai beside him had burst into tears at some point. Zugoi, she fell down by herself, believe me. Jiang Ruoli secretly complained, cut, it's too late when you do it. At that time, it will be me who will be wronged. However, she was not sure who Pei Zugoi would help. She subconsciously grabbed the hem of his clothes and looked up at him pitifully. Honey, she said that I was not worthy of you, and she pointed at me and satirized me. This is not mixed at all. Seeing Jiang Ruoli sitting on the cold cobblestone road, Pei Zugoi's eyebrows never stretched. Coupled with her pitiful expression, her heart seemed to be tightened. He picked up the person. As his body hung in the air and fell into a warm embrace, Jiang Ruoli knew that this wave was stable. She even proudly took the opportunity to touch Pei Zigoi's chest muscles and raised her eyebrows provocatively at the big red lantern standing beside her. Yi Dai, Zugoi, this kind of sly girl is not suitable for you. Hey! What are you talking about? Jiang Ruoli immediately couldn't help turning into a stubborn fish and was so angry that he wanted to jump out of Pei Zigoi's arms. The hair just now is still light. If I had known, I should have made her bald. Unfortunately, Pei Zigoi hugged her tightly and didn't move for a long time. Pei Zugoi stopped, and his sharp eyes glared at Yi Dai with anger. His tone was cold, with a sense of oppression from the superior. It's not your turn to tell my wife what to do. If you don't want it, just say it directly. Yi Dai still wanted to defend something. Pei Zugoi frowned impatiently and hugged him tighter. You should be glad that she was not injured today, otherwise you wouldn't have to stay in this family anymore. An understated sentence scared Yi Dai to death. She knew that Pei Zugoi was not joking. Jiang Ruoli lowered his head and found that Titi found her high heels in her mouth somewhere, shaking her head, and her face was full of expression. She exclaimed, "My shoes." Pei Zugoi turned the person in his arms upside down, and his voice was hoarse, "Hold tight. What should I do? It sounds like I'm angry." Pei Zugoi is not going to throw her away, is he? Jiang Ruoli tried his best to wring the person tighter, and his whole body was attached to it. Pei Zugoi's voice became even hoarse. Jiang Ruoli. Chapter 9 Is the man good-looking? In the night, the man's low voice shouted her name with strong restraint. What do you want me to do? Do you feel sorry for that big red lantern? Big red lantern? A trace of doubt appeared in Pei Zugoi's eyes. The man said in a hoarse voice, "Don't get so close." Jiang Ruoli, what are you doing? Are you afraid that the big red lantern will be jealous? Pei Zugoi didn't know who the big red lantern in Jiang Ruoli's mouth was, and turned him upside down. It's nothing. It's just that you're so close that I thought you wanted to try it in the garden. Jiang Ruoli, who reacted, couldn't wait to hide himself 800 meters away. He let go of his hand and covered Pei Zugoi's unobstructed mouth. What do you say in front of the children? The man whose mouth was covered raised his eyebrows, as if he was wondering about the word child. Chi-Chi, who had been following the two of them, responded to him. The high heels in his mouth also fell off. Hold tight. After saying that, Pei Zugoi squatted down with Jiang Ruoli in one hand. What are you doing? Jiang Ruoli was disgusted, but his arm was held tighter. Thinking of Pei Zugoi's previous words, he subconsciously leaned back. The posture is strange. Pei Zugoi didn't think so much. He tightened his heart and hugged the little woman steadily, and bent down to pick up the single high-heeled shoes. Get up and continue to walk home. Jiang Ruoli swayed his calf. He didn't know if it was because he was wrapped in Pei Zugoi's suit. He felt that his body was full of fur fragrance. She asked casually, "What did Grandpa Pei call you?" "Ask when we will have a baby." Cough cough cough. "What did you say?" "Let me tell you, I don't want to give birth so early. It's hard to be pregnant." The bright moonlight lit up Pei Zugoi's smiling face. The young lady is difficult enough to serve in ordinary days. If she is pregnant, can't she turn the world upside down? Well, you are still young. Don't think about it for the time being. From behind, the man is holding high heels in one hand and holding people in the other. The broad shoulders tightly covered the petite woman in her arms, and only the restless thin white feet were swaying. Next to him, a big golden head followed slowly. Multiplied by the two lived in the Pei family's old house at night. This was the first time she entered Pei Zugoi's room in her old house. Before entering, Jiang Ruoli had some expectations inexplicably. At the door, there was a bamboo flower basket with fresh white roses in it, which had just been cut. "Isn't this the white rose in the yard? Don't you like it? Let the servant cut some flower arrangements for you." Pei Zugoi put the person on the sofa and brought in the basket at the door. Jiang Ruoli was not injured in the first place. Now there is no audience, so naturally, she is too lazy to continue acting. Put on your slippers and start swinging in the room with your hands behind your back. It's so boring. It's either black or white. How can it be the same as Langtinho? The only color is the peach red slippers on her feet. And the red pajamas sent by the servants. Suspender, lace. It should be considering their newlyweds. But will it be too enthusiastic? Pei Zugoi found Jiang Ruoli in the study. She was approaching and looking at the photos on the desk. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Ruoli was quick talking for a moment and blurted out, "Look at the male college students." The photo on the table fell on the table, which was the photo of Pei Zugoi after graduating from college and finishing the excellent graduate speech in the auditorium. Compared with now, Pei Zugoi's eyes were not so sharp a few years ago, and he still had a youthful spirit and enthusiasm. "But it's true that I don't like to smile. Even the day of graduation is just a lip-hooking virtue." Noticing her eyes, Pei Zugoi approached and asked, "Are male college students good-looking?" "Obviously, they are all the same person, and I don't know why." Suddenly, there is a taboo sense of secretly cheating on the little fresh meat behind the husband's back. "It's okay. Pei Zugoi laughed out loud and carried him directly to the desk. Raise your legs. With that, he was ready to come over and grab her ankle. Jiang Ruoli was so scared that he pushed him straight and stopped him in a panic. Hey, it's not good here. Pei Zugoi didn't do anything. He sat down on the chair and raised his eyebrows gently. Then where is it, okay? Do you prefer the bedroom or the bathroom? That clear look is a joke. Jiang Ruoli was ashamed and annoyed. He raised his foot and kicked Pei Zugoi's chest. Okay, you are fooling me. In the huge river city, only Miss Jiang dares to do so and can be safe and sound. Pei Zugoi looked down at the white and tender feet on his chest, and the bottom of his eyes became obscure. He raised his hand and rubbed the woman's slender ankle bone a few times, causing her to tremble. No kidding, Jiang Ruoli felt that Pei Zugoi's eyes seemed to eat him. What are you doing? The big bony hand extended all the way up, lifted the skirt of the slitted cheongsam, and finally fell on the outside of the calf belly. Pei Zugoi's voice was deep and hoarse. Didn't his legs open? No. Her feet were still stepping on Pei Zugoi's chest. Jiang Ruoli lowered her eyes and fixed her eyes on her legs. There is a small scratch on the bright white skin, slightly red, but a little dazzling by the white jade-like skin. She guessed that she was probably accidentally cut open by the bushes next to her when she fell down. I didn't even notice it. Pei Zugoi didn't say anything. He put her foot on his thigh, and then a disinfectant swab came out of nowhere and carefully wiped the wound. No matter how much you don't like her, there is no need to bet with your body. You are still wearing high heels today. In case you are really sprained or broken, you can't go shopping. It seems that Pei Zugoi recognized her disguise at a glance. Jiang Ruoli touched his nose with a guilty heart, but he didn't. I was very stable in high heels, okay? I never fell down. Pei Zugoi pressed his eyelids. Hearing the words, he pressed a little harder and pressed the cotton swab on the scratch. Isn't it hurt? The moment I saw her fall to the ground, my heartbeat almost stopped. On the contrary, the little girl waved her big hand and didn't care at all. Such a small injury will heal later, and the bruises when you let me kneel down are not obvious. Halfway through the words, Jiang Ruoli covered her mouth regretfully. If you don't want this mouth, you can donate it. The little girl has been spoiled since she was a child. She is also the little princess in the palm of the Jiang family. Her skin is very tender. It is easy to get bruises if you bump it casually, and it will turn red when you pinch it lightly. He knows this better than anyone else. Pei Zugoi lowered his head and threw the disinfectant swab into the trash can. He got up, put his hands on the edge of the table, and hugged Jiang Ruoli in his arms. Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. The distance between the two was almost negligible. The fragrance of roses on the woman's body came to her face, penetrated into the man's dark eyes, and rolled up the waves of lust. Can I kiss you? The magnetic and seductive voice penetrated into his ear. Jiang Ruoli firmly grasped the hem of Pei Zugoi's shirt and bit his red lips tightly. It seems to be a kind of silent acquiescence. Pei Zugoi clasped Yingying's waist and slowly lowered his head. At the moment of touching the warm and soft lips, the proud self-control became a decoration. With the other hand, he held the back of the woman's head, pried open his lips fiercely, and kissed her. All the air was taken away. Jiang Ruoli is like a doll controlled wantonly, holding her head up and falling into the love net carefully woven by men. There was a delicate hum in the throat, which was gentle and melodious, and seductive. At the same time, the door was knocked. Chapter 10 I Haven't Seen You. Pei Zugoi opened his eyes, and there was still undissipated emotion and lust in his dark eyes. However, just when Jiang Ruoli thought it was coming to an end, Pei Zugoi suppressed it again. The man buried between her neck and said in a low voice, "Let alone, let's continue." Jiang Ruoli refused to follow him. He was still in the old house and did not dare to mess around. Besides, what if it's the old man who knocks on the door? Pei Zugoi is a shameless man, and she still wants it. Jiang Ruoli was cruel, bowed her head and bit, and then Pei Zugoi finally let go of her. He touched his ears and didn't look angry. Instead, he heard a little joy hiss, "Why do you like to bite people so much?" It was the same that night. The two thoughts of going together. Jiang Ruoli pushed the person who was close to him and urged, "Go open the door quickly, what if it's Grandpa?" Even if he is not happy, Pei Zugoi can only open the door. Wait a minute. Jiang Ruoli grabbed the hem of Pei Zugoi's clothes and raised his hand to button his shirt, covering the spring light that was accidentally torn away by her. "Well, all right. Why is it so cute?" Pei Zugoi clasped her chin and pecked her twice before leaving the study unrelied. So what Yi Dai saw was Pei Zugoi with a cold face and an angry face. What's the matter? Pei Zugoi didn't expect to see Yi Dai after opening the door, and his impatience was undisguised. "Your room is downstairs." When Yi Dai came, she specially changed into a nightgown and put on plain makeup. Chaw felt sorry for her. At this moment, she was holding a small medicine box in her hand, as if she was very guilty. However, Pei Zugoi was stunned as if he didn't see it, and there was no trace of waves on his expression. "Zugoi, I'm here to deliver wine to Miss Jiang." Didn't she fall and get hurt? What happened just now was my fault. Ah, there was an exclamation in the room. Pei Zugoi's expression restrained, shook the door, turned around and walked back. Yi Dai hurriedly stretched out his hand to block the door that was about to close, and followed in. After Pei Zugoi left the study, Jiang Ruoli tidied up and followed him out. Stinky man, the Cheongsom is about to be rubbed out of shape. Be sure to let him lose money. She turned her eyes and saw the basket of white roses that Pei Zugoi asked someone to cut for her. Probably because it was cut in a hurry, the thorns on the branches were not cut cleanly, and there were still 1 or 2 small sword thorns that were not easy to find. Jiang Ruoli was careless and naturally didn't see it, so Glory was stabbed. Small drops of blood immediately oozed from the fragile fingertips. Ah, this is her subconscious reaction. She just wanted to smoke 2 tissues, but she didn't expect that Pei Zugoi was faster than her. What's the matter? His eyes fell on her fingertips, and Pei Zugoi frowned and lowered his head. An indescribable feeling surged in my heart in an instant, and he actually kissed. As soon as Yi Dai came in, he saw this scene. In addition to jealousy, it is more shocking. I thought Pei Zugoi and Miss Jiang were just an emotional marriage, but I didn't expect that the two were so close. This is Pei Zugoi, who has been a college classmate for 4 years but couldn't even let her meet a finger, but now she kisses another woman's fingertips affectionately. Zugoi, this contrived voice pulled back Jiang Ruoli's distant thoughts. Oh, it seems that it was made for this little mother on purpose. Also, what is the big red lantern for wearing like this? Good rustic pajamas. Jiang Ruoli leaned into Pei Zugoi's arms without doing anything, pinching his throat and coquettishly, "Husband, did your father drive auntie out?" Hearing the call, Yi Jie's stiff face became even stiffer. "Lili, I'm here to deliver medicinal wine to you." Hearing her name, Jiang Ruoli and Pei Zugoi frowned at the same time. No, I'm not so familiar with you. My husband and I are going to have a rest. If you are free, you can go." After eating the closed door on Jiang Ruoli's side, Yi Dai turned around and changed the target to Pei Zugoi. In itself, she also wants to leave a good image for Pei Zugoi. Zugoi. Pei Zugoi didn't raise his head and carefully observed whether there were any residual thorns on Jiang Ruoli's hand. "Honey, your little mother is calling you." Hearing the words, Pei Zugoi pinched Jiang Ruoli's finger. The little girl heard it on purpose. "Didn't Missy hear what my wife said? You have disturbed us." The cold words are like the cold winter ice, with a faint impatience. Yi Dai licked her lips uneasily and smiled bitterly. "The medicinal wine was put here, so I'll go first." As soon as Yi Dai left, Jiang Ruoli quickly withdrew his hand. "Is your father blind? My wife doesn't care if she's dressed like this and wanders around." "Don't worry, I can't let my wife dress like this." Pei Zugoi squeezed his lips and added that he could only shake in front of me. "Jiang Ruoli, stop, I don't have this kind of fetish." "Well, that's good. Put your hand out." Pei Zugoi found a band-aid out of nowhere and carefully wrapped her index finger. He said uneasy, "Be careful when taking a shower." Jiang Ruoli pulled the corners of his mouth, and he recovered after a while. "Oh, you're right. I have to take a shower first." The little girl slipped away and ran fast, leaving Pei Zi to return to the same place. The man smiled, shook his head to the balcony, and made a call. "Tell the dog trainer tomorrow to change the bad habit of pouncing at people, and don't pounce on people at any time." The cold wind blew on his face, and his deep eyes were elusive, but there was a faint tenderness that could not be ignored. "Also, be more careful when cutting roses in the future, and remember to clean up the thorns." I don't know what the other end said, and Pei Zugoi refused in a low voice. "You don't have to bring it. I've already dealt with it." Jiang Ruoli's voice came from the washroom. The volume was not loud, and there was hesitation. "Pei Zugoi." The man on the balcony hung up the phone and turned around and walked in. After taking a shower, Jiang Ruoli found that he had forgotten to bring his pajamas. After thinking about it, he decided to test whether Pei Zugoi was outside. If she is not there, she can just wrap a bath towel and go outside. She tried to call again, "Pei Zugoi, are you outside?" There is no response. Jiang Ruoli breathed a sigh of relief, wrapped the bath towel tightly on his body, and pushed open the door of the washroom. As soon as I opened the door, I bumped into a meat wall. Looking up, the man looked at himself with a smile. "Why don't you respond to me? It's really annoying." Pei Zugoi didn't say anything. He leisurely raised the red nightgown from his fingertips, and his aggressive eyes swept Jiang Ruoli from top to bottom. Straight, naked, and meaningful. Looking for it or looking for me? I don't know if it's because I just took a shower. In short, the heat rose on Jiang Ruoli's face and couldn't dissipate. Pei Zugoi pinched her small chin and shook it casually, with a meaningful tone. "Why are you blushing? Where haven't you seen it?" Chapter 11. Born indifferent, the little fox's bright eyes stared fiercely, shyly snatched the suspender nightgown from the man's hand and hit him backwards. "Did you turn on the floor heating? Why is it so hot?" Pei Zugoi followed her meaning and hummed. If she teased her again, she would be really angry. Looking down, his eyes fell on Jiang Ruoli's white and tender feet. His tone was a little unhappy, but more helpless. Jiang Ruoli, the feet grow out to wear shoes. Why can't this bad problem be changed? Anyway, you didn't answer me in the room, but you did it on purpose. Jiang Ruoli didn't want to listen to Pei Zugoi's preaching, so he turned around and went back to the washroom. You go to another place to take a shower, and I still need to take care of my skin for at least an hour. Bang! The door of the washroom was closed again. Pei Zugoi sighed. I don't know who is used to this temper. The maid of the Pei family's old house was very considerate. He prepared a complete set of skincare products for the newly married young grandmother, which was the same as the one she recently used in Langtingyong. Jiang Ruoli slowly put on the aromatherapy, played music, and a whole set of skincare processes came down for an hour and 5 minutes. Pei Zugoi had already taken a shower. When he saw Jiang Ruoli coming out, he glanced at the time, and it was really estimated that it was more or less. When she came out, the woman also brought a sweet and advanced rose fragrance, which seemed to be pickled. The man leaned on the bed, wearing glasses and not knowing what documents he was looking at, and wearing black pajamas that had not been changed for 800 years. Jiang Ruoli couldn't help wondering whether he had bought several identical sets. His hair didn't blow dry. It seems that boys don't like to blow their hair. Drops of water fall from the hair, into the chest, and then to the abdominal muscles. The reason why he could see it so clearly was that Pei Zugoi didn't know what he was going on in the middle of the night. He didn't fasten several buttons. He was so generously open that it was difficult to ignore it. Want to reveal but not to be exposed is the most charming. This sentence applies to both men and women. Thinking of the muscle curve under the thin pajamas, Jiang Ruoli swallowed physiologically. Pei Zugoi saw that she stood by the bed for a long time without moving. He put down the tablet in his hand and stood there stupidly. What kind of bedtime ritual is this for you? Jiang Ruoli slipped onto the bed. Are you short-sighted? Why don't I see you wearing glasses? Pei Zugoi took off his glasses and rubbed his sour eyebrows to prevent blue light. Jiang Ruoli nodded knowingly. Yes, he is usually busy with work and has to read a lot of documents every day. He will definitely be tired of looking at the screen for a long time. She flatteringly hit the arm of the man beside her, smiling cleverly. Then can you help me get a pair too to you? What are you doing? I'm also tired of playing mobile phones, okay? Stingy. Pei Zugoi laughed and should have thought of her brain circuit. Okay, I'll ask someone to make a new pair some other day. What do you like? Jiang Ruoli just said it casually and replied indifferently, just the same as you. The main reason is that Pei Zugoi is quite handsome in it. Pei Zugoi smiled. Okay, then book the same as me. After saying that, he turned over and raised his hand to turn off the light in the room, leaving only a dim yellow night light. After a few movements, the mouth in front of his chest seemed to open wider. In the dark, Jiang Ruoli's boldness suddenly became bigger. She attributed this to the fact that the sweet wine in the wine brewed little round for dinner may be a little high, which made it difficult for her to stop the male sex. Pei Zugoi, I have an unspleased request. I want to touch your abs. Pei Zugoi was stunned, and his thin lips in the dark gently raised. Will you not do it if I say no? Don't talk about me like those rogues outside. We are married, which is legal. Legal. Jiang Ruoli affirmed it twice, and then Pei Zugoi felt the soft and boneless little hand pressed against his chest. He clasped his dishonest little hand on his chest. Why is it a little cold? Jiang Ruoli was about to continue. Unexpectedly, he was at a disadvantage. He was trapped in his chest as soon as he arrived. Don't matter. I'm indifferent by nature. I need your abdominal muscles to warm up. For a long time, Pei Zugoi's slightly depressed voice sounded again. Lily. What are you doing? Can't he touch me if he can? In this case, Pei Zugoi was a little uninterested when he heard that the name of an unrelated person was true. He subconsciously frowned and turned over and pressed the person under him. She. What does it have to do with her? Unexpectedly close contact, Jiang Ruoli leaned against 2 fingers and her curled eyelashes flashed. Isn't he your first love? You see, she was full of tea all night today. She still wants to hook up with her son when she has me. I'm always angry with you. Pei Zugoi pulled the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were a little more shocked. Where did you hear this? Jiang Ruoli sighed. I know this kind of thing is a shame for men. My first love has become a stepmother, and I have to change my face and leave the city. That little face can change 10 expressions a minute, and in a blink of an eye, it has a smug smile. But now you have married such an excellent woman as me, which can be regarded as a blessing from disaster. That little green tea is not as good as me, is it? Although it's just a marriage, Jiang Ruoli's main focus is a self-confidence. After listening to her grumbling, Pei Zugoi probably understood what those gossips were about. He put one hand on Jiang Ruoli's side. He raised the finger of the other hand and gently tapped the woman's head. It was wind or rain. I had nothing to do with you. Jiang Ruoli rubbed his forehead, pouted and nodded. Yes, yes, no. The perfunctory tone doesn't care when I hear it. Pei Zugoi was laughed in an instant. She and I are just in the same school, not even the same major. In total, we can't say more than 10 sentences. How can we become our first love girlfriend? The man's eyes drooped and his eyes turned cold. This kind of gossip seemed to have to be dealt with by Motosuka. Feeling a chill around him, Jiang Ruoli squirted his mouth and poked Pei Zugoi's muscles with his index finger. Isn't it true? Is the big red lantern mentally ill? What are you doing all night? Pei Zugoi nodded and held Jiang Ruoli's restless finger. But you are right about something. She really can't even compare with your finger. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli's fox eyes bent like a crescent moon in an instant and muttered, actually, I don't think your father likes Yi Dai very much. Look at today's meal, he didn't speak for her, but Yi Dai served him. A mouth murmured all night, all mentioning some irrelevant people. Pei Zugoi's patience was exhausted. The throat knot rolled up and down a few times, and the direction turned Jiang Ruoli to himself. It's time to rest. He held Jiang Ruoli's little hand and kissed it. His movements were intimate, and his eyes were restrained but hot. Feeling unusual enthusiasm, Jiang Ruoli leaned back, yawned and smiled. You're right, it's time to rest. But the man's big palm pressed on the butterfly bone, with a little force, and easily pressed her down. The warm breath pressed against the woman's ear, and the low voice seemed to be a silent temptation. Didn't you read a small website? Can you show me the learning results? Chapter 12 The White Moonlight is not necessarily a person. Jiang Ruoli was stunned and put his hands desperately on the man's chest. He was delicate, shy and annoyed. This matter can't be over, right? I hate Xu Moan so much. I didn't even have time to see it. She didn't lie. As soon as she entered, the policeman's phone called me as fast as lightning. Pei Zugoi couldn't help laughing out loud. He raised his hand to pinch Jiang Ruoli's blushing face, and pressed him down and kissed him. The warm breath sprayed on the skin, making people's heads become drowsy and their mouths and tongues dry. The man kissed and coaxed, then you should study hard from now on. Jiang Ruoli raised his eyes and fell into the dark ink-colored pupils, unable to move. I only remember the last sentence I heard before I lost my mind. The old house is not soundproof, remember to lower your voice. The moonlight is gentle, and the roses are stained with fur. The breeze blew up the screen window and rolled up a gentle room. On the other side of the house, Yi Dai couldn't fall asleep for a long time. From the first day of college, she looked up to Pei Zugoi. But he never saw her existence, and he didn't even leave a look. Yi Dai was born in an ordinary family. Her father was a gambler and her runaway mother was the home she tried her best to escape. A few years ago, by chance, Yi Dai met Pei's father. She understood that this was a life-saving straw to change her fate. The Pei family has long been taken over by Pei Zugoi, and Pei's father did not have any real power. People's ambition will grow. Gradually, Yi Dai began to be dissatisfied, whether material or spiritual. Is Pei Zugoi really subdued by a delicate young lady like Jiang Ruoli who only loses her temper? Why are you tossing and turning without sleeping? Yi Dai was shocked, turned over and hugged her, and said coquettishly, Husband, I miss you. Pei's father pushed her away. She was tired today. Let's do it next time. The night shines on Yi Dai's unwilling and twisted face. Multiplied by Jiang Ruoli doesn't have the habit of recognizing the bed, and the bedding in the old house is also of the same brand as Lengtingyo, but this sleep is not peaceful. In the dream, she didn't know why she kept running behind Pei Zugoi, but the man didn't turn his head to look at her, but just walked forward. Pei Zugoi. She roared and smashed the limited edition platinum bag in her hand. Finally, Pei Zugoi stopped. What's the matter? Jiang Ruoli's indifferent and unhappy face was something she had never seen before, and she couldn't help shrinking. As soon as the scene changed, she came to Pei Zugoi's office. The man pinched her fingers and did not pity the jade at all. Jiang Ruoli, you'd better make it clear that we are a marriage without feelings. Don't cross the line. There was a pain in his arm that could not be ignored, and Jiang Ruoli woke up from his dream. No wonder I was running desperately in my dream. When I woke up, my legs were sore as if I had run the whole marathon. She tried to move her body, and the pain came. His Pei Zugoi, the culprit, hasn't woken up today. He closed his eyes, resting one arm under her neck and the other arm around her waist. Why do these eyelashes feel longer than women's? The bridge of the nose is so straight that you can slide, right? The lip shape is really good, but it's a little thin. The old people all say that people with thin lips are less affectionate. Jiang Ruoli raised his hand and pinched Pei Zugoi's lips. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. She is so tired that he can still sleep so comfortably. Humph, how can a 37-degree mouth say such cold and ruthless words? I can only say this. The second half of the sentence is the key point. Pei Zugoi frowned slightly, closed his eyes and held his restless little hand. He slept for a while, good boy. What's so good? Just go to sleep. Who can sleep more than you? Jiang Ruoli twisted her body and escaped from the man's arms. Pei Zugoi also woke up at this time. When he opened his eyes, he saw the little girl's angry face. What's the matter again? Again? Oh, not really. I have to get up and have breakfast with Grandpa. There is no such rule in our family. I was too tired yesterday. Good boy, sleep alone more time. That's not good. Even if it's a plastic marriage with no feelings, I have to do my best on the surface. I can't embarrass the Jiang family. After saying that, Jiang Ruoli jumped out of bed and went into the washroom without looking back. Pei Zugoi pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Who provoked the little ancestor early in the morning? When he got up, the quilt slipped down his waist, revealing his excellent muscle lines. On the ground was his black pajamas, which was peeled off by the little girl last night. Further to the side, there is a wrinkled tie. Last night, he tied it to Jiang Ruoli's hand with his own hands, and then leaned over to gag her mouth. Separated by a door, Jiang Ruoli looked at herself in the mirror. Her neck and chest were full of stars. The most hateful thing is that there are 2 obvious red marks on the wrist. It's not as good as a beast. Tie her up on the bed and strangle him in the dream. It's a bastard. When Jiang Ruoli went down, Grandpa Pei was already drinking tea in the living room. The sunlight shone in through the huge floor-to-ceiling window and sprinkled on the Chinese coffee table with yellow flowers and pear wood. Grandpa Pei also had a parrot jumping down on the bird cage. Mr. Pei, who didn't smile, was still a little serious, and he could see the demeanor of leading the army to fight in those years. Fortunately, I didn't see an annoying person. Good morning, Grandpa. As soon as Mr. Pei saw Jiang Ruoli, he immediately smiled and became a kind old man. The little girl should be like this. She is full of vitality and likable. Li is awake. Why don't you sleep a little more? Go to breakfast. The back chef has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Okay, I'm going to eat right away. Grandpa, what is Chi-Chi doing? Jiang Ruoli pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chi-Chi was standing obediently on the lawn, and there was a strange man standing in front of him. It's Chi-Chi's dog trainer to correct its bad habits. Jiang Ruoli muttered, poor thing too, it seems that the Pei family is the king of roll, and even being a dog is uneasy. The servant served the steaming breakfast to the table, and Jiang Ruoli moved his index finger. Her favorite is the small wonton made by the chef of the Pei family, which she can't forget after eating it once. Who said that the white moonlight must be a human? Jiang Ruoli felt that the Pei family's chicken soup wonton was her white moonlight. Grandma, these are rose rice vinegar, chili sauce and pepper oil. Which one do you want? Thank you. I can add it myself. Okay. The servant smiled and put several small plates in front of Jiang Ruoli. It is said that the eldest lady of the Jiang family is delicate and rude. Now, she looks like a rich lady from a big family. She is very polite and temperamental. Unlike the continuation of Mrs. Pei, she is one set in of the old man and another set in private. She is very popular with the servant. In addition to small wontons, the kitchen also prepares small snacks such as scallion fried buns, corn cakes, and crystal shrimp dumplings. The portion is not much, which is very suitable for Jiang Ruoli, who wants to try everything. Jiang Ruoli can't eat spicy food. When it is too spicy, she will blush and her heart beat faster, and she will sweat and cry. When she was a child, she went to the doctor and said that her body was allergic to capsaicin. In the bright and neat restaurant, the delicate woman first took a sip of steaming original chicken soup base, narrowed her talking eyes, and looked in a good mood. The man's eyes are gentle, and a rare smile appears on his face. Young master, is it still iced American? Chapter 13. What happened to him last night? After a few spoonfuls of wonton soup, Jiang Ruoli felt warm all over. Then, she added several spoonfuls of rose rice vinegar to the fragrant wonton. She can't eat spicy food, but she likes sour and sweet. As soon as he looked up, he saw Pei Zugoi sitting down opposite her. After a while, the servant handed over a cup of iced Americano at the right time. Jiang Ruoli muttered in a low voice and drank shobu water every day. Pei Zugoi's breakfast was very simple, a cup of iced Americano and a sandwich. It's completely different from her. Where are you going later? I'll send you after eating. Jiang Ruoli bit the saliva-fried bun, and the rich soup mixed with the meat flavor almost burned his tongue. She replied vaguely, no, I made an appointment with Yang Yan and Mine to go shopping today, in 2 directions with Pei. The steamed bun choked a little, and she shouted, Auntie, pour me a glass of milk. The maid's aunt went to the refrigerator to get fresh milk in response to the sound. As soon as she took it out, she heard Jiang Ruoli say casually, don't heat it, just pour it directly into the cup. No way. Warm it up for her and then bring it here. Pei Zugoi's tone is not serious, but it has a power that is difficult to refuse. The maid's aunt turned around and poured the milk into the small milk pot. Drinking ice milk early in the morning is not good for the stomach. Pei Zugoi explained patiently. The little girl didn't say anything, but she was not very convinced. Obviously, she was still drinking iced Americano. Is his stomach iron? Jiang Ruoli was still angry about that dream, but it was just a dream, and he couldn't really blame him. He was even more angry. She didn't say anything and buried herself in it. Jiang Ruoli ate slowly. When the person opposite finished breakfast, she was still drinking hot milk slowly. Pei Zugoi didn't seem to have any schedule today. He leaned leisurely on the chair and played with his mobile phone. What she didn't know was that the motosuka outside had been waiting for the cage to come back to sleep. Alipay to the account 520-0000. In fact, Jiang Ruoli didn't set up this prompt tone. It was a whim a few days ago, but I didn't expect to receive such a large transfer today. Strangely, Jiao's quarterly dividend is not today either. At this moment, everyone looked over, including Pei Zigui, with a clear smile in the corners of their eyes. She stared and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a rich beauty?" Jiang Ruoli turned on his mobile phone doubtfully and found that the transferee was Pei Zigui. The transfer note is, kiss fee. Jiang Ruoli looked over in an instant, and his eyes knocked out countless question marks. A kiss is 25,000, you said it yourself yesterday. Only then did Jiang Ruoli realize that the man took her joke seriously. Isn't that just a kiss? Pei Zigui looked at the little fox, and his dark eyes exuded a meaningful smile. Not only. Could it be the wedding night plus last night? Boom. There are still outsiders here. What are you talking about? Why is your face so red? The man's voice was smiling, deliberately teasing her. Jiang Ruoli patted his warm cheek and denied it. No, the wonton just now was a little spicy. Why don't you go to work yet? Is Pei's family going bankrupt? Pei Zigui picked up the small bag that Jiang Ruoli put on the table, looked ordinary, and sent you there by the way. Free hitchhiker rides are not available for free. When passing by the lawn, Chi-Chi was in class, salivating at the chicken stick in the dog trainer's hand. As soon as he saw Jiang Ruoli, his tail swayed like a propeller and couldn't stop. Chi-Chi, listen to the teacher carefully, do you understand? The dog trainer was a young man. When he saw Jiang Ruoli for the first time, he was instantly attracted by the woman's beautiful face. Miss, don't worry, in less than 2 days, Chi-Chi will get rid of the bad habits. Really, so awesome. The woman's sweet praise made the dog trainer scratch his head shyly. No, Jiang Ruoli, can't you leave? Oh, go. She squatted down and touched Chi-Chi's hairy head, and reluctantly said goodbye. Chi-Chi is good, I'll come back to see you in a while. I still want to say something to Chi-Chi. Pei Zigui seemed to have lost his patience and took her hand and went straight to the gate. The next second, the dog trainer looked at the backs of the two leaving. The man turned his head, and his deep eyes were full of coldness. Motsuk was drowsy in the car, and the first word he said was the sweet greeting of the boss's wife. Motosuka, good morning. Madam, good morning. It's so early. What time is it? He waited so that his mobile phone was almost out of power. Then there was the boss's cold and ruthless notice. Go to find a new dog trainer, and this one will give him 3 times the salary. Okay, Mr. Pei? Assistant Ma was keenly aware that his parents were not in a good mood today. As a professional assistant to the president, the principal was not to ask why. But someone will always ask. For example, Mrs. Pei. Why? Pei Zigui threw the platinum bag to the seat and said lightly, he is not professional enough. Put it on gently. This is my treasure. Just change it. Anyway, she doesn't have to pay for it, but she bought this platinum bag with real money. Jiang Ruoli helped up the bag distressedly. Assistant Ma, please take me to Yuhai Road. Yuhai Road is 2 different directions from the place they are going to. Mr. Pei. Pei Zigui glanced over coldly and said in a low voice, don't you know Yuhai Road? Mo helped coldly and inadvertently hit the car and started the car quickly. He knows Yuhai Road. What he is afraid of is that his boss doesn't know Yuhai Road. How big a circle does it have to go around? Bye, thank you for your hard work. When Jiang Ruoli got out of the car, Motosuka couldn't hide his anxiety. Mr. Pei, Mr. Li is already waiting for you. Well, I'll send you a bottle of red wine sent 2 days ago later. Just think of it as an apology. Jiang Ruoli walked into a house on Yuhai Road with a bag and high heels. When you enter the house, you will see camellias in full bloom. There is also a small swing in the yard, which has a unique flavor. This is the property left to her by Shen Jie's late parents, and she lives here alone. Oh, by the way, there is also a ragdoll cat. Jiang Ruoli often feels that only Shen Jie can live such a poetic life. For example, take care of these flowers and plants by yourself, or make those miscellaneous fragrances by yourself. Shen Jie's beauty is completely different from that of Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli's beauty is bright and touching, delicate and sweet, while Shen Jie's beauty has a sense of fragmentation, as if it will break at the touch. At this moment, she is holding the ragdoll cat and basking in the sun, which is as beautiful as if it were transparent. Lily, here you are. Jiang Ruoli put it away and just pressed it. The mobile phone with the shutter turned off smiled at Shen Jie. I miss you so much. Kiss your aunt quickly. The little puppet meowed at her, clinging tightly, which made Jiang Ruoli's heart melt. After a while, Xu Mulman also arrived, and the 3 of them gathered together as if they had endless words to say. Of course, it is mainly Xu Mulman and Jiang Ruoli talking about it. Therefore, Pei Zigui not only didn't care about your entry into the police station, but also gave you a large sum of money. Jiang Ruoli's slender fingers fiddled with her long chestnut-colored curly hair like seaweed, and her eyelashes blinked gently. So I'll invite you to the spa and have a big meal, by the way. Xu Moan held his chin and couldn't believe it for a long time. It was ridiculous, simply absurd. Pei Zugoi actually took your illogical and inexplicable words seriously. Jiang Ruoli snorted angrily. Why did I enter the police station? Shen Jian sneered. Well, I can't blame Alain for this. Xu Moan nodded crazily beside him. That's right, didn't you say that Pei Zugoi was not interested in you? Scholars can't stand it. Jiang Ruoli patted the table and blurted out, I didn't say that Pei Zugoi was very interested in me. Last night, he also. Oh. What happened to him last night? Chapter 14 TVB can shoot several seasons. Jiang Ruoli almost fell into Xu Moan's language trap. Fortunately, he stopped talking in time. Not much. Oh, I'm hungry. Why hasn't anyone delivered food yet? Shen Jian poured a cup of tea for Jiang Ruoli and comforted her in a soft voice, it should be soon. I ordered the dishes of Marian restaurant. Is Lily hungry? Let's have some snacks first. As soon as the words fell, someone rang the doorbell outside the yard. The delivery man must have come. I'll get it. Jiang Ruoli also got up with me. I'll go with you. When I opened the door, it was not the delivery man in the restaurant that appeared, but a young man in a suit and leather shoes. The other party respectfully raised the lunchbox in his hand and smiled politely. Miss Shen, this is the meal you ordered. Shen Jian also seemed to be a little surprised, and her eyes slid through her eyes. Zhou Suke, why are you? It was Mr. Li's instruction, saying that Miss Shen was going to invite her friends to her home today. Although she faintly guessed when she saw Zhou Suke, Shen Jian had a strange feeling when she heard his straightforward explanation. She stretched out her hand to take it. Give it to me. Zhou Suke hurriedly withdrew the bag in his hand, and he didn't dare to let the one in front of him do it himself. After following Mr. Li for so many years, Miss Shen was the first woman to stay in Liyang, even in the guest room. Although I don't know the specific relationship between the two people, it is always different from others. I'm bothering Miss Shen to lead the way. If I let the two ladies do it, I'm afraid Mr. Li will scold me for not being a gentleman enough. Zhou Suke is a native of Hong Kong. He speaks a few words of English from time to time, and even Mandarin has a little accent. Jiang Ruoli watched the play for a long time and finally understood it. This man is the assistant named Mr. Li, and the food in his hand was specially delivered by Mr. Li. As for the legendary Mr. Li, he should know her family Yang Yang, and they have a close relationship. Okay, it's spicy, please ask Lei, then please, to help us send it in, thank you. She playfully learned from Zhou Sue's way of speaking and turned around into the yard with Shen Jian. Let's go. Don't let anyone's little assistant be scolded. It's not easy for them to be assistants. Like our assistant Ma, I think it's quite hard for him to follow Pei Zugoi, the great demon king, every day. Before leaving, Zhou Suke did not forget to take out the food boxes one by one and put them back into the exquisite tableware. By the way, clean up the garbage and throw it into the trash can. Miss Shen, if there is nothing else, I will go first. Okay, thank you, Zhou Suke. Miss Shen, you're welcome. It's a matter of your business. Jiang Ruoli looked at a table of neatly arranged dishes and asked seriously, Yang Yang, is he really just an assistant to the president? I don't know which restaurant I thought I had trained as a back chef, and I don't know if Pei Zigoi's special assistant is also such a decathlon. Shen Jian nodded. Zhou Suo is very powerful. He graduated more. Jiang Ruoli and Xu Moan exclaimed at the same time, do you know this? Shen Jian bit her red lips lightly, which was said by Mr. Li that day. She joked that she asked Zhou Shuo to help her pick up the porridge bathed in the pet store. The man held the golden glasses and seemed to smile. He looked at her with a smile and said, Miss Shen, are you sure you want an excellent graduate to do such a thing? But then, Rolls-Royce turned around and drove to the pet store. I just wanted to ask, who is the Mr. Li you are talking about? Shen Jian withdrew her thoughts, her clear and agile eyes flashed, and she whispered out 3 words, Li Yangzhou. Accompanied by the crisp sound of chopsticks falling on the plate, Yi Moan stared wide-eyed and repeated uncertainly, Li Yangzhou. Li Yangzhou, the boss of the Li family in Hong Kong. Shen Jian nodded and handed over a pair of chopsticks again. Jiang Ruoli has also heard of the Li family in Hong Kong. After all, his grandfather joked that it was good to marry the Li family. After being known by Grandpa Pei, he was so angry that their Pei family was no worse than the Li family. However, Hong Kong City is not as good as Jiang City. Jiang Ruoli can't understand Hong Kong City dialect. If she really wants to marry, she might as well choose the Pei family. At least Pei Zigoi's skin is still good. The head of the Li family knows what he looks like. Besides, I heard that the Li family was also complicated and chaotic, so she didn't go through this muddy water. Yang Yang, why did you get involved with Li Yangzhou? Shen Jian stopped peeling the shrimp, raised her eyes and whispered, do you remember Aunt Wanhua of Qingshan Temple? The two nodded in unison. Shen Jian's grandmother practiced in Qingshan Temple very early. So Shen Jian went to Qingshan Temple from a very young age and lived for a while from time to time. It can be said that she grew up in the temple. There are many kind-hearted grandmothers in the temple, and Aunt Wanghua moved in later. Shen Jiyan remembered that Aunt Wanghua had a very beautiful long hair. But she asked the abbot to shave it on the first day of her arrival. She secretly hid behind the lotus pillar. At that moment, she still can't forget Aunt Wanghua's eyes. Coincidentally, Aunt Wanghua introduced me to work in Liyong, so now I am the incense master of Mr. Li's family. Jiang Ruoli asked the most direct question, so this Aunt Wanghua belongs to Li Yangzhou. She is Mr. Li's mother. Jiang Ruoli peeled a shrimp and put it in Shen Jia's bowl. He shook his head and sighed, TSK, this Li Yangzhou is still an old man with a story. His biological father died unexpectedly, and his biological mother practiced as a monk. He stood firm in a place like the Li family that eats people and does not spit bones. He can shoot several seasons on TVB. Hearing this, Shen Jiyan lowered her eyebrows and didn't know what she was thinking. Xu Molan frowned puzzledly, old man. According to the information, isn't he only 29 years old? Jiang Ruoli is righteous and strong. Pei Zugoi is 4 years older than me. He is 1 year older than Pei Zugoi. Why is he not old? Xu Molan was impressed by the logical thinking of the young lady and drank several mouthfuls of water speechlessly. Then Yang Yan and I are 1 year older than you. According to this logic, we are also old women. Jiang Ruoli's little mouth curled up, her cherry-like lips opened and closed, and her crescent-like eyes made her smile. No, we will always be beautiful women. Beautiful women will never be defined by age, which is different from those stinky men. If you don't say it's a little fox, it makes people happy with a casual sentence. Xu Molan foolishly served a bowl of shredded chicken soup to the young lady. Hee, you're right. Try this. This is the signature of Mangying restaurant. Hearing the word signboard, Shen Jia's eyes fell on another dish. The man's cold voice seemed to come to my ear. Outsiders say that this chicken soup is the signature dish. In fact, Mangying's real signature dish is this flour egg roll. It is not simple, but it is a great test of the chef's skills. Try it. Seeing Shen Jiyan in a daze, Jiang Ruoli touched her arm. Yang Yan, do you want to try this signature dish? Shen Jiyan came back to her senses and said with a light smile, well, it's better to be respectful than to obey orders. In the afternoon, Jiang Ruoli took 2 good sisters to the beauty salon she funded, but she didn't expect to meet an uninvited guest. Chapter 15 Plastic Husband. In addition to the dividends of Jiang's shares, Jiang Ruoli also invests in some industries in his spare time. Because she has to go to the beauty salon for care from time to time, which is convenient and safe, she opened an integrated beauty center 2 years ago. Mr. Jiang, are you here, or is it arranged in a private room upstairs? Jiang Ruoli nodded and asked 2 skilled beauticians to come over and make an essential oil spa for us. Okay, Mr. Jiang, this way, please. The 3 of them were about to go upstairs, but they heard an unpleasant noise behind them. The woman's voice sounded indignant. I asked Ping Ping to come and make a face for me. What do you mean that Ping Ping is not free? The staff on the side explained with a smile, I'm sorry, madam, Ping Ping is already serving others, and you didn't make an appointment in advance, so I'm really sorry. Shall I arrange another beautician for you right away? Xu Moan pestled Jiang Ruoli's arm, looking optimistic. Isn't that your cheap cousin? Mr. Jiang, don't you care if someone makes trouble? Speaking of Jiang Ningnu, a cheap cousin, he likes to follow Jiang Ruoli's buttocks since he was a child, imitating her in all kinds of ways. However, Jiang Ruoli doesn't like to pay attention to her at all. Jiang Ningning is not a bad person, but he has a temper and lacks a brain. Jiang Ruoli sneered, which was embarrassing. Jiang Ningning didn't seem to listen at all and pointed at the staff angrily. Do you know who I am? Never mind, I'm going to press it for me today. The crisp woman's voice appears behind me. Can I press it for you? Jiang Ningning hugged her hands and turned her head. What are you? Jiang Ruoli. As soon as he saw Jiang Ruoli, more than half of Jiang Ningning's unforgiving momentum was extinguished. Why are you here? Let me tell you, this store is not good. Don't come next time. Hearing the words, Xu Moan couldn't help laughing, and the woman's face was directly pressed against her face. Jiang Ningning stamped his feet fiercely and questioned, Xu Moan, what are you laughing at? Xu Moan didn't want to provoke this difficult little ancestor, so he held back his smile. No, laugh that you are dressed beautifully today. Jiang Ruoli cleared his throat and told the staff next to him. Did you hear me? Miss Jiang said that our store would not come next time, and Miss Jiang would not be allowed to enter in the future. Jiang Ningning was stunned. Is this store yours? Jiang Ruoli raised his thin eyebrows and responded silently. Cousin, I didn't mean it. If I had known this was your store, I would have. Jiang Ningning's squeezed apology did not get Jiang Ruoli's preference, but frowned more tightly. Also, don't go out all day long in the name of the Jiang family. Do you think you are me? Jiang Ningning shifted his mouth and didn't dare to refute half a word. He replied unhappily, I see, cousin. Then can I still come to your store? Jiang Ruoli didn't say anything, but Shen Jiyan was soft-hearted and spoke at the right time. Well, the gift is also for your good. Just pay attention next time. There is a saying that she said is quite right. You are not polite. When people see her beautiful, they may pity her. If you are so indecisive next time, in case you meet someone with a bad temper and do this directly, it will be too late to save you. Jiang Ningning gasped his chest and couldn't go up and down. Finally, he apologized to the staff and left the beauty salon. Before leaving, she also specially told her to keep Ping Ping for her next time. If she didn't know it, she thought Ping Ping was her biological mother. In the VIP private beauty salon on the third floor, Xu Moan's unconverted laughter came from. Ha 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 ha, it's too late to be saved even if you are beaten. It must be you, Yang Yang. Why didn't I know that your mouth was so poisonous? Yang Yang is not wrong. Jiang Ningning really can't learn from me. Jiang Ruoli took off her clothes and lay on the nursing bed, revealing a large area of white back. The beautician was applying natural essential oil to her body. Having seen so many women's bodies, Miss Jiang is really the best in terms of figure and skin. It is not only smooth and delicate, but also white and glowing. I don't know which man is so blessed. Shen Jiyan lay on the head of the bed and said with a light smile, I'm telling the truth. As if thinking of something, she turned her head to Jiang Ruoli. Lili, did Jiang Ningning almost marry the Pei family before? Jiang Ruoli hummed in a low voice. Indeed, the Jiang family was reluctant to marry Jiang Ruoli so early, and planned to introduce the marriage of Jiang Ningning and the Pei family. At first, the old man of the Pei family was quite satisfied with Jiang Ningning, but later he still strongly demanded to marry Jiang Ruoli and go home. Pei even gave up a piece of hot land. I heard from my parents that the Pei family disliked Jiang Ningning's poor grades and failed the subject, which affected the genes of future generations. Shen Jiyan frowned and looked puzzled. Such an absurd reason. Who knows? The Pei family may like this. Under the reminder of the beautician, Jiang Ruoli turned over and showed a beautiful figure curve. The softness on the chest almost fascinated the beautician. Mr. Jiang, do you need a chest massage, by the way? Jiang Ruoli subconsciously refused, no need. She seems to dislike others touching her private parts, even if she is a professional female beautician. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli didn't realize at all that he didn't seem to reject Pei Zigoi's touch. Jiang Ruoli. Xu Moan exclaimed, which scared the other two to death. Why are you so surprised? If I remember correctly, have you also restudied the history of Western philosophy in your university? Others may not know about this, but as Jiang Ruoli's roommate, Xu Moan is very clear. At the beginning of the prehistoric examination of Western philosophy, Jiang Ruoli stayed up several nights for nothing else, just to catch up with a popular TV series at that time. Of course, the result is also very tragic. The TV series is cool, and the course has also been retaken. The renovation fee abroad was very expensive, and Miss Jiang was distressed for a while at that time. With this mention, Jiang Ruoli naturally remembered it. She pulled the corners of her stiff mouth. Xu Moan, sometimes your memory cannot be so good. Shen Jiyan smiled. It seems that the Pei family has not found out abroad and does not know about this matter. Xu Moan yawned and was sleepy. Don't worry, I won't tell you about this, and you can be your wife with peace of mind. After 2 hours of spa, 3 people enjoyed another afternoon tea, which was comfortable and refreshing. Lili, shall we have hot pot later? If you can't eat spicy food, let's order 2 more pot bottoms. Shen Jiyan also agreed with a smile, I can do it. At the same time, Jiang Ruoli's mobile phone vibrated. Xu Moan glanced at 4 big words, plastic husband. If you don't say it, people in your city will play, not only to call you husband, but also to add a plastic prefix. This relationship is really elusive. Chapter 15. He said he was drunk. Jiang Ruoli picked up the phone and just fed it. Pei Zigoi's clear voice came from the end of the receiver, when will you go home? Ask someone to pick you up. Jiang Ruoli heard that the stinky man was in charge of her. Just got married like this. Won't you have no freedom in the future? She raised her chin and hummed. Yang Yang and I are going to eat hot pot. You don't have to pick me up. The other end of the phone was muted for 2 seconds, and Pei Zigoi's voice could not hear the joy and anger. It's over to call me. Jiang Ruoli's voice raised a little, as if he was creating momentum for himself. I will go home myself, brother. This is Jiangcheng, not Myanmar. Pei Zigoi frowned and said in a tone that he can't refuse, right? Who was the last person to enter the police station? All right, send me the address. This matter probably won't last a lifetime. Be good and obedient. The voice was clear and mixed with a little hoarseness, like a light feather sweeping over the ear, crisp and numb, which made people's hair itch. Jiang Ruoli clenched his mobile phone, and there was a little temper in his delicate voice. I see, it's annoying. Hanging up the phone, she subconsciously held down her abnormally beating heart. Oh no, I was almost deceived by the dog man. The 3 of them chose a newly opened hot pot restaurant. Shen Jiyan was just halfway through the meal when she was called away by a phone call. And at the door is the long-awaited double license plate, Maibok. Miss Shen, I'll pick you up. Shen Jiyan did not get on the car immediately, and her clear eyes stared at Zhou Sorka, whom she had only seen in the morning. Since you are Miss Shen, Joe Sawker secretly grabbed the car door and interrupted her. Is it easy for Mr. Lee to have a headache and sleep after drinking? I'm really not very proficient in incense, so I still have to trouble you. Joe Sawker's voice was straightforward and gentle. Miss Shen, Mr. Lee drank a lot with Mr. Pei today. Shen Juyen didn't say anything, frowned slightly, bent down and got into the car. In the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Ruoli was still holding a long discussion about who was going down the last shrimp slide. Xu Moman finally calmed down. She desperately winked at Jiang Ruoli, your husband. In the lively and noisy hot pot restaurant, the voice of chatting is not so real. What? As soon as Jiang Ruoli finished asking, a shadow fell on the right. Pei Zugoi is dressed in a high-end hand-customized suit, which is out of place with the steaming hot pot restaurant full of market atmosphere, like two worlds. From the first second he appeared at the door of the store, he received countless eyes. Why are you here? I haven't asked you to pick me up yet. Pei Zugoi didn't explain much. He just passed by here after finishing work. He noticed that there were several small bowls on the little girl's table. Each of the dipping sauce was different, but there was no chili in it. I guess she was happy to eat. Her coat was taken off by her and thrown aside casually. The tip of her small nose still oozed a thin layer of sweat, and her agile appearance was like flowers stained with dewdrops in the morning. Pei Zugoi took 2 tissues to wipe off the sauce stains on the corners of Jiang Ruoli's mouth. His eyes were pampered, and even his voice was stained with laughter. Have you eaten? Xu Molan was stunned on the opposite side. Is this still the president of Pei, who is afraid of everyone in the business community in Jiangcheng? Jiang Ruoli blinked his eyes and moved his eyebrows slightly. He was full, but he still wanted to eat similu. Similu. Pei Zugoi doesn't seem to understand the relationship between the hot pot restaurant and similu. The hot pot restaurant has after-meal desserts, so as mango simiju and coconut simiju. I want to eat. Jiang Ruoli's voice is delicate, even a little coquettish. Then order one. I want to try both of them. Click both. The two came and went, and Xu Moan was shocked to become a sculpture. Is this a plastic marriage? Whose plastic husband spoils his wife so much? It is estimated that even Jiang Ruoli herself did not realize that the way she and Pei Zugoi get along is very similar to a passionate couple. It seems that Xiao Zuoji can meet the great demon king who tolerates her again. Man, which one do you want? Xu Moman came to his senses, waved his hand, and didn't eat. I had to eat grass for 3 days after eating this meal. You eat. Since your husband is here to pick you up, I'll go first. After all, no one can stand the oppression of Pei Zugoi's eyes except facing Jiang Ruoli. She doesn't want to be a light bulb. Do you need me to send someone to see Miss Jioff? No, I'm driving. Xu Moan took his own things and waved goodbye to Jiang Ruoli. I'll go first. Bye. Bye, let me know when you get home. Ok. What kind of fate do you think it is? When she came, the car she drove was picked up by a luxury car 1 by 1 or 2 when she left, and she had to drive home by herself. Alas. In the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Ruoli moved his buttocks in and pulled Pei Zugoi to sit down next to him. Don't stand all the time. Everyone else has seen it. Pei Zugoi rubbed Jiang Ruoli's head with a smile. When he sat down, Jiang Ruoli smelled a faint smell of red wine, hidden in the aroma of fur. But now, it has been wrapped in the rich flavor of hot pot. Did you drink? Pei Zugoi said in a gentle tone, I drank a little with Li Yanzhou. Don't you like it? Drinking with Li Yanzhou must be good wine. The dessert was served very quickly, and it was served in a few minutes. Pei Zugoi moved Jiang Ruoli's pile of dishes to the corner, and put 2 bowls of similu in front of her. Let's eat. A small silver spoon scooped up the orange-yellow fresh mango and put it in the mouth mixed with milky similu. It was cold and washed away the greasy feeling after the hot pot. The little fox narrowed his eyes and stared at Pei Zugoi. Well, you secretly carry me to drink good food. What are you drinking? A narrow smile appeared on the cold face. Cabernet Sauvignon taken by the French winery. If you like it, there is another bottle at home. But I remember that you seemed to like to drink Riesling. One year, he met Jiang Ruoli in the restaurant. The little girl ordered a light-tasted Riesling. I'll just try it. Can't you bear it? Hearing the words, Pei Zugoi suddenly leaned closer, and the ink in his eyes surged, as if something was eager to break through. The bony hands rearranged Jiang Ruoli's accidentally scattered hair behind his ears, breathing deeply. My things are all Mrs. Pei's. Do you think I'm reluctant? There seems to be a different affection flowing in the eyes of the other. Jiang Ruoli tore off her shaky hair and smiled slightly. Then you can help Mrs. Pei tie her hair first. Her voice is delicate, and there is a little uplifting ending, like a cunning little fox. Pei Zugoi smiled without a word, took the leather strap, and patiently retied it for her. How did you tie your hair? Didn't you say that many boys can't do it? She has also seen a lot of funny videos of a father tying his daughter's hair for the first time. Have you ever tied up your girlfriend before? Pei Zugoi withdrew his hand and stretched a pair of long legs at will. His tone was a little playful, but more spoiled. In the past, there was a little milk doll crying and asking me to comb her princess hair. If it was accidentally hurt, she would cry, and she was delicate. Later, I learned it twice, and it would be good. Jiang Ruoli's heart was slightly sour, as if it was full of carbon dioxide bubbles. Who is it? The eldest lady of the Jiang family. Jiang Ruoli was stunned. Why didn't she remember at all? Don't spit blood on people, I didn't. Pei Zugoi smiled in a low voice. Well, you were too young at that time, and it was normal to forget. If you don't believe it, you can ask your mother. I won't ask. The main reason is that Pei Zugoi doesn't need to tell such a lie, and it's in vain to ask. Jiang Ruoli couldn't help but think of the sentence raised by the elders at the wedding. Lily has liked to pester her children since she was a child, and now she has a lover and eventually becomes a family. By the way, speaking of Li Yanzhou, did you pour people down? Pei Zugoi narrowed his eyes and looked playfully. He said he was drunk. Chapter 17. Following a flowery woman, Pei Zugoi couldn't help but think of the extra swings in the yard and the newly planted white camellia in Liying today. These should not be coincidences. In particular, Li Yanzhou's curious expression pretended to be indifferent after he heard the phone call with Jiang Ruoli. Are your wife and Shen Jian eating out? Pei Zugoi narrowed his eyes slightly and gave him a deep smile. Do you want to know the address? Li Yanzhou's eyes became darker and darker, and the corners of his thin lips raised an arc. He laughed helplessly and in a low voice, I'll give you another percentage. Deal. Multiplied by Li Yan. Through the long and winding corridor, Shen Jian saw Li Yanzhou lying on the sofa in the living room on the first floor with her eyes closed as soon as she entered the door. He seemed to be very uncomfortable, frowning, pressing his temple with his long finger, and holding unburned smoke in his other hand. It seems that he is very drunk. Shen Jian whispered, Mr. Li Yanzhou opened his eyes, and his dark eyes were less oppressive and sharp in the past, and he was a little tired. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Come here. The understated tone has the momentum that the superiors cannot refuse. Shen Jian strode to Li Yanzhou. Mr. Li, I'm going to give you some incense. She was about to leave, but her arm was pulled by the man on the sofa. The white jade-like skin is as soft as tofu, as if it will be broken with a little force. But it also causes people to hide the deep evil invisibly. A few inches up the wrist bone. Li Yanzhou subconsciously pinched it, and his hoarse voice seemed to have been grinded several times in the sandpaper. What's in your hand? Shen Jian bit her lip lightly, and her voice was faint. Passing by the pharmacy, Zhou Sorka said that you were drunk by Mr. Pei. A satisfied smile overflowed from the corner of the man's mouth. Leave it alone. I'll eat it later. Shen Jian obediently put the sober medicine on the coffee table. Can you do massage? Huh. Press it twice for me. I have a headache. Okay. Shen Jian was about to take a detour, but was stopped by Li Yanzhou. No, just press here. After saying that, he pulled Shen Jian to the sofa and leaned down with him. The distance between the two became closer in an instant, as if only each other's breath and the fragrance of each other's bodies were left. After a moment of silence, Li Yanzhou's ink-colored pupils finally looked away and breathed deeply. Let's start. Okay. The light and elegant white flower fragrance touches the deep woody sandalwood, and the thin fingers rub gently to dispel the haze. The night was slightly cool, and the swing in the yard swayed gently in the wind. The newly carried white camellia exuded a light floral fragrance. It was night. Shen Jian was stopped by Li Yanzhou again and stayed in the guest room of Li Yao. It was said that it was late at night for safety reasons. After leaving Li Yanzhou's bedroom and lighting incense for several places in the house, Shen Jian returned to the guest room. There are several messages piled up in the mobile phone. Jiang Ruoli, Yan Yan, then accompany me. At Shen Jian. Shen Jian turned up and knew that Jiang Ruoli was talking about the auction in a few days. Xu Molman is going on a business trip and can't accompany her. Shen Jian, yes, I should have nothing to do. I have a good dream, why don't you ask your husband to accompany you? At Jishodali Jiang Ruoli, what's the point of this kind of thing with a man? It has reference value with sisters. Then let's say it. Yan Yan will accompany me. Shen Jian, okay. Jiang Ruoli, who knows the book and is reasonable. Yan Yan, is Li Yanzhou really drunk? I don't think Pei Zugoi seems to have drunk too much at all. Shen Jian, well, I drank a lot. I promise you a good night, isn't this kind of boss usually good at drinking? Putting down her mobile phone, Shen Jian couldn't help but think of the drunken Li Yanzhou. Compared with the past, she seemed to have the illusion of being close, which was not so scary. On the neck, the place he accidentally touched seemed to be still hot. Multiplied by Lanting Yun, Jiang Ruoli still wanted to continue chatting with his sisters, but his mobile phone was domineeringly snatched by the person next to him. It's time to go to bed. You can sleep if you want. Why do you take my mobile phone? Jiang Ruoli was not convinced and wanted to grab it. Unexpectedly, the dog man took advantage of the length of his hand to hold the mobile phone directly high, and the other hand also clasped her waist. I'm so annoyed with you. Pei Zugoi collected all the photos, and his big hand began to grope restlessly, and his voice became lower and lower. Is the mobile phone more interesting than me? The atmosphere stagnated for a moment, followed by a hot breath, which completely wrapped the woman in her arms. He carelessly pressed Jiang Ruoli's red lips, and his emotions surged into action. The delicate voice overflowed, intertwined with the low coaxing. The night in Jiangcheng is quiet and gorgeous. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky, and the clouds occasionally cover the light, and suddenly disperse playfully. The ethereal and gloomy moonlight is like a layer of fog, pouring into the whole city. Multiplied by at the famous Christie's auction, Jiang Ruoli wore a red slim-knitted skirt with a high-end moonlight white coat. Next to her is Shen Jian in a water-green cheongsong. As soon as two beauties with different styles appeared at the door of the venue, they immediately attracted many people's attention. Let's go to the private room upstairs. Unless he really can't leave, Jiang Ruoli doesn't like to ask buyers to take pictures for him, and more often in person. But Miss Jiang naturally won't crowd in the lobby on the first floor with a bunch of people. In case she encounters an internet celebrity who accidentally gets into the camera, it's still her own bad thing. Miss Jiang, the private room is ready. Please go upstairs. There are bodyguards standing in the passages leading to the second floor, and ordinary people can't walk up. Jiang Ruoli held Shen Jian in his car. As soon as he took 2 steps, he heard a bluffing voice behind him, Ali. Turning his head, a man in a casual sweatshirt stood under the steps with a smile like a fool. Xie Yuren. When did you come back? Xie Yuren grew up with Jiang Ruoli, but strictly speaking, the Xie family should have a closer relationship with the Pei family. However, Xie Yuren and Jiang Ruoli are about the same age, and their personalities are different. They are in the same school all the way, and they play better. As for the university, Xie Yuren went to the front and studied medicine, and in his senior school, he went straight to foreign battlefields to be a doctor without borders. The contact between the two gradually decreased. In Jiang Ruoli's eyes, Xie Yuren is no different from Shen Jian and others. They are so gay. Xie Yuren patted the bodyguard's huge chest muscles, revealing 8 white teeth. Hee, we know each other. I just came back. I didn't expect to meet you here today. What's up? Do you miss me? Jiang Ruoli patted Xie Yuren's hand in disgust. Virtue. I'm thinking that you are a real blessing. No, you took off your pants and there was a prosthesis inside, right? Oh, you guessed it. Do you want to have a look? Xie Yuren is really going to take off his pants. Shen Jian had never seen this momentum. She was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes. Yo, baby Yang Yang is still so inadvertent to knowing that he was joking. Jiang Ruoli kicked over and came up quickly. As soon as he went upstairs, Jiang Ruoli saw motorcycles hurried back. Is Pei Zugoi still here today? More importantly, Motsuk was followed by a well-dressed woman. Chapter 85 Divorce and Property Division. Jiang Ruoli couldn't go in, and Xie Yuren and Shen Jian were also blocked at the door. Miss, what are you looking at? Jiang Ruoli snorted coldly, and her smiling little face instantly became cold. Look at the cuckold on my head. Is it beautiful? Xie Yuren acted with her without any eyes. It's beautiful. What are you not beautiful when you wear it? Ha ha. Jiang Ruoli rolled his eyes and went into the private room angrily. Instead, Shen Jian saw something was wrong and whispered with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ruoli took a sip of the champagne on the side. His tone was calm, but for no reason, he felt that there was a sharp blade hidden. Not much. The plastic husband who bumped into me secretly met the little goblin. Xie Yuren on the side almost knelt down, and the dog's eyes opened wider in shock. When did you get married? You are not talking about Pei Zugoi, are you? Are you two really married? Did he still cheat? A few question marks in a row made people dizzy and even more irritable. Jiang Ruoli held his chin and said in a plain and lazy tone, "It's over. You hadn't come back at that time, and your parents didn't tell you." "Oh, my parents don't think I'm a rebel. Let me tell you." Li. Shen Jian interrupted Xie Yuren. If she didn't interrupt again, she was afraid that she could reach the world. Could it be a misunderstanding? Pei Zugoi doesn't seem to be such a person. Xie Yuren lay on the armrest of the chair and curled his lips. Why didn't he look like it? He has been withered since he was a child, and I have too much say in this. Jiang Ruoli ignored him and looked at Shen Jian. I just saw Motosuka. He took a woman into the private room next door. Do you mean that Pei Zugoi is also here? Jiang Ruoli nodded. Not possible, but definitely. What are you doing here during working hours? Take a woman with you. Even if he comes, he can't go up to the second floor. Xie Yuren understood after listening for a long time. Is it Pei Zugoi who is carrying his family's Ali to raise Xiaosan outside? Do you still want to spend money on things for Xiaosan? Ali, aren't you a commercial marriage plastic relationship? Why are you so angry? Jiang Ruoli smiled back angrily. How can you tell that I'm angry? We grew up together since childhood. How can we not know each other? The champagne glass in Jiang Ruoli's hand was almost crushed by her. Bang! The champagne glass was heavily placed on the table. Fortunately, it's not broken. The quality is really good. It's bearable or unbearable. It's impossible for me to open one eye and close one eye to me, Jiang Ruoli. I'm not those stupid women. If Pei Zugoi really dares to cheat, I will throw away this dirty thing and share half of his family property. Xie Yuren took a breath of cold air and quickly calculated in his mind. Oh my god, then you little rich woman has become a millionaire. Build a hospital and let me be the dean. All right, accompany me to catch adultery first. For his position as dean, Xie Yuren quickly turned on the camera. Next door, as soon as the enchanting woman entered the door, she saw two extraordinary men sitting on both sides. Pei Zugoi didn't raise his head. Someone found it for you. Your second uncle has been with her recently. If there's nothing to do, I'll go first. Li Yanzhou knocked on the table and looked at Pei Zugoi in his spare time. He came and came. Why don't you take a picture of your little ancestors? Pei Zugoi pondered for a moment and sat down again. Jewelry and so on, Xiao Suojing should like it. Li Yanzhou asked a few words in a cold voice. Zhou Sulke was explaining the rest of the time, and the two men were seriously reading tonight's auction manual. With a bang, the door was kicked, and it could be heard that the people outside had used 12 points of effort. Everyone in the room was shocked. What, your enemy's family chased to Jiancheng? Pei Zugoi made fun of Li Yanzhou, and with a wink, Moti was determined to go out to check. What's the matter? After all, it was the person who followed Pei Zugoi. Mota Sulke was indeed very serious when he looked cold. But the person he is facing is Jiang Ruoli, a young lady who is not afraid of heaven and earth. Motsuk, are you making a face for me now? Mota Sulke didn't expect that it was the wife of the president of his family as soon as he opened the door. God, can't he survive tonight? Madam, you misunderstood. I don't like to laugh by nature. Are you here to see Mr. Pei? Only then did Mota Sulke see that in addition to his wife's good friend Miss Shen, there was also a man behind him, holding his mobile phone. Jiang Ruoli waved his hand, pushed away Mota Sulke effortlessly, and went straight in. Pei Zugoi. You'd better explain it to me. The man who was called by his name was not only not angry, but also had a little joy in his eyes. Why are you here? Jiang Ruoli directly smashed the bag at Pei Zugoi's head and covered his face. He inserted his hands and gritted his teeth and said, how can I see you cheating on me if I don't come? Say, who is this woman in low-chested clothes? The woman who was inexplicably cute curled the corners of her mouth and explained, Beauty, what do you say? She doesn't deserve to talk to Jiang Ruoli like this. Pei Zugoi's eyelids were slightly pressed, and his handsome face became cold, and the low pressure spread instantly, which scared the woman to never dare to speak again. Pei Zugoi caught the bag. If I remember correctly, the little girl likes the bag very much recently. His voice was warm and he explained patiently, it's not me, it's Li Yanzhou who has something to do with her. Jiang Ruoli didn't believe it, but his tone was a little more distracted. Don't make excuses. I saw that she brought it by Mota Sulke himself. The man's low and cold voice sounded faintly. Li Yanzhou, explain. Li Yonzua's early as Shen Jian came in, she saw her at first sight, and even ignored the aggressive Mrs. Pei at the beginning. Hearing Pei Zugoi calling him, he heard that the young master of the Pei family had fallen on Miss Jiang. Li Yanzhou moved his golden glasses without saying a word. And Juruo said, it's the person I'm looking for. Mr. Pei just helped to pull the thread. But only Li Yanzhou himself knew that he was not as calm as he seemed, and he was also afraid of the misunderstanding of the figure standing obediently in the corner. He said with a straight shield, Miss Jiang should have heard that my second uncle has not been in Hong Kong City recently, so I had to invite his people to Jiancheng. When he said this, Li Yanzhou looked at Shen Jian. Coincidentally, their eyes overlapped in midair. Miss Shen, what do you want to shoot today? Shen Jian didn't expect that Li Yanzhou would greet her directly. After a while, she said, I'm here with you. Then you can see if you like it. Zhou Sulke handed over the auction manual very insightfully. Jiang Ruoli didn't make a fuss at this time. Thinking of his impulsive appearance, the late shame surfaced in his mind. Pei Zugoi didn't care much. He took her hand and sat on the sofa with a smile. All right, no more trouble. Since we are here, let's sit down together. After the death of the society, Jiang Ruoli was still a little twisted. I have my own private room. She looked at Shen Jian, but she still didn't know what to talk about with Boss Li. Anyway, she had already sat down. Since that's the case, well, I'll just stay with you reluctantly. Pei Zugoi's dark eyes were stained with the meaning of smiling, and his hands, naturally, put on the woman's slender waist. If you want to drink something, ask them to prepare it. Big. My. Tea. She needs to calm down. Xie Yuren held his mobile phone to record for a long time, but nothing was recorded. Instead, the two of them made up. So has his position of dean been blown away? Ali, aren't you going to divorce and divide the property? He sighed and was ready to sit down next to Jiang Ruoli. Pei Zugoi's sharp eyes looked over like a blade, and instantly rolled up a murderous spirit. Divorce? Chapter 19. Pei Zugoi had a way. The two words of extremely low air pressure fell, and the private room became quiet in an instant. Xie Yoren was about to touch the buttocks of the sofa hanging in midair. He didn't know whether to sit or not. Damn conditioned reflex. When I was a child, I was afraid that Pei Zugoi would be okay. Why is it still afraid when I come back after walking around the war now that I have grown up? It's not what I said. Ali said it herself. Xie Yoren decisively shifted the blame and moved to the small chair next to the sofa. The corners of Jiang Ruoli's eyes twitched slightly, and he smiled stubbornly at the man's questioning gaze. Didn't I just think you were cuckolding me just now? Pei Zugoi took her little hand and pursed her lips gently. It could be seen that she was not in a very good mood. The property is all yours. Don't even think about divorce. Don't say these two words casually in the future. Divorce is not a child's play. Jiang Ruoli nodded hurriedly. Okay, I got it. The marriage of Pei Jiao's two families involved billions of dollars, and she really didn't allow her to mess around. But, did you just say that all the money is mine? Did I hear it right? Jiang Ruoli stretched out his leg and kicked Xie Yoren, who was watching the play. Is your camera still on? Have you recorded it? Xie Yoren rolled his eyes angrily and closed it long ago. Your husband is so fierce that he is scared to death. Even if he is the dean, the hospital can be razed to the ground overnight. Pei Zugoi's eyes fell on the feet of Jiang Ruoli, who had just kicked other men and put his cheeks up. Xie Yoren's eyes were full of aggression. You'd better delete the things in your mobile phone, or I don't mind going to your parents. They are in a hurry to hug your grandchildren recently. Delete immediately. Xie Yoren said as he opened the mobile phone album and deleted the video he had just taken. In order to show his loyalty, he also deleted the recently deleted ones. Brother, delete it cleanly. Pei Zugoi nodded and looked away. Jiang Ruoli sneered. Oh, it's promising. She was just about to take the cup on the coffee table, but her hand was brushed away by Pei Zugoi. It's still a little hot. Wait a little longer. Several people were noisy. For a moment, no one paid attention to the auction. When they came back to their senses, several lots had passed. Through the glass, the auctioneer standing on the stage knocked down the small hammer in his hand with a smile. The auctioneer's elegant and intelligent voice came from the screen in the private room. Congratulations to Mr. William for taking this pair of Colombian emerald diamond earrings. She knows every word. Why can't she understand it when they are connected? Jiang Ruoli couldn't help screaming. Ah. Others may not know, but Shen Jian knows. Today, I came with Jiang Ruoli mainly to take pictures of this set of earrings. The main emerald of pear-shaped emerald is inlaid with a circle of diamonds on the periphery, and the shape of petals is made at the top. Luxurious and chic, Jiang Ruoli's name is written on it. However, the young lady missed it. Shen Jian frowned and looked over worriedly. What's the matter? Do you like this set? As he spoke, Li Yanzhou nodded slightly and planned to call Zhou Suke over. Shen Jian shook her head. This set of earrings is indeed beautiful, but it is not her style. It is more suitable for Jiang Ruoli. No, this set was intended to be photographed by Li, but now. Li Yanzhou leaned against the back of the chair and crossed his long legs. Hearing the words, he raised his lips lazily. Don't worry, Pei Zugoi has a way. Since Jiang Ruoli came in, Pei Zugoi's eyes have never left her. Hearing the little girl's exclamation, coupled with the crazy expression on his face, he probably guessed a little. Do you like this gadget? The earrings with a transaction price of 25 million yen have become an understated gadget in Mr. Pei's mouth. The next lot was already in progress on the screen. Jiang Ruoli reluctantly looked away and turned his head angrily and stared at Pei Zugoi. It's all your fault. If I hadn't come to you, I would have pocketed it long ago. If it were someone else, Pei Zugoi would probably not pay attention to him, but he thought Jiang Ruoli's domineering appearance was cute. Pei Zugoi pinched the unhappy little face and gently coaxed the angry little ancestor. Okay, it's my fault. Can I buy it back for you? Jiang Ruoli didn't expect Pang and Pei Zugoi. When he said such words, his face became hot in an instant, and his wet eyes flashed, withdrawing the snow cheeks pinched by the man. Don't draw cakes for me. Pei Zugoi didn't understand what Jiang Ruoli meant at first glance. He waved his hand and said coldly to Motosuke, go and check the buyer of the set of earrings that his wife wants. Mote's front foot was still sighing that it was rare to see his boss's gentle moment, and he gave it to his wife. The next second, he turned back to the cold-faced king of hell. Doesn't he deserve a smile? I see, does Pei always want to take pictures back? Pei Zugoi handed him one. Didn't you count it in your heart? With his eyes, Motosuke was so scared that he immediately nodded and agreed, I see. Jiang Ruoli knew that Pei Zugoi was going to take a picture for her back. He held a warm cup and pretended to say, if the other party sits on the ground, forget about the starting price. I don't want it so much. Motsuke pulled the corners of his mouth. Madam, it's almost written on your face that you have to. If you don't buy it, you will cry 8 big words. Pei Zugoi knew that this was a good coax, and his smile was shallow. Don't worry, no one dares to sit on the ground and start the price. If this is someone else, Tai will definitely be labeled as a greasy pushing man. But he is Pei Zugui. Indeed, no one dares to sit on the ground in a sit with Pei's family. Jiang Ruoli was happy now. He shook his head and leaned on the sofa. Mortasuka, have a good attitude towards others. Don't be fierce. If it doesn't work, add more money. Okay, madam, don't worry. Mortasuka scratched his head. The young lady is really difficult to deal with. How does Mr. Pei usually deal with it? The emerald earrings were not photographed, and Jiang Ruoli didn't want to stay any longer. He lay on the sofa with no interest. On the stage, the auctioneer's mouth is hundreds of millions of numbers, which is exciting. But Jiang Ruoli even yawned several times. She glanced at an emerald bracelet. What's special is that this bracelet, unlike the usual single smooth emerald jade bracelet, the designer thoughtfully added another white jade bracelet. When worn in the hand, the two jade bracelets collided with each other, making a crisp and beautiful sound like a bell. In addition to the coldness, there is also a hint of flexibility. Yan Yan, this suits you very well. Shen Jiyan was left on the sofa on his side by Li Yanzhou from the beginning. Mei Timing said, "Don't disturb the newlyweds." Then there was a chat. Li Yanzhou asked, and she answered. More often than not, it is silence. After all, Li Yanzhou doesn't say much. Strangely, the silence with Li Yanzhou will not make Shen Jiyan feel more embarrassed or uncomfortable. Shen Jiyan also saw the emerald bracelet. At the moment when Jiang Ruoli called her, she looked over. The next second, Miss Yang bloomed the brightest smile tonight. "I'll buy it for you. Isn't your birthday coming?" Li Yanzhou frowned inadvertently, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. He knew that Shen Jia's birthday was in July, but now it was late autumn. What information is wrong? Shen Jian joked, "Which family's birthday is it?" Jiang Ruoli opened the auction manual on the coffee table, pointed to the jade bracelet, and said in a delicate voice, "Next year's birthday, it's all trivial and not important. The important thing is that it is really suitable for you. I haven't taken a picture of anything tonight, so I have to take a picture of this for you." While talking, Li Yanzhou, who was sitting on the sofa, also looked over. That look is meaningful. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Jiang Ruoli's heart. Sure enough, the next second, Li Yanzhou pressed the bid button. Chapter 20, only Jiang Ruoli can see, 7 million. Li Yanzhou shouted the next number coldly. Everyone present was shocked. After all, the starting price of the bracelet was only 3.2 million yuan. At first, the auctioneer said that it would start from 200,000 yuan, but Li Yanzhou directly shouted for 7 million yuan. Mr. Li of the number 1 private room bid 7 million yuan. Is there anything else to add? Through the glass, many people on the first floor can turn their heads and look in the direction of the second floor, but they can't see the situation inside. I'm afraid there is only one Mr. Li who can be so generous. When everyone thought that the jade bracelet was going to be pocketed by Li Yanzhou, someone increased the price again. Jiang Ruoli directly asked someone to bring the price shouter next door. This Li Yanzhou heard that she took this bracelet to give to Yan Yan. At least they got to know each other. What's going on? Take the bracelet with a cross knife. She pressed the price increaser and directly added 8 million. Miss Jiang in the number 2 private room has increased the price to 8 million. As soon as the people on the stage heard Miss Jiang, it was clear that it was Miss Jiang from the Jiang family who had just married Pei Zugui. This is a good show, and I don't know who the jade bracelet will be in the end. Miss Jiang raised her eyebrows at Li Yanzhou, with a little more provocation on her face. Does Mr. Li still want to continue? Li Yanzhou glanced at Jiang Ruoli without emotion, and soon looked at Pei Zugui. The latter shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Will Mr. Li continue to increase the price? The auctioneer on the stage is obviously excited about the high commission. As soon as the words fell, the price of the no. 1 private room was increased again. Li Yanzhou's patience is limited. He pursed his lips and explained it with actions. Mr. Li added 10 million. Jiang Ruoli is not afraid. He happened to be photographed nothing today, and his bag was bulging. Miss Jiang of the number 2 private room is reluctant to catch up, 11 million. Pei Zugui pinched Jiang Ruoli's little hand, looking like he was going to indulge to the end, and Zhou Suke, who was beside him, was anxious. Is this bracelet worth so much money? One threw a lot of gold to be a beauty, and the other wanted to shout along, but the other one was still so connive. At this time, Xie Yuren, who was forced by the majesty of the 2 bosses and was quiet for a long time, couldn't stay and said reluctantly, "Can't you 2 build a hospital for me with such money? Can you also rush to build a hospital for him? He really wants to be the dean." Shen Jiyan was not as happy as she imagined, and called out softly, "Mr. Li." The tone is inevitably mixed with a little disagreement. The reason why she didn't call Jiang Ruoli was that she knew Jiang Ruoli's temper. Li Yanzhou gave a soothing look, hiding a little lazy smile, as if he was happy that Shen Jiyan called his name. "I took a picture of this bracelet to give away." The man's voice is deep and inexplicably convincing. He stared at Shen Jiyan, his eyes gradually darkened, and slowly added, "A very important person." Shen Jiyan completely gave up the idea of blocking. Li Yanzhou looked at Jiang Ruoli in a sincere tone. So, I don't know if Miss Jia can raise her noble hand to cut off love and let Li take a picture of this thing. At this time, even Pei Zugoi looked over. Li Yanzhou has a hard temper like a stone in a deep mountain forest, and there is almost no time to make concessions in the business field. The last time Shen Jie's news was revealed, and this is the second time. Pei Zugoi's thin lips were slightly hooked, and his heart was clear. It seems that Li Yanzhou also fell on women one day. Jiang Ruoli felt indescribable comfort in her heart. Is Li Yanzhou begging her? The famous Hong Kong city boss. Just as she was about to nod, Pei Zugui also put his hand on her waist and whispered, "Let him." It's a tone of inquiry, not an order. Jiang Ruoli knew that even if she wanted to continue shooting, Pei Zugui would not say much. She spends her own money. If a woman has money, she has confidence. But forget it, just let him. Li Yanzhou. It's pitiful to be alone. Jiang Ruoli threw the price increaser in his hand to the side of the sofa and pretended to press the temple. Stop playing, it's boring. Li Yanzhou smiled and thanked Miss Jiang. In the end, Li Yanzhou took a picture of the double ring emerald jade bracelet for 12 million yuan. Jiang Ruoli snorted, but the curve of the corners of his mouth still revealed the joy of the little fox. She could actually hear Li Yanzhou say thank you. For a long time, Jiang Ruoli reacted, got up in a hurry and ran to hug Shen Jian, and said coquettishly, "Yang Yang, I'll buy you a more beautiful one next time." Shen Jian rubbed the young lady's head and smiled, "Well, don't be spoiled." Seeing Jiang Ruoli spoiling others, Pei Zugui raised his cheek and felt inexplicably jealous. "Jiang Ruoli, come here. What are you doing?" Pei Zugui weighed the oranges in his hand and said softly, "The oranges have been peeled." "Oh, here we come." Jiang Ruoli reluctantly let go of Shen Jia's soft arm and slowly returned to the sofa. "As soon as I spread my palm, the sweet and sour orange petals were stuffed into my mouth, and I could still smell the rich aroma of oranges." Pei Zugui stared at Jiang Ruoli's white and tender palm, and his voice was clear, "Just eat like this, don't get your hands dirty." Xie Yure's eyes are about to fall to the ground. Why did Pei Zugui change his gender when he went out and came back? When did he become so gentle? When he just heard that Jiang Ruoli married Pei Zugui, he was worried. How could such a cold man be good to his family? But now, it seems that things are far from what they see on the surface. In a word, his Ali seems to have pinched Pei Zugui to death. Xie Yuren quietly raised his mobile phone to take a picture of this scene. As soon as there was a movement, a sharp gaze came over. Indifference, warning, oppression. Xie Yuren put away his mobile phone sadly. Well, only Jiang Ruoli can see Pei Zugui's gentleness. He doesn't deserve it. Li Yanzhou looked in a pretty good mood. From inspecting the goods to signing, he kept smiling. "Miss Shen, don't you congratulate me?" Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli twitched the corners of his mouth. Li Yanzhou was too domineering. Not to mention stealing the bracelet she intended to give to Yang Yang, he actually asked Yang Yang to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Mr. Li. That important person will definitely like this gift." Shen Jian smiled. Her voice was thin, dragging a trace of the tail, like a trickle, which sounded very comfortable. The smile in Li Yanzhou's eyes was even more. "I was relieved when Miss Shen said so." After the auction, Xie Yuren also wanted to call Jiang Ruoli to get together, saying that he hadn't seen him for a long time and he must not get drunk. "Yang Yang is also with me, and the young master treats me." But as soon as the words fell, I heard Li Yanzhou smile coldly. "Miss Shen, Li Yan seems to need to smoke incense again, so the sun is better than the sun. Let's do it today." If Shen Jian doesn't go, Jiang Ruoli naturally doesn't want to go. She didn't intend to follow Xie Yuren to mess around. "All right, didn't you just come back? Go home early to beat the jet lag. Tonight is my day to take a bath." Xie Yuren wanted to say something, just looking at Pei Zugui's gloomy eyes, he shut up. In the end, Shen Jian got into Boss Li's mysterious double license plate luxury car, and Jiang Ruoli was also led by her husband to Rolls-Royce. Yen dollars, yen dollars, yen dollars, my old babies, welcome the return of the fortune charm. As soon as he got on the car, Jiang Ruoli couldn't wait to look forward with the back of the front seat and asked, "Motosuka, what did the buyer say? Are you willing to sell it?" The sudden sound was close at hand, which scared Motosuka to step on the brake suddenly. Due to inertia, Jiang Ruoli's body rushed forward unexpectedly. Chapter 21 Love but easy to coax. In a minute, Pei Zugui reached out and fished out the person back in time. Noticing Pei Zugui's terrible gaze, Motosuka looked bitter. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pei. How did he know that his wife would suddenly lie down?" Underline, Jiang Ruoli was relieved, and she was also shocked. She couldn't help patting her chest. "It's okay. It scared me to death. Fortunately, you are quick-sighted." Seeing that he was safe and sound, the fierceness between Pei Zugui's eyebrows relaxed a little, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was still terribly deep. "You should be glad that you are fine. Didn't you see that the car has already started? Reckless. I think I have to tie you up in the car in the future to feel at ease." Jiang Ruoli hasn't been told that yet, but it's true that he was too reckless, so he had to squeak his mouth and turn his head aside. The atmosphere between the two was a little silent. Motosuke saw it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. Mr. Pei, he is really a little puzzled. Motosuke loves more can't help. Madam, don't worry, Mr. Pei specially ordered to get the jewelry for you, just to make you happy. Mr. Pei, I can only help here. Jiang Ruoli touched his earlobe and raised his eyebrows with joy. Realizing that she was still losing her temper, she controlled the smile on her face and muttered awkwardly, "Thank you." Pei Zugoi stared at her, and a soft light appeared in his cold eyes. "So how are you going to thank me?" Jiang Ruoli hummed softly and waited for you to hold the earrings in front of me. That little expression is really flexible. Pei Zugoi lowered his eyes and stared at her, with a clear smile in his eyes, full of fine light. "I couldn't help it. I raised my hand and pinched my snow-white cheeks." Jiang Ruoli said delicately, "Oh, it hurts." The man smiled and relaxed the force in his hand. He let go of his hand, and his cheeks were really a little red. He rubbed his drooping fingers, and his eyes deepened. "It's so delicate." Motsuke, who had been single for more than 20 years, drove the car honestly and unbearably. He couldn't help shaking his head and sighed secretly in his heart. Are married people like this? It was a cold war a few minutes ago, and it was so ambiguous a few minutes later. By the way, the lady is indeed a lover, but she is easy to coax. Outside the window, the seasons change, and the ginkgo leaves on both sides are all over the street. The autumn wind rustles, blowing all kinds of leaves into different colors. Multiplied by back to Lentingye, Motosuke left without stopping. He still has a huge mission on his back, which can't be delayed. Aunt Lan, the servant, prepared a fragrant meal. Jiang Ruoli changed into slippers, threw the limited edition bag to the sofa at will, and trotted in the direction of the restaurant. Pei Zugoi followed and straightened the bag crooked on the edge of the sofa. If it falls off in a while, the young lady will be unhappy again. Others can't press on her bag, but throw it away casually, which really shows the double standard vividly. Pei Zugoi walked into the restaurant with long legs and a smile. Under the warm yellow light, the little girl had already sat down and sat upright waiting for her aunt to bring up the last crucian carp tofu soup. The swaying little feet still revealed that she couldn't wait. His mother died early, and his impression of home has been blurred. I only vaguely remember when I was a child, and it seems to be the same, waiting for the family to have dinner together. At this moment, Pei Zugoi seems to have the feeling of home again. It's his and Jiang Ruoli's small family. Why are you in a daze? Sit down and eat. The cherry-like lips opened and closed, and the lazy and casual voice was soft, pulling the man's thoughts back to reality. Okay. Pei Zugoi sat down opposite. Aunt Lan on the side was preparing to serve soup for Jiang Ruoli. When the little girl came in just now, she shouted for fish soup. I wanted to take the soup spoon, but found that it had been held by Pei Zugoi. The young couple have a good relationship. Aunt Lan is very insightful and left the restaurant with a sneer. Because Jiang Ruoli couldn't eat chili, Aunt Lan specially put some white pepper for seasoning. She asked the little girl, and she said she could eat white pepper. The small white porcelain soup bowl was gently placed in Jiang Ruoli's hand, and the crucian carp soup was stewed into milky white, which made people's appetite. Be careful not to be hot and drink slowly. Jiang Ruoli nodded, touched the wall of the bowl with his fingers, and looked up in surprise. Are your hands made of iron? This is so hot. The wall of the porcelain bowl is very thin, and the crucian carp soup has just come out of the pot. The bowl is so hot that I can't hold it. Pei Zugoi didn't even frown. He said uneasy, well, I don't have your delicate skin and tender flesh. Take a spoon and drink slowly. Don't burn it. Got it, the boss. Jiang Ruoli took a small spoon and blew it, drinking in small sits, like some kind of small animal. For the first time, Pei Zugoi felt that it was such an interesting thing to observe a person eating, even more interesting than eating by himself. For example, when he encounters a green onion he doesn't like, Jiang Ruoli will frown and sneak to the bone plate. For example, if she eats her favorite pineapple ribs, she will squint her eyes with satisfaction. Pei Zugoi, I want to eat shrimp. The thin white fingers nodded on the white shrimp on the table. After saying that, Jiang Ruoli continued to bow his head to eat. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Pei Zugoi patiently peeled the white shrimp in his hand, and not long after, a full bowl of shrimp was handed to Jiang Ruoli. Thank you too, the satisfied little fox is always very polite. Its big watery eyes are curved into a crescent moon, which is delicate and charming. By the way, can you help me find a jade bracelet, which is similar to the one that was taken away by Li Yanzhou today? Pei Zugoi wiped his hands slowly and orderly, raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and asked silently, do you want to give it to Shen Juyin? Jiang Ruoli nodded, and the expression on his face was full of the word pity. Today's bracelet is really suitable for Yang Yang. I regret it a little now. I shouldn't have given it to Li Yanzhou. The old fox was deceived by a bitter plan. The corners of Pei Zugoi's lips curled, and the deep eyes added a little playfulness. He stared at the woman opposite and said inexplicably, "Don't worry, this bracelet is still Shen Juye's." Jiang Ruoli's eyes suddenly lit up, and her curly eyelashes flashed. "You mean? The important person in Li Yanzhou's mouth is my Yang Yan." Seeing Pei Zugoi nod unruly, she exclaimed, "When did it happen? Isn't Yang Yan the incense master of Li Yanzhou's family?" Pei Zugoi looked at it meaningfully, and his cold and low voice was soaked with a smile. "Do you think that Li Ye's incense master can be anyone casually?" Having said that, Jiang Ruoli still couldn't help rolling his eyes, because Yang Yan in my family was excellent. Thinking of something, she held her chin and looked at Pei Zugoi, and the excitement was obvious. "So when did Li Yanzhou fall in love with my Yang Yang?" Facing the gossip girl, Pei Zugoi was a little helpless. He moved the small dessert to Jiang Ruoli without making a sound. "I'm not the maggot in Li Yanzhou's stomach. How could I know? But you'd better not get too mixed in this matter. Li Yanzhou has his own ideas. I don't have such gossip. As long as he doesn't hurt Yang Yan, he can do whatever he wants." Jiang Ruoli was full after a few mouthfuls of dessert. "I'm going to take a bath to remove my makeup. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Except for that set of emerald earrings. Don't soak for too long. Got it?" In the blink of an eye, the person ran away, leaving someone smiling helplessly and spoilingly. After dinner, Pei Zugoi specially went to see Aunt Lang. There are some things that still need to be instructed. Chapter 22. Accompany me, Aunt Lan, don't put green onions in cooking in the future. Aunt Lan, the servant brought from the Pei family's old house, was naturally not as afraid of Pei Zugoi as others. She muttered, "Today's round white onion in the soup is for flavor, and won't you put it?" Pei Zugoi thought about it for a long time. "If you can put it, please ask Aunt Lan to throw it away before it comes out of the pot. Li doesn't like it." Aunt Lan covered her mouth and sneered. "I see. It's rare to see you so careful. It turns out that you are spoiling your wife. However, Li is really pleasing to this girl, and I like her." Well, that's true. In the past, it is impossible for Pei Zugoi to respond to Aunt Lan's indifferent thoughts. Today is the first time. Facing Aunt Lan's joking eyes, Pei Zugoi felt a little uncomfortable. She is my wife when she marries me, and it's my business to be good to her. Aunt Lan has lived for most of her life and has never seen anything. It seems that the little girl has a lot of weight in Pei Zugoi's heart. It's just that only Pei Zugoi knows whether he is an ordinary Mrs. Pei or his beloved. In the bathroom of the master bedroom, soothing piano music flows, the flames of scented candles twinkle, and the air is filled with a faint smell of roses. The bathtub is full of foam that wraps a woman's beautiful body, and there are also red wine and fruit on the delicate small shelves. Jiang Ruoli closed her eyes comfortably, holding a tall glass in her hand, enjoying the comfortable massage in the bathtub, and immersed herself in her own time. Bang 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 on the bathroom door. Jiang Ruoli suddenly opened his eyes, and the bottom of his eyes was still filled with water vapor. "Who is it?" Outside the door, there was a man's restrained voice. "It's been half an hour, don't soak for too long." Jiang Ruoli took the mobile phone beside him and looked at the time. It had been more than half an hour. "Got it," she responded, and there seemed to be no sound outside. The long legs hidden under the white and dense foam were raised, and the foam slid down the hot water, revealing its original appearance. It was well proportioned and white, as smooth as jade, and no flaw could be found. Jiang Ruoli rinsed the foam on her body, pulled the bath towel on the towel rack, and wrapped herself up. "Do you think it's over?" "No, the young lady also has a whole set of skincare processes." Outside the door, Pei Zugoi did not leave immediately. He was afraid that the little girl would deal with it. He was worried that she would faint after soaking for a long time, so he just waited outside. After all, fainting is not unprecedented. Jiang Ruoli moved slowly, but Pei Zugoi was not impatient. He just looked at the files in his mobile phone and waited patiently. The vibration of the mobile phone is a special help. "Did you get the thing?" The tone of Motosuka on the other end of the phone was slightly cramped. "Mr. Pei, the other party said that his wife liked this set of jewelry very much and did not sell it easily." Pei Zugoi frowned and was about to ask who he was, when he heard Motosuka continue to say, "But after I mentioned your name, he immediately agreed. Don't take a short breath in the future. Okay, Mr. Pei, but there is one more thing I didn't say. It's Mr. Xu of Xinran Pharmaceutical. As soon as he heard that it was you, he also said that he didn't need money and would just give you a small gift. The premise is that I want to see you." Mr. Xu of Xinran Pharmaceutical has been looking for an opportunity to meet with Pei Zugoi for a long time. The new drug he developed urgently needs a sales channel, and cooperation with Pei's with deep-rooted Pei is the best choice. Of course, he should seize this opportunity by mistake. Pei Zugoi leaned against the bathroom door, and his voice was completely different from the coldness when he reminded Jiang Ruoli before, "Give him twice the price and bring things back." It's concise and clear. What he doesn't like most is being held blackmailed. Mr. Xu also used Jiang Ruoli to blackmail him, which is simply dancing on the thunder and lightning. After hanging up the phone and looking at Mr. She's eager eyes, Motosuka evoked a deep smile, and there was quite a little shadow of Pei Sugoi. Motosuka, you see? Mr. Shu, I can't control this matter. Yen dollars, yen dollars, yen dollars, Mr. Pei's banknote ability dividing line 2. When Jiaoroli came out, Pei the Goi had just put away his mobile phone, and his face was a little unhappy. The warm fingers touched the man's solid arm muscles and were bounced back. What's wrong with you? The buyer doesn't sell it. Pei Zugoi raised his eyes. Jiaoroli, who had just taken a shower, was wearing a black suspender nightdress. Because of the bath, her skin was light pink and there was a faint smell of rose. He experienced the charm under the skirt. The slender and white arms are taking off the long hair that has been curled up, and the fine eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, a little impatient. Don't move. Your hair will be torn off in a moment. I'll do it. Pei Zugoi stood behind Jiaoroli without moving, with a few strands of neglected small hair falling from the back of his neck. His skin was smooth and moist, and the words ice muscle and jade bone instantly had the most intuitive feeling. The big bony hand gently pulled, and a long curly hair fell, covering the dazzling white. Pei Zugoi put the black velvet hair hoop on his wrist with a high-priced watch. The man's throat knot rolled up and down, and the voice from the depths of his throat was deep and hoarse. Okay. Jiaoroli just wanted to leave, but his body suddenly froze. Pei Zugoi, a lustful ghost, clucked behind her, brushed her hair to one side, and his warm lips ran over the auricle and came to her neck. The breath fell on the skin, instantly dyeing Jiaoroli's face red. You. Go take a shower. Pei Zugoi bent down, picked up the person, kicked his long legs, and opened the bathroom door again. Accompany me. The piano melody was not over yet. Soon, a new voice came from it, which was charming, sweet and charming. You are too tall. Intermittently, it doesn't look good. Baby, put your feet on. The subsequent atmosphere added a weak cry. As soon as the camera turned, Pei Zugoi had picked up the person face to face and leaned against the tile. A big hand affectionately protects the delicate back. The new movement opens again, and the melody is melodious. The door of the bathroom was opened again, and Jiaoroli was still in Pei Zugoi's arms. The difference was that the black on her body flew away, and she was tightly wrapped in a bath towel. Jiaoroli was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes. She really didn't know where this man got so much energy and so many tricks. She couldn't help complaining, what a grinding goblin. The whispering muttered into the man's ears, and his thin lips were slightly hooked, which was very useful. Pei Zugoi gently put the person on the bed, turned around and went to the cloakroom to get a new set of pajamas for the young lady, and gently changed her. He lay down, gently pushed away the broken hair with his big hand, and gently kissed the clean forehead. Jiaoroli waved his hand impatiently and hated you. Go away. Pei Zugoi smiled, with a gentle and satisfied smile on his eyebrows, and whispered, sleep, you will have a gift when you wake up. The night was deep, and the quiet villa seemed to have only the breathing of the two owners. The moonlight poured into the bed in the master bedroom, and the man hugged the woman tightly in his arms, as if he was holding his beloved. Chapter 35. Mr. Pei's mood today, the morning light is faint, an unknown birdsong came from the backyard of the villa. Crisp, melodious and gentle, just like her last night. Pei Zugoi ran back in the morning, wearing a black sweatshirt, his hair was slightly wet, and his face was full of freshness. The servant was still watering the flowers and plants in the yard. Not far away, Motosuka approached, holding a box in his hand. Mr. Pei, what madam wants? Pei Zugoi wiped the thin sweat between his forehead with a towel and opened the delicate box. The green gems shine brightly in the morning light. Barely worthy of her. Mote was speechless and sweated, and he didn't even think about how much money he spent to buy it. Such a large amount of cash transaction is not so simple. You need to contact the bank to settle the account. He was busy until most of the night. Thank you for your hard work last night. I'll give you a day off today. The bonus will be doubled this month. The bright sunshine shone on Motsuke's body, and half of the yawn was held back, turning into a heartfelt smile. He seems to know the next way to survive. Thank you, Mr. Pei. I will definitely like it. When he returned to the bedroom, Jiaoroli was still sleeping soundly. The little girl has a habit of always stuffing herself under the quilt and showing only a pair of eyes. Sometimes I worry about when she will be suffocated to death. Pei Zugoi's eyelids jumped slightly, and he bent down to adjust the quilt for Jiaoroli. The small action still woke up Jiaoroli. She turned over and muttered impatiently, not really listening. Looking at his expression, he is scolding him. Pei Zugoi gently brushed away the hair covering her little face for her, and her voice was gentle, go to sleep, I won't mess with you. The blue veins of the cold white and slender big hand are winding. Against the background of the man's big hand, Jiaoroli's face looks smaller. She half squinted her eyes and didn't know whether she was awake or not. She rubbed the man's palm like this, like a spoiled kitten. Pei Zugoi licked his lips, and his cold facial features were melted within a second. He really wanted to hold her in his arms regardless of it. He lowered his head and smelled the sweatshirt on his body. Fortunately, there was no smell. But, no good boy, I'm sweating all over. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Ruoli turned over and continued to sleep soundly. I slept until noon. As soon as I slept. When I woke up, my whole body was sore, and every bone was not my own. Thinking that she begged for mercy like that last night, Pei Zugoi pretended to coax her, but in fact he didn't stop at all. Jiang Ruoli got out of bed cursingly. The moment his feet touched the carpet, his legs trembled. Bastard Pei go. But as soon as she entered the washroom, her thoughts suddenly stopped. A black velvet box was placed on the washstand on her side, and next to it was a toothbrush squeezed with toothpaste in advance. It should be so that she could see it as soon as she woke up, so she chose to put it on the washstand. Jiang Ruoli raised his eyebrows and smiled with a rippling smile. He knew what was in the box without thinking about it. She opened it slowly. Sure enough, it's the set of emerald diamond earrings. I really bought it for him. Delicate voice foreign full of joy, which girl would not like this kind of bling bling thing? Take out the wreath earrings and poke them into the ear, and the diamond shines on the white and tender earlobe. Jiang Ruoli couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and took several selfies. The original picture went straight to the circle of friends. Today's happy sharing, so cute little baby, hurry into my sister's jewelry box. As soon as Miss Xiang posted a moment's message, there were several rows of likes and comments. Shu Molan, woo woo, is this the trophy you took yesterday? Touch it for me. Shen Juyan, it's very polite, so beautiful too, kissing her mother, why is it not beautiful when you wear it? Lao Jiang, our Lao Jiang family has good genes. Xie Yuren, no, Pei Ziguijian bought this thing back for you. Can I be reincarnated at your house in time to go to the rooftop now? Pei, in the president's office, Pei Zugoi sat in a chair and looked down at his mobile phone. Jiang Ruoli's selfie was on the screen, and the background was the washroom at home. On her ear is the pair of earrings he put on the washstand with his own hands. He guessed right. She was really beautiful when she wore it. His eyes fell on that line of words, and the man's thin lips were slightly hooked. He was indeed a cute little baby. Pei Zugoi gave a thumbs up silently. Raising his head, the tenderness in his eyes disappeared, and his expression changed. Have you thought about how to say it? The subordinates who made mistakes stood tremblingly in front of the desk and prepared to accept the storm. The negligence of a number almost led to a big mistake. Fortunately, Mr. Pei found it in time. Mr. Pei, I promise there will be no next time. Give me another chance. Pei Zugoi glanced at him, his fingers gently pointed on the table, and his cold tone was flat. Opportunity. Opportunities are won by yourself. Is this the result of giving you a chance? With a snap, the document was thrown on the table. At the same time, the mobile phone vibrated, which was Jiang Ruoli's news. Jiang Ruoli, a scholar, said, I like earrings very much. Remember to give Mo a raise. Attached is an exclusive beautiful photo that has not been posted on WeChat Moments. In the photo, Jiang Ruoli changed into a skirt and sat in the yard. The sun just shone on her face, and her white and pink skin was almost transparent. The anger in his eyes dissipated, and Pei Zugoi raised a slight smile and saved the photo to the album. Mr. Pei. Well, I will deduct the bonus for the next quarter by myself and give you 2 days to change it again. The subordinate's crying face was stunned. That's it. It's gone? Pei Zugoi put down his mobile phone. What? Not satisfied? No, no. The subordinate who made a mistake slipped out of the president's office. Heard to Mr. Pei is in a good mood today. If you have any suggestions, hurry up. Multiplied by Jiang Ruoli put on a beautiful makeup, lay on the lounge chair in the yard, and enjoyed the sun bath pleasantly. Aunt Lan seemed to see her daughter and smiled lovingly. My wife is so beautiful today. Are you going to go out with such beautiful makeup? Jiang Ruoli took the milk tea that Aunt Lan had just cooked and put on an arrogant little expression, who said that you must have something to do before putting on makeup. Be happy today and please yourself. Pure natural additive-free milk tea exudes a rich milky fragrance, as well as a faint earthy fragrance, and the aftertaste is endless after a mouthful. The milk tea made by Aunt Lan is really delicious. To Jiang Ruoli gave a thumbs up, and her sweet voice made Aunt Lan smile. Knowing that you like sweet drinks, Aunt Lan put a little bit of locust nectar. Don't worry, you won't get fat. By the way, I stewed wormwood flour chicken soup at noon. You drink it first, and I'll send some to you later. Jiang Ruoli opened his big watery eyes, his eyes flashed, and said gracefully, Aunt Lan, let me send him there. Please help me pack lunch, and I'll take it to the company to eat with him. After all, Pei Zugoi spent so much money to buy back this set of jewelry for himself and give him a lunch. This business is not a loss. Chapter 24 stopped by the front desk and took the lunch packed by Aunt Lan. Jiang Ruoli got on her beloved red sports car. Where is Pei's place? While saying that, she entered the address of Pei's group, fastened her seat belt and set off. It's sunny today, and the temperature is not so low, even a little warm. Jiang Ruoli lowered the window and stopped at the traffic light. Hi, beauty, do you want to get to know each other? The fluorescent green car next to it, which was modified to be extremely ugly, drilled out a huge head, dyed with dazzling yellow hair, and half of the bangs covered the eyes. The left eye is used to remember you, and the right eye is used to forget you. What kind of living non-mainstream niche circle is this? Jiang Ruoli seemed to see something unclean and turned his head to turn a blind eye. Beauty, don't pretend not to hear. Is she alone? Jiang Ruoli knocked on the steering wheel impatiently. The red light was too long. She turned her head and rolled her huge white eyes at Hua Mao. No, actually, I'm a ghost. Now, only you can see me all over the street. It seems that you, an ugly ghost, are not human. Thou. The green light turned on, and the little red sports car drove away from the intersection with a bang like an arrow from the string. Stepping on the accelerator to CBD, looking up, the towering Pays building stood in the most prominent place. It's hard to imagine how much effort it takes for Pays Zugoi to support such a large group alone. The car circled in the parking lot for a long time and couldn't find an empty seat. Oh, no, there is still one. It's just that Miss Jiang can't stop. Don't blame her for her skills. Well, the main reason is that the owners on the left and right sides are not qualified, and all of them are out of the line, resulting in the narrow parking space in the middle, and probably only one mini car can be accommodated. In a circle, Jiang Ruoli saw Pays Zugoi's Rolls-Royce. The president is worthy of being the president. He enjoys an exclusive parking space and can also go directly to the elevator. Jiang Ruoli, who was exhausted from patience, sighed and parked his car directly in front of Rolls-Royce without doing anything. Such a big position can't block other people. Anyway, you won't get off work for a while, so let me be unqualified once. Carrying the insulated box, Jiang Ruoli walked lightly into the elevator room. Although the president's exclusive elevator goes directly to the top floor, it requires permission. If anyone can enter casually, it is not called exclusive. Jiang Ruoli stared at his mobile phone for a long time, but still dispelled the idea of calling Pays Zugoi. The elevator came from B1 to the first floor, and the woman stepped on high heels to the front desk. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Pei. There are two front desks of Pays building, a man and a woman. The girl went to the bathroom temporarily. The new male front desk doesn't even raise his head. Do you have an appointment? Jiang Ruoli put the insulated box on the table, turned his wrist, and said without saying, No, I'm here to deliver food to him. The nanny of the Pei family has been here twice before. She is obviously an aunt. The receptionist was finally willing to raise his head, and there was a trace of unstoppable amazement in his eyes. The woman standing at the front desk has a delicate face and a noble temperament, especially her eyes, which invisibly seem to be able to seduce people and talk. It's so beautiful. Every day, all kinds of people come to Mr. Pei, and there are many women with other intentions who are dressed up. But I have to admit that the one in front of me is the most beautiful. The front desk's eyes turned slightly. Did she just say that she was here to deliver food? Could it be the daughter of the nanny of the Pei family? He couldn't help but speculate maliciously. Could it be that he wanted to take this opportunity to turn a sparrow into a phoenix? Look at this seduction, maybe she really succeeded. Thinking of this, the front desk turned cold. You can't deliver food. You can't get in without an appointment. Jiang Ruoli didn't care. Then I put the things here. You can send them to your president when you are free. Sure enough, this woman came to try her luck and began to retreat. The front desk is more determined by its own idea. I advise you little girls who hate poverty and love wealth to think less about these things. It's not good to be too vain. Do you think Mr. Pei can look up at you when you deliver a meal? It's useless to have a pair of skins. Jiang Ruoli reacted at this time, and he was here to make a strange yin and yang for her, right? She was not in a hurry to leave. She shook her mobile phone, raised her eyebrows and said, How about I call Mr. Pei and ask him to tell you in person? The receptionist didn't believe that Jiang Ruoli really had Mr. Pei's phone number. Most of them were exposed by him to find a step for himself. All right, let's go. Don't forget to take away your thermos. I'm so busy with work that I don't have time to send it to you. The fact is that he is not allowed to go up to the 55th floor yet. After living for 24 years, I have never been treated so rudely. Jiang Ruoli sneered, and the slender fingers of the manicure dialed a phone on the screen. What's the matter? Pays Zugoi's voice was a little low. He could hear that someone was still reporting something on the other end of the phone, and his voice stopped abruptly. Pays Zugoi, I was stopped downstairs by your front desk. After saying that, Jiang Ruoli hung up the phone without waiting for Pays Zugoi's reply. 5 minutes, she only waited for 5 minutes. If Pays Zugoi doesn't show up in 5 minutes, this pot of soup with the insulated vegetable box will appear in the sewer of Pays building. The receptionist saw that Jiang Ruoli only called without saying a few words, and was even more sure that she was pretending. Once a person is sure of the facts he has identified, it is difficult to jump out to see it. For example, as long as he observes carefully, he can find that the ring in Jiang Ruoli's hand and Pays Zugoi are couples. Miss, please give way. Please don't affect our work. Who do you want to ask to get out of the way? The cold voice sounded faintly, which made people shiver. Pays Zugoi was dressed in a suit, but the hair between his forehead was messy, and it could be seen that he was in a hurry. Jiang Ruoli took a look at the time. It was very good, 3 minutes. She pouted angrily and deliberately shouted at Pays Zugoi in front of everyone, husband to. From the moment Pays Zugoi appeared, everyone's eyes gathered at the front desk. Hearing Jiang Ruoli call his husband delicately, he was even more shocked. I have long heard that Mr. Pei got married, but I didn't expect that he and the president's wife were the same type. It's delicate. If I were a man, I would like it too. Oh, don't you think Pei is always holding Mrs. Pei? Hearing the words husband, the temperature in Pei Sugoi's eyes gradually rose. He stepped to Jiang Ruoli's side and took her hand. It's a little cold. Why are your hands so cold? He also said that the sun is so good at home. Why is it so cloudy as soon as you enter the building? People come in and out on the first floor from time to time, and the temperature is naturally not too high. She stood downstairs for so long again. Jiang Ruoli raised his chin and nodded to the receptionist who was about to bury his head in the ground. He has been stopping me from coming to you. The front desk didn't expect Pei Zugoi to really appear here, and suddenly panicked. I didn't expect that the wife of the president in front of me was really a real president. Mr. Pei. Pei Zugoi took off his suit jacket and put it on Jiang Ruoli, and the expression on his face was not very good. Dress well. Aunt Len was also true. She didn't remind her to wear more clothes when she came out. When he looked up again, his ink-colored eyes narrowed slightly, his vision was cold, and he was emitting low pressure around him. If you don't even know who should stop and who shouldn't stop, you can go home to write a novel as soon as possible. Such a person doesn't deserve to stay in Pei's family. If it is a partner today, hundreds of millions of businesses may be destroyed by him. The front desk represents the image of a company. I don't know how the personnel recruited such people at that time. After saying that, Pei Zugoi hugged Jiang Ruoli and turned away. Wait a minute. Chapter 25 Legal. Jiang Ruoli looked at the front desk man, raised his hand and Pei Zugoi's hand, revealing the wedding ring. You can see it clearly. It's legal. The man at the front desk is like a dead face. Today should be the last day he stays in Pei's family. Jiang Ruoli took Pei Zugoi's arm and pointed to the insulated box at the front desk for lunch. There was a trace of surprise in the man's eyes. He came in a hurry just now and didn't see this thing on the table. He raised the corners of his lips and specially brought me lunch. He also said that it was going to be cold. Jiang Ruoli curled his lips, and his ears were a little red. With that, she shook off Pei Zugoi's arm and walked towards the elevator first, stepping on her high heels. Pei Zugoi was about to chase him. When he thought of something, he turned around and carried the deep insulated lunchbox in his hand. He couldn't help frowning. It was so heavy that he carried the delicate bag all the way. With the advantage of long legs, Pei Zugoi caught up with Jiang Ruoli in a few steps and pulled her, who was about to take the elevator, in another direction. Sit on this. Seeing him pressing his fingerprint, Jiang Ruoli tilted his head curiously. Are the current special elevators so advanced? My old Jiang is still using a swipe card. I'll ask him to change it another day. Pei Zugoi laughed in a low voice, and the other hand also held her right hand and rubbed it. Record your fingerprints in a moment, and come directly from the parking lot next time. Parking lot. Jiang Ruoli instantly realized that his car was still in his parking space. Just as I was about to open my mouth, my mobile phone received a car transfer call from 114. At the same time, Pei Zugoi also received a call from his assistant. Mr. Pei, when the security guard patrolled the parking lot, he found that there was a car blocked in front of your parking space. Do you need to ask someone to come and tow it away? Blocking my car? Pei Zugoi looked at someone who was answering the phone, and a clear light flashed in his eyes. No one dares to do this except her. No, just let her block it. Jiang Ruoli stared at Pei Zugoi and poked his arm with his index finger restlessly. Well, I didn't find a parking space. I parked in front of your car. You can ask someone to help me move it later. Pei Zugoi spread his palms. Where's the key? I'll go down and move it for you later. Do you move it by yourself? The man smiled lightly and became a little narrow-minded. Does someone want others to drive your car casually? Although Jiang Ruoli is very careless, she has some inexplicable cleanliness fetishes in some aspects. Of course, she doesn't want it. Don't be in a hurry. Let's eat first. Aunt Lan has cooked a lot of delicious food. After delaying downstairs for so long, it's almost cold. In fact, it only took 3 minutes to wait, but the young lady seemed to have suffered a lot of injustice. The elevator stopped on the top floor. Pei Zugoi held the lunchbox in one hand and Jiang Ruoli in the other, with a faint smile on his lips. Well, it's time to criticize the people below. Why don't even the president's wife recognize her? These words were frivolous. When he walked over, the assistants in the president's office heard them one by one. Mr. Pei, who was shocked that they didn't smile, would also joke like this in private. Therefore, he silently added an article to the work matters, notify the whole company to recognize the face of the president's wife. Is the president's wife wearing Mr. Pei's suit? So Mr. Pei left the director of the marketing department and hurried downstairs to pick up his wife. Whose can that be? Isn't Mr. Pei obsessed with cleanliness? Last time, a little star accidentally touched him. He said that his coat was stained with smell and threw it away directly. I think it's because I'm afraid that my wife will be jealous and lose her temper. Woo woo woo, the president's wife is so beautiful. Who doesn't like such a little jiao jiao? It's okay for me to coax her 24 hours a day. Hey, did you hear about what happened downstairs just now? I heard that the president opened the new front desk in anger. That obscene universal believer. It was just right, as if he owed him 8 million yen every day. The assistants chatted quietly. Pei Zugoi's office is completely different from Lao Jiao's. The minimalist design in black and white is quite modern. As for her old ginger, it's all some brown Chinese coffee tables, with European-style sofas, and how to mix and match. There is still a villain on the wall who was naughty with a watercolor brush when Jiang Ruoli was a child. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruoli was ready to move. Do you want to leave something for Pei Zugoi's wall? What are you doing in a daze? Come here for dinner. Aren't you hungry? After being distracted, Pei Zugoi had put the lunch boxes on the table in different categories. The thermos pot was still steaming, and the air was full of the smell of vegetables. Jiang Ruoli got up late. Aunt Lan prepared refreshments to cushion her stomach. She was not hungry at all. She said truthfully, I'm not very hungry. Pei Zugoi served her a bowl of chicken soup, and the mist covered his cold face, slightly leaking a corner of warmth. So, did you really send it to me on special? Jiang Ruoli touched his ear, touched the hard diamond with his fingertips, and muttered ambiguously, I am. Thank you for your gift. Have you learned to say thank you? The man's eyes were as tender as water, staring straight at her, and her ink-colored pupils were not covered at all, and there was joy. What? Forget it if you don't want to hear it. Hey, don't serve me rice. I'm not hungry. Pei Zugoi picked out the rice in the bowl and put it in his own bowl. Eat it. If you can't eat it, give it to me. It's just a gadget. You don't have to say thank you to me. If you like it, just wear it to play. Jiang Ruoli drank soup with a small bowl, her big eyes fluttering, and there was a little confusion in her cuteness. She also specially put on false eyelashes today. After all, it was the first time she came to Pei's, and she must appear in the best image. But it's not good to have this hair that is too long. It always falls out from time to time. It's really troublesome. But she forgot to bring a hair ring today. Do you have a rope here? Pei Zugoi frowned puzzledly. Rope. Jiang Ruoli touched her disobedient hair again and said with some irritation, well, tie the hair. The material should be softer, otherwise it will hurt my hair. The man's eyes are slightly drooping, and the hair is really there. He walked to the desk, opened one of the drawers, paused slightly, and took out a black velvet hair ring. Isn't this my hair hoop? Last night, he took it off her hair with his own hands. Pei Zugoi put his cheek on his cheek, turned his eyes away and said, I accidentally put it in my pocket and brought it here together in the morning. Such a clumsy excuse. Oh, all right. Jiang Ruoli quickly curled her hair into a small chirp, her face was full of freshness. And she lowered her head again to drink soup. Pei Zugoi also sat down again and asked casually, are these all made by Aunt Lai? Jiang Ruoli's eyes turned around and he turned his head when he was about to say it. I stewed the soup. Are you touched? I have been in the kitchen for a long time. Pei Zugoi lowered his head and tasted it. The corners of his mouth were obviously effective. This taste was Aunt Lai's handwriting. Well, it's quite delicious, just like Aunt Lai's stew. Jiang Ruoli, who knew that he was recognized at a glance, was not annoyed, and he was a little righteous. I don't know how to cook. It's a great blessing for you to drive it to you, you know? It's about the same as you cook for me. But can you cook? After all, although the young lady doesn't have a nanny to follow her abroad, when she lives with Xu Man, she can cook. If not, both of them will go out to eat or order takeaway. Well, it's a great blessing. Pei Zugoi also teased casually. After all, he didn't dare to let Jiang Ruoli cook casually. He didn't open his eyes, just in case he bumped into it. After all, I can't cook either. Pei Zugoi told the truth, there is basically no opportunity for him to learn to cook in life. However, if it is a little Xiaoshibao who wants to taste his craftsmanship, it is not impossible to want to. It's just cooking. It shouldn't be difficult to learn. Jiang Ruoli was not surprised at all about this answer. I knew you couldn't afford to hire such an expensive chef. Touching her sight, a clear smile appeared in Pei Zugoi's eyes. Chapter 25. Is it big? Such an expensive chef is now having dinner with you in the office. How is Mrs. Pei going to pay? Jiang Ruoli hummed and threw the cauliflower she didn't like into Pei Zugoi's bowl. What do you mean? You even called me Mrs. Pei. It's natural to have dinner with your wife. Also, I'm here to have dinner with you, okay? The rising tail made Pei Zugoi's eyebrows move slightly. His voice was gentle, well, it's natural to have dinner with my wife. So, honey, can you not be so picky about food? After saying that, Pei Zugoi put the cauliflower back into Jiang Ruoli's bowl. Eat more vegetables. Except for some specific moment, Pei Zugoi has not called her wife. Suddenly, when she shouted in broad daylight, her heart suddenly jumped into a deer and ran around and couldn't find the exit. Jiang Ruoli doesn't like to eat cauliflower and always feels strange, but at that moment, she ate it obediently without saying a word. Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows with satisfaction. Where are you going in the afternoon? I don't know. I don't want to drive anymore. You can ask someone to take me back. Motsuke is on vacation today. I don't feel at ease if others send you. If I have nothing to do in the afternoon, I will stay here for a while and take you to dinner in the evening. Pei Zugoi took a look at the rice that had not been touched much in front of Jiang Ruoli and took it to solve it, and there was no cleanliness fetish in the eyes of outsiders at all. After finishing lunch, Jiang Ruoli lay on the sofa and looked down at the man in a suit and leather shoes packing the lunchbox there. I have to admit that it's a little dark. The door of the office was knocked. The man said in a low voice, "In." The one who came in was the director of the marketing department, Mr. Pei, who was abandoned before lunch. When he saw someone, Jiang Ruoli hurriedly got up from the sofa and pretended to walk to Pei Zugoi's side. "You go to work and I'll clean up." She touched her hair and had a sweet voice, waiting to be praised. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi didn't raise his head and his hand didn't stop moving. His tone was playful. "When did you pretend? Good boy, go to the sofa and lie down and play for a while." The director of the marketing department didn't dare to show his attitude. He always felt that he had broken Mr. Pei's romantic couple time. Sure enough, the next second, Pei Zugoi's tone returned to his normal coldness. "Take your proposal and wait for me in the small conference room." "Okay, Mr. Pei." The director of the marketing department ran away as soon as he slipped away. "Stay here obediently. You can use everything here. Let the assistant prepare what you want to eat and drink." Pei Zugoi was worried and explained again, "I'm next door. Call me if you have something to do." "All right, go to work." Jiang Ruoli lay down on the sofa again. "She is here. Can't she disappear?" Pei Zugoi is really more and more like Lao Jiang. He won't become very verbose when he gets older, will he? Not long after Pei Zugoi left, Jiang Ruoli stretched out, got up from the sofa, and walked slowly to the window. Standing from the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looking down, the scenery of the whole city can be seen at a glance. On the sidewalk, people as small as ants rushed by, and all kinds of vehicles galloped by. And at the top of the city center, Pei Zugoi sees such scenery every day. He is destined to be the one standing at the top of the pyramid, holding the fate and life of countless people. There must be a lot of pressure. Jiang Ruoli sighed and turned around to sit in his boss's chair. It is worthy of a chair designed with the curve of the human body, which is simply not too comfortable. This office environment is also very good. Jiang Ruoli sat on the chair and turned around. "Dong dong dong, madam, may I come in?" Jiang Ruoli suddenly stepped on it with his foot, and the pulley forced it to break. "Please come in." In front of the subordinates, there should be the image of the wife of the president of the Pei family. When Vivian, the only female assistant in the president's office, came in, Jiang Ruoli was tidying up her clothes, and her expression was still a little flustered and cute. "Madam, this is the snack that Mr. Pei ordered to buy for you. Do you want to eat it now?" Jiang Ruoli sat upright in the chair and listened patiently. When he heard that there was a small cake, his eyes lit up. "There is no need to call it honorific. We are about the same age. Is this a small cake?" Vivian put the exquisite box in his hand on the coffee table beside him and said with a smile, "Mr. Pei specially ordered it, saying that it was you, saying that you like the French butterfly crisp and strawberry cake of Mingbao Hotel." Jiang Ruoli smiled from the bottom of her heart when she saw the butterfly crisp bigger than her face and the sweet strawberry cake. This man is quite considerate. "Thank you for coming all the way to buy it for me." Jiang Ruoli took it out of his bag and finally took out the lipstick. He bought it before and threw it in casually without even unpacking it. "For you. This color is quite suitable for your work." "No, madam, I really can't take it." Jiang Ruoli didn't listen. He directly stuffed the lipstick into Vivian's coat pocket and blinked at her. "You can take it. Quietly, I won't tell Pei Zugoi." In the blink of an eye, the curled eyelashes fluttered, and the pupils seemed to have light. Vivian's heart was about to melt. "I thought Mrs. Pei was a delicate young lady who was difficult to get along with." When she saw the real person, Jiao was very delicate, but she didn't expect to be so easy to get along with. "Then thank you, Miss Jiang." "You're welcome. Mingbao Hotel is not close to here, and his family must buy it on the spot, I know." Jiang Ruoli picked up a small spoon and was ready to have a full mouthful. Thinking of something, the corners of his mouth rippled. "Do you want to eat together?" "No, madam, I still have work to do." Vivian put down the hot chocolate and left the president's office with a smile. As soon as the door closed, Vivian covered her chest. "God, she looks too delicate, like a beautiful doll, and she is agile and charming. Damn, the illusion limbs are hard. I hate that I am not a man. No, 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 if it weren't for her only female assistant, this kind of good thing probably wouldn't have been her turn." "Sister Vivian, this document. Why is your face so red?" The new intern looked at Vivian doubtfully. Vivian touched his nose and touched the lipstick in his pocket with a guilty hand. "The heating is a little too big. Where is the document? Show it to me. Is it big?" The intern was even more confused. "Didn't you hear that? File. Oh. Multiplied by Jiang Ruoli was not hungry at first, but when she saw the sweet cake, she couldn't help it and enjoyed the sweet afternoon tea happily. She put down the fork, picked up the cup of hot chocolate, swayed to Pei Zugoi's office chair and sat down again. I suddenly remembered that he was still wearing the hair hoop he found on his head, which seemed to be this drawer. Looking down and thinking for a moment, the thin white fingers opened a small drawer on the left. Just put this here. It will be more convenient next time. Jiang Ruoli took off his hair and planned to throw the hair hoop in, but the action stopped halfway. The eyes fell on the empty little drawer. Chapter 27 The Little Goblin. There is also a hair band in the drawer. The streamer of the bow is a popular style several years ago. Why is there still a hair band in Pei Zugoi's drawer? This can't be hers, right? Although she may have bought something similar, the one in Pei Zugoi's drawer can never be hers. Jiang Ruoli thought so, and 3 words suddenly appeared in his mind: white moonlight. Pei Zugoi won't have a loveless white moonlight like in those bloody tomato novels, will he? But she hasn't heard of such a person. Could it be that Bai Yuguan died early? He saw things and thought about people and left the other party's hairband. She can compare with the living, but no one can compare with the dead. After thinking about it, Jiang Ruoli first took a photo to keep the evidence, and beware that Pei Zugoi would not admit the debt in the future. She sat in the office chair and began to search. #What if my husband has a white moonlight? #Is mental cheating considered cheating? And so on a series of topics. Don't fight an unprepared battle. The following answers are similar, and the most common is, let's see if you still want to save this marriage. Does she want to? Jiang Ruoli lowered his long eyelashes. To some extent, Pei Zugui is a perfect husband. She is very satisfied with her figure, appearance, knowledge, and even the degree of fit in a certain aspect. But it seems that because they were married at the beginning, she defined the marriage, and she never thought about this problem. She wants it or not. It should be thought, right? Not to mention anything else, at least Pei Zugoi is very considerate to her. She, Jiang Ruoli, is not the kind of insatiable person. Isn't she just a white moonlight who has never appeared? What are you afraid of? When she was a child, she liked a well-known star. Who didn't? As big-hearted as her, it is easy for people to feel sleepy after eating dessert. In addition, she worked so hard last night. Jiang Ruoli's eyelids gradually became heavier, and her breath became slower and slower. In the end, he successfully fell asleep in the chair. You can wait for Motosuka to come back tomorrow for the details of the following. The door of the president's office was pushed open again, bringing a burst of light. Pei Zugoi looked up and saw that on the office chair directly opposite the door, Jiang Ruoli shrank into a small ball, closing his eyes as if he was asleep. He lowered his voice in an instant. The rest is connected with Motsuk, you go out first. The director of the marketing department followed, only seeing a woman in the boss's chair. He wanted to take a closer look, but his sight was blocked. Looking up, Mr. Pei's cold eyes were oppressive, and silent was better than sound. Mr. Pei, I'm leaving no? The subordinate turned around and left with the documents in his arms. He said that he was almost running. He lowered his head and almost bumped into Vivian. Oh, I'm sorry. At first glance, it was Vivian. The director of the marketing department's eyes lit up. Is the one in it Mr. Pei's little love? So precious, don't show it all at once. When Vivian doesn't smile, she is the image of a cold-faced woman, especially wearing high heels, which is a few centimeters taller than the marketing director in front of her. She despised the man and warned, it's the president's wife. Be careful of trouble coming out of her mouth. The director of the marketing department broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, no one else heard it. I don't know how the president's wife will die behind her. Thank you for your reminder. Slipped away. Multiplied by Pei Zugoi closed the door gently, involuntarily relaxed his steps, and came to Jiang Ruoli, who was sleeping soundly. There is still a mobile phone on her chest, and it will fall down for 1 more second. The curtains behind him didn't come down either. I guess he fell asleep unconsciously. At this moment, the warm sun in the afternoon shone into the floor-to-ceiling window and sprinkled on the little girl's clean face. The white and flawless little face can't see a trace of pores, snow muscle-pink cheeks. It seems to be stabbed by the sun, and the thin eyebrows are slightly folded. Pei Zugoi raised his index finger, bent down, and gently smoothed the folds between her eyebrows. He wrapped the blanket around Jiang Ruoli's body to beware of her catching a cold. It seems that I really fell asleep by accident and forgot to sleep on the sofa. It's a small ball, and it's uncomfortable to look at. However, this is a little more meek than the usual appearance of teeth and claws. Pei Zugoi planned to take Jiang Ruoli to the lounge. After all, although the bed in the lounge was not as good as the home, it was still more comfortable than curled up in a chair. In the early years, he just took over Pei Shi, and often worked until midnight. He thought it was troublesome to drive back and forth, so he simply slept in the company. So there is actually a lounge hidden in the president's office. However, after marriage, even if he worked late, thinking of Jiang Ruoli at home alone, he never had the idea of staying in the company for the night again. As soon as he picked him up from the chair, Jiang Ruoli rubbed in his arms, and then opened his watery eyes, still a little confused. Are you awake? A low voice penetrated into his ears, and Jiang Ruoli's consciousness gradually woke up. She actually fell asleep? It's all because this high-end customized leather chair is too comfortable. What else did you do before going to bed? By the way, Pei Zugoi, whose bow hairband is in your drawer? The person who was still in his arms 1 second jumped to the ground the next second, still barefoot. Pei Zugoi frowned so much that he could kill a fly. What nonsense? What if I jump down and fall casually? He was about to bend down and pick up the person again, but Jiang Ruoli retreated again and again. Don't change the topic and answer my question. Pei Zugoi didn't follow. He pursed his lips and picked up the person and put him back on the chair. Sit down. He opened the left drawer and took out the bow hairband in Jiang Ruoli's mouth and threw it on the table. Is this what you are asking? Jiang Ruoli hugged her legs aggrievedly. Her voice was delicate and sweet, but this time she was full of sharp warnings and provocations. Which white moonlight? Or which goblin left it in your office? You'd better recruit honestly. Don't wait for me to find out. Otherwise, I will find the best team of lawyers and divide all your property. The man who was questioned was not only not nervous, but after 2 seconds of shock, he laughed in a low voice. There is a smile in the voice, it is indeed a little goblin. Jiang Ruoli was so angry that she was about to explode. She felt that she was greener than the ugly car she met in the morning. She hugged her hands and stared at Pei Zugoi viciously, eager to kick her. He was kicked so that he had better been paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life, and then watched himself find the little fresh meat and still incompetently furious. You bastard. Shameless. Looking at Pei Zugoi's smiling eyes, Jiang Ruoli always felt something strange. She scolded like this. Why didn't this man feel embarrassed to be caught at all? As expected, the next second, Pei Zugoi leaned against the edge of the table and deepened his smile at her. Don't you even remember your own things? Mine. You don't slander people. How could I? Jiang Ruoli paused, as if he had realized something, rushed forward to get the hairband on the table, fixed his eyes on the bow knot, and was stunned. Is it really mine? Pei Zugoi picked up the person and put him on the desk, bent down to pick up the high-heeled shoes that had been thrown on the ground, and carefully picked up his jade white little feet and put them on. The curvature of the corners of the mouth deepened, and the voice was soft. I really don't remember. Chapter 25. Didn't you like it very much last night? Jiang Ruoli didn't know that he was going to marry the Pei family until he first entered college. That night, she obeyed her grandfather on the surface and agreed to the marriage with a mealy face. But within a few days, the little girl directly killed Pei. At that time, Pei's building was not in this building, but it was also in CBD. Jiang Ruoli wore a champagne white princess dress with a black bow hairband on her head. This is the matching goods I brought with me when I bought the bag a while ago, and there is an abbreviation of her name at the bow knot. Jiang Ruoli was ready to break into the president's office early, but he didn't expect to meet Pei Zugoi in the hall on the first floor. He was surrounded by a group of people, his face was calm, and he had a maturity that did not match his age at that time. Pei Zugoi. The little girl called his name directly. Sorry, little girl at home, excuse me first. The middle-aged man beside him laughed and expressed his understanding. It's my sister, right? Let's go. You can take the little girl with you in the evening. Pei Zugoi couldn't reach the bottom of his eyes with a smile. No, the little girl doesn't like it. With a long step, he came to Jiang Ruoli's side. Are you here alone? Keep up. The voice is cold and warm. Forget it, show him some face outside. I heard that this man is fierce, so don't make him angry. Jiang Ruoli pulled the corners of his mouth, followed Pei Zhu back into the elevator, and went all the way to his office. Pour a cup of chocolate for Miss Jiang. Don't be too cold. Jiang Ruoli waved his little hand. No, I just said a few words and left. Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows and was not annoyed. He asked, are you really not thirsty? At that time, Pei Zugoi's assistant was sent by Grandpa Pei, a few years older than Pei Zugoi. Jiang Ruoli smiled politely at the man. Well, thank you, brother. Miss Jiang, you don't have to be polite. Pei Zugoi nodded his finger impatiently. The assistant seemed to see through everything and left with a smile. He also closed the door thoughtfully. Tell me, what's the matter with me? If you want me to cancel the marriage, I can tell you now. It's impossible. You are not a child anymore. You should know that our marriage is related to the Pei and Jiang families, not the simple me and me. The cold voice came to Jiang Ruoli's ears word by word. It's like she's ignorant. The little girl snorted angrily, crossed her waist with a small face, full of emotions. The slightly tender face is still a little unconvinced. Oh, of course I'm not a child. I'm an adult. I'm not here to cancel the marriage. Pei Zugoi looked at her, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. So? You also said that it was a marriage, so I'm here to inform you. In the future, you will take your Yangguan road, and I will take my wooden bridge. We will not violate the river, and no one should be locked up. Just act well in front of the two parents, do you agree? The girl, who is only 20 years old, is simple after all and can't hide things in her heart. After saying these words, Jiang Ruoli's face was inevitably a little capricious. Will this cold-faced man throw himself out of the window? Don't you agree? Pei Zugoi raised his eyes, and his deep black eyes stared at the little girl in front of him. The light condensed, and finally replied deeply, well, nothing else? If it's gone, then I'll go first. By the way, I'd like to inform you that I'm going back to study the day after tomorrow. The end of the second half of the sentence is raised, and the little joy that can't be hidden. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Anyway, he is studying abroad, and Pei Zugoi can't control it. Pei Zugoi licked his back teeth and raised his eyebrows. Study hard. I hope that as the eldest lady of the Jiang family and Mrs. Pei in the future, you will remember your identity and don't mess around. The assistant came in to deliver drinks. When he just heard this sentence, he sighed helplessly. This little Pei is really a straight man. It seems that the relationship between the two will not be harmonious in the future. Miss Jiang, iced chocolate removes the ice. Thank you. Jiang Ruoli took the cup, raised his head and drank more than half of the cup, and then put it heavily on Pei Zugoi's desk. But he accidentally spilled a few drops, which shows the big action. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Please make good money in Jiangcheng. Don't dirty yourself, or I will definitely cancel the marriage. After the little girl said a long sentence, she twisted her head and strode out of the office. At the moment of turning his head, the hairband slipped off with the movement and fell to the ground silently. Do you want to send it to Miss Jiang? The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. No, give it to me. Pei Zugoi held the black hairband, and his bony hands gradually grasped it, and his eyes were elusive and complicated emotions. Just like to Jiang Ruoli, he couldn't tell what his attitude towards the little girl was at that time. Since he was a child, Grandpa has often said to Pei Zugoi, the little girl of the Jiang family will be your wife in the future. Remember not to bully others. It seems that he has heard too much, and naturally, regarded Jiang Ruoli as his own property. Just like his beloved toys, engraved with Pei Zugoi's exclusive mark, he doesn't like to be touched by others. The little girl was undecided and ran abroad to study. Then go ahead. Anyway, she will come back and marry herself after all. The black hairband was clenched and put into the drawer. Multiplied by the corners of Pei Zugoi's mouth deepened, and his voice was soft, I really don't remember. The two were pulled out of their memories one after another and came to their senses. Jiang Ruoli sat on the table and looked at Pei Zugoi with his chin slightly raised. I remember. You are so annoying that you hide it directly and don't return it to me. The hairy kitten's voice was a little fierce, as if it had sharp claws. Pei Zugoi raised Jiang Ruoli's small chin and pinched it. He bent down and whispered in her ear, with a burning breath. Do you hate me again? Didn't you like it very much last night? Last night. Jiang Ruoli blushed, covered Pei Zugoi's mouth, and kicked him with his feet very rudely. Be a person. The man put his hands on both sides of her body and forcibly caught the kick. He didn't even frown, as if he didn't feel any pain. Are you AI? Won't it hurt? Pei Zugoi bent down, slowly kissed the tip of Jiang Ruoli's pink ear, and laughed out loud. Just you? Like a kitten scratching, what kind of strength can it have? However, of course, I am not as delicate as Mrs. Pei. Smelling the bursts of sweet rose smell coming from the woman's body, Pei Zugoi's throat rolled up and down, and his ink-colored eyes gradually sank, condensing the suppressed affection. There is also a lounge in my office. Does Lily know? Jiang Ruoli was just about to open his mouth, but his red lips were blocked, and a burst of fur fragrance came. The kitten sobbed and scratched fine marks. Pei Zugoi didn't have a good time because of Jiang Ruoli's body. An hour later, the door of the lounge was kicked open, and the man carried the woman with squinting eyes in his arms into the quilt. Chen smelled his forehead, and his tone was gentle and gentle, go to sleep, baby. Out of the lounge, Pei Zugoi picked up the inside line, and his voice was clear again, said. Chapter 29 Change my shirt, Mr. Pei, everything is ready, and the evening meeting can start early. Because Jiang Ruoli came to the company, Pei Zugoi brought the evening meeting forward to the afternoon. He wants to take her to dinner in time. Out of the office, when he saw Vivian, Pei Zugoi's steps stopped slightly, and there was a faint trace of worry between his eyebrows. She is sleeping in the lounge. Please pay attention. Vivian's voice, which used to be deserted, rose slightly. Okay, I understand. Jiang Ruoli really didn't expect that he didn't do anything else in a day and went to bed. Fortunately, I woke up after only squinting for more than half an hour. She stretched out, got her head out of the quilt, and reached for her mobile phone. Looking at the time, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the room was dark. It should be that Pei Zi specially drew the curtains for her before she left. The body is also very dry and not sticky at all. I thought Pei Zugoi still had a little conscience and helped me clean up. But where is her skirt? Why did it become a man's shirt? Jisho Dali Jiang Ruoli, where are my clothes? The message was sent from the other end soon. Plastic husband, are you awake? The clothes are dirty. I'm afraid it's uncomfortable for you to sleep in them, so I changed my shirt for you. Jiang Ruoli, a scholar, said, what should I wear? Cruel plastic husband, I've asked someone to buy you a new skirt. Don't be angry. I won't do this to you next time. Jiang Ruoli, a scholar, there will be no next time. Come and deliver a soup and put yourself on the bed. Not only go to bed, but also to the table. Bang bang, the door of the lounge was knocked, and Vivian's voice came from outside. Madam, Mr. Pei said that you woke up. Come in. Vivian outside the door paused and explained, Mr. Pei locked the door before leaving. The door of the lounge can only be opened from the inside out. Please open it for me. What kind of door, so troublesome? Jiang Ruoli rubbed his eyes, put on his slippers to open the door for Vivian, and opened the curtains by the way. As soon as Vivian came in, she saw the orange-yellow sunlight coming in from behind Jiang Ruoli, and she was wearing a wide men's shirt. Obviously, Mr. Pei's. There are also 2 buttons open, which makes people want to peek a little. The length of the shirt is just about Jiang Ruoli's thigh, and a pair of long legs are white and thin. Because she just woke up, there was still a delicate and simple face on her face. It makes people want to hold it in their arms for no reason. Vivian was stunned at once. Oh, my God, Mr. Pei is living a good life. Jiang Ruoli saw that Vivian still had 2 bags of clothes in his hand, which were the brand he often patronized. Is this dress mine? Vivian calmed down. Oh, yes, this is the dress that Mr. Pei ordered to buy for you. Jiang Ruoli looked at the skirt gift box, and her eyelashes flashed, too. Both of them. Vivian opened it in turn and couldn't help thinking of what Mr. Pei said after reporting his wife's size. She is more delicate. Remember to choose the best material, and buy 2 more for her to choose by herself. His eyes fell on 2 skirts, one black and one white. Vivian's eyesight was good, and Jiang Ruoli had a little more praise in his eyes. It's very beautiful, thank you. Vivian is flattered. Then you change slowly. I'll go out first. In the conference room, many people have found that Mr. Pei was not in good shape today. He knocked on his watch more than 10 times, as if there was something urgent. Especially after looking at the mobile phone just now. But even so, Pei Zugoi can still hear the data problems at the first time. 20 years ago, the real estate industry was indeed a profitable outlet, but now it is 2024. If you are stubborn and still limit your vision to this area, I don't think Pei doesn't need to spend so much money to support you every year. Next year, Pei will gradually reduce investment in real estate and even divest. Long-term vision, we should look at the future. Lee of Hong Kong City intends to carry out long-term cooperation with our company, mainly focusing on artificial intelligence. Within half a month, I hope to come up with a plan that will satisfy both sides. Is there any problem? The man's voice is plain and calm, but the sense of oppression belonging to the superior cannot be ignored, revealing a sharp warning. If it's okay, get off work early today. After saying that, Pei Zugoi left the conference room without lingering, leaving a group of people looking at each other with shocked faces. What? Can I get off work? When did you hold such a meeting before? It didn't take 2 or 3 hours. Did I hear it wrong? Half a month? Give a whole half a month. What's the best thing for Mr. Pei today? Has the company's stock risen? I heard that the president's wife came to the company today. I guess she is in a hurry to find her wife. Mr. Pei doesn't look like this kind of stupid king. I met the president's wife on the first floor at noon. She looks and has a figure. I can only say that no one can't help being stupid. I'm not active after work. I have a problem with my head. Why are you still here? It's time to get off work. A group of people got out of the conference room all at once. Not long after, dozens of pairs of eyes brushed together and saw Mr. Pei, who was not smiling, coming out of the president's office holding a woman in a black skirt with a women's bag in his hand. The woman was wearing slippers on her feet, and her shoes were as big as a boat, swaying and falling off at any time. She lay on Mr. Pei's chest, knowing what she was muttering delicately, and she looked a little unhappy. I'm a third uncle. I'm really the president's wife. I haven't been so white for half a month. Madam's figure is so good. It's a pity that I didn't see the face. Pei Zugoi held the person tightly in his arms and didn't show half of it. Naturally, they couldn't see his face. Not long after, he took Jiang Ruoli into the exclusive elevator and disappeared without a trace. A group of people were still blocking the entrance of the passage and looking at the gossip. Vivian appeared in time and reminded coldly, don't look at it. Let's see the money again. The crowd dispersed. Jiang Ruoli was carried into the car and threw off Pei Zugoi's big slippers, which she found from the lounge. Who told her that the straps of her high heels were broken inexplicably? So sometimes, expensive things are not necessarily of good quality. Miss Jiang was so angry that she immediately said that she would never buy any pair of shoes of this brand again. Pei Zugoi won't believe this kind of word. Next time a good-looking new model comes out, Jiang Ruoli will definitely buy it home. Good boy, put on my shoes and take you to dinner. Your shoes are too big. I can't even walk in them, which damages the image of my president's wife. Okay, then I'll take you down. Is it okay for the president's wife? Pei Zugoi squeezed Jiang Ruoli's wrinkled nose. Before she could reply, he bent down to pick her up. So there was the later scene. Jiang Ruoli raised his feet and said distressedly, "Where are you going to take me to dinner? Buy me a pair of shoes first, okay?" Pei Zugoi got into the car and frowned slightly when he heard the words. Not good. Chapter 30. What's wrong with swiping my wife's card? Don't you want to take me to dinner or buy me shoes? Miss Jiang Ruoli also got angry. She crossed her arms and directly raised her legs and kicked Pei Zugoi's thigh. Well, you haven't been married for a long time. You don't pretend, do you? You're going to starve me to death. Pei Zugoi grabbed the little foot on his lap, looked helpless, and denied, "I don't want to starve you to death. That is, you don't want to spend money on me? How much does a pair of shoes cost? You can't even bear this little money. Thinking that you got married at a young age, you ended up like this. Mainly in addition to hunger." The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. Jiang Ruoli's eyes were soft and sour. She turned her head and didn't want to look at Pei Zugoi again. She said aggrievedly, "Isn't it just a pair of shoes? Driver, stop the car later, and I'll buy it myself." None, the special assistant is not there, and the assistant on the shift doesn't know how to deal with this situation. He can only turn a deaf ear to what's happening outside the window and drive the Seiji's car. Help, what should I do if the boss and the boss's wife quarrel? I really want to die. Jiang Ruoli's little mouth didn't give Pei Zugoi a chance to explain sentence after sentence. Hearing the nasal sound in the little girl's voice, the man's eyes flashed panic, and he quickly turned around and clasped her waist. "It's not that I won't buy it for you, it's not that I won't give you food, but I just don't want to give you shoes. What's the difference?" Pei Zugoi sighed, lowered his voice and leaned to Jiang Ruoli's ear. "Didn't you say that it was a bad intention to give the other party's shoes? Did you forget?" Jiang Ruoli was stunned. It seemed that she did say something casually when she was in middle school. The reason is that Xie Yoren, who has no skin and no face, asked her to buy a pair of limited edition sneakers for herself. Jiang Ruoli was too lazy to queue up, so she said this. A lot of people came to the dinner that day. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi overheard it inadvertently, and he was still convinced in his heart. "I was talking nonsense. Who knows that you really wrote it down? So, can you trouble Miss Jiang to buy these shoes by herself?" Pei Zugoi rubbed Jiang Ruoli's earlobe, and his fingers touched the cold diamond. He hooked his lips and smiled, "For the sake of buying you an earring for several times the price." Jiang Ruoli's anger comes quickly and disperses quickly. After such an explanation, he will not be angry for a long time. Lean back slightly and relax. "Oh, then you can't let me wear slippers to eat." Seeing that he had finally coaxed the person, Pei Zugoi was relieved, his eyebrows were soft, and he asked someone to send it to you later. He knocked on the compartment, and the shopping mall in front of him stopped. The car was parked steadily in the VIP parking area of the shopping mall, and soon a staff member trotted in a hurry. "Mr. Pei, the shoes you want. 35.5 yards. A big hand stretched out and took away the shoes, followed by a woman's hand with a bank card on it. "Swipe my card." The staff at the counter were messy outside. Mr. Pei hurriedly asked them to send the latest pair, but he actually asked the woman to pay, which was simply shocking. Is it possible that the family's property is saved like this? Noticing the staff's indescribable expression, Jiang Ruoli's eyes turned and showed a sly smile. "I can't help it. Mr. Pei won't pay for these shoes for me, so I have to buy them myself. Today, I actually met a person who didn't give Pei Zugoi face directly." The staff held up a card swiping machine, neither picking up nor not answering. Instead of being angry, Pei Zugoi laughed happily. "Well, who told Mrs. Pei to have a lot of money? In the future, if I go bankrupt, I will have to rely on Mrs. Pei to support me. Just swipe my wife's card. How dare you be the love of husband and wife?" The staff breathed a sigh of relief and took Jiang Ruoli's card. It has become a part of the couple's play. Swipe your card and sign in one go. Rolls-Royce drove away from the shopping center and went straight to another alley next to it. "Mr. Pei, the car can't get in. This area is very special. In front is the modern and luxurious CBD shopping mall area, and behind is this kind of alley, full of all kinds of interesting shops. Usually, many people come to check in on weekends. The only drawback is that you can't drive and it's hard to park. Just stop here." Jiang Ruoli just put on her new high heels, and the black shoes just matched her skirt. Pei Zugoi had already got out of the car and opened the door on her side. "Let's go and take you to dinner." Pei Zugoi took her hand and walked around the alley for a few minutes, and finally walked into an inconspicuous door without words. "I'm afraid it's an ordinary person. If you don't pay attention, you will miss it." As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Ruoli found that there was something else inside. Small bridge and flowing water, poetic and picturesque. It turned out that there was an ancient Chinese-style private restaurant inside. The stone path is not easy to walk. With the high heels on Jiang Ruoli's feet, she walks very carefully. Pei Zugoi was not in a hurry. He just leaned on him and let her walk more easily. "How do you know about this restaurant?" It was opened by a friend. Entering the hall, Jiang Ruoli caught a glimpse of a calligraphy work hanging on the wall, writing the name of the restaurant, Maoying. "I vaguely felt a little familiar, as if I had heard of it somewhere." Seeing that Jiang Ruoli was stunned, Pei Zugoi pinched her fingers. What's the matter? It's nothing. I just feel that the name of this restaurant is very familiar. This restaurant is under the name of Li Yanzhou. Chapter 31. Is there really no white moonlight? I see. No wonder it feels familiar. It seems that last time at Shen Jian's house, Li Yanzhou's assistant sent the dishes of this restaurant. The two of them didn't eat much. Pei Zugui ordered several dishes that Jiang Ruoli loved, a total of 5 dishes and 1 soup, plus a small dessert. He found that Jiang Ruoli must eat something sweet after every meal, not necessarily cake. Anyway, it is what those girls like to eat, like a sense of ritual. Don't add chili to all dishes, and don't make desserts too sweet. When he heard this, Jiang Ruoli's heart was like a calm lake. He dropped a small stone and splashed round after circle. What Pei Zugui said is her habit. But she doesn't seem to remember what habits he has in life. Let's say that this person is obsessed with cleanliness, and he can eat her leftovers indifferently. As for what to eat and drink, it seems to be the same for him. I can't see the preference at all. There is only one. Pei Zugui is allergic to crabs, which he learned from Yi Dai last time. Do you have anything you like? Pei Zugui was wiping Jiang Ruoli's hands with a hot towel. Hearing the words, he raised his eyebrows. What do you like? Isn't there one in front of you? Jiang Ruoli added, or rather, what you like to eat. Otherwise, it will be easy for us to be exposed in front of the elders next time, just like the crab last time. The man wiped every white and tender finger with his hand, and slowly folded the hot towel and put it back in place. After pondering for a moment, he hooked his lips to Jiang Ruoli. Do you count? Jiang Ruoli didn't react at first. What she likes to eat, you. His cheeks were hot, and he was ashamed and annoyed when he thought of certain shots. Why are you so in tune? I'm serious. If you don't want to say it, forget it, Pei Zugui pondered for a moment and said, I don't have anything I particularly like to eat, and many things are dispenning to me. For example, as you said, I don't seem to feel particularly sorry for the crab allergy. If I have to say, I don't like things that taste too strong. Such as hot pot. Jiang Ruoli drank his saliva and didn't take it seriously. Coincidentally, I like hot pot the most. If I can't eat spicy food, I will eat all kinds of other pot bottoms. Hot pot is so delicious. Who would refuse? Thinking of the smell coming from the house the night when she was picked up from the police station, Pei Zugui smiled. Well, I smelled it. So can I still eat hot pot at home in the future? In fact, Jiang Ruoli just asked casually. According to her nature, even if Pei Zugui said no, the young lady would still eat whatever she wanted. At worst, open the window for ventilation after eating. The new wind system of hundreds of thousands of ye in Langtingyan is not a decoration. If I don't eat, will you be obedient? The young lady shook her head honestly. Pei Zugui couldn't help laughing, and his low voice made Jiang Ruoli stunned for a few seconds. The man's clear face showed a gentle expression, and his eyebrows were full of pleasure. It's rare to see this dead face smiling so happily. Pei Zugui put the spiny fish into Jiang Ruoli's bowl and said softly, Eat, Langtingyan is our home. As a hostess, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Ruoli, who won the death-free gold medal, was very happy. He tasted the delicious fish with a smile and his eyebrows bent. Seeing the obvious smile on her face, the corners of Pei Zugui's mouth also raised an arc. Shen Jian is also in the private room next door. She is the only one in the big private room. And the man next to him. Li Yanzhou had just returned from Hong Kong City. Zhou Shuo contacted Shen Jian to go to Liyin to lit incense in advance. Coincidentally, she just came out of Liyin and met the man who got off the car. Does Miss Shen have time to have dinner with me? Under the lens, there was fatigue that could not be concealed. Shen Jian agreed to it. This is not the first time that he followed Li Yanzhou to Maoying. He thought that Zhou Shuo would be with them, but Zhou Sulka put down the two at the corner of the alley and drove away. Why don't you go with us? Li Yanzhou lowered his eyes sideways, and his deep black eyes hid a smile. Zhou Sulka has been working too hard to follow me these days and let him rest for 2 days. Or is my boss so cruel and unkind in the eyes of Miss Shen? I didn't mean that. Shen Jian quickened her pace. Behind him, Li Yanzhou was wearing a coat, and his thick figure seemed to completely block the woman, creating an illusion of being protected in his arms. Doesn't Miss Shen like her jade mushroom jade? Eat more. Li Yanzhou just picked dishes for Shen Jian with public chopsticks, and the waiter came in respectfully. Mr. Li, Mr. Pei is also next door. Is he alone? There is another woman, who should be Mrs. Pei. The man waved his hand. Got it, go down. Li Yanzhou looked sideways, and the woman next to him was looking at him. The watery autumn water eyes seemed to be talking. Do you want to go over and say hello? Shen Jian nodded. In the huge river city, the only one who can be called Mr. Pei and ask the waiter to inform Li Yanzhou is Pei Zugui. If it's a courtesy to accompany him to dinner, it's just a greeting. If not, as a good friend, she must also remind Li Li. Thinking that she had guessed what was in her heart, the mellow voice sounded, "Don't worry, except for Jianruoli, Pei Zugoi will not bring other women here for dinner." Looking at Li Yanzhou's joking eyes, Shen Jian felt that all her thoughts seemed to have nowhere to hide. "So, I'll fill my stomach first and take you there later." With that, Li Yanzhou put another golden pumpkin cake into Shen Jian's bowl. "Mr. Li also eats." She imitated him and picked up a small piece of ribs. Li Yanzhou looked at the brightly colored sweet and sour chops in the bowl, slowly chewed in his mouth, and his eyebrows were lazy and comfortable. "Did you get the gift?" Speaking of this, Shen Jian put down her chopsticks and said with a straight sheer, "That's too expensive. I can't accept it." If she knew that the bracelet that Li Yanzhou and Jianruoli grabbed at the auction was given to her, she would not have let them mess around. Besides, didn't Mr. Li say that day that this was to be given to an important person? Li Yanzhou pursed his lips and looked over silently. "Isn't Miss Shen an important person to me? After all, you have mastered my sleep quality. If someone else hears this, they must have misunderstood." For example, the waiter standing in the corner of the private room in charge of cooking can no longer control his gossip expression at this moment. Shen Jian was slightly annoyed, and her ears were inevitably dyed a touch of light red. If it were a fragrance, would Mr. Li also give such a precious gift? Li Yanzhou put away his smile and said in a low voice, "There will be no better incense master than you, and don't make such an impossible assumption. Didn't Miss Shen just praise me for pitying my subordinates? Well, as my incense master, just a bracelet, just think of it as a year-end bonus. Are you in trouble?" Shen Jian bit her lip and looked at Li Yanzhou with a slightly injured look. His heart softened and he nodded. "Then I will keep it for Mr. Li for the time being." With a light smile, Li Yanzhou picked up his chopsticks again. "So, can you have a good meal? Would you like to try the newly brewed rice wine?" Shen Jian couldn't help being curious and asked Li Yanzhou to pour a small cup. The rice wine brewed by the master is fragrant and sweet. It feels like eating sweet wine. Unconsciously, the glass has been empty. When she looked up again, the beauty's cheeks were red and her eyes were confused. Multiplied by in the private room next door, she had enough to eat and drink, and the young lady began to make trouble again. "Pei Zugoi, don't you really have a white moonlight?" "No, I have been married to you since I was a child, and I dare not cross the line." Jianruoli is quite satisfied with this answer. "So, do you have a gift?" Pei Zugoi's voice was clear and gentle, and he was still a little nervous when he listened carefully. "White moonlight." The little fox turned his eyes and blinked playfully. "Yes." The man's eyes became cold in an instant, and his voice also shouted a little sadly, "Who? Why has he never heard of it? Or, during the period of studying abroad? Shouldn't. Hey, the chicken soup wonton wrapped by the master of the Pei family's old house. When I came to my senses, I found that I had been fooled by the little girl." Pei Zugoi pinched her little face punitively, but the anger between his eyebrows dissipated invisibly. "On purpose? Who said that the white moonlight must be a human? What's your stipulation?" Inside the door, laughing and playing. Outside the door, Li Yanzhou held the person in his arms and was careful for fear that she would fall if she was careless. Who would have thought that Shen Jia's drinking was so poor? I also blame myself for not considering the strength of rice wine. Do you still want to go in? Shen Jian raised her head and looked at Li Yanzhou and shook her head obediently. "Don't go in. I can hear that it's a courtesy. Then shall we go home?" Shen Jian, who was slow thinking, nodded obediently. Li Yanzhou hugged the general invisibly and smiled lightly. "You are so good." In the night, the tall man helped the wobbly woman out of the alley. The dim yellow light sprinkled on the two of them, and also showed that they were getting closer and closer. And this night is destined not to be calm. In the middle of the night, in Liying, a woman's soft voice like a kitten came, sometimes without it. The white camellia in the yard was wet by the dew and swayed with the wind, waiting for the first ray of sunshine at dawn. Chapter 32 Pink, Jianruoli received a call from Xi Meng'an early in the morning, saying that he had a nightmare last night and had to go to the temple today to worship. Thinking of Xi Meng'an's WeChat nickname, Jianruoli joked, "Didn't you have a good night's dream? Stop talking. It's a good dream for others, not yourself. Okay, we can go to Jingshan Temple and have some vegetarian noodles, by the way. I'll call Yang Yan later." Jianruoli turned over and alarmed Pei Zugoi, who had not yet got up. "Who called early in the morning?" "It's Annan. I'm going to Jingshan Temple today." "Okay, sleep with me for a while." Pei Zugoi put him in his arms. After a night, the stubble on his chin came out and rubbed it on his neck, causing Jianruoli to shrink back. "It's itchy. Don't rub it. I have to get up and call Yan Yan." The soft jade disappeared not long after he was in his arms. Pei Zugoi frowned and followed him. "After all, what's the point of sleeping by yourself?" Jianruoli used to drinking a glass of honey water first when she got up, and Pei Zugoi squeezed out the toothpaste for her first. The silent movements between the two show a tacit understanding, like an old husband and wife who have been married for a long time. The sound of the electric toothbrush sounded, and Shen Jia's voice also came from the other end of the phone. It sounds weak and hoarse. Courtesy? What's the matter? At the same time, there was a man's voice on the other end of the phone. Low, hoarse, and seductive. Good boy, sleep allure. Jiang Ruoli still had toothpaste in her mouth, and she was shocked for a moment and forgot to speak. His eyes, which were still mixed with sleepiness, suddenly became clear. Did I disturb you? It was quiet for a moment, and there was a rustling sound. It should be Shen Jian who walked out of the room. No, it was the sound of the TV just now. What's the matter with me in the morning? Yes, you know it's early in the morning. Who is a good person to watch TV in the morning? Whose TV has a magnetic male voice shouting good? But hearing Shen Jia's tightness and nervousness, Jiang Ruoli spit out the toothpaste in his mouth, touched his nose and pretended not to know anything. And continued, it's nothing, it's just that Anne asked us to go to Qingshan Temple. Do you have time? Shen Jian on the other side coughed twice and hurriedly responded, I'm free, I'm going to see my grandmother. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jian, who was hiding on the balcony to blow the wind, hugged her arms tightly and crumpled back to the room. The bracelet in her hand knocked and made a crisp sound. The beauty frowned and shook her wrist. When was this bracelet worn? The intermittent picture was in front of her, and Shen Jian's face was getting redder and redder. Looking at the man who was still sleeping on the bed, Shen Jian breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the wrinkled clothes from the ground, put them on, and quietly closed the door. The man on the bed opened his eyes in an instant at the faint sound of closing the door. Qingming, no sleepiness. On the bedside table, the jade bracelet is lying quietly in the box. Last night, it was hard for him to coax her to put it on. His deep eyes contained complicated emotions. Check where she has gone. Zhou Suke in his sleep was confused. Who are you talking about? Hearing the boss's cold voice, Zhou shuddered and immediately. Unlike Li Yanzhou's boredom, Pei Zigui enjoyed the beautiful morning when his little wife shaved his beard. Jiang Ruoli was picked up on the washstand, and Pei Zigui's pajamas were put under him. As for him, he was naked, with his hands on his sides, enjoying the service. This is the first time Jiang Ruoli has shaved other people's beards, and she is not proficient in it. But seeing her alienation, Pei Zigui seemed to be happier. The chin was full of foam, but Jiang Ruoli didn't know where to start. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. With that, Pei Zigui grabbed the hesitant little hand, pressed the switch, and the razor made a spinning sound. Jiang Ruoli stared at Pei Zigui's chin carefully, getting closer and closer, just like when he was in the math exam. Then I'll do it. Well, don't be afraid. It didn't take long. Hiss. Ah, why did you bleed? I didn't mean it. Pei Zigui kissed the flustered little girl, and the shaving foam stained her little face. He gently wiped it off and comforted, it's okay, it's just a small wound. Does it hurt? Pei Zigui shook his head and met Jiang Ruoli's suspicious eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose quietly. It won't hurt if you kiss. Annoying. Come by yourself. Jiang Ruoli rolled his eyes and jumped off the washstand. He began to apply essence to himself, ignoring Pei Zigui. A moment later, Jiang Ruoli saw a small red mark on the man's clean chin. I went downstairs for breakfast. Well, let's go. As soon as the words fell, Pei Zigui felt that his chin was attached to two pieces of warmth and softness. She is kissing him. The subordinates unconsciously supported Jiang Ruoli's slender waist. As soon as he touched it, the little fox blinked and ran out of the bathroom. Bye to remember to put on the band-aid. She threw down a cartoon band-aid. Pink. In the mirror, the man's hand touched the wound, and the smile in the corner of his eyes lingered. Yen dollars, yen dollars, yen dollars. The fortune separator appears. After breakfast, I went out, and Motosuke was already waiting at the door. Jiang Ruoli originally wanted to driving to Qingshan Temple. Pei Zigui was worried that she drove around most of the city and had to go up the mountain, so she had to ask Moat to help her. Good morning, Mr. Pei, madam. Jiang Ruoli waved to him enthusiastically. Good morning, Motosuke, to thank you for your hard work. Between the words, Pei Zigui has stuffed people into the car. With a few more greetings, Shen Jian will have to wait for you at the gate of the mountain for a few more minutes. Very good, accurately grasped Jiang Ruoli's fate. However, she looked at Pei Zigui, who was sitting next to her, and wondered, are you going too? Otherwise? I've given you the assistant and the car. Shall I walk to the company? Jiang Ruoli made a grimace, as if she had forced him to send it, and the row of cars in the garage was eating ashes. Or does Pei Zigui not like to drive by himself? Speaking of which, Jiang Ruoli has never seen Pei Zigui drive by himself. Motosuke's driving skills are very good, and he sent Jiang Ruoli to Qingshan Temple quickly and steadily all the way. I'm leaving. Bye. Don't pick me up in the afternoon. I'll take Anne's car. Seeing Jiang Ruoli leave, it was not until she walked into the gate of the temple and couldn't see the place. Pei Zigui said lightly, let's go. Mott's assistant held the steering wheel and looked at the pink cartoon band-aid on Pei Zigui's chin through the rearview mirror for the 108th time. Mr. Pei, there is also a meeting with the partner in the afternoon. Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows and said righteously, So are you sure you want to appear at the business meeting with this pink band-aid that bursts with a girl's heart? Motosuka ended his inner roar, cleared his throat, and asked in another way, Is your chin injured? Pei Zugoi's clear voice is full of pleasure, and there is a trace of arrogance. Husband and wife's love, you don't understand. Motsuke almost choked to death in the driver's seat. Yes, I don't understand. How can I understand? LOL, isn't it a band-aid? Ha ha ha, who is jealous? I didn't break the defense. Don't talk nonsense. Not long after Jiang Ruoli arrived, Shen Juyen also got out of the taxi in a hurry and brought a message. Alan just called me and said that she had a temporary job and couldn't come over. Worried about disturbing Mr. Pei and Mrs. Pei again, Xu Man called directly to Shen Jian, who was as lonely as her. Jiang Ruoli pouted angrily and complained, Unreliable Xu Man. Let's go, then let's hang out casually to when climbing the steps. The moment she raised her legs, Shen Jian frowned slightly and hissed. Jiang Ruoli held her, paused slightly, and stopped talking. Yang Yan, you. Chapter 33 It's Mr. Li, are you not feeling well? It doesn't matter. Let's go. Shen Jian looked at Jiang Ruoli and naturally saw the desire on her face. She hooked Jiang Ruoli's arm and said lightly in a delicate voice, The voice you heard in the morning is Mr. Li. Jiang Ruoli didn't intend to ask, but she didn't expect Shen Jian to say it herself. Mr. Li, which other Mr. Li besides him? Li Yanzhou. They are all adults. What does it mean to appear early in the morning? You don't need to ask. It's just. When did these two people get together? No, Li Yanzhou must have deliberately deceived her simple Yang Yan for a long time. Li Yanzhou. Well, he and I, anyway, some accidents happened, and I may have to resign. The woman's soft apricot eyes drew a trace of indescribable emotions. It can be seen that her brain is now like a ball of hair wrapped in thread, and she is at a loss. Jiang Ruoli's eyes fell on Shen Jian's delicate skin that were not completely covered. He was about to ask something when another voice came from above the steps. That's it. If she doesn't want to say more, I won't force her. Isn't this Yang Yan? Shen Jian grew up in Jingshan Temple since she was a child, and all the masters in the temple knew her. Seeing two white little girls standing at the gate of the temple, I took a second look and found that they were my little girls. Master Jing Yun, long time no see. Come to see your grandmother. She went to the vegetable field in the back mountain and estimated that she was coming back soon. Shen Jian nodded obediently. I came here with Li Li today to breathe the fresh air in the mountains. Or, remember to stay and eat a bowl of vegetarian noodles at noon. Today's bean sprouts are very fresh. Jiang Ruoli replied with a smile, Okay. The air in the mountains is very fresh, and the air is full of the smell of burning incense, mixed with the natural aroma of plants and trees, which cleanses the soul. It makes people temporarily leave the worldly sorrows and troubles. The two took incense, lit a devout bow in front of the hall, and inserted the incense burner. As soon as he came out of the back of the Darshan hall, he saw an old man in a dark brown robe, carrying an empty kettle, passing by not far away. Shen Jian waved her hand and blurted out, Grandma. The old man turned his head and narrowed his dim eyes. The moment he saw clearly, he was instantly happy. It's my year. Aren't you busy today? I heard that Mr. Li has come back from Hong Kong City. Grandma knows that Shen Jian went to Liyun to work. She didn't want her grandmother to worry, so she took the empty kettle in the old man's hand with an unnatural expression. Well, Mr. Li is so busy with work that he can't control me. No matter how it is for the face of your Aunt Wanhua, you still have to do things seriously, you know? I know, Grandma. Jiang Ruoli knew that Shen Jian didn't want to say more, so he followed her and shouted softly, Grandma Shen, why haven't you seen me since I've been standing here for so long? After Shen Jia's grandmother got married, she added her husband's surname before her name, which was not uncommon in that era, so their juniors were also used to calling her Grandma Shen. The old man looked at the playful Jiang Ruoli and smiled even more. He grabbed the hands of the two children intimately. Ali is here today. You are not good. I haven't seen my grandmother for a long time. Jiang Ruoli stuck out his tongue and said coquettishly, I just got married. I'm very busy. I'm not going to follow Yang Yan to see you today. At the critical moment, I still have to rely on Pei's return as an excuse. It's easy to use and doesn't charge money. The old man is just a joke. How can he be willing to really blame? Since you are here, go to the Zanjing Pavilion to copy the Heart Sutra a few times before leaving. Shen Jian has been asked to copy scriptures since she was a child and got used to it. Today's mood fluctuates, and it is necessary to copy the scriptures several times to calm down. Needless to say, Grandma plans to do the same. On the first floor of the Zanjing Pavilion of Qingshan Temple, there is a special area for tourists who enter the mountain. There are many kinds of Buddhist scriptures on it, all of which are donated by kind people. If you are interested and have time, you can sit in your seat and copy the scriptures, and you can also provide tea service. Today is not the weekend, and there are no people in the Zanjing Pavilion at this time. As soon as he stepped into the door, Jiang Ruoli walked towards the tea bar, while Shen Jian was ready to walk to the corner table. The personalities of the two people were obvious. Yan Yan, what do you want to drink? Jiang Ruoli lowered his voice and looked at the handwritten tea list. It's all right. As soon as the words fell, the young boy sitting at the small table at the front desk and copying scriptures raised his head. Shen Juyan. The woman whose name was called stopped and smiled when she saw the boy's face clearly. Wheat Valley, why are you here? Don't you have to go to school? Jiang Maigo is a child adopted by the temple. According to the old master in the temple, that year was icy and snowy, and Chengcheng was a cold wave that was rare in 10 years. As soon as she opened the door of the temple in the morning, she found a baby crying at the door, pitiful. After calling the police, he couldn't bear it, so the temple took care of Jiang Maigo on his behalf. Later, when Jiang Maigo grew up, he needed a household registration to go to school. The abbess of the temple officially went to the police station to go through the formalities and adopted Maigo. Maigo grew up in the temple and was raised by a group of masters. He has been a skin since he was a child, and he fought for 3 days. Once, the child under the mountain scolded Jiang Maigo for being a woman who grew up in the nun pile. Jiang Maigo rushed up and wrestled with others without saying a word. Shen Jian went down the mountain to the kisk to secretly buy grilled sausages to eat, and happened to encounter this scene. She was a few years older than him, and she was soft-tempered. Unexpectedly, she scolded directly that time, and the little adult seemed to have educated the son of the shopkeeper, which made his face red. Finally, the sister and brother went back to the temple one by one. Although Jiang Maigo has been well since he was a child, his grades have always been very good, and he was admitted to Jiangchang University. It's just that after growing up, he and Shen Jian have seen each other less, and they are not as close as they used to be. I'm going to take the postgraduate entrance examination, so I came to the temple to be quiet. By the way, I helped the master and took care of the tea room. What would you like to drink? Jiang Ruoli's finger ordered somewhere on the tea list. I'd like a pot of Balan oolong. She opened the payment code and handed it over as she said. Jiang Maigo waved his hand in a hurry. You don't have to pay. If I dare to take your money today, the master will come and break my leg in a moment. Find a seat quickly. Shen Juyan did not refuse. She smiled and took Jiang Ruoli's arm in response. Okay. Just give me more money for the incense later. On the table by the window in the corner, you can also see the scenery outside. The music of the Buddhist scriptures was in my ear, and bursts of sandalwood penetrated into my nose, which could soon calm down my impetuous heart. Shen Jian began to copy the Heart Sutra on paper with a pen. I don't know how many times I have written it since I was a child, but she could write it silently long ago. But she still didn't do anything perfunctory. She wrote a stroke at a time and wrote very seriously. On the other hand, Jiang Ruoli was quite serious at first, but not long after, he obviously began to lose his mind. Sister Lily, your tea. This is the kitchen master's new green tea crisp. Try it. Okay, thank you. Seeing Shen Jian bowing her head and carefully copying the scriptures, Jiang Maigo did not bother her anymore. The green snacks are placed on an exquisite porcelain plate, which looks very attractive. Jiang Ruoli couldn't wait to take a small bite. The layers of tea were crispy, not sweet or greasy, and it was very delicious. Take another sip of Balan oolong. The combination of milky oolong tea and white orchids enters the throat, which is warm and mellow. A shadow passed by outside the window. Jiang Ruoli's eyebrows moved slightly. He glanced at Shen Jian, who was carefully copying the scriptures, picked up his mobile phone and walked out quietly. Chapter 35. Where did you know the upstart? Meow to under the tree, a 3-flowered cat crawled up and meowed at Jiang Ruoli, like a provocation. There are many wild cats in Xingshan Temple, and the masters in the temple are merciful and have never driven them away. Over time, stray cats around a few miles seem to have heard of this good place, and they came to look for food and even settle down. There is a place to put cat food in the temple, and many kind-hearted people donated cat nests, so the cats in Xingshan Temple have also become famous scenic spots, and there are also people who come specially for them and earn a lot of ticket money. Mao Mao, come down quickly. I'll take you to see the big fat koi. The little 3 flowers on the tree seemed to be really able to understand. Unexpectedly, they came down like this. They ran to Jiang Ruoli's side and rubbed them, and almost lifted their soft belly. Jiang Ruoli sat by the stone of the release pool, with Xiao Sanhua's hairy head under his palm, rubbing against it from time to time. The young lady proudly took a photo and sent it to Pei Zugoi. Look, I have a cat fate. A cat looked at the big fat koi in the pool in a daze. One is in a daze, and the other is probably calculating how to put a larger koi ashore. Pei's headquarters. As the president, Pei Zugoi is obviously in a good mood today. He calmly accepted the gossip eyes of his subordinates, and there was a trace of darkness in his eyes. No matter whether anyone asks or not, what he said was, my wife is playing a joke. In less than half a day, the company's various groups gossiped about the president and the president's wife's newly married Yao. However, the person concerned didn't know at all, and he was still here to show off his good relationship with small animals. Seeing Jiang Ruoli's news, the man smiled even more. Plastic husband, well, small animals attract small animals, and their kind attracts each other. Jiang Ruoli, who saw the news, sprinkled a handful of fish food fiercely. This Pei Sugoi really scolded me for being a human being in a different way. Jiang Ruoli, who knows the book and is reasonable, who do you think is a small animal? Pei Sugoi sent a photo from that end. The pink band-aid on the chin was so conspicuous that it was difficult to ignore it. Clicking on the voice bar, the man's magnetic low voice came through the mobile phone, which little wildcat made my chin. Forgot it? It's useless not to admit it. The whole company knows it. Jiang Ruoli's little face turned red. This is obviously a problem with the razor. What's her business? Besides, isn't Pei Sugoi asking her to help? Also, how long has it been? I was just joking with him. Why haven't I taken off the band-aid when I got to the company? The wound is about to heal. Where's Motsuk? Deduct your salary. Why don't you remind Pei Sugoi? Let him hang out in the company all morning with pink cartoon band-aids. Jiang Ruoli, a scholar, said, why haven't you taken it off yet? If you pick it off, won't these things be over? Pei Sugoi wrote back lightly, I forgot. Jiang Ruoli was so angry that his teeth were itchy. He waved his palm and rewarded all the fish food to the big fat koi. Mrs. Pei. A cold male voice came from behind. Oh my god, Jiang Ruoli was so scared that he almost fell into the release pool. Ouch, I'm going. Who? It was scary to death in broad daylight. Jiang Ruoli turned around and was about to curse when he saw Li Yanzhou's gloomy face. It turns out to be you. What's the matter? Li Yanzhou touched the Buddha beads between his wrist, his tone was cold, mixed with a trace of urgency, where is she? Knowing that Shen Jian and Jiang Ruoli came to Jingshan Temple together, he threw away his work and rushed over. Not long after I came in, I saw Jiang Ruoli holding a cat by the koi pond. He looked around anxiously and didn't see the person he was thinking about. Jingshan Temple is neither big nor small. At present, only Jiang Ruoli knows where Shen Jian is. Jiang Ruoli patted the fish food crumbs in his hands and stood up with Xiao Sanhua in his arms. His eyes fell on the unobscured red on Li Yanzhou's neck, and his heart moved slightly. It seems that her Yang Yan was really eaten up by Li Yanzhou last night. She. Who is Mr. Li talking about? Li Yanzhou raised his eyes and looked over with very sharp eyes, with a silent sense of oppression. Miss Jiang, who was not afraid of heaven and earth, was still a little timid for a moment. Li Yanzhou touched the Buddha beads, and his voice was cold. Mrs. Pei should know who I'm talking about. Jiang Ruoli licked his lips and put the three-flowered cat on the stone. The little guy rubbed it and ran away without a trace. Although I don't know what happened between you and Yang Yan, if you dare to bully her, even if it's the Li family in Hong Kong, I won't be shy. No matter how much it doesn't help her, there is still Pei Sugoi. Who can't pretend to be a tiger? Hearing Shen Jia's name, Li Yanzhou's face softened a lot. Don't worry, I have no second thought in Yang Yan. What Mrs. Pei is worried about will never happen. Jiang Ruoli put his hands around him and said arrogantly, do you know where this is? Li Yanzhou raised his eyebrows. At the feet of the Buddha, don't say anything against your heart. So, Mrs. Pei, can you tell me where she is? It's about the same. Jiang Ruoli muttered in a low voice, Mrs. Pei, it's strange and uncomfortable. She clicked on the sutra pavilion not far away. Here, she was copying the scriptures in it. Looking in the direction of your fingertips, the clean window shows the small figure sitting in it. The woman lowered her head and carefully copied the scriptures. Her long black hair drooped, and her side face was looming. Thinking of the touch of his fingers through the hair last night, Li Yanzhou rubbed his fingers. Thank you very much. After saying that, the man's long legs hurried to the Zangjing pavilion. The tea is cold. I'll add a new pot for you. Shen Jian looked up and saw Jiang Maigu put down the hot teapot on the table, and smiled slightly. Thank you. Jiang Maigu scratched his head and his ears turned red inexplicably. Shen Jian, why are you so polite to me? Shen Jian put down the pen in her hand and turned her wrist. She should thank her anyway. Noticing her small detail, Jiang Maigu asked in a low voice, is your wrist uncomfortable? It's still the same. I forget the time when I copy the scriptures. I'll go to the backyard to get you the ointment. No, it will be fine in a moment. When you leave, no one will take care of you. What if someone comes? This kind of weather is still a weekday. Who else will come except you? As soon as the words fell, the door was pushed open again. As soon as Li Yanzhou stepped into the door, he saw two people in the corner. The boy in the cap bent down to cover most of the woman's body, and the distance between the two was extremely close. There was a burst of hurried footsteps in the quiet tea room. What's wrong with your hand? Hey, who are you, sir? Get out of the way. The man's voice is as cold as a frozen cave, and you can feel a cold air just by standing outside. And he looked condescendingly at the boy who stood in front of him, as if he was looking at an ant who could not measure himself. Shen Jian, who came back to her senses, pushed away Jiang Maigu in front of her, and said indifferently, Maigu, it's okay. We know each other. Jiang Maigu finally got out of the way and breathed a sigh of relief. He almost scared him to death just now. College students are easily scared to death, okay? Backslash. OOL vertical, line. L, slash, so you know each other. Hello, I'm Shen Jie's good friend. However, Li Yanzhou didn't even give him a look. He directly came forward and grabbed Shen Jie's slender arm, and asked repeatedly, "What's wrong with your hand?" The tone is indeed gentler than before. "It's nothing." Shen Yaran squeezed her lips and tried to break free, but failed. "It's really nothing. I'm just tired of copying scriptures." "You hurt me?" The woman's voice was soft and a little soft, which made Li Yanzhou unconsciously lighten the force of his men. But he still didn't let her go. Looking at his burning and paranoid eyes, Shen Jian sighed and "Let's go out to talk." "Okay." His voice was dumb and ridiculous. "If we can still talk, there is still room for recovery." "My go, I'll go first. Thank you for your refreshments today. They are all my own people. Don't be so polite." Li Yanzhou frowned and was slightly stunned when he heard the words. He took out a leather black wallet from his suit pocket, opened it, and took out a few red banknotes and put them on the table. "Don't look for it, just think of it as incense money." After saying that, he took Shen Jian out of the Zangjing pavilion. Oh. How can a pot of tea and 2 pieces of tea crisps need so much? Shen Jian didn't know the upstart. He looked up at the door. The man just pinched Shen Jian's waist and half hugged her out of the not low door. Chapter 35. I want to say something. Shen Jian doesn't have much resistance to such an intimate action. Jiang Maiguo covered up the loss in his eyes and silently returned to the front desk. "Let go of me. This is not a place to move hands and feet." Li Yanzhou removed the strength in his hand, but still did not let go of the person. He raised his eyebrows, and his tone was a little unsere. "Does it mean to change the place?" "Li Yanzhou, you are so annoying." Shen Jian blurted out and stared at the man angrily. This is the first time she is so bold that she loses her temper with Li Yanzhou. Realizing this, she bit her red lips, and her wet apricot eyes were red. The little appearance of being wronged made people want to coax. Li Yanzhou's heart tightened, thinking of the pear blossom and the delicate flower that cried under him last night. "Okay, I hate it, so can Yang Yan not be angry?" "What happened last night?" Shen Jian covered Li Yanzhou's mouth and interrupted him shyly and anxiously. "Nothing happened last night, don't talk about it." She didn't expect Li Yanzhou to catch up with Jingshan Temple so quickly. "Even if I copied the heart scriptures for so long, as soon as I saw him, my mind was still confused, and I couldn't figure it around. I hate this out-of-control state." Shen Jian lowered her head and leaned too close. In front of her was the man's solid chest, and her muscle lines could not be hidden under her shirt. "The fragmentary picture is still looming in front of me. Last night, I seemed to be held in my arms, pressed under my body and against the wall by this strong body. I can't think about it anymore." Shen Jian pinched her palm hard, and her voice was muffled. "They are all adults. Mr. Li doesn't have to worry about it, and I will keep this matter shut. As for Li Ye's work, I will continue to be responsible until you find a new Xiangshi." This clear line, easy to gather and disperse, made Li Yanzhou frown, as if something was lost in the palm of his hand. "Do you want to leave?" "It's impossible." Li Yanzhou lowered his eyes, and the woman's curly eyelashes fluttered. "When we first met, she was like a butterfly flying into her heart. There is no chance to escape from the things in his Li Yanzhou territory." "I don't agree." "Why not?" As soon as Shen Jian looked up to refute, she was hugged by someone's waist and hugged her in her arms the next second. "What are you doing? Someone will see you later." Li Yanzhou looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Even the anger was soft, and there was no deterrent look. "I don't agree, because it was a little drunkard who took the initiative last night. I defended myself like jade for more than 20 years and lost my innocence overnight." He stared at Shen Jian and gently pinched the soft flesh on her waist with his fingers on her waist. Yo-Yo said, "I want and say, it's not too much?" Shen Jian finally raised her head and saw the man's resentful eyes. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. Isn't it her first time? She didn't even let him take responsibility. This man is really... Shen Jian bit her lower lip aggrievedly. How do you think I am responsible?" Li Yanzhou is so rich that she really can't think of anything to compensate him. Watching the little white rabbit jump into his trap step by step, Li Yanzhou's dark eyes were elusive and smiling. He held Shen Jian's hand and said slowly, "Don't worry, have lunch first." Shen Jian looked soft, but in fact, she was very stubborn and replied relentlessly, "I'm not hungry." "You say what you want first." As soon as the words fell, the sound of intestinal squirming penetrated into their ears. The volume is not light. Shen Jian covered her stomach, and her cheeks blushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not all his fault. She was in a hurry to run in the morning, and she was not in the mood to have breakfast, so she has been hungry until now. "I'm not hungry." Hearing the woman's righteous affirmation again, Li Yanzhou laughed softly, and his dark eyes hid a strong pampering. "But I'm hungry. I was upset by you all night last night, and I didn't eat anything." There was an itch on the hand that was held, and it was Li Yanzhou who gently pinched it. Besides, you are not hungry, and your Miss Jiang should also be hungry. I almost forgot, and there are gifts. Looking along Li Yanzhou's line of sight, Shen Jian saw Jiang Ruoli pedaling towards her in high heels. You are not allowed to talk nonsense in front of Li Li, do you hear me? Even if Li Yanzhou is not happy, he can only follow her mind now, for fear that an unpleasant person will run away again. As soon as Jiang Ruoli arrived, he saw Li Yanzhou's claws on her Yang Yan's body, too. She said angrily, Mr. Li, have you finished talking with my Yang Yan? I have to take her to dinner. Li Yanzhou glanced lazily in a casual tone. Coincidentally, Yang Yan was still saying that she was going to treat me to dinner just now. Unconsciously, he has changed Miss Shen to a more intimate name. Jiang Ruoli looked at the woman in the center of the storm, and his tone softened a little. Really? Yan Yan. Feeling the increasing force on her wrist, Shen Jian glanced unnaturally and fell to the ground. The Sojai noodles of Qingshan Temple are very famous, with tender shredded bamboo shoots and vegetable knots, hand-rolled noodles, and pesticide-free vegetables grown in the backyard. A bowl, so fresh that it loses eyebrows. In the window seat, Jiang Ruoli sat next to Shen Jian, diagonally opposite Li Yanzhou. From ordering to sitting down, and now, she has drunk half a bowl of noodle soup, and the atmosphere on the table is still quite suffocating. Why didn't these two people say a word? She wants to share a table and chat with the old couple at the table next to the door. At this time, I suddenly miss Pei Zigoi a little. At least at the dinner table, you can chat with yourself. Although most of them are what she is talking about. Jiang Ruoli picked out all the carrots in the bowl. Why don't we chat? Li Yanzhou raised his eyes and stared at Shen Jian. If you don't eat well today, you may miss you. Shen Jian suddenly raised her head. Isn't Jojo? Is it in Li Yan? Forgot it? Last night, Shen Jian was brought back to Li Ying and made trouble with him all night. It was not a lie. It was not a lie to say that Zhu would miss it alone at home and cry to go back to her home. Li Yanzhou had no other choice but to ask someone to bring the cat back to Li Yan at night and serve it deliciously. In the morning, Shen Jian ran in a hurry. In addition, she didn't remember many things after drinking. Naturally, she forgot that the porridge was in Li Ye. As soon as she heard the word last night, Shen Jian's legs under the table kicked straight towards the man opposite. Mr. Li, if you don't eat it again, the noodles should be cold. Li Yanzhou seemed to have no feeling at all. Instead, he hooked his lips and responded with a smile. Yang Yan said. He picked up the 1,000 knots in the noodles and put them into Shen Jian's soup noodles. I haven't eaten them. Just then, he noticed that Shen Jian liked to eat the 1,000 knots in vegetarian noodles very much, so he didn't move. The two came and went, and the dinner table was lively for a while and then quieted down. Jiang Ruoli shrewd his mouth speechlessly and asked you to chat, not just the two of you chatting. Outside the window, the sky is gloomy and ridiculously stuffy, as if it is going to rain heavily at any time. After dinner, Shen Jian proposed to visit her grandmother. Jiang Ruoli didn't want to disturb her parent-child time with her grandmother, so she decided to go to the Little Three Flowers alone. But Li Yanzhou followed Shen Jian, saying that he was going to see his mother. Jiang Ruoli knew that there was something between the two, so he didn't ask much. After all, everyone has their own destiny. A muffled thunder split the sky. Looking up, the dark clouds covered the water in front of him. Not long after, it rained heavily without warning. Chapter 35 My hands are sore. Jiang Ruoli hates rainy days the most. It's wet and sticky. The most important thing is that her shoes can't get wet. Without thinking about it, she dialed the phone and said to the other end, Pei Zigoi, it's raining. Come and pick me up. Rolls-Royce was driving on the road, and the tires rolled up and splattered. The man in the back seat looked out of the window, listened to the sound coming from the mobile phone, and couldn't help slowing down. Well, I'm on my way. Are you already on your way? Is it true or not? Don't lie to me. Pei Zigoi smiled and said, well, isn't it raining? Find a place to hide and don't get caught. The rain was sudden and unexpected. It's also his fault that he didn't check the weather forecast when he went out in the morning and forgot to bring an umbrella for Jiaoqi. I see. Then hurry up. I'm bored alone. Pei Zigoi knocked on the car window and signaled Moat to speed up a little. Didn't you go with Miss Shen? Why are you the only one left? It's not all that Li Yanzhou, who stepped in. Let me tell you, at lunchtime. Jiang Ruoli on the other end of the phone stood under the eaves, looking at the raindrops splashing on the bluestone road, blooming flowers made of water. He was still chattering and complaining to Pei Zigoi, and his small face had a vivid expression. Pei Zigoi listened quietly and occasionally asked a few questions in a low voice, and the two talked all the way. With his company, Jiang Ruoli doesn't seem to be so boring. The car stopped at the entrance of the mountain, and Moat opened the back door with a big black umbrella. Mr. Pei, umbrella. Pei Zigoi lowered his eyes and glanced at another umbrella on Mo's assistant, and his eyes moved slightly. Wait for me here. After saying that, he took the black umbrella on his head and strode up the steps, holding the phone in the other hand. Motosuka behind him almost fell into a chicken in the soup and quickly sat back in the car. Strange, isn't there 2 umbrellas? It has to be crowded. Hearing the sound of rain coming from the other end of the phone, Jiang Ruoli subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Are you up? Well, where is it? I'm sitting under the eaves of the French logistics next to the release pool. Well, good. Jiang Ruoli sat on a bamboo chair found from the small house, and the eaves were dripping down. Looking from afar, the mountains were empty, like an ink painting. She shook her legs in a good mood and couldn't help stretching out her arms to pick up the cold rain dripping along the simple eaves. One after another, the raindrops fell into the palm of the hand and fainted, forming a small pool. I don't know what's so happy about. Jiang Ruoli's eyes are curved and his smile is like a flower. This scene fell into the eyes of the man holding the umbrella, and the love flowing between his eyebrows was greater than the rain all over the sky. Glancing at the woman's cuffs that had been accidentally wet, Pei Zigoi frowned slightly and shouted in a low voice, Jiang Ruoli, put your hands down. The vocal cords in the receiver overlap with reality. Jiang Ruoli raised his head and saw a tall man walking towards her with a black umbrella. Behind, there is a mountain view filled with water mist. At that moment, all the scenery suddenly lost color. In her eyes, it seemed that only Pei Zigoi was walking over. Jiang Ruoli, who was frozen in place, naturally, did not obediently withdraw his arm. The next second, the palm of the hand was wrapped in warmth, and the water drops fell along the palm lines. Pei Zigoi stood in front of the woman and blocked the cold wind and raindrops for her. The man said softly, why don't you obey? I didn't ask you to hide. You still have to play in the water. How old are you? Her palms were cold and wet. If he hadn't come quickly, he would have caught a cold. Jiang Ruoli spit out his tongue playfully and said, I'm bored waiting for you. She got up from the chair and turned her palm to wipe the residual water stains on her hands on Pei Zigoi's suit jacket. The latter stood motionless and let her ravage hundreds of thousands of gouting suits. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli stopped, Pei Zigoi took her hand again and said in a low voice, let's go. Wait, Yang Yan hasn't come back yet. Did she leave with Li Yanzhou? Jiang Ruoli nodded. Pei Zigoi's face was clear, raised his eyebrows and put his arms around Jiang Ruoli's shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, Li Yanzhou will send her back. Wait a minute. What else? Jiang Ruoli pulled the hem of Pei Zigoi's clothes, touched the high heels on his feet with his chin, and his voice was crisp, I bought new shoes, and they can't be touched in water. Then, Pei Zigoi saw Jiang Ruoli pouted and said in a temper, you didn't even remind me that it would rain. If I had known, I wouldn't have worn these shoes. Only Jiang Ruoli can handle the skill of making unreasonable trouble and not making people angry. The man laughed and took her words, what should I do? With his eyelashes flashing, Jiang Ruoli smiled, I'll give you a chance to recite me. Just recite it? Well, don't carry it. Ah. With an exclamation, Jiang Ruoli's legs were empty and had been easily picked up by the man. Pei Zigoi supported her buttocks with his arms and held her face to face, holding her like a child. You wear a skirt, which is not easy to carry. Pei Zigoi held an umbrella in one hand and held the person firmly in the other hand. He said in a lazy tone, hold it tightly, I don't care if it falls. Jiang Ruoli was so scared that she hugged his neck in a panic. She doesn't want to fall down, and she doesn't want to get wet in the rain. The skin is close-fitting, and the softness and hardness embrace each other. The umbrella was tightly covered above her head, so that the young lady was not caught in a drop of cold rain. It rained, and the temple was slippery. Pei Zigoi walked very slowly and was extremely careful on this road. Outside the temple, Motosuka is leisurely enjoying the surround sound in the car. As soon as I turned my eyes, I saw Mr. Pei and his wife coming down from the mountain gate like babies. Huge body size difference, the woman shrank into a small ball and was protected under the black umbrella. Pei Zigoi's suit was half wet. But he didn't seem to have sensed it, and there was still a full smile on the corners of his mouth. Oh, my God, what kind of play are you playing with the young lady? Motsuke hurriedly took the umbrella and got out of the car and ran. It doesn't matter. Go and drive. Motosuka, who was rushed back, had to open the car door and silently turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. Pei Zigoi carried the man into the car. Instead of taking off his coat at the first time, he took out a towel and covered Jiang Ruoli's previously wet sleeve. Do you dare to play in the water? It was really uncomfortable to get wet on the cuffs. Jiang Ruoli squatted his mouth and knew that he was wrong. Suddenly, she thought of something. She retracted her arm, took out a small red hard box from her bag and threw it away. Pei Zigoi threw aside the suit he took off, took the box and opened it, which was a string of small rosewood Buddha beads. Give it to me. Obviously, his tone is very pleasant. Yes, I specially copied the scriptures to ask for. With that, Jiang Ruoli also handed his hand to Pei Zigoi's eyelids and shook it. My hands are sore. Pei Zigoi smiled softly. I'm afraid the young lady's patience can't survive the Buddhist scriptures twice. This string of Buddha beads should have been bought by her at the French logistics office just now. But so what? This is specially bought for himself by Jiang Ruoli, who has no heart and no lungs. Millions of watches were casually thrown on the seat by Pei Zigoi, like throwing a worthless plastic. He stretched out his hand with a hook in his voice and said softly, "Help me put it on." Jiang Ruoli put the Buddha beads on the man's wrist, picked up the watch in the corner of the seat and put it on again. This is called stacking, and the local dog doesn't know. Listen to Mrs. Pei. The man's magnetic and gentle voice came, mixed with a low smile. Jiang Ruoli was inexplicably ashamed, and his snowy cheeks were stained with 2 pieces of red. "Motosuka, will the air conditioner be too hot?" Oh, okay, madam. If it's hot, you can adjust the temperature by yourself later." Jiang Ruoli had to pretend to bow his head and press it a few times. However, the culprit was unforgiving and hugged the person back. "What did Mrs. Pei ask for me?" Chapter 37. My husband. Jiang Ruoli didn't know what she asked for. She just took out the card with a finger, brushed it, and bought the bracelet back. However, when he knelt down in the hall before, he really begged for Peizu Yemmm. "May the Bodhisattva bless my husband to make a fortune. In this way, she can continue to buy without fear." The subject is also very important. She is Jiang Ruoli's husband. If we get divorced one day, it won't count. It doesn't matter if Pei Zugoi makes a lot of money or not. Jiang Ruoli's husband must make a lot of money. Hearing a certain word, Pei Zugoi's dark eyes were full of pampering, and he pinched Jiang Ruoli's white cheek with a smile. "Well, then I will work hard to make money and not let Mrs. Pei down." Motosuka, who drives seriously, also silently made a wish, hoping that Mr. Pei would make a fortune. In this way, he can also get a salary increase. Multiplied by out of her grandmother's residence, Shen Jian looked up and met Li Yanzhou and his mother. She was pulled to Aunt Wanghua's residence next door for a long time. "When I came out of Jishiyou, I found that it was raining heavily." "Yanzhou, it's raining so heavily. Remember to send Yan Yan home safely." "Got it, Mom." Grandma took Shen Jian's hand and patted her, and whispered, "Remember to thank Mr. Li and treat him to a meal when you have time. Don't lose the courtesy, you know?" Shen Jian's eyes flashed, covered her emotions, and responded softly, "I know, Grandma." Li Yanzhou at that end had already held up an umbrella and waited in the rain. Hearing the words, he raised his eyebrows and joked in front of the elders, "Then I will thank Miss Shen first." "Don't have good intentions, hum." Shen Jian deliberately didn't reply to him. "Grandma, I'll go first." But as soon as I opened the umbrella in my hand, it was broken. Grandma Shen's face was embarrassed. "Oh, this umbrella has not been used for a long time, and I don't even remember that it was broken. What should I do? It's raining so heavily." Li's mother smiled and lightly pointed to Li Yanzhou under the rain curtain. "Don't worry, Yanzhou is here, and Yan Yan can't get wet. Miss Shen, shall we go?" Li Yanzhou shouted with a smile in his eyes. Shen Jian pursed her lips and looked at the man who stretched out his hand to her. At the urging of her grandmother, she finally walked over. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Li's mother's eyes showed relief. Her son has too many things hidden in his heart. He is lustless and ruthless. She is afraid that he will fall into the abyss of hope one day. But now, there is finally someone he can care about in the world. Zhou Zuke has been waiting at the door all the time. The luxury car with double license plate is very eye-catching. Seeing the two people coming, he hurriedly got out of the car to greet them. "Sir, towel. Turn up the air conditioner." "Yes." Li Yanzhou took the towel and carefully wiped the water drops on Shen Jia's body. Li's mother's umbrella was small. Although he hugged people tightly all the way, Shen Jie was inevitably hit by the slanting wind mixed with water vapor, and her hair was slightly wet. "Li Yanzhou, now we can talk about it." The movement in the man's hand was slightly stagnant, and he ordered Zhou Zuke in a low voice, "You go down first." Zhou Zuke stood a few meters away from the car with an umbrella. Not long after, the car door was opened, and Shen Jian ran out of it, emotional. Just a few steps away, he was carried on his shoulder by the man who chased him out and threw him back into the car. "Zhou Rong, come and drive." Hearing that Li Yanzhou was on the verge of rage, Zhou Zuke ran back quickly. "As soon as I got on the car, I heard the man's gloomy voice with a little anger, 'If you talk about this, I won't agree. Let go of me.' Shen Jian, I haven't seen anything in your whole body. Are you telling me the distance now?" "Oh, what distance do you want?" "Last night. If you go further back, you can't hear it." Li Yanzhou pressed the button, and the partition slowly rose, which also blocked the sound. "Until I drove to Liyan, there was no movement or instructions behind." Zhou Zuke quietly got out of the car and left. Multiplied by Jiang Ruolisha was carried into Lantingyan by Pei Zugui all the way and sat on the shoe-changing stool. She looked at the clean and tidy soles with great satisfaction. Perfect. The small movements fell into Pei Zugui's eyes at a glance, and his thin lips raised an arc. He bent down and put his slippers in front of Jiang Ruoli, and said gently, "Aunt Lan asked for leave today. What do you want to eat?" "Aunt Lan asked for leave. Then why don't you take me to the restaurant outside to eat? Both of them can't cook. Is it possible to starve to death here? It's raining too hard." The man looked down at her and said lightly, "There is still steak in the refrigerator. Do you want to eat it?" Jiang Ruoli narrowed his eyes, and his crisp voice was full of disbelievability. "Will you do it?" She didn't react for a moment and sat on the shoe-changing stool. "Does Pei Zugoi cook? Does she want to type 120 in advance?" The next second, he was picked up by Pei Zugoi with his bag. "Well, I'm responsible for what I do, and you're responsible for eating. The kitchen of Lang Tingyun is divided into the middle kitchen and the west kitchen, and the west kitchen is open." Jiang Ruoli was carried all the way to the kitchen by Pei Zugoi and was placed on the edge of the operating table. "Sit here and accompany me." Jiang Ruoli swayed his legs and sneered, "What are you doing? Are you afraid of cooking alone? How many adults?" "Well, I'm scared. Mrs. Pei needs to be in town in person." Pei Zugoi put his hands on her side, bowed his head and kissed her red lips, giving me a little encouragement. Jiang Ruoli sat on the glazed table like this, watching Pei Zugoi take out the steak from the refrigerator, massage, smear salt, put it in the pot, and all the steps were completed in one go, and finally there was a plate. On the white disc, there are broccoli, carrots, and fresh tomatoes next to 2 cooked steaks. Because Jiang Ruoli doesn't like to eat cooked fruits, the little tomato just washed it and didn't put it in the pot. In addition to the steak, Pei Zhe returned a grapefruit fresh shrimp salad. A series of skillful operations made Jiang Ruoli speechless. In this way, isn't Jiang Ruoli the only one who can't cook in this house? Good man, there is a sense of betrayal that we agreed to take the exam together when we were studying, but someone secretly played with a hand lice in the quilt in the middle of the night to review. When did you sign up for the new Oriental chef class behind my back? Well, you slying man, secretly learn to cook and wait to amaze me, right? Pei Zugoi wiped his hands clean after washing and took down Jiang Ruoli, who was chattering on the table. "Well, is Mrs. Pei stunned?" Jiang Ruoli raised his little mouth and raised his chin arrogantly. He had to taste it before he knew it. "If it's not delicious, I won't eat a bite. The young lady has been spoiled since she was a child, and she doesn't know anything about what she eats. It's not that you only eat expensive food, but only delicious food." Pei Zugoi put the knife and fork tableware in front of Jiang Ruoli, and a playful smile appeared on the corners of his lips. "Is your hand still sore?" suddenly asked. Jiang Ruoli's fox eyes flashed a little distraction, and the knife and fork he had just picked up were put back. She pretended to twist her wrist and said in a delicate voice, "It's sour." Pei Zugoi responded in a low voice and returned to his seat, slowly cutting the steak. "Is this the end? It's gone? What's the difference between this and those men who end up in a hurry before the start?" Jiang Ruo politely forked a few pieces of grapefruit in the salad with a fork to eat, and said something in his mouth. "Eat all the grapefruits, and I won't leave you a single one. Plastic husbands are just unreliable and don't feel sorry for others at all. Even if my hands are sore, what's wrong with pretending?" The mumbling made the man on the opposite side, who was focusing on steak, couldn't help raising his lips. Not long after, the steak in front of Jiang Ruoli was suddenly changed by the man, and a plate of cut steak was put in her hand. "Eat it, young lady. Isn't your hand sore?" Chapter 38. The crying delicate bag. The man's tone is helpless but spoiled. The young lady's joys and sorrows are always obvious. In an instant, her eyebrows bend and a smile hangs on her face. "It's about the same. If you want to say that mixing salad is not a technical thing, just cut everything and mix it, then frying steak requires some skills. It may be over-fried or not cooked if you are careless. Obviously, the steak produced by Pei Zugoi looks very good. The half-cooked steak is just right, and the closure is the perfect Maillard effect. In the mouth, the meat is fresh and tender, infinitely satisfying." The little fox's eyes lit up after rubbing. "Pei Zugoi, is this really your first time to fry? It's delicious. I have to say that the psychological pleasure of being praised by my wife is incomparable to other things. A simple sentence gives enough emotional value." Pei Zugoi couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. And even his tone was a little light. "Don't exaggerate. It's really no exaggeration this time." Jiang Ruoli felt that this steak was no different from the expensive steak she ordered in the restaurant. "I didn't mean to make you happy. If you go bankrupt in the future, you can still open a restaurant to support me." As Jiang Ruoli said, he picked out the carrot and was ready to throw it to Pei Zugoi as usual. But in the last step, he pressed his chopsticks. Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows and reminded in a low voice, "Courtesy, don't be picky about food." Before, he would also be used to Jiang Ruoli, and he would eat it if he threw it to him. But he still wants to change Jiang Ruoli's bad habit of being picky about food. Jiang Ruoli, who was on the opposite side, wrinkled his little face and continued to push the carrot aside. "I don't like it. It smells strange. It's good for your health." "I'm in good health." Pei Zugoi put down his chopsticks. Zhu, as if he thought of something, a joke in his eyes, put his arms around the back of the chair, and said, "Are you in good health? Who is the one who shouts tired at any time?" Thinking of some scenes, Jiang Ruoli was speechless in an instant. "You. Can it be the same? How can this man get involved in that aspect?" Besides, how many people can keep up with his physique and frequency? Anyway, I won't eat. If you like to eat, eat more. Research shows that if you eat too many carrots, your skin will turn yellow, so I don't want them. And I can also get the nutrition of carrots from other places. I didn't force you to eat something you don't like. She has sharp teeth and mouth, which is really inferior to her. However, he is reluctant to say heavy words. Pei Zugoi sighed and got up. You, what are you doing? You're not going to plug it hard, are you? I won't do it. Jiang Ruoli covered his mouth and looked guarded. But Pei Zugoi didn't come over, but went back to the kitchen. Before long, he brought out a glass of orange-red juice. What is this? Pei Zugoi didn't answer, but stuffed the glass of juice into Jiang Ruoli's hand and drank it. Jiang Ruoli put it under his nose and smelled it. There were so many smells that he couldn't tell who was who. You don't want to poison your own wife, do you? Sometimes I really want to open Jiang Ruoli's brain to see what's inside. How can there be so many strange ideas in a second? Pei Zugoi simply took the juice back and took a sip, and put it on Jiang Ruoli's lips. Open your mouth. Freshly squeezed fruit and vegetable juice is poisonous to death. Jiang Ruoli tentatively opened her mouth, and the juice permeated her lips. She subconsciously licked it, which seemed to be good. So she took a sip from Pei Zugoi's hand. The bitter and unpleasant taste did not appear, and even the aftertaste was not. Pei's eat seems to be matched with several kinds of fruits and vegetables, mixed with carrots, and the juice squeezed out is unexpectedly sweet. The most important thing is to cover the smell of carrots she hates the most. Seeing the little girl's expression, Pei Zugoi's voice was clear and he said, since you think it's not bad, drink it all. The glass was returned to Jiang Ruoli's hand. There was no rejection. She quickly drank the glass of fruit and vegetable juice. The smile in the man's eyes is even more. By the way, you are going to my house tomorrow. Didn't you forget? Pei Zugoi raised his eyes and said lightly, is it a decoration for you to get such a high salary as a special assistant? He has already reminded me today. Jiang Ruoli hummed, if there is no special help, won't you feel at ease? Pei Zugoi's eyes were helpless. This was the beginning of eating and drinking again. He held the person on his lap, pinched the woman's small and round earlobe, and his voice was gentle. The things have been ready for a long time. Do you think I care about it? Jiang Ruoli pouted arrogantly. That's right. You're going to my house tomorrow. Don't give me those jewelry. My mother doesn't like it. Just send me, hee. The gift is the real work of Master Bai, which should be in the eye of the mother. Jiang Ruoli's pupils shook when he heard the words, and he exclaimed, is it Master Bai Yuan's ink painting? Where did you get it? The force in his hand increased slightly, the earlobe gradually turned red, and the man's dark eyes surged. It was taken by chance at an overseas auction. An understatement, but Jiang Ruoli knows that it is not easy to take pictures of Master Bai's true image. My mother must be very happy. She twisted her body to come down. Pei Zugoi held the woman's restless waist and said in a low voice, are you full? The little girl nodded inexplicably. She was full. Let me go down. I'm full. It's my turn. The lights of the restaurant shook, and the woman was tightly clasped between her solid arms, and tears were about to fall. Baby, don't cry. The bony fingers wiped the pearls in the corners of the eyes. Change the place, the table is very hard. The man with a satisfied face sighed, picked up the delicate bag in his arms, and walked in the other direction. In the bathroom, the water vapor is abundant, and a string of Buddha beads is quietly placed on the washstand. The sound of the water is loud, but it can't hide the woman's soft and sweet voice. You again. In the end, Pei Zugoi was reluctant and changed another way. Are you all there? Your hands are sore. This time, Jiang Ruoli's hands are really sore. It seems that you really can't lie casually. If you had known, it would have been better to copy the Buddhist scriptures twice. As the night went down, the man finally returned to the bedroom with a crying and delicate bag. Good boy, go to sleep. Mrs. Jiang likes simple and elegant things. If you want to see her, Jiang Ruoli specially picked a cheongsam. She doesn't usually wear this style. This cheongsam was customized on a whim when she followed Shen Jian to a famous handicraft shop one day. After wearing it twice, she was thrown into the cloakroom to eat dust, and never took it out again. The plain white cheongsam, with a white jade tassel on the neckline, is handmade and tailor-made, and the curve of the woman's figure is just right. The design of the slit is obviously not revealing anything, but it gives full play to the beauty of the desire to refuse and welcome. Jiang Ruoli specially curled up a long curly hair and put on a bun, which was very similar to the old lady in ancient times. However, after persisting for less than 3 seconds, an accident came. Pei Zugoi. The man outside the cloakroom's eyebrows jumped, threw away the financial magazine in his hand, and rushed in. Chapter 39. Braid her hair, courtesy. Stepping into the cloakroom, I saw Jiang Ruoli standing in front of the floor mirror intact. However, the zipper on the back of the cheongsam was not pulled. The mirror reflects the woman's distressed face. Pull the zipper on the back for me. After listening, Pei Zugoi breathed a sigh of relief silently. Fortunately. He walked to Jiang Ruoli's back and looked down. He was covered with ice muscles and jade bones, dazzlingly white. The laryngeal node rolls up and down, and the frequency is getting faster and faster. The big hand with distinct joints wandered at the shoulder blade, unconsciously drawing the pattern of a butterfly. The hands are smooth and tender, as if they have trapped the man's thoughts, and there is no next step. Jiang Ruoli waited for a long time, only waiting for the slightly cool touch of his knuckles, and his eyebrows were stained with delicateness. It's so itchy. Hurry up. As soon as the words fell, 2 pieces of warmth fell on the back of the neck. You. Well, my bastard. Pei Zugoi admitted the crime while kissing, and kissed every inch of the skin behind the woman. The vague voice was frivolous. Why is it so fragrant? The huge floor mirror took the man's emotional expression and fell into Jiang Ruoli's eyes. Unrefuted color vertical line she, full of tension. I don't know whether it was kissed or shy, the snow-white skin showed a faint pink. A low and magnetic smile penetrated into his ear, with a deliberate seduction posture. Then, Jiang Ruoli felt a pair of big hands wrapped around her waist. Pei Zugoi lowered his head, put his chin on her shoulder and neck, and deliberately raised her head with one hand. Did you see it? Look. What did you see? Pei Zugoi sniffed Jiang Ruoli's white swan neck and said in a gentle voice, look at how I was hooked by you to postpone the trip. I didn't seduce you. The little girl pouted and retorted unconvincedly. Well, you don't. It's because my self-control is too poor. Don't delay. My parents are still waiting. Okay, no delay. Having said that, Pei Zugoi did not stop at all, and even turned around and hugged him tightly. Half an hour later, Jiang Ruoli came out of the cloakroom with long fluffy hair half hugged by a man. If you look closely, your legs are still a little weak. You are so annoying. Good boy, raise your feet. Pei Zugoi coaxed in a low voice and squatted down to put shoes on the hot-tempered delicate bag. The little foot on the palm of his hand shrank and instructed angrily, don't wear this pair, that pair of white, I matched it well. Jiang Ruoli rolled his eyes and complained openly, straight man. This kind of red-bottomed high-heeled shoes with a full sense of design can match her light-colored cheongsam today. I was even more angry at the thought of being kissed by him in the cloakroom with weak legs and shortness of breath. The expensive hairpin in his hand was thrown into Pei Zugoi's arms. I'm tired. Whoever does good things will end. Pei Zugoi grabbed the white jade hairpin, his eyes were as tender as water, and he coaxed in a good voice, okay, I'll put it up again for you. It's almost the same. It should be the same as before. I won't pay for it if it doesn't look good. It must satisfy the young lady. Along the way, Motosuka's eyes glanced at the back seat from time to time. I can't help it. When will Mr. Pei of his family have his hair done? It doesn't seem to be very skilled. How many times has this been? My wife has always been dissatisfied. Before that, Pei Zugoi had never been exposed to this field. Although he had already felt how soft Jiang Ruoli's hair was, he never thought about how he couldn't curl it up. I thought it would be easy, but as soon as the hairpin was inserted, the hair was so loose that it could not fall off. When Pei's stock price fell a few years ago, he had never seen such a distressed expression on Pei Zugoi's face. Motosuka sneered silently. This time, Motosuka also loved Monosuka. Jiang Ruoli was not impatient at all. After all, she didn't have much hope in the first place, but just wanted to teach him a little lesson. Who asked this man to kiss her so that she was full of traces? Fortunately, the cheongsam was covered. When Pei Zugoi failed for the 19th time, she finally sneered. Finally, there is something you can't do. I asked you to mess up my hairstyle next time. With that, she wanted to get off the man's lap. Don't move. What are you doing? Pei Zugoi's eyes were full of helplessness. When he saw his wife joking about him, he pinched her waist like a punishment and said seriously, is there a tutorial? Show it to me and try one last time. There are really tutorials. Jiang Ruoli found a hairstyle tutorial from the little sweet potato and clicked it to show Pei Zugoi. Do you understand it? This is a little more difficult than her previous one. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi not only did not give up, but also clicked the play button again. I'll watch it again. Pei Zugoi looked at it 3 times in total. When he looked up again, there was a trace of confidence and ease on his cold face. Sit down. I'll try. Jiang Ruoli's suspicion at the beginning to the unbelievable in the end. 5 minutes later, I saw a new hairstyle. It was really well done by him. This man is terrible. Is there anything else he can't do? After reading the tutorial several times, you can do it directly, and it's not bad to complete it. Pei Zugoi patted Jiang Ruoli's head twice with satisfaction, and his voice had a spoiled smile. The little lion turned back into a little fox. The previous appearance of the cloak is really a bit like a little lion. And now, she has changed back to the tall lady. Are you still satisfied, young lady? Jiang Ruoli took a small mirror and looked left and right, and his smile deepened. Well, this time you pass the test. Pei Zugoi put the small mirror that was casually thrown by Jiang Ruoli back into her bag. Thin lips slightly hooked. I am very interested in this field, and I will learn more in the future. Please check it randomly at any time. Humph, stinky fart. The car slowly drove into the villa area and stopped at the door of Jiao's villa. Mr. Pei, madam, we are here. Before getting out of the car, Pei Zigui covered Jiang Ruoli with a white wool shawl. Dress up. It will be cold outside later. It's just a few steps. It only takes a few minutes to go from the door to the house and bypass Jia's garden. Be obedient. The voice is slow, but the tone is beyond doubt. Jiang Ruoli had no way, so he had to follow. After getting out of the car, Motosuke took out all kinds of precious tonic products prepared in advance from the trunk, as well as the painting from Master Bai Yan. The servants of the Jiang family came forward to take it one by one. After all, it was too hard to help alone. Oh, this pot of orchids is not good. I'll get it. If this is smashed, it won't be enough to sell him to Myanmar. Orchid? When Jiang Ruoli, who was walking in front of him, heard it, he couldn't help but wonder, you also bought orchids? Turning his head, Motosuke was carefully holding the orchid in his hand and following him. That posture is no different from holding a dragon robe. That pot of orchids is quite beautiful. I guess Grandma will like it. Jiang Ruoli laughed and teased him. Motosuke, isn't it just a pot of orchids? It doesn't matter if you fall. I won't fire you. At present, Motosuke can't hear the word fall. No, madam, don't say that. I'm not scared. With that, Motosuke stepped on the ground 3 times. Is this pot of orchids very expensive? If you want to say that Motosuke has been with Pei Zugui for so many years, he has seen the world, not a pot of orchids as a treasure. Pei Zugui hugged her around the stone platform of the garden, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with a few smiles. He said carelessly, what do you think of the top 3 orchids in the world? Is it true or not? How much is it? Pei Zugui grabbed the restless little hand pulling the corner of his clothes and whispered a number in the woman's ear. In an instant, the big watery eyes stared bigger. What? This pot of orchids is so expensive. You can buy a good large flat floor in the city. What's so expensive? What's the point of bluffing? Not far away came the old man's voice, full of energy. Looking up, the Jiang family stood beside Grandpa Jiang. Chapter 40. When do you want to have a child? Grandpa to Jiang Ruoli Jiao ran over with a smile, as if leaving Pei Zugui behind. Pei Zugui smiled helplessly, quickly stepped forward and put the person back in his hand, and humbly greeted, Grandpa, Dad, Mom. Come in. I have prepared a large table of dishes for you. Jiang Ruoli said sweetly and coquettishly, thank you, Grandpa. I know that Grandpa loves me the most. Just as I was about to go in, Jiang Ningning said angrily, Jiang Ruoli, didn't you see me? You didn't even say hello to me. Jiang Ningning's family also came over together today. This Jiang Ningning is interesting. He is not angry that his grandmother favors Jiang Ruoli, but he is angry that Jiang Ruoli did not see him. Jiang Ruoli glanced at Jiang Ningning, who was dressed like a walking Christmas tree, and took half a step back with an exaggerated expression. Surprised, oh, my God, I thought when my mother bought a Christmas tree to put at home. Why are you here? In the face of Jiang Ruoli's poisonous tongue from childhood to adulthood, Jiang Ningning was so angry that she almost vomited blood every time, but she couldn't refute it. She couldn't help but wonder whether today's outfit was wrong again. You. Nasty. Jiang Ruoli put his hands on both sides of his face, spit out his tongue and shook his head. Liao Liao, then don't come to my house. Grandpa asked me to come, otherwise I wouldn't have come. I see, there is no seed. You. Grandpa, look at Jiang Ruoli. The old man of the Jiang family laughed, as if he was used to the way his 2 granddaughters got along. Do the salute. Don't make fun of Ningning. Ningning, too. Since she was a child, she couldn't talk about your sister, and she had to bump into her every time. All right, it's time to eat. The victorious Jiang Ruoli shook his head like a proud little fox. In the blink of an eye, someone gently rubbed his head. Childish, it's time to eat. What are you doing? You think I'm childish? Then stay away from me. Pei Zugui couldn't help but smile a little wider. He moved the chair for Jiang Ruoli and pressed him to the seat. He whispered, that's not good. I have to sit next to you. Jiang Ruoli flirted casually, what are you doing? Is the new son-in-law shy? It was just a joke. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugui admitted it without thinking about it, and a smile appeared on his lips, well, shy. I also want to ask Pei Tai to help me a little. Jiang Ruoli instantly felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. All the family members sat down. Grandpa was also happy to see that the couple had such a good relationship. Zugui, I just heard what you and Lily are talking about, orchid. Pei Zugui was wiping Jiang Ruoli's hands with a hot towel. Hearing the words, he didn't stop the movements in his hand, looked at the old man, and said respectfully, I saw a pot of good orchids a few days ago, and today I brought them for my grandfather to appreciate. He said something decently and made the old man happy. Oh, ask someone to bring it over and show it to me. Young people don't understand. The doorway to this orchid market is very deep. If you are not careful, you will be deceived. What Grandpa said is, when Jiang Ningning heard about it, the 2 couple would not be cheated, would they? That's a good show to watch. That's right, sister, no matter how much money your brother-in-law has, he can't move anything bad to his house. Isn't this a fool who is stupid and has a lot of money? Jiang Ruoli doesn't know what orchids are, but only knows that the pot of orchids is really beautiful. Originally, she didn't intend to meow, but Jiang Ningning just didn't stop talking. Naturally, she couldn't let it go for nothing. Yes, your brother-in-law has a lot of money. What's wrong? I envy you. Speaking of which, did someone spend millions of dollars to buy a third-hand car in the first half of the year? TSK, husband, how stupid do you think this person must be to be deceived? Pei Zugoi smiled softly and pinched Jiang Ruoli's hand. His voice was gentle, but it was not difficult to hear the meaning of mockery. It was quite unsmart, a stupid and rich fool. Party Jiang Ningning. Jiang Ningning hid this matter so tightly that her family didn't know it. Who knew that Jiang Ruoli would listen to it? Being fighted openly and secretly by the husband and wife, they can only be silent and sulk alone. Between the words, Mo Tasuka came in person with the pot of orchids. The moment he saw the orchid, Mr. Zhao's old eyes lit up several times, and even his tone of speech was much more excited. This is not an ordinary orchid. This taste is top-notch. Jiang Ruoli raised his chin politely. Grandpa, be beautiful, it is said that my husband's eyesight is good too. The old man got up and looked at it carefully. The orchid in front of him was simple in color, but it was indeed ordinary from a distance. No wonder he didn't pay attention to it just on. But if you take a closer look, the flower is like a lotus, with the characteristics of one lotus, 2 elements, and 3 strange. This kind of character, even his taste has been rare for decades, and it is really top-notch. Good, Huizhen, move this orchid to my flower room quickly. By the way, order to go down. When the sun is strong, or it rains and winds, remember to find someone to give it an umbrella. Aunt Huizhen, who has been helping Zhao's family for half of her life, responded with a smile, yes, old man. Mr. Ma, give it to me. Moat was busy protecting the orchid. He realized his behavior and smiled awkwardly, Auntie, it's a little heavy. I'll move it. You lead the way. Sir, this way, please. The old man's eyes followed the orchid in Mo's assistant all the way until he couldn't see it. Zugoi, thank you for your hard work. I like this flower very much. Money is secondary, and the most important thing is to have this heart. The old man knows that this flower can't be bought with money alone. Most of the people who raise orchids are proud in their hearts, and it is difficult to impress them with money alone. Whether a person treats you well or not depends on how the other person treats your family. He is so careful about him, an old man. It seems that his family is doing well in the Pei family. Pei Zugoi said indifferently, Grandpa, you're welcome. Good orchids have to be raised by people who understand it. After saying that, he slowly put only the peeled shrimp into Jiang Ruoli's bowl. Noticing that Jiang Ruoli straightened his waist unnaturally, he asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Is it uncomfortable? Ask knowingly. Jiang Ruoli glared at him fiercely and asked, I don't know who made such a fuss last night that his waist was sore. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Pei Zugoi picked up on the table the teapot, and then, in the lotus-glazed glass next to Jiang Ruoli's hand, a complete chrysanthemum was soaked by tea and bloomed. Drink some tea to reduce the fever. Jiang Ruoli took a glass cup with satisfaction and took a sip. He muttered in a low voice, Humph, it's almost the same. As soon as the words fell, Pei Zugoi smiled and put his hand on the edge of her chair. With a little force, he dragged the person with the chair over. Hey, you. Don't move. The corners of the man's mouth raised a curve and put his hand on her waist. The cheongsam is wrapped in the waist, and the man's bony palm can almost put the whole waist into the palm of his hand. If anyone can see it, the tension of the picture is afraid to spit out a bucket of nosebleeds. Zugoi, I heard that Pei is going to cooperate with the Li family in Hong Kong City to enter the artificial intelligence industry. Yes, I'm not too optimistic about the real estate industry at present. If Pei wants to rise steadily, he still has the courage to try new industries. Zhao's father nodded approvingly. On the surface, Pei Zugoi is still chatting with the elders respectfully. But in private, the hand on the waist is gently rubbing Ying Ying's slender waist. Mother Jian saw everything in her eyes. It is said that the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks at her, the more happy she is. This is really true. Pei Zugoi's son-in-law is not only talented, but also capable. The main thing is to be good to her family. She knew how difficult it was for Jiang Ruoli to serve her daughter Mora's mother. After observing, Pei Zugoi took good care of her. Seeing Jiang Ruoli's usual appearance, it seems that he is not acting. Lili, when are you and Zugoi going to have a child? Poof. Jiang Ruoli spit out a sip of hot tea. Chapter 41 Dark Batch and Little Son. Mom, what horror story do you tell in broad daylight? Why can't I open my mind when I'm young? As soon as she heard this, Jiao's mother immediately clicked a little Jiang Ruoli through the air, and her finger couldn't wait to poke the little girl's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you not think about having a child? Otherwise, you can't give birth even if you want to give birth when you are old. Jiang Ruoli pouted her lips heartlessly. If she can't give birth, she won't give birth. I'll buy a dog for you and your father. What breed do you like? After giving birth to a clever daughter, Jiang's mother was so angry that she choked. You kid. If you don't worry, it's time for your son to return home. Mom, don't worry. Under the table, Pei Zugoi continued to gently rub Jiang Ruoli's waist, as if it was a kind of comfort. His voice was cold and firm. I listened to this matter. After all, pregnancy is a tribulation for a woman. When she is ready, I will face it with her. Well, young people have their own ideas. As elders, we don't need to say more about this matter. You just need to know it in your heart. In the end, it was Mr. Jiang who came out to preside over the overall situation. Although he also wanted to enjoy the happiness of 4 generations together, and envied others for hugging his great-grandchildren early, no one in the Jiang family could force her to do what his baby Lily didn't want to do. However, the old man added in the end, but it's not too late. Zugoi is almost 30, and the sperm quality will also decline at that time. The table was as quiet as a chicken in an instant. Jiang Ruoli couldn't help bowing his head and laughing. He couldn't help it, so he had to cover the corners of his grinned lips with his hands. The soft flesh on the waist was deliberately pinched. She subconsciously wanted to hide, but it was firmly controlled. Then, Pei Zugoi's serious voice sounded, Grandpa, don't worry, I have the habit of exercising every day, and the annual physical examination report also shows that sperm vitality is very good. What you are worried about should not happen. The old man was stunned and laughed. That's good, ha ha ha. For a moment, everyone glanced at Jiang Ruoli, intentionally or unintentionally. Fortunately, soon everyone talked about other things. The young lady lowered her head in a rare way and whispered to the man next to her, why do you say everything? Are you ashamed? Pei Zugoi pressed the rotating table, took a date and glutinous rice, and put it into Jiang Ruoli's bowl. Grandpa is worried that I can't make you happy. I always have to prove it for myself. Jiang Ruoli's ears were itchy. For a moment, he couldn't tell which aspect of happiness Pei Zugoi was referring to. So, is Lily still happy these days? Jiang Ruoli, who was thinking nonsense in his mind, blurted out, which Xing? The man let out a low smile, raised the corners of his mouth, and lowered his voice. Which one do you think is which one? After all, it is difficult to separate the two. Only when there is sex and happiness can there be happiness. That's right. Recalling the scenes since the marriage, Jiang Ruoli's face turned white. Speaking of happiness, she is indeed quite happy. At least Pei Zugoi did not treat himself unfairly in terms of money, and even spoiled him more than Lao Jiang. As for the other happiness, it's okay. After all, I haven't tried anyone else. Jiang Ruoli raised his little mouth, and there was an inexplicably light hidden in his clear eyes. Praise directly. I'm afraid this man's tail will go up to the sky. Sure enough, Pei Zugoi, who heard this, was not very happy. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, it sounds like you are very sorry. Who else do you want to try with? After saying that, the black man scratched her waist maliciously. Jiang Ruoli had a piece of itchy meat on his waist. He couldn't stand this kind of light tickling the most. He giggled reflexively. Don't, I'm wrong, you let go. Don't try, I'm joking, ha ha ha, please. The movement of the two was not small. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli was about to twist on Pei Zugoi's lap, the man finally let her go with great mercy. By the way, cousin. Out of some awkwardness, Jiang Ningning basically only calls Jiang Ruoli's full name, and basically does not call her cousin. There are only 2 possibilities, either to make a mistake to beg for mercy, or to be a demon. At present, it should be the second one. I heard from my friend that he saw you at the gate of the police station earlier. What did you do? Zhao's father was also anxious when he heard it, and hurriedly asked, what's wrong with Lily? Why don't we know? No, it's nothing. It can't be said that it's because of that file, can it? As soon as he heard the word police, Jiang Ruoli's body obviously stiffened, and Pei Zugoi naturally felt it. The big hand hugged Jiang Ruoli's shoulder openly, like a kind of protection. I lost something at home. Lily went to report the crime. I picked her up. Is there any problem? The sharp gaze glanced at Jiang Ningning, like some kind of warning, which scared Jiang Ningning. I just asked, thinking that something happened to my cousin. With the support of Pei Zugoi, Jiang Ruoli was obviously much tougher, and his previous feelings were also covered up. I remember when I first walked into the police station, it seemed that there were indeed several young people shouting in the hall, as if they were drunk and had a conflict. A man looked at her several times. I guess it was Jiang Ningning's friend. Jiang Ruoli looked at Jiang Ningning slowly and sneered, Ningning, don't have anything to do with those unscrupulous friends. It's not a good thing to quarrel with the people's police in the reporting hall in the middle of the night. Mr. Jiang frowned when he heard this, put down his wine glass, and looked serious. Ningning, is it true what your sister said? Are you really hanging out with that kind of unruly person? I don't have a grandfather, I've just met him a few times. Although Jiang Ningning likes to be a little mean and has a temper, she only teases Jiang Ruoli at most. Jiang Ruoli has been flirting with her since she was a child. After all, he was raised by the old man. As a member of the Jiang family, no matter how good character he is, it is necessary. It doesn't work even if you have met a few times. Don't contact that kind of person in the future. Copy the instruction book several times tonight and give it to me tomorrow morning. Seeing that the old man became serious, Jiang Ningning did not dare to provoke any more trouble. This time, it can be said that stealing a chicken failed to eat a handful of rice. He salved his mouth and said weakly, "I see, Grandpa." After saying that, he also looked at Jiang Ruoli. There was no disgust in his eyes, but a very complicated emotion. Why can't I beat her every time? Jiang Ruoli held Pei Zigoi's arm sideways, his eyes were bright, and he was smug. Until the end of the dinner, the smile still didn't subside. In the living room, the old man was playing chess with Zhao's father, while Zhao's mother took out a microphone from somewhere and connected to the sound system to start singing, and her song resounded throughout the villa. Jiang Ruoli was comfortably leaning on Pei Zigoi's shoulder to swipe his mobile phone, laughing from time to time. It's enough to be a sweet couple in front of the elders. Since I had an impression, the atmosphere of Zhao's family seems to be so warm, comfortable and relaxing. And the Pei family seems to have never been like this. Now, with her, there is only a little more warmth. Pei Zigoi has envied Jiang Ruoli countless times that he can grow up in such a family, so that he has grown into such a sunny personality. People like him, who have been suppressed by rules for too long, never want to leave again after being illuminated by the sun for a moment. A delicate flower like Jiang Ruoli should always live under his protection and in the sunshine. There was a crisp laughter in my ear, like the bell of the wind blowing through the eaves. The man on his shoulder moved his body, and Pei Zigoi quietly buckled the person back. So happy? Chapter 42. With a mouthful of cream marks, Jiang Ruoli was absorbed in playing with his mobile phone, and naturally, did not notice the change in the eyes of the people next to him. Of course, look, this puppy can skateboard. With that, Jiang Ruoli raised his mobile phone and put it in front of Pei Zigoi. It's cute to let Tishi also learn it another day. Pei Zigoi pinched Jiang Ruoli's cheek, and his eyes were spoiled. Cute. The low voice mixed with the faint fragrance of the man penetrated into the ear. I don't know whether she was talking about a dog or her. The intimate action caused a wave of imperceptible touch in the tip of the heart, and the place that was pinched slowly turned red. I don't know whether it's true or for adults to see. Zhao's mother's unexpected high-pitched voice soared, covering Jiang Ruoli's voice. After all, she is an old artist, and Zhao's mother's singing is as melodious as a lingbird. But it doesn't seem to be inherited at all. I don't know what interesting picture came to mind, and the corners of Pei Zigoi's mouth rose. The palm of the hand was suddenly gently scratched. Pei Zigoi looked down at someone lying on his shoulder, tilted his head slightly to approach, and his voice was magnetic. Huh. I don't want to hear my mother sing folk songs. She is deliberately showing off in front of you. Let's go out for a walk. But whenever someone comes, Jiao's mother always shows off her famous song. From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Ruoli has listened to it not only 1,000 times but 800 times. Listen to you. While no one noticed, Jiang Ruoli pulled Pei Zigoi and slipped out quietly. As soon as I ran out of the yard, a cold wind blew, which made people shiver. Put on your coat. Only then did Jiang Ruoli find that Pei Zigoi was holding a coat and scarf in his hand, all of which were hers. She raised her hand obediently and let Pei Zigoi help her button her coat one by one. When did you get it? She remembers that she didn't have these things when she came. I just asked someone upstairs to find it for you. Pei Zigoi tied a scarf between the woman's neck and patiently explained, it's all you left in the Jiang family and didn't take it to Lengtingyang. Jiang Ruoli has a lot of things. After marriage, only part of her moved out, and many of them stayed at home. I thought I would always have time to come back to pick it up, but Lengtingyang always has a continuous stream of new models, and I forgot them for a moment. But if you think about it this way, it seems to be beneficial. You're about to strangle me to death. Loosen a little. Sorry, it's the first time to tie a scarf to a girl. Pei Zigoi loosened the knot of the scarf, sorted it out carefully, and asked in a low voice, is this okay? Jiang Ruoli looked down. Although it was not so delicate, it was better to keep warm. Let's go. Let's go to the lake. There is a small park over there. Fully armed, Jiang Ruoli freely inserted his hand into the man's coat pocket, his neck shrank, and most of his face was covered under a plush scarf, revealing only a pair of flexible big eyes. Pei Zigoi looked down sideways, looking at everything in his eyes, and turned into tenderness flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Jiang Ruoli misunderstood his silence, stared angrily, and said strangely, why? Can't you release it? Or do you say that you don't have to act if the elders are not here? The hand that was about to retract from the pocket of the man's coat was buckled. You can put it as you want. Let's go. It's about the same. The evening wind was cold, but Jiang Ruoli, who was fully armed, didn't feel it at all. Under the street lamp, there are two entangled shadows on the ground. Pei Zigoi, you stepped on me. Where did you step on it? Pei Zigoi stopped and turned his head to look at the little girl who was complaining. But I saw her small chin on the ground, with an arrogant little expression on her face. You stepped on my shadow. If it's unreasonable, it's more or less childish. A little helplessness flashed in the bottom of the man's eyes. He squeezed his thin lips and smiled. What should I do? I apologize to you. Jiang Ruoli hummed twice. Excuse me, miss, can we continue to go? It's about the same. Jiang Ruoli leaned back again and enjoyed Pei Zugoi's windbreak service. The villa area where the Jiang family is located is a famous rich area in Jiangcheng. The people living here are either rich or expensive, and the annual property fee is not borne by the ordinary class. Therefore, the green environment of the whole area is naturally quite clean and elegant. There is not only a small park with its own in the community, but also a special sports field, and next to it is a children's amusement park. Although every family in the villa area has its own garden, many people still like to take a walk in the community and walk the dog, or take the children to play. It happened to be after dinner, and there were many people in the activity area. Be careful. Pei Zugoi suddenly made a sound and pulled Jiang Ruoli aside. Bowing her head, a small potato suddenly appeared beside her leg and almost hit her. The child was wearing a furry puppy hat, which was very cute. He also held a half-eaten cream puff in his hand, and several children rushed over behind him. Sorry, sister. Jiang Ruoli squatted down and pinched the little potato's face, smiling. It doesn't matter. You must concentrate when you walk. Only then did the child see Jiang Ruoli's face clearly. His round eyes stared at her motionlessly and said in a milky voice, Sister, you are so beautiful. Can I kiss you? Pei Zugoi, who was standing aside, frowned when he heard the words. He was about to pull up the woman squatting on the ground when he heard a chirping. The little potato egg has kissed Jiang Ruoli's side face. It also left a cream mark on it. Guo Guo, let's go. Your mother is looking for you again. Okay, I'm coming. Sister, Bite. A little potato looked up at the smiling man and whispered, Goodbye, uncle. After a slip of smoke, he ran away again. Ha 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 ha, uncle. Pei Zugoi, you don't look as young as me. To the man who was ruthlessly laughed at pinched Jiang Ruoli's chin, and his eyes were deep, funny. Just kidding. I guess the child said that because you were too fierce. Am I fierce? Jiang Ruoli immediately shook his head, not fierce, and amiable. Pei Zugoi frowned and said nothing. His thumb moved slightly to the woman's cheek and wiped it hard to wipe off the remaining cream marks. Jiang Ruoli also saw the white cream on his finger. She raised her head and said coquettishly, Do you think I'm dirty? Pei Zugoi slowly took out a tissue to wipe his fingers, smiled with his thin lips, and whispered, Little flower cat. Ali, not far away, a man's voice came, and Pei Zugoi subconsciously stood in front of Jiang Ruoli. The footsteps are getting closer, and the man's mouth is still singing a song that he doesn't know where he has run. Ali baby is a happy girl too. When I got closer, it turned out to be Xie Yoren. I almost forgot that the Xie family and the Jiang family both live here and have been neighbors since they were young. When I was a child, Xie Yoren heard the song of Ali Baba and 40 Thieves. Since then, the lyrics have never been sung right. I didn't expect that I could hear this song again when I was married. The speechless expression on Jiang Ruoli's face could not dissipate for a long time. Ali, why didn't you tell me when you got home? Jiang Ruoli rolled his eyes. I went back to my own home. What did I tell you? Xie Yoren covered his chest sadly and showed a sad expression. Why did the hot one become cold first, and the slow hot one couldn't stop and was still boiling? Look. Stop. Stop barking. Jiang Ruoli couldn't stand the dog anymore. He grabbed Pei Zugoi's arm to stabilize his body and kicked it in the void. Afraid that she would fall, Pei Zugoi firmly buckled the woman's waist. Looking up, his warm eyes glanced at the man opposite, like a silent warning. Chapter 43 Killing and Silence. Xie Yoren is not afraid of Jiang Ruoli. After all, he has been fighting since he was a child. But Pei Zugoi, he is really afraid. What are you two going to do? Probably some word pleased Pei Zugoi, and he answered Xie Yoren's words. Lily was afraid that I would be bored at home, so she accompanied me out for a walk to digest. There is joy in the words. Xie Yoren curled his lips and didn't believe that the plastic marriage of these two people could really be so loving. Why do you pretend in front of him? Maybe his expression was too wonderful. Jiang Ruoli sighed and asked, Why are you shaking your head? It's nothing. Do you want to play tennis? Are you sick? What kind of tennis do you play at night? Xie Yoren scratched his head and pointed to the stadium behind him. Then let's play badminton. Why, afraid of being abused by me? Jiang Ruoli just couldn't stand the excitement and dragged Pei Zugoi directly to the stadium. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ruoli, who changed into sportswear, took the racket in her hand and the sneakers that the servant had just sent her on her feet. Across the net, Xie Yoren threw up and down the badminton in his hand and looked over proudly. Let's talk about it first. What do you want to bet on? Jiang Ruoli jumped twice in place, and the racket turned in her hand. She said provocatively, If you lose, go to Jiannan intersection to buy German fried chicken. That's all. Jiang Ruoli leisurely added that he rode a shared bicycle. In this kind of weather, it's okay to take a walk. Riding a shared bicycle can't be blown by the wind. Xie Yuren gritted his teeth. Okay, don't regret it. If you lose, don't ask your husband to go for you. The man who was silent for a long time watching the primary school cockfight slowly said, wait. I thought he was going to stop him, but he didn't expect Pei Zugui to pull the little girl who was ready to go, squatted down in front of her, carefully checked the shoelaces, and tied them tightly again. Instruct, pay attention to safety. Jiang Ruoli thought that he didn't believe in himself, and pouted a little dishappily. I won't lose. Pei Zugui gently touched her pouting cheeks and said with a spoiled smile, I naturally believe that you won't lose. Just don't hurt yourself. At the beginning of the first round, across the net, Jiang Ruoli and Xie Yuren stood on both sides of the badminton court, and Xie Yuren served the ball first. Both of them used to play badminton at school for a period of time and were very familiar with each other's ball. After more than a dozen rounds, there is still no victory or defeat. Finally, Jiang Ruoli scored 1 point with 1 blow. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the man sitting behind her, raised her eyebrows, raised her racket and smiled at him, and said excitedly, Pei Zugui, I want to I'm very happy, and I'm a little happy. Pei Zugui's eyes were full of pampering, and the corners of his lips raised a smile, and his tone was like coaxing a child. Well, the courtesy is very powerful. Jiang Ruoli, who was full of energy, continued to fight. In the next few rounds, Xie Yuren put out 100% of his investment, respecting his opponents and himself. There was a difference in physical strength between men and women. Soon, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Jiang Ruoli's forehead. Do you need a rest for a while? Seeing that she was a little tired, Pei Zugui came forward with a tissue and asked. He hadn't exercised so heartily for a long time. Jiang Ruoli raised his arm and wiped the sweat on his forehead casually, showing that he was still not satisfied. She raised her finger and looked at Pei Zugui delicately and said, will you play another ball? I haven't exercised like this for a long time. Pei Zugui wanted her to rest for a while, but he looked into her eyes but couldn't say anything to refuse. He had to nod, and his tone was connivance that he didn't even realize. Go ahead. After saying that, wipe off the residual sweat stains on her face. The result of the last goal was that Jiang Ruoli stepped back in order to catch the ball. He twisted his foot in a hurry and sat on the ground. Ouch, I'm going. Xie Yuren threw the racket and ran to Jiang Ruoli. Unexpectedly, someone was faster than him. When Pei Zugui rushed to squat down in front of him, Jiang Ruoli was still a little confused. Where did you fall? The man's face was undisguised anxiety. He should not have promised Jiang Ruoli to continue to fight just now. Ali, are you all right? Let me have a look. Xie Yuren also squatted down, and his anxious hands and eyes were about to touch Jiang Ruoli's feet. Pei Zugui roared in a low voice, don't touch her yet. The tone was cold, with obvious impatience and anger. Xie Yuren's hand immediately froze in the air and raised his eyes. Although Pei Zugui didn't look at him, the coldness between his eyebrows made Xie Yuren doubt whether the man would break his hand. Brother, I'm a doctor. I'm her husband, and I also know the basic medical common sense. People who have just fallen can't touch it casually. Xie Yuren decisively retracted his eating hand. He was not a professional orthopedic doctor, so he should quietly play a dumb quail. Lily, did you sprain your foot? Pei Zugui didn't dare to touch her easily, so he had to roll up his trousers. The white and tender ankles were a little red and swollen, but it was not serious. Jiang Ruoli, who came back to his senses, suddenly sneered, as if he was mocking himself, and then lowered his head to cover his face. What should I do if it's a little embarrassing? Can you pretend not to see it? Seeing that she could still joke, Pei Zugui finally lowered his tight eyebrows and picked her up from the ground. I've seen it, unless you kill people and silence them. Pei Zugui carried the person to the chair and moved gently. Jiang Ruoli moved his foot obediently. It should be a slight sprain. Can I kill him? It's too late. Pei Zugui boiled water for her. You drink some water first and take a rest. Jiang Ruoli took the water and took a small sip, with a little surprise in his expression. Where did you get the water? Or is it hot? I just asked the staff of the venue to buy it. Hey, what a clever little ghost. Jiang Ruoli took another sip, and the rest of the words suddenly stuck in his throat. Because Pei Zugui held her ankle. The man half squatted on the ground and gently pressed her ankle. The swelling was not very swollen, but a little red. I went to ask the staff if there was any spray. No, this kind of sprain will be fine after a nap. Jiang Ruoli has learned to dance before and has more or less sprained several times. She knows her body. At this time, he is not coquettish at all. However, Pei Zugui was still uneasy and patted her on the head in a serious tone. Obey. Xie Yuren licked his lips, and his expression was a little nervous. How about I ask? You stay here and take care of Ali. He is really afraid that Pei Zugui will settle the score with himself. Pei Zugui lowered his eyes and said nothing. Xie Yuren ran away and lost his shadow. Maybe the man's expression was too cold. Jiang Ruoli raised Pei Zugui's finger and shook it twice coquettishly. Why are you so fierce? I fell by myself. Moreover, it is not serious. Pei Zugoi lowered his eyes, and his eyes fell on the woman's white and tender fingers, and then shifted to her face. After playing the ball for so long, the delicate little face blushed, and a few strands of hair pressed against his forehead. He squatted down and put Jiang Ruoli's feet on his thighs, not caring whether his shoes were dirty or not. I'm really not angry with him. I'm just angry with myself. Then I shouldn't have promised you to hit the last goal. Knowing that she was very winnable, she didn't warm up enough before the exercise. People were injured under her own eyes. Pei Zugoi was irritable. Jiang Ruoli guessed that Pei Zugoi probably didn't know how to explain to his elders. She glanced at his black trousers. She put her hands on both sides of the chair and leaned forward slightly. The tone was gently scratching, and she joked, "Do I still have to compensate for the dry cleaning fee of your trousers? Sit down and don't move around." Pei Zugoi doesn't seem to care about the dirty pants. Here we go. I asked the staff for it. Xie Yuren ran over and squatted next to Pei Zugoi, shaking his head up and down crazily with his hand holding the spray. Just as he was about to take action, he seemed to feel some sharp gaze and handed over the spray in his hand. "Brother, come on." Jiang Ruoli blinked with a pair of beautiful eyes and deliberately flirted with Pei Zugoi. "Dr. Pei, come here." Chapter 44. Sleeping in her bed from childhood to adulthood, Pei Zugoi glanced at Jiang Ruoli with a connive expression. The big hand with distinct joints held the woman's white little feet, and the visual contrast made people blush and beat inexplicably. The spray was sprayed around the ankle, and the strong smell of medicine instantly filled the nose. "Are you back home?" Pei Zugoi was still half squatting on the ground, raising his eyes and staring at the person in his position. "But the victory or defeat has not been decided yet." Xie Yuren touched his nose. "Forget it, you are gloriously injured. This one is your winner." Jiang Ruo couldn't help frowning. She never needs anything from others. If you lose, you will lose. At worst, ask Pei Zugoi to use a shared electric vehicle to buy Chicken Willow by himself. No need. She was about to open her mouth when Pei Zugoi in front of her stood in front of her, and said lightly, "I'll fight with you." Xie Yure's eyes widened. "No, big brother." Pei Zugoi's thin lips hooked slightly and he nodded. "I don't know what Grandpa asked me to do." The old man put his hands on the crutch. "You and Lily have been married for a while. How do you two get along?" All kinds of pictures of the days after marriage flashed in front of me, and the man's deep and dark eyes shone brightly. "Grandpa, don't worry, Lily and I are very good." The old man opened his smile. "Of course I'm worried about you. I'm not worried about that little ancestor. Lily has been spoiled by us since she was a child, and her temper is inevitably bad. You are a few years older than her. Looking at the love between the two families for so many years, let her be more. Grandpa, there is no so-called affection for etiquette, only affection." Pei Zugoi raised his head and looked straight at the old man. His voice was serious and calm. When he mentioned Jiang Ruoli's name, he still had a little warmth. "So, please rest assured." An old man and a young man, the two eyes overlap. They didn't say much, but it was a silent promise between men. "I heard that you have cooperated with the Li family in Hong Kong City recently. The Li family is restless. You should pay more attention and don't get involved in it." Pei Zugoi knew what the old man was worried about and said in a serious and low voice, "With my protection, Lily will never be in danger." "That's good. Go back to rest early." Before leaving, the man paused slightly. "Grandpa, etiquette is not an object, and there is no need for the handover between male power. For me, Lily always belongs to herself. Being kind to her is my instinct, not my task." Mr. Jiao's old eyes were filled with peace of mind and waved his hand. As soon as I left the old man's study, there was a sound of footsteps downstairs, and the air was still filled with a strong smell of fried food. Xie Yuren was stopped by Pei Zugoi at the corner. "Well, I bought chicken fillet for Li. I really rode a little yellow car to buy it. The whole process was recorded. Don't say I cheated. Li probably hasn't slept yet. I'll send her up." The fried chicken in his hand was suddenly taken away. Pei Zugoi's tone was slightly indifferent, even mixed with a little impatience. "It's too late, you can go, and I will naturally send things to my wife." He paused, probably feeling that he was too cold-blooded. Although he doesn't care, he is at least a friend of the little fox. "Be safe when you go home." "Brother, what time is it? Besides, his house is right next door, and you can walk there. What's the danger? Riding a little yellow car for half an hour begging a strange woman in the cold wind." Xie Yuren, who left the last fried chicken to himself, was decisively rejected on the stairs in the 3rd minute of arriving at Jiang's house. He hasn't even reached the 3rd floor. "If I had known, I would have taken the elevator." When Pei Zugoi went back, Jiang Ruoli had already taken a shower and lay in bed. "You're back. My phone is out of power." "Wow, isn't this fried chicken?" Sent by Xie Yuren. Pei Zugoi nodded and didn't want to say more. "Where is the charger?" "I'll get it for you. On the table in my study. If you don't have it, you can look for it on the socket." Jiang Ruoli couldn't wait to get out of bed to eat fried chicken, but was pressed back to bed. Just sit in bed and eat. Pei Zugui put the fried chicken in his hand on the bedside table and took a few more tissues to put on it. Don't eat too much. Hey, okay. To Jiang Ruoli's bedroom and study are on the 3rd floor, and there is a connected walkway. Pei Zugui successfully found the mobile phone charger on the desk. Looking up, there are many photos on the cabinet in the corner of the wall. It was all taken by the little girl from childhood to adult. The little one has looked like Peugeot since he was a child. The little face is a little fatter than now, like a doll in the window. It is white and soft, so cute. I remember the first time I saw Jiang Ruoli when I was young. At that time, the little girl couldn't speak, and she didn't even walk very steadily. But as soon as he saw him, he stumbled and ran over to hug him, and called his brother with a vague milky voice. Many pictures in life will gradually fade or even be forgotten over time, but this scene at the first meeting was inexplicably engraved in the depths of Pei Zugui's memory. Pei Zugui took out his mobile phone and took these photos one by one and saved them in the album. He glanced casually, but saw something familiar. It was the gold medal in long-distance running at a sports meeting in 1 year of his high school. At that time, Jiang Ruoli had just entered the junior high school. For the first time in his life, he felt how terrible the 800-meter physical test was, and it was also the first time he was abused and cried. He happened to help the high school teacher send documents to the junior high school, and bumped into the little girl who was squatting in the corner with a distressed face. Jiang Ruoli, what are you doing here? The little girl looked up in response to the sound, and her innocent eyes were red, as if she was full of tears, as if she would break when she touched them. Pei Zugui's heart tightened and subconsciously asked, who bullied you? After all, it is difficult for international middle schools like them to avoid bullying on campus. I only heard the little girl stare wide-eyed and said viciously, 800 meters. Oh my god. Who on earth proposed this thing? 5 minutes, I ran for 5 minutes. Can you believe it? Half of my life is gone. I still have to take a makeup exam. Pei Zugui was unconsciously relieved. It was good that he was not bullied. I don't know what came to my mind. Jiang Ruoli turned his eyes and asked, did you just win the gold medal in long-distance running at the sports meeting a while ago? The pretty voice sounded in my ear. Well, what's up? Send it to me. I'll take it to say goodbye. Maybe I will pass the next makeup exam. Pei Zugui didn't say yes or no. He looked at the time and kindly reminded. It's almost time for class, hurry back to the classroom. Miser. But that night, the mica in Jiang Ruoli's mouth handed over the gold medal to the Jiang family servant. After so many years, the gold medal reappeared and was properly kept in the cabinet by the little girl. The smile on Pei Zugui's face became stronger and stronger. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Ruoli was happily eating fried chicken and complained casually, why did you take it for so long? Is it hard to find? Responding to her was the medal that appeared in front of her, swaying back and forth. Chapter 45. The sound insulation here is not good, huh? What is this? Jiang Ruoli put down the bamboo stick and held the medal, and read the words above word by word, men's 1000-meter champion Pei Zugui. She looked up. This is your gold medal, hee, where did you find it? Pei Zugui sat by the bed with a smile and replied, your study. I didn't ask you before, so did you pass the 800-meter makeup exam later? It's okay not to ask. As soon as he asked, Jiang Ruoli's guilty face became more obvious. In fact, in those years, she didn't want this medal simply for a good omen, but Pei Zugui was too popular in school at that time. As a campus male god, many girls want to get close to him, even his belongings. Jiang Ruoli leaned on this medal and asked the best sports girl in the class to help her participate in the 800-meter makeup exam. The price is just to let her touch Pei Zugui's medal and feel the taste of the male god.It. Sounds outrageous, doesn't it? But the little girl at that time was so cute and funny. Pei Zugui must not let this matter know. Jiang Ruoli unconsciously touched his nose, and his eyes fluttered. He passed. After so many years, why can't you find it? Oh, after passing the pass, your physical strength is still so poor now. Who is in poor physical strength? You are physically poor, and your whole family is poor. Well, my whole family is poor, so practice with me tonight. As soon as the quilt was lifted, Pei Zugui pounced directly on it and kissed it domineeringly. The big hand held the back of Jiang Ruoli's head, gradually moved to his neck, prying open his teeth, and entangled in warmth. When he was in love, Pei Zu returned and did not forget to avoid Jiang Ruoli's feet. The ambiguity fermented in an instant, delicate, the sound overflowed, and was covered again. Jiang Ruoli's watery eyes were red. He stared at the initiator fiercely and took a bite. A light smile overflowed from the lips, and the voice was deep and hoarse, with a seductive hook. Baby, the sound insulation here is not good, it's what you said. The nightingale sang softly, and the moon hangs on the branches, without sleepiness. It's night, and it's still very long. At the same time, the hospital is not very peaceful. People came and went in the emergency room, and there were children crying and noisy conversations everywhere. A slender figure rushed in, and his voice trembled slightly. Doctor, where is the old lady who was sent in the first aid just now? It was picked up from Qingshan Temple. Yan, this way. Shen Jian raised her head and saw Aunt Wanghua and Jiao Maigu not far away. When I saw a familiar person, my eyes turned red in an instant. Aunt Wanghua, how is Grandma? Li's mother held Shen Jian's hand, and her little hand was cold. She soothed the little girl in a soft voice. It has been sent to the rescue. Don't worry too much. We sent it in time. Grandma Shen was found fainted in her room by Li's mother. She happened to live close to each other. She only heard a loud bang coming from the next door. Li's mother was not at ease. She shouted a few times but did not respond. When she went to check, she found that the old man was already lying on the ground. Li's mother decisively called 120 and called the young and powerful Jiao Maigu to come over together, thinking that she could help if there was anything. The patient's family has arrived, right? Come and sign the consent form for the operation. The doctor rushed over and handed Shen Jia a pen. It is preliminarily judged that the elderly have an acute heart attack. In cold weather, many elderly people will have this kind of accident. As soon as it was delivered, we advanced to the operating room, which was quite timely. In view of the age of the patient, the operation is still risky, so you should be prepared. Hearing this, Shen Jian bit her lip and couldn't stand. The blood all over her body rushed to her heart, and she trembled and signed the consent form for surgery. Doctor, please. Jiao Maigu held the shaky Shen Jian in time. After all, she was still a college student. This kind of scene could only comfort a few irrelevant words. Li's mother sneaked to the corner and called, "Hey, son, come to the hospital quickly." Shen Jian leaned against the wall and turned on her mobile phone in a panic to find Xie Youran's phone. This is her only doctor friend. She remembers that he was in this hospital. "Yoran, are you working in the affiliated hospital?" The voice on the other end of the phone was lazy, and there seemed to be some nasal voice. "Well, what's wrong?" Shen Jian explained the matter as calmly as possible with a trembling voice, and Xie Youran's voice suddenly became serious. "Don't worry, I'll call and ask. After all, this belongs to cardiology, not in my professional field. Professional medical knowledge belongs to the author's unilateral search. It is not professional. It is all for the plot service. Please forgive me //to //. Well, thank you for your trouble. What does this mean? I'll ask now." Hanging up the phone, Shen Jian slowly squatted on the ground against the wall and hugged herself helplessly. At this moment, she hopes that there are really gods and Buddhas in the world who can bless Grandma's safety. Not long after, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor. The long legs stayed in front of Shen Jian, and then squatted down. The man's cold voice was full of concern. Shen Jian looked up. Shen Jian didn't say anything. She still lowered her head and hugged herself tightly. In fact, she had heard Li Yangzhou's voice long ago. The next second, the whole person fell into a warm embrace. "Cry if you want, cry in my arms." The warm and soft voice fell, and Shen Jia's tears that had been holding back all night finally came down and she cried in a low voice. It's like the choking of some kind of beast, which is heartbreaking. Li Yangzhou locked his eyebrows and patted the woman's thin back with his palm to comfort her. "Cry, it's good to cry." The head of the Li family, who made the people of Hong Kong City tremble when he heard the sound, squatted quietly in the corridor of the hospital with the woman. I'm afraid that no one would believe him if he said it. The mobile phone vibrated, and it was Xie Youran's phone. Shen Jian wiped her tears and quickly picked them up. She opened her mouth with a strong nasal voice. "Hey, Yoran, you say it." That's a pause. "Did you cry?" "Don't cry yet," I asked. "It was the director of the department who operated on your grandmother today. She is very experienced, so don't worry too much. Grandma Shen has her own natural appearance, and nothing will happen. However, the most important thing for this operation is the post-operative maintenance and cultivation. If there are conditions, it is still recommended to invite professional top medical bosses to have a look. At present, the best team in China should be the team led by Professor Patrick of Hong Kong City. I'll try to contact you first to see if we can be invited to Jiancheng, or we can transfer to Gangcheng. Thank you for your hard work, Yoran. Don't talk outside. I'm really sorry. Please treat me to a big meal another day." Shen Jian sniffed. "Well, for sure." After hanging up the phone, Shen Jian felt the man's warm fingers caressing her face, gently wiping away the tears on her face. "Have you cried enough?" Shen Jian licked her lips, and her eyes fell on Li Yangzhou's obviously deeper coat. "Sorry. If you cry enough, just listen to me, huh?" Shen Jian raised her head and looked at a deep and impenetrable look, as if she had countless small hooks. Once she fell in, she could never escape. Chapter 47 Erase the surveillance. "Okay, I promise you." Li Yangzhou did not seem to be surprised by Shen Jia's answer, but the ink-colored eyes were still happy at the moment they heard the reply. He admitted that he was not a gentleman. At such a moment, he took advantage of the void and forced his grandmother to stay by his side in exchange. But if he doesn't do it, he will regret it. It's better to let the world spit on it. Good boy, the ward has been arranged, and Grandma can move in when she comes out. After the doctor's evaluation, there will be a special medical plane to send Grandma directly to Hong Kong City, and they have also said hello. Shen Jian squeezed her lower lip, and her wet apricot eyes were a little shocked. In such a short time, Li Yanzhou has arranged everything properly. Isn't it on the way? He has already thought about it. Several complicated emotions surged in his heart, intertwined. The light in the operating room suddenly went out. Shen Jian trotted over, looking nervous and almost tripped. Fortunately, she was pulled by Li Yanzhou in time. Doctor, my grandmother. She was delivered in time, and the operation was very successful. Now, she can be transferred to the ward for observation for 1 night. It's just that surgery is only for emergency. You should pay more attention to this aspect of the elderly in the later stage of being a family member. It is difficult for older people to undergo a second operation, and few hospitals dare to move. Shen Jian listened to the doctor's words, and her eyes turned red again. Li Yanzhou's eyes sank, he hugged him into his arms, and nodded to the doctor to thank him. Thank you for your hard work, doctor. Li's mother beside her saw the intimate movements of the two children and narrowed her eyes. The operation was very successful. Yan, you should not worry too much. Yanzhou is here. Go home and have a rest for a while. Shen Jian drooped her eyelids and suddenly realized that Li's mother and Jiang Maigu were still here. Her tone was full of apology. Auntie, thank you and Maigu today. It's too late now. I'll call a car to take you back. Seeing that she was so delicate that she was about to fall down at any time, Jiang Maigu frowned and said simply, no, just call Aunt Weihua a car back to the temple. I'll be here with you tonight. How can you stay up all night alone? I don't know whether he is stupid or blind. Anyway, he didn't seem to see Li Yanzhou standing there. Shen Jian, no. The dark tide surged in Li Yanzhou's eyes, and he hugged the person tighter, leaving no room. He looked at Jiang Maigu with an adult man who was more than proficient and even a little contemptuous. No, I will be here to accompany my girlfriend. I have to work hard for this gentleman to accompany my mother back. My assistant is already waiting outside the hospital. Both people on the opposite side were stunned. Female, friend? There was no sleepiness on Li's mother's face. When did you two get together? Li Yanzhou's expression was plain, and the corners of Faber's mouth smiled calmly. Yan was thin-skinned and didn't let me say it for a while. Li's mother's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable smile on her face. No wonder she felt that you two were suspicious in the temple that day. This is a good thing, a great thing. Li's mother looked at the woman who was silent with her lower lip on the side and held her hand intimately. Yan, if this bastard bullies you in the future, she will tell me. I'll take care of him for you. Aunt Wanghua, I. Li Yanzhou grabbed Shen Jia's little hand back and played with it in the palm of his hand, in a cold tone. Mom, you should go. Zhou Sulka has been waiting for a long time. Well, then Maigu and I will go first. Maigu, let's go back. Jiang Maigu's eyes were straight. He hadn't spoken since he heard the word girlfriend just now. He didn't know what he was thinking. Isn't this man the upstart who came to the temple to find Shen Jian and gave him a lot of money? What is the relationship between them? Finally, Jiang Maigu seemed to have the courage to look at the person in the man's arms and hesitated to ask, Shen Jian, do you need me to stay? How dare Shen Jian let Jiang Maigu stay in the hospital for no reason? He was very grateful that he could send his grandmother here. Maigu, go back early. Thank you for today. Li Yanzhou's eyes flashed with a coolness, and his eyebrows rose slightly when he heard the words. Mr. Jiang, please. As soon as the two of them left, only Shen Jian and Li Yanzhou were left in the corridor, and the air was quiet. Mr. Li, you. The man raised his finger and pressed Shen Jian's bloodless lips. There was an indistinguishable affection in his eyes. In the future, call me by my name. Shen Jian escaped his sight and lowered her voice. If this is your request, I will do it. The fingers on the lips gradually tightened, as if restraining some emotion, and finally turned into a sigh. Let's go up and see Grandma. Shen Jian wondered, isn't it impossible to enter people now? Grandma Shen had to observe in the intensive care ward for a night before she could transfer to the ward arranged by Li Yanzhou. Li Yanzhou hugged the person and entered the elevator. His voice was cold with imperturbable helplessness and pampering. He knew that you would not go home obediently tonight. There was a lounge outside the arranged ward. And his voice was sweet and simple. Is your throat uncomfortable? Why did it move so hard early in the morning? Ask the servant to boil some honey water for you later. Li. The man's hoarse voice called out. If you continue to play, don't want to go out today. Zhang Ruoli is not a girl who has not been in the world. Of course, she has realized it by now. You. Beast. With a bang, the door of the bathroom was thrown up, leaving Pei Zugoi leaning against the washstand helplessly pressing his eyebrows and dialing a phone. Mo Tasuka, who had been waiting at the door of Zhao's house for a long time, quickly picked up, Mr. Pei, what do you want? Do something for me. Okay, Mr. Pei, you said. Pei Zugoi raised the corners of his lips slightly, and said indifferently, find a professional to purchase a batch of pearl necklaces, all sizes, the best color, and several styles. Motosuka, who is ready to record the new business war plan. Do you understand? Motosuka. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Do you need all kinds of colors? Pei Zugoi said nothing. He only knew that Jiang Ruoli's neck was white today. Are there any other colors? Buy all of them. Motosuka, who was fed with dog food. Okay, Mr. Pei. When Pei Zugoi finished tidying up and went downstairs, Jiang Ruoli had already had a delicious breakfast in the restaurant with his little feet crossed. Seeing him coming down, he proudly picked up the teacup and took a sip of soy milk. I'm going to attend a movie premiere with Anand today, so I won't go home for dinner. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli didn't realize that such a small premiere actually sent herself to the hospital. Chapter 49. The alcoholic father ran away and the mother was depressed. Jiang Ruoli cast a small movie at the beginning of the year. He was not interested in the entertainment industry, but the director was her friend. Before the film started, the funds were not in place, and the protagonist ran away to a more profitable and relaxed variety show. Seeing that the project was about to be cut off, he had no choice but to cry and ask Jiang Ruoli for help. At least the two had a little friendship. Jiang Ruoli thought that he would do a good thing when he was idle, so he simply invested tens of millions. Well, at the premiere, the golden owner Jiang Ruoli was invited to watch a movie. However, Jiang Ruoli was not interested in walking on the red carpet. He got out of the car and went straight into the cinema with Xu Moan. Xu Moan sighed, I didn't expect that this movie was really made by Yu Apple. Yu Apple is the director of this movie. In fact, her name is not Yu Apple, but since she met her, this person has been eating an apple every day, saying, an apple a day, keep the doctor away. Over time, the nickname Yu Apple has been used. I heard that the actor at the top of this drama is still making a movie for the first time. Xiao Xianro is very handsome. Did you see it just now? The heating in the cinema was very high. Jiang Ruoli enjoyed the newly made nails for a while, and the heat was a little uncomfortable. She shook her head and didn't see it. You know, I have never been interested in my younger brother. Xu Moman raised his arm and hit it gently, and said unkindly, my brother is in good health. But your husband should be good too. The joking eyes fell on the neckline all pulled down by Jiang Ruoli. At this moment, the movie has not started yet. The light is like daylight, and the red mark on the neck is obvious. Jiang Ruoli stared angrily, poured out the yellow waste in your mind, and the leading group came in. Yu Apple arranged the best seats in the first row for the gold owners, so they were very close to the table, and they could see a row of main creators without much effort. They were introducing themselves one by one. I'm very happy that you can come to the premiere of our film. I am the protagonist of this film. This is my first time to shoot a film. I hope you can give me some opinions after watching it later. The male protagonist held the microphone and looked young, with a little shy expression. Xu Moman turned his head and whispered, I heard that although this male lead is making a movie for the first time, he was already a little famous idol before. Do you see the banner behind you? They are all fans. I don't think the box office of Apple's movie will be low. Jiang Ruoli smiled when he heard the words, followed her gaze, and joked, so can my investment still pay back? Unexpectedly, with a casual glance, he happened to look at the leading actor on the stage. I have to say that the eyes of the little idol are quite charming. He is born with peach blossom eyes, and he is affectionate to everyone. Jiang Ruoli had no expression, withdrew his gaze, and couldn't help thinking of Pei Zugoi's eyes. Many times, his eyes are cold and deep, but at some moments, when he is emotional, Jiang Ruoli has also seen those eyes full of desire. That's the highest end hook. The lights in the audience went out, the iconic music of the Dragon Standard sounded, and the movie officially opened. The film focuses on the memories of youth, which is mainly about the young love between the hero and heroine in high school, but due to some bloody misunderstandings, the two are separated from the two ends of the earth. After many years, they met again. The hero became a young talent, but the heroine encountered a change. The two sides still have a longing for each other, so they are entangled again. Jiang Ruoli has always sneered at this kind of plot. Why does he always let the heroine fall into Cinderella and wait for the hero to save him? Can't it be that the heroine made a fortune and went to the club to be happy to meet the depressed hero who became a male model? An alcoholic father, a runaway mother, and a younger sister who studies, he is depressed. Be so energetic. But on the other hand, I have to say that the face of the substitute hero found by Yu Apple is quite suitable when playing the campus bridge. A dot of light and shadow, he is full of youthful spirit, like a real campus male god. It's just that when it comes to the scene a few years later, I don't know if this baby face is too young and tender. I always feel that it is not suitable for wearing a suit, like a child who secretly wears adult clothes, and there is no aura. The real young talent should be like Pei Zugoi. No one can compare with the natural clothes rack and the aura of wearing a suit that doesn't care about anyone. Damn, why do you think of Pei Zugoi again? In the dark, Jiang Ruoli sighed, which attracted Xu Moan's attention. What's the matter? Can't watch it any longer? Bear with it, every frame is your money. Shut up, just take it as a good deed. The 2-hour film finally came to an end, the lights in the cinema were turned on again, and the creators took the stage again to receive questions from the audience and interviews with the media. Jiang Ruoli was not interested in these and simply left early. As soon as he walked out of the cinema, Xu Moan stuffed the bag into Jiang Ruoli's hand and rushed to the bathroom without looking back. Hurry up, help me get it. I'm going to the toilet and hold it all the way. Oh, she also wants to. Forget it, wait. I don't know if Xu Moan has a bad stomach. 20 minutes have passed. Jiang Ruoli is holding things in both hands, as well as more than half a bucket of popcorn left before watching the movie. However, at this time, the phone rang. She took out her mobile phone from her pocket in a strange posture, for fear that someone accidentally turned over her horse. Hey, what are you doing? The other end of the phone Pai Zigoi heard the impatience in the young lady's tone. He paused and comforted in a soft voice, what's wrong? The movie is not good. Jiang Ruoli was angry and subconsciously complained to Pai Zigoi that he was so ugly that he wasted the precious 2 hours of my life. More importantly, I wasted the real money I invested. I don't know if I can make money back. Pai Zigoi lowered his head and smiled, holding the phone in one hand and signing the document in the other hand. If you don't look good, go home early. Can I ask someone to pick you up? Besides, Yu Apple said he would invite me and Anne to dinner. Jiang Ruoli was holding 2 bags and popcorn, and his hands were sore. She subconsciously turned her wrist. Unexpectedly, the popcorn bucket was about to turn over as soon as her hand was weak. On the other end of the phone, Pai Zigoi heard a whisper, followed by a man's voice, Miss Jiang, let me help you. Jiang Ruoli looked up and found that he was the leading actor of the movie. What's the name? The other party quickly helped her catch the popcorn bucket and the 2 shaky bags. It's reasonable. Jiang Ruoli thanked, thank you, give it to me. Miss Jiang, you're welcome. You are Director Yu's friend. I'll take it for you. Hearing this sentence, Jiang Ruoli frowned unconsciously. He must have inquired about his relationship with Yu Apple. It seems that there is a reason for appearing here. The other end of the phone was quiet for a long time, and Pai Zigoi's cold voice came again, mixed with trial and displeasure, is there anyone next to you? Jiang Ruoli's eyes moved back from Yashu, and his voice changed from the official back to delicate, well, the leading actor of the movie, come and help me. Pai Zigoi seemed to ask inadvertently, well, where is Xu Moan? I haven't come back after going to the bathroom for a long time. I don't know if I fell down. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Ruoli saw Xu Moan coming from the other end of the corridor. By the way, remember to buy me a strawberry cake when you go home tonight, which is from Mingbao Hotel. Anang is back. I won't talk to you. Bye. Jiang Ruoli hung up the phone decisively. You're back. If you don't come out, I'll call the police. Xu Moan's face was helpless. Stop talking, the toilet is full of people. This is not. Jiang Ruoli ignored the second half of Xu Moan's words, and also ignored the words that were still standing next to him, and trotted directly to the bathroom. Then I'll go. You go straight outside and wait for me. Take our things quickly. But when Jiang Ruoli walked out of the cinema, he found that the familiar male lead had not left yet. Chapter 50 My husband is very fierce. Pei Motosuka, who was about to leave after taking the documents, was stopped by Pai Zigoi. Wait a minute. The movie that my wife invested in before has been released recently. You can check it out for a few days and ask Pei's employees to watch it. Yes, Mr. Pei. Also, go to the Mingbao Hotel in the evening, let me know in advance, and leave a strawberry cake. Pai Zigoi paused and continued, forget it, add another piece of butterfly crisps. Motosuka, who was already numb, gradually took it for granted. After carefully noting it, he asked again, okay, Mr. Pei, is there anything else you want? How about the pearl necklaces she asked for? Brother, how can it be so fast? Can I collect the calls I made in the morning for you now? The Dragon King of the East China Sea can't do it even if he comes. Mo scratched his scalp and told the truth, some goods need to be transferred from abroad, and it will take a few days. By the way, Mr. Pei, there will be another meeting in a moment, and the signal from the branch has been adjusted. Shorten the schedule of today's meeting. As soon as Motosuka heard it, he knew that Mr. Pei couldn't wait to see his wife. At the corner outside the cinema, Xu Moan and the leading actor stood face to face, talking and laughing. But it can be seen that Xu Moan is just polite. Lily, this way. Xu Moan gritted his teeth and waved his hand to greet Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli walked over and saw the half bucket of popcorn being held in his hand. Miss Jiang is here. I was still talking to Miss Xu just now. I'm also going to Director Yu's dinner later. You can take my car. Jiang Ruoli pulled the corners of his mouth and refused the other party. No, we drive by ourselves. You are a star, so you'd better pay attention. A pair of dog eyes looked at Jiang Ruoli pitifully. Does my sister care about me? Jiang Ruoli decisively denied, no, I just don't want to get in with your entertainment industry. Man, let's go. Okay, let's go. The two turned around and were about to leave. Miss Jiang, your popcorn. Unexpectedly, Yang Shu was directly prepared to pull Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli suddenly retracted his arm and stepped back. The body unconsciously fell back half a step. At this time, a battery car rushed out just around the corner. Courtesy. Be careful. Ouch. In the conference room, the management at the other end of the screen was reporting the project. Pei Zugoi's expression was cold. Even if he didn't say anything, he could see a full sense of oppression. If you are given funds to make such a pile of garbage, I think the branch can consider reducing the scale next year. Is it to spend time here with you to call me here? The people below don't dare to show their grandeur. In this atmosphere, Mortasuka hurriedly pushed the door in, lowered his ear and whispered a few words next to Pei Zugoi. Pei Zugoi's eyes suddenly changed. Serious, solemn, and with panic. The meeting has been pushed back. After saying that, the man strode away in a hurry. The pen on the table also fell to the ground. What's the matter? I've never seen Mr. Pei so flustered. Is there a change in the stock market? Should I sell it before the market is closed? So can we get off work? Or should we continue to stay here and wait for the boss to come back? Hurry up and think of a new plan, or wait to be laid off. Pei Zugoi looked in a hurry and didn't even have time to put on his coat. He kept pressing the elevator, and his fingers trembled slightly. Give me the car key. Motsuk looked at Pei Zugoi in horror. Others may not know. As the chief assistant, I'm afraid he can't know much about it. Pei Zugoi never drives by himself because he has PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. When Pei's mother was young, she died in a car accident, and at that time, Pei Zugoi was in that car and witnessed the death of his mother. From then on, he didn't drive much. As the heir of a rich family, many things are necessary in case of emergency. But even if he got his driver's license, Pei Zugoi threw millions and tens of millions of luxury cars in the garage, which were basically bought for ashes. Mr. Pei, are you sure you want to drive by yourself? Pei Zugoi didn't say anything, and his cold eyes were angry. Just a glance made people's feet shiver. Maibok drove towards the hospital at an amazing speed, stopped at the emergency door and braked urgently. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a violent noise. I'll go in first, and you park the car. Mortasuka held the seat belt tightly in his hands, his face was pale, and he couldn't wait to jump off the car immediately. Jiang Ruoli sat on the hospital bed and looked down at the doctor tie a fixed bandage for her. The bottom of her eyes was red, and there were still tears. Xu Moman held her hand tightly and asked the doctor for the 108th time, Doctor, are you really okay? The doctor sighed. Xu Moman, what's wrong? What's wrong? Doctor, don't sigh. Girl, why don't you go to the ear, nose and throat department later? I've said it several times. Your friend really doesn't have a big problem. It's just that there was a slight sprain on the foot before, which was a little aggravated this time, but there was no fracture, and it could recover after a period of fixation. As for the abrasions on her waist, her skin is white and thin. It looks a little scary, but it's not serious. You are much luckier than those car accidents. It's just a battery car driven by my aunt. It's slow and the injury is not too serious. Xu Molang patted his chest, which scared me to death at that time. Fortunately, nothing happened. Yang Shuo, who was standing aside, was wearing a mask and hat, and his voice was still a little trembling. I don't know whether he was worried or afraid. Miss Jiang, I'm really sorry, I just... Stop. Jiang Ruoli raised his head, with an unconcealed disgust in his contemptuous eyes. You don't know me, you and I don't know each other. You don't have to stay here all the time. You can't get what you want from me, and I won't call you. There was a trace of panic on the face of the man who was exposed to his mind. Miss Jiang, you misunderstood, I can't care if you leave now, but if you stay a little longer, you won't be sure. My husband is very fierce and jealous. If he finds out that you are harassing me, you will not be able to leave. After saying that, Jiang Ruoli shook his head and glared at him with pity. Which one dares to harass you? A cold and unhappy voice came from the door. Jiang Ruoli raised his head and saw Pei Zugoi walking towards him with a calm face. Why didn't you wear a coat on a cold day? It's not like this for good health, is it? By the way, he didn't hear it all just now, did he? Never mind. Jiang Ruoli was still sitting on the bed at this time, opening her hands delicately to the man, husband, hug. The provocative eyes turned to Yang Shuo, prompting him to get out of here. Yang Shuo was dumbfounded. Is this Miss Jiang, who was so cold and sneer at him just now? Is it so delicate in private? The voice is so crisp that even a man can't stand it. The man walked to the bed, and Jiang Ruoli rushed into his arms in an instant. He couldn't help taking a second look. Don't you want your eyes? Chapter 51. The latest automatic wheelchair. The cold voice is gloomy and fierce. It is not difficult to doubt that if you look at it again, it is difficult to guarantee that these eyes will still be safe. I don't know this man, but it is not difficult to judge that Jiang Ruoli's husband should also be a famous family in Jiangchong. Sorry, Miss Jiang was injured because of me, and I will be responsible. Pei Zugoi showed his first smile before he came in, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes, and his eyes sank, becoming more and more cold. Responsible? What do you think you can be responsible for her? The man pursed his thin lips and hugged the person in the hospital bed in his arms, but the low pressure on his face swept the whole space. Well, the patient's family, right? Hearing the doctor's voice, the anger in Pei Zugoi's eyes receded. I am her husband. Please let me know the specific situation of my wife. Those who looked serious didn't know how seriously Jiang Ruoli was injured. There is nothing wrong with your wife. It's just a simple abrasion and sprain. I have already pressed the external medicine. If you are okay, you can leave. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? In terms of diet and living habits, how long do we need to come for a follow-up? Doctor, there is nothing to pay attention to. Don't lay your feet on the ground. You can continue to apply ice at night, and it will be fine in 2 days. Apply some medicine to the place of the abrasion every day, and don't touch the water at ordinary times. Jiang Ruoli didn't feel any pain at this time. He hooked Pei Zugoi's fingers and shook them. Pei Zugoi, go home quickly. I'm hungry. Thank you, doctor. Pei Zugoi nodded and bent down to pick up the person. The narrative is still in shock. If I heard correctly, Miss Jia's husband is Pei Zugoi. Pei Zugoi, the president of the Pei family. He now regrets his previous delusion of relying on Jiang Ruoli to take shortcuts. I originally thought that these rich ladies had no heart, and giving a little emotional value could be exchanged for a lot of return. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi left with Jiang Ruoli in his arms. When he passed by Yang Shuo, his steps stopped. If you put your undue thoughts on my wife, this will be your first and last movie. If it hadn't been for Jiang Ruoli's investment in this film, he would even have thought of directly removing it from the shelves. Although Pei Zugoi didn't say this in the end, everyone present understands that although the narrated Star Road will not stop, it can only end here. At most, it will be edged on low-cost online dramas in the future. Who told him to mess with someone he shouldn't have messed with? Miss Xu, thank you for sending gifts to the hospital. I'll ask someone to take you back. Xu Monglan was scared as soon as he saw Pei Zugoi. Just now, he felt that the man was about to eat people. He was afraid that Pei Zugoi would blame her in anger. Hearing this, I was instantly relieved. No, my car is outside. Since you're here, I'll go first. This is a gift bag. Sisters, 885. Xu Monglan threw the bag into the arms of the good sister, and the smoke was gone. His hearing Jiang Ruoli's soft call, Pei Zugoi frowned and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ruoli was injured on his waist. Although the battery car was not fast, it still scratched a piece and swelled a large piece when it rushed over. Being held by a princess like Pei Zugoi for a long time, I can't help but feel uncomfortable. But this was in the hospital, and she was embarrassed to let him hold her in another position. She shrinted her mouth and said a little aggrievedly, "It's nothing." After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Pei Zugoi was anxious in his heart, but his tone was still patient. "Tell me if you feel uncomfortable, huh?" Jiang Ruoli squeezed his lips and muttered in a low voice, "It's uncomfortable to hold your waist like this." "Then shall I change my posture?" "Sure enough." Jiang Ruoli immediately stopped him. "Don't. Just take me to the car quickly." Pei Zugoi sighed and put the person on the bench in the corridor, tapping his fingers on the screen. Not long after, Motosuka appeared. What's more, he also pushed a cool wheelchair. "Madam, this is the latest wheelchair, which can be controlled automatically. Please try it. May I ask if she is paralyzed and unable to take care of herself? Is it necessary to use a wheelchair?" Reluctantly, Jiang Ruoli was still carried in a wheelchair. As a result, he was paid attention all the way. From their eyes, Jiang Ruoli read all kinds of complicated emotions. Pity, regret, happiness, gossip. As soon as he got on the bus, Jiang Ruoli couldn't wait to ask, "Where is my strawberry cake?" She urgently needs some sweets to comfort her broken heart. Not to mention, watching a bad movie, he was honored and injured, and was watched all the way. If I had known, I should have looked through the yellow calendar before going out today. Pei Zugoi carefully put the pillow in the right position, and his dark eyes flashed slightly. He didn't have time to buy it now. "Oh." Jiang Ruoli leaned on the leather chair, not angry, but didn't want to talk. But Motosuka mistakenly thought that Jiang Ruoli was losing his temper. From time to time, he looked at the rearview mirror a few times. Finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth tremblingly. "Madam, Mr. Pei ordered Mingbao to leave a strawberry cake for you in the afternoon, and a more piece of butterfly crisp for you. I'm going to pick it up after work. Unexpectedly, you were admitted to the hospital." He hurriedly left the people in the conference room and rushed over. Jiang Ruoli's eyelashes flashed, and his agile and clear eyes looked at Pei Zugoi. "Really?" The man hummed in a low voice and glanced at Motosuka in the driver's seat with admiring eyes. The latter seemed to be greatly encouraged and continued to open his mouth. "Also, in order to get to you as soon as possible, Mr. Pei drove himself, not to mention running a red light and waiting to pay the ticket. He obviously has the sequelae of stress trauma and has not driven for many years. The plot needs, please abide by the traffic rules." "Mo Ming." Pei Zugoi interrupted Motosuka's words with an implicit warning in his voice. "It's over. Call the full name." He said too much. "Sorry, Mr. Pei." Moat helped to close the microphone urgently and continued to drive seriously. Pei Zugoi looked at Jiang Ruoli beside him. The woman's teeth were slightly exposed, her eyes were wide open, and the expression on her face stopped talking. You. He hugged Jiang Ruoli and gently rubbed the top of her head. It's okay. Don't listen to Motosuka's nonsense. Jiang Ruoli didn't ask any more questions. Oh. The car was parked at the door of the Mingbao Hotel, and soon a staff member came out with 2 paper bags. As soon as she left, Jiang Ruoli's eyes turned and said to Pei Zugoi in a delicate voice, I suddenly want to eat the shrimp dumplings from his Cantonese restaurant on the 3rd floor. Can you help me buy it? Can you eat seafood when you are injured? Jiang Ruoli's mouth was sloped and his eyes wide open. What kind of seafood is that? Are you going? Motosuka, madam, I'll go down and buy it for you. Jiang Ruoli was upright and said seriously, what if the security guard comes to catch the car? You are the driver, so you can't walk. Motosuka wanted to say, who dares to rush? Pei Zugoi looked at her, with a gentle smile on his lips, pinched the woman's little mouth, and waited for me here. You're the best to go and back quickly. Wait, put on your coat. Pei Zugoi took the coat handed over by Jiang Ruoli from the car, and the smile and tenderness in his eyes were about to overflow. Motosuka in the front seat shuddered. Not to mention, such a delicate beauty, no wonder Mr. Pei met all the requirements. Who doesn't get dizzy? When Pei Zugoi left, the smile on Jiang Ruoli's face instantly withdrew. Motsuk, what kind of trauma and disease you just mentioned? What's the matter? Didn't the president's wife know about Moat's help? No wonder Mr. Pei interrupted him immediately just now. This is hard to say. Motosuka, since you call me Mrs., you know that I am Pei Zugoi's wife. Do you think I don't deserve to know this? Those smiling eyes calmed down, with a little Pei Zugoi's aura. Chapter 52. Such a lovely wife was about to starve to death. Moat sighed and was in a dilemma. In the end, he was forced by Jiang Ruoli's coercion and law to put the whole thing out. Madam, I know that and I'll tell you everything. Don't tell Mr. Pei what I said. Forget it, I can only say it. It seems that the bonus has to be deducted. It's really like a companion of a tiger. Jiang Ruoli didn't seem to hear Motosuka's broken thoughts. After hearing the reason for the matter, his eyes were red and full of deep heartache. I have always known that Pei's mother died early because of a car accident, but she was still young at that time and had no memory at all, and she didn't know that Pei Zugoi was also in the car at that time. What a blow and pain this is. Through the car window, you can see Pei Zugoi coming out of the revolving door of the hotel, walking steadily, and carrying the packaging bag of the Cantonese restaurant in his hand. As soon as Pei Zugoi got on the car, a ball of delicate soft jade rushed into his arms. He was stunned and couldn't help raising his eyebrows, raised a faint smile, and gently patted Jiang Ruoli on the back. What's the matter? It seems that you really want to eat the shrimp dumplings of this restaurant. Jiang Ruoli threw himself into his arms and rubbed it, like a spoiled kitten. The hair accidentally rubbed over his neck, which was undoubtedly itchy. Good boy, there are also outsiders. Motsuk pressed the partition very sightfully. Jiang Ruoli, who realized that he was overly emotional, raised his head in shame, and his clear eyes stared straight at Pei Zugoi. Don't speed up any more in the future. That's very dangerous. That's what I was going to say. Pei Zugoi lifted the hair that had just been scattered by Jiang Ruoli. The ink-colored pupils flowed soft waves, and the corners of his lips smiled clearly. I called you, but you didn't answer. I promise you that I won't be so impulsive next time. At that time, Jiang Ruoli happened to be in the emergency room to treat the wound, so he didn't have to answer the phone. The air calmed down again, the eyes looked at E.T., and the temperature gradually rose. Pei Zugoi held Jiang Ruoli's chin and lowered his head. When he was about to touch it, he heard a loud and small intestinal squirming sound. Jiang Ruoli denied it. It's not me, you misheard. Well, it's not you, it's some little greedy cat. Pei Zugoi lowered his head and carefully opened the strawberry cake. Would you like to eat some cake first to cushion your stomach? Do you still want to eat shrimp dumplings? Strawberry cake. Jiang Ruoli picked up a small spoon and narrowed his eyes, like a full-footed little fox. Aren't you afraid that I will dirty your car? Pei Zugoi, who has such a big cleanliness fetish, will never allow others to eat in his car. But Jiang Ruoli is no one else. Eat, I only have one wife, and I can't be hungry. He looked at Jiang Ruoli with a smile and said slowly, starving to death, I don't have such a lovely wife. What? Curse me in broad daylight. Pei Zugoi put the cake on the small table for her and took a bite. The sweet and delicious cream cake was combined with strawberries, and the taste was as good as ever. Jiang Ruoli unconsciously narrowed her eyes, like a curved moon, full of happiness. Seeing her happy look, the smile in the man's eyes was stronger, and there was a trace of tenderness. Seeing the cream left on the lips, his eyes became darker. Is it delicious? Jiang Ruoli nodded. Is it sweet? Jiang Ruoli nodded and shook his head again. It's just right. Can't you taste it yourself? Well, I'll have a taste. As soon as the words fell, Pei Zugoi held the person on his lap, clasped the back of his head and kissed him. Well, The tip of the tongue gently licked the cream on the lips, as if he still felt that he was not satisfied, and aimed the target at the target. Pry open, probe in, linger. Jiang Ruoli, who had just eaten 2 bites, struggled. If you starve me to death, you will have no wife. Pei Zugoi scooped up a small spoonful of cake and put it in Jiang Ruoli's mouth, and pasted it again. He said vaguely, "Good boy, I can't starve to death." After the operation, the creamy taste in Jiang Ruoli's mouth was tasted thoroughly by Pei Zugoi until it all melted. The car stopped in the garage, and Moat quickly got out of the car silently. Pei Zugoi was finally willing to let go of the person. He raised his bony fingers and gently smeeped off the cream from the corners of his mouth. "Well, it's quite sweet." The low and hoarse voice, combined with the slow and orderly movements, appeared full of lust on his face, a little more careless and stingy, as if he was deliberately seducing the other party. Jiang Ruoli's face turned red in an instant, and she was short of breath. "You don't respect the old." Obviously, he blushed with shame, but he had to pretend to be angry. The amplified volume seemed to be creating momentum for himself. "Mrs. Pei, this is not how idioms are used. It's not illegal for me to kiss my own wife." Jiang Ruoli, who was clever and had a rare muffled voice, opening the car door without saying a word to try to breathe the fresh air outside. "Where is Motsuk? Where is my wheelchair? Moat helped to send people and left quietly long ago. Sorry, this time Motosuka also loves Monongsuka. Wait a minute." Pei Zugoi looked plain, and the smile on his lips was still there. He took out a wheelchair from the trunk, picked him up again, and finally slowly pushed home. As soon as she saw the appearance of the 2 people, Aunt Lan immediately greeted her. "Oh, why are you still in a wheelchair? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Have you seen a doctor?" "It's nothing, just a little injury. It's not worth showing off to be hit by an old lady's 20-yard battery car." Aunt Lan was a little relieved. She was hungry. She had cooked a few dishes, and there was a bowl of soup stewing, which happened to be bone soup. She really just sprained her foot and doesn't need to drink bone soup. The aroma of strawberry cake still lingered on the tip of her tongue, and the scene of shame flashed back in front of her eyes. The little girl, who was still smiling, immediately restrained her smile. "Word by word, Aunt Lan, I'm not hungry." After saying that, Jiang Ruoli slid into the living room with an automatic wheelchair. "Aunt Lan, what's wrong with Lily? Are you in a bad mood?" Pei Zugoi rubbed his eyebrows, looking helpless but more indulgent. "Aunt Lan, I brought the shrimp dumpling emperor here to warm her up. In recent days, the dishes have been made lighter, and she has some scratches on her body. By the way, take an ice pack. The little girl's feet need ice." "Aunt Lan, okay." He said he was not hungry, but Jiang Ruoli ate a lot in a meal, and drank 2 bowls of bone soup alone. Before going to bed, Pei Zugoi went into the bedroom with the bag of medicine and gauze. "Lie on your stomach and give you medicine." Jiang Ruoli was still bitterly educating Apple to quit the directing industry, and turned around obediently when he heard the words. In order to facilitate the medicine, she specially changed into a pajama set today, 2 pieces, tight. "Be a little gentler." There was a squirming sound behind him, and then the mattress sank. Pei Zugoi half knelt on the bed, and his cool fingers gently lifted the corner of his pajamas, revealing Jiang Ruoli's delicate and fair skin. Chapter 53 Blocking. However, the originally smooth and flawless skin now has several terrible bruises. There are still obvious marks on the slender waist. Even if she simply took medicine and wrapped in a small gauze, she could still guess that she fell at that time. It seems to be able to imagine the scene at that time. Pei Zugoi's fingertips paused slightly, and his pupils suddenly tightened, spreading coldness in an instant. His dark eyes could not see half the temperature. The moment the ointment touches the skin, it has a cool touch. Pei Zugoi quietly smeared the ointment evenly and spread it without saying a word. "Why don't you say anything?" Jiang Ruoli lay on the pillow with a muffled voice. "Isn't it ugly?" Pei Zugoi relaxed the strength of his subordinates for fear of hurting her. His voice was low and he couldn't hear the emotion. "Does it hurt?" It hurts so much. So be gentle and don't touch me at night." Jiang Ruoli was still immersed in his own world, and his little mouth was babbling, unconsciously stained with a little coquettishness. The little foot kicked the void. "Hey, did you hear that? By the way, you haven't answered that you are ugly or not." The voice suddenly stopped, and the back of the waist was warm. The man's lips fell near the wound and kissed lightly. Jiang Ruoli only felt that his back waist seemed to be scalded, crisp and numb, and he couldn't say anything, which made people dare not act recklessly. "Did you kiss?" Pei Zugoi straightened up, patted the woman's buttocks, turned her upside down and picked her up, and hugged her tightly in silence. For a long time, he stared at Jiang Ruoli's big great clear eyes and said word by word, not ugly at all. "Apply the medicine well these days, and you will get better soon." "Oh." Jiang Ruoli blinked his eyes twice, and he didn't know if heard it or not. He slowly leaned back to the head of the bed. "I want to drink bird's nest milk. Please go downstairs and bear it to me. Remember to use the orchid white porcelain bowl I just bought." To Pei Zugoi pinched her cheek and took the young lady's indulgence for granted. "Wait. Before leaving, Aunt Lao stewed the bird's nest and put it in the stewing cup to keep warm. Pei Zugoi went straight to the cabinet and searched for a long time, and finally found the small bowl of orchid white porcelain dessert in Jiang Ruoli's mouth. The bird's nest was served out and the milk that Jiang Ruoli had recently favored has been added. After carefully stirring and testing the temperature, the man returned upstairs with satisfaction. You drink first. I'll go to the study to do some work. Jiang Ruoli waved his hand without raising his head. There was a little helplessness in the depths of Pei Zugoi's eyes, but it was more indulgent. Until the door was closed. There is only a cold light left in the dark eyes. On the computer screen in the study, the surveillance picture of Jiang Ruoli's injury was playing. When the electric tricycle that rushed out hit Jiang Ruoli, Pei Zugoi's pupils shrank and he clenched his back teeth. The little girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. How can she stop such a bump? It must be painful. In front of me, there is a dazzling bruise on Jiang Ruoli's white skin. Block it directly. I don't want to see him appear anywhere again. Mortasuka on the other end of the phone was stunned and blurted out, "What are you talking about?" As soon as the words came out, he reacted quickly. It was the little fresh meat who injured his wife today. Okay, Mr. Pei, I got it. It seems that this kid can't even shoot low-cost online dramas. It's better to change to sell barbecue as soon as possible. Anyway, you like to have a fever. Just as Mortasuka was still thinking about it, Pei Zugoi's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Forget it, wait for the movie to be released. However, during the screening, it will be blocked directly. Therefore, in the next film promotion, the male protagonist never appeared in front of the camera again. Not only that, even the relevant draft did not mention the name of the speech. I can't find this person. Because Yang Shuo himself is an idol, he has a certain fan base. At the beginning, his fanatical fans were still carrying out the so-called rights protection, claiming that their brother was bullied by Capital. But then, those accounts were blocked one by one, and even the super talk was blown up. The matter is far from over. In a few days, one after another, the real Hammer Black material was exposed one after another, and the house mentioned collapsed and there was little left, which can be called a ruin. The entertainment industry has always been cruel. As soon as this kind of thing came out, those fans who claimed to be unwavering had almost run away. Before long, the words had been forgotten. Of course, these are all for later. What's more, Jiang Ruoli didn't care about this person at all. Pei Zugoi didn't come back from the study for a long time. Jiang Ruoli tried to shout twice, but there was no response. She just drank bird's nest milk. Although she brushed her teeth, she still wanted to drink some warm water to clear her throat. Career-oriented men are really unreliable. Jiang Ruoli got up from the bed in a low voice, raised his injured foot and slowly jumped out of the bedroom. The villa was quiet, and the lights were turned off, leaving only the dim corridor floor lights. Jiang Ruo's portrait was a little white rabbit who jumped all the way to the kitchen, heated mineral water, and then poured it into her recent favorite orchid bone china cup. I can't wait to take a small sip. It's a little hot. Forget it, wait a minute. Holding the cup, Jiang Ruoli was about to turn around when a low voice suddenly came from his ear. Why don't you sleep so late? There is also a smell of tobacco in the air. Ouch, I'm going. Such a sudden sound in the middle of the night is really a little scary. What's more, Jiang Ruoli was still traveling on one leg. He was frightened and his body was unstable. He swayed back, and his hand holding the cup also trembled. She subconsciously grabbed the clothes of the man in front of her, and the hot water spilled out along the curve. Ah hiss, the two sounds overlapped together. Jiang Ruoli only felt that someone had stabilized his body, and then the light was turned on. The sudden brightness was suddenly unacceptable. Jiang Ruoli subconsciously raised his hand to block the light. However, someone covered her eyes first. Pei Zugoi frowned and carefully checked the woman's little hand to make sure that she was not scalded by the hot water before he was relieved. Looking down, his eyes fell on Jiang Ruoli's naked jade feet on the floor. Pei Zugoi sighed and carried him onto the cooking table. Why don't you call me if you want to drink water? Why don't you remember wearing slippers? Jiang Ruoli slowly opened his eyes and adapted to the light. In front of him, Pei Zugoi's shirt has been wet, and the fabric is close to the skin, outlining his muscle lines. Jiang Ruoli swallowed unconsciously. Why is this person more charming in clothes than in clothes? She put down the bone china cup in her hand casually, with the corners of her mouth facing down, and her tone was a little delicate. I shouted, "You didn't hear me. Sorry, it's my fault." The wet shirt is really uncomfortable against the skin. The man's bony hands unbuttoned one by one, and his dark eyes stared at the people in front of him, surging. Jiang Ruoli curled up his palms and swallowed again. Chapter 54. Down is the abdominal muscles. As the buttons were unbuttoned one by one, Jiang Ruoli's eyes unconsciously shuttled back and forth on the man's hard muscle lines. Although Pei Zugoi's skin color is not as pale as hers, it is also a real cold white skin. At this moment, the skin on the abdomen turned a little red under the light. Obviously, the culprit was her spilled hot water. Would you like to apply some burn cream? No need. Pei Zugoi didn't take this little thing to heart. He took off his shirt dashingly and put his upper body naked. Then, would you like to apply an ice pack? Jiang Ruoli's eyes fluttered, and he only felt that his cheeks were hot. She couldn't wait to open the refrigerator door and stick her head in to cool down immediately. With that, she wanted to jump off the cooking table. As soon as there was a movement, the whole person was held down by Pei Zugoi, and then he was hugged into his arms. At this height, Jiang Ruoli's face was just buried in Pei Zugoi's chest. Down, it was his abdominal muscles. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Pei Zugoi hugged Jiang Ruoli tightly, and the warm breath surrounded him. Did you go to smoke just now? A woman's soft whisper came from her chest. Pei Zugoi was stunned, and the force in his hand relaxed a little. If you don't like it, don't smoke next time. Jiang Ruoli didn't know why Pei Zugoi smoked at night, but she knew that he must be in a bad mood. His clear eyes flowed, and he thought of the words that came out of Motosuka's mouth when he was in the car today. Maybe it was because he drove the car and touched the past that Pei Zugoi didn't want to mention in his heart. Suddenly, I felt a little sorry for him. At least it's a husband and wife relationship now, and it's human nature to care about them. Jiang Ruoli pursed his lips and raised his little hand on the edge of the cooking table. Pei Zugoi. The soft and crisp voice called out. Then, Pei Zugoi felt a fragrance rushing into his arms, and Jiang Ruoli took the initiative to hug his broad shoulders. The voice sounds muffled. Have you handed in today's ticket? In fact, if you don't like driving, you don't have to force yourself. Feeling that Pei Zugoi's body was stiff, Jiang Ruoli shrugged his nose and added, I can also drive. Besides, I think Motosuka's driving skills are also quite good. Pei Zugoi didn't say anything, but hugged her tightly, holding her tighter and tighter, as if to integrate her into her bones and blood. The closer the two people get, the closer they get, and the air in the middle is gradually squeezed out. Jiang Ruoli's legs opened unconsciously and wrapped them around the man's waist. Feeling the heat, she twisted unnaturally. Be obedient and let me hold you for a while. Her gentle and hoarse tone seemed to really need her. Jiang Ruoli didn't twist. Then hold it for a while. It's uncomfortable to sit here. The corners of Pei Zugoi's lips were slightly hooked, and he only felt that how the person in his arms could be so good. He touched the back of Jiang Ruoli's head. Well, hold it for a while. In the silent kitchen, the two of them hugged each other, and there was no other cross-border behavior. But the simple hug contains great healing power. Pei Zugoi really didn't rebo his word. After a while, he picked up Jiang Ruoli directly. Considering that she had previously said that the princess hug would touch her waist, this time Pei Zugoi directly held her thighs with both hands and picked her up face to face, and then fell on her straight buttocks. Hold me tight. Jiang Ruoli called out softly, hugged the man's neck tightly, and his legs firmly wrapped around his strong waist. Before leaving the kitchen, Pei Zugoi did not forget the bone china cup placed in the corner of the cooking table. By the way, he also filled one hand with hot water, and then steadily stepped on the stairs with the person in his arms. Pushing open the door, Jiang Ruoli seemed to suddenly remember something. She slapped the man's shoulder and raised her voice. By the way, I saw your mother when I was in the hospital during the day today. Afraid that Pei Zugoi would forget too much, she kindly reminded, it was Yidai. She seems to be going to the second floor, in that direction. Either urology or obstetrics and gynecology. Pei Zugoi's eyebrows moved slightly and gently put the person on the bed. If you haven't heard of it, isn't it true that your father is getting stronger and wants to give birth to a younger brother for you? Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? If you really want to be born, you won't have to share the assets of the Pei family, will you? Pei Zugoi handed the cup to Jiang Ruoli and whispered, drink water first, don't you want to clear your throat? How do you know that I want to clear my throat? Jiang Ruoli took 2 sips on his hand. Just about to continue a few words, Pei Zugoi put the cup aside and bent down to cover her with a quilt. Her tone could not be heard, as if she was not surprised by what she had just said. Don't worry about this matter. Go to bed. Run around today. Aren't you sleepy? Jiang Ruoli originally wanted to gossip with him, but he didn't expect the man to be so indifferent to this matter. Or does he not want to mention the matter of the Pei family to himself at all? Yes, her married plastic wife should not care about so many things. Just play Mrs. Pei at ease. Thanks to her for caring and comforting him just now. There was no reason in the heart, and the young lady's temper came up. Jiang Ruoli turned her head and got into the quilt. Never mind, I'm not interested. Cut. Pei Zugoi didn't know why the little girl kept her back for herself. She knelt on the bed, put one hand on Jiang Ruoli's pillow, and coaxed her in a low voice, don't worry, no one can shake my position in Pei. All my money is yours. Jiang Ruoli was even more angry when he heard it. Is this a matter of money? Jiang Ruoli, has never coveted Pei Zugoi's money. This is probably the difference in the thinking of men and women. I don't want your money. I'm sleepy. Go to bed. Don't talk to me. Don't hug me either. You stink. With a few sighs in a row, Jiang Ruoli rolled to the edge of the big bed and closed his eyes. After thinking about it, I didn't understand why the little girl was angry. Pei Zugoi sighed and turned around and went into the bathroom. You have to dissipate the smell of cigarettes on your body, or it will be difficult to hug her. She doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. When he came out of the bathroom, Pei Zugoi still had thick water vapor on his body. The smoke had already dissipated and was replaced by a faint fragrance of shower gel. The person on the bed closed his eyes and formed a ball, as if he had fallen asleep. His whole body was swaying by the bed, and he was about to roll on the carpet if he was careless. Pei Zugoi strode forward and hugged the person who rolled to the edge into his arms. Jiang Ruoli was confused and smelled the familiar smell. She muttered delicately, "Don't touch me, annoying ghost." She said so, but her body involuntarily rubbed into the man's arms, seeking a sense of security. The little girl's subconscious action pleased Pei Zugoi, and the deep eyes were full of love, but her eyes, which usually had little temperature, were soft into a pool of gentle water at this moment. "Baby, why are you so good?" His arms avoided the area where Jiang Ruoli was injured and held him tighter. The heat is close to each other, and love is integrated. Check Yije's recent movements. Chapter 55. This is a good deal. After sending a message to Moat, Pei Zugoi put down his mobile phone and was ready to go to bed. At the same time, in the dark, Jiang Ruoli's mobile phone screen lit up. Pei Zugoi didn't spy on her secret fetish and was ready to relock the screen for her. But with just a quick glance, he saw the message sent by Xi Moang. It should be a group of them. "I have a good night's dream, why do you think so much? Maybe Pei Zugoi just doesn't want you to worry about these bad things." Soon another message popped out. "I promise you a good night, but even if his little mother really has it, Pei Zugoi will not let the child share his money. Isn't it all for him to say now? The reason why you are angry." In the dark, the man's eyebrows were locked. It turned out that she was unhappy about this matter just now. During this period, Yi Dai was not restless. Pei Zugoi, naturally, knew these things, and secretly sent someone to monitor her movements. Now that she is really pregnant, it is not certain whether the child is from the Pei family. Just wait for her to show her true face step by step. Yije's woman looked soft and weak. If she was really in a hurry, she didn't know what she could do. He didn't want Jiang Ruoli to participate in such a bad thing. Even if it was only 1 in 10,000, he would not allow her to fall into danger. But now, it seems to make people angry. No one has taught him how to coax people to get angry. Jiang Ruoli woke up and saw Xu Mulan's series of WeChat messages last night. The last one was to invite her to Xie Youre's birthday party together. "Shen Jian, Lili, don't think about those things. Xie Youre's birthday party tonight, are you going?" Jiang Ruoli read the previous messages, and his fingers scrolled quickly on the screen. "Jushu Dali Jiang Ruoli, send me the address." There was a sound in the bathroom, the door was opened, and the tall man came out. "Are you awake? What do you want to eat for breakfast?" Pei Zugoi handed over the honey water prepared in advance and was ready to feed it to Jiang Ruoli as usual. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruoli twisted his neck, awkwardly took the cup and drank it by himself. Pei Zugoi pinched his eyebrows with a headache. "Are you going out today? Someone will come to your house later to deliver something to you." The man's tone was mixed with a little probation. "Oh, I'm going to Xie Youre's birthday party tonight. The implying is that I won't be at home later." Pei Zugoi doesn't seem to be surprised by this. "I asked him to come here early. Is it okay in the afternoon?" "Oh, well, what is mysterious?" Jiang Ruoli tried his best to suppress the curiosity in his tone and pretended not to care. The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly. "Nothing, just a little gadget. If you don't say it, don't say it. I'm not so curious." Jiang Ruoli lifted the quilt and got up to change her clothes. After breakfast, she buried her head in eating and did not take the initiative to say a word. In the afternoon, Jiang Ruoli finally knew what the little gadget in Pei Zugoi was talking about. A pile of boxes was moved into Langting Garden by Moat. Even Jiang Ruoli, who was used to seeing the world, couldn't help but open his eyes wide as soon as he opened it. In addition to the common Australian white, there are also Tahiti pearls, Akoya seawater pearls, Nauyao gold pearls, and conch beads that have been popular in recent years. In addition to the common white, there are also various colors such as pink, purple, true hemp, aurora gold, avocado green, blue rose and so on. She just casually said that she couldn't find a suitable point, so Pei Zugoi gave her a set of pearls of various points. In addition to various styles of necklaces, there are also earrings and bracelets, brooches and hair ornaments. He moved a pearl kingdom to her. Money is secondary, and the most important thing is the heart. Jiang Ruoli's anger suddenly subsided halfway. Motosuka beside him has been carefully observing Jiang Ruoli's expression, and he can see that his wife is very satisfied. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Madam, this is the pearl jewelry that Mr. Pei ordered to find for you all over the world. Originally, there were several models that did not arrive so soon abroad, but Mr. Pei sent a private plane to pick them up last night. Isn't it?" A phone call pulled him up from the quilt. Relying on the high bonus, he regained his love for this job. "Last night? So you bought it to coax her when you saw her angry?" Hearing this, the progress bar rose again, and Jiang Ruoli's anger subsided by 80%. It's about the same. Jiang Ruoli muttered in a low voice, carefully closed the gift boxes one by one, and placed them in her jewelry cabinet. Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Lan stewed the bird's nest, and you can also have a drink. Hearing this, Moat was not so anxious to go back to the company. He smiled and said, Thank you, madam. The survival principle of workers, it is a fool if there is a fish that does not touch it. As soon as the fish touched it, it waited for the boss. The sound of the car's engine stopped at the door of the villa, followed by a familiar cold atmosphere. If there is no accident, only Mr. Pei of his family can have this effect. Motsuk hurriedly threw down 2 bowls of bird's nest dessert and a table of refreshments, and got up to welcome them. Mr. Pei, is there anything left at home? Just tell me and I'll take it there. At this time, he couldn't think of any other reason for Pei Zugoi to appear here. Pei Zugoi glanced at Jiang Ruoli sitting on the sofa and was drinking afternoon tea. Jiang Ruoli didn't say anything, and Motasuka's scalp was numb. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Pei, it's either I don't have it, or I'm thirsty and I'm about to go back to the company. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi didn't care. It seemed that he had just noticed Motasuka and blurted out unexpected words, Why are you still here? Get off work. Huh. Oh, can you still get off work early? The sun came out from the west. It must be that Mr. Pei of his family felt sorry for him for flying abroad last night. What a good boss who sympathizes with his subordinates. Madam, I'll go first. Thank you for your refreshments. Jiang Ruoli waved his hand with a smile and responded playfully, Are you full? Do you want someone to take it back for you? Is it okay? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Mr. Pei, madam, I'll go first. Motsuk ran back to the table, picked up his mobile phone and was ready to leave. As soon as he walked to the door, there were footsteps behind him. Looking back, it was Aunt Lan who chased out with an exquisite food box. Moat help, give, take it home and eat slowly. It was specially ordered by the wife just now. Motsuk took the food box very honestly and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Aunt Lan. The pastries you made are really delicious. Not to mention anything else, his president's wife is really a fairy. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, hee. At that end, Pei Zugoi walked to the sofa and half-squatted beside Jiang Ruoli. His tentative tone added a little imperceptible anxiety. Did you see those gadgets? Do you like it? Jiang Ruoli enjoyed his manicure. Hearing the words, he glanced at the man squatting by the sofa, shrugged his nose arrogantly, and his voice was sweet. It's okay, it can barely be put in my jewelry cabinet. As soon as these words came out, Pei Zugoi heard her satisfaction, and her heart, which had been hanging for a day, fell back to its original place. Is this coaxed? Just wear it if you like it. By the way, why did you come back so early today? Pei Zugoi looked at her calmly, and a comfortable smile was stained between his handsome eyebrows. Naturally, he accompanied Mrs. Pei to Xie Yoren's birthday party. Chapter 55. Bosses appear in a huddle. Has Xie Yoren invited you? It was not Jiang Ruoli who said this on purpose, but Pei Zugoi was not familiar with Xie Yoren. The bastard has seen Pei Zugoi like a mouse seeing a cat since he was a child. How could he invite him to his birthday party? Jiang Ruoli glanced at Pei Zugoi, and his little feet on the sofa kicked him restlessly. It won't be uninvited, will it? You didn't prepare a gift for him, did you? Pei Zugoi smiled and grabbed the woman's little feet in his hand, touched the temperature, frowned and held it firmly with both hands. Why are your feet so cold? Where are the socks? Abstain. Pei Zugoi almost covered Jiang Ruoli's little feet before getting up and going upstairs. When he came down, he was holding milky white wool socks in his hand. He squatted down again and put his socks on Jiang Ruoli's bare little feet. The cold starts from the feet. I always don't remember wearing socks and slippers. You will suffer when you are old. Jiang Ruoli is not convinced. Isn't there heating at home? It's nothing. Even if my legs are cold, I will never bother you, okay? Seriously, she didn't feel very cold just now. Facing the disobedient little girl, Pei Zugoi sighed and sat on the sofa. Xie Yoren did not invite me alone, but as a husband and wife, shouldn't we attend together? Mrs. Lao Pei took me with me in the evening. Jiang Ruoli was already in a good mood because of the pile of pearl jewelry. When he heard this again, he couldn't help shaking his legs and his little expression was slurred. Well, I'll take you with me, just like I brought a bodyguard. Xie Yoren's birthday party was held in the bar. He originally wanted to arrange a party in the suburbs, but it was only on the strong recommendation of his friends that he chose the cave bar in the recent fire in Jiangchong. Originally, Jiang Ruoli wanted to invite Xu Meng'an to play together, and Xu Meng'an was also looking forward to it. Who knew that she was on a temporary business trip, and finally she had to give up. The Bugatti Veyron in the garage was driven out by Jiang Ruoli, and Pei Zugoi sat in the co-pilot, like a little jiaofu. But the aura was not suppressed at all. Terrier multifaceted fat TXT plus V1, 3588-45110, I didn't say that you bought these cars and threw them in the garage, which is really a waste. Pei Zugoi put his arms on the window and was not annoyed. Instead, he laughed and indulged in his eyes. Yes, you should open up more in the future. But pay attention to safety. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Ruoli rushed through the intersection in the last seconds of the green light. It's so arrogant. So much so that at the next intersection, the car next door lowered the glass and gave a thumbs up. The man whistled and praised, "Beauty, awesome." Pei Zugoi's expression instantly became cold. If there is another yellow light, the car key will be confiscated. Jiang Ruoli stored his mouth, "So I will drive my own car." The man tapped the car window with his blue veins, unable to hear the tone. "If you are not afraid that I will tell your father-in-law and mother-in-law about these dangerous behaviors." The accuser. Jiang Ruoli pouted and rolled his eyes. But the feet slowed down obediently. The co-pilot man raised the corners of his lips silently. The high-profile sound of the engine stopped at the door of the bar, attracting everyone's attention. "Damn it. Bugatti Waylaw. It's so cool. Can I touch its steering wheel in my life? I just said that the world is a huge tomato novel. We are all excited, NPCs." Then, a pair of beautiful men and women got off the car as if they came out of a cartoon. They are good-looking and so rich. Do they still have troubles in their lives? Jiang Ruoli threw the car key to the parking man and couldn't wait to walk into the bar. Cave Bar, as the name of the shop, the elements of stones and rock walls fill the whole environment, and the rough texture adds to the spatial texture. The special dim light makes it more atmospheric. The bar is divided into a retail area and a stall area, surrounded by a bar table in the middle, and many people are sitting. There is also a special dance floor, and people are already dancing to the music. In the popular bar, people come and go, and it is inevitable to touch them. Jiang Ruoli has just been injured. If he accidentally bumped into it, it will definitely hurt. Pei Zugoi just protected the little girl to the second floor, blocking all the passers-by and not getting close to her at all. Entering the private room, Jiang Ruoli looked up and found that it was still the starry sky. She shook her bag and couldn't help sighing, "This private room is so cool." "Xie Yoren, there is something wrong with the place you are looking for today." Xie Yoren leaned on the main seat of the sofa and raised his eyebrows lazily. "That's not bad." With his hands spread out, he shouted at Jiang Ruoli without any politeness, "Where is my birthday gift?" Jiang Ruoli slapped his palm fiercely and winked back. "Pei Zugoi, where's the gift?" Only then did Xie Yoren see the man hiding in the dark. He crooked and almost fell off the sofa. Brother, you're here too." Pei Zugoi put the gift box he had carried all the way on the table, and at the same time, he took out another small box. Now, even Jiang Ruoli was a little confused. She seems to have only prepared 2 wineries collection-grade red wines. What's in the other box? This is. Pei Zugoi hugged Jiang Ruoli and sat on the sofa beside him. He didn't care much and said lightly, "This is a gift prepared by Lily for you, and the other one is my husband and I to give you together. Just give one for your husband and wife. Come on, and bring so many gifts." Xie Yoren scratched his scalp, opened it with a smile, and the next second, the swear words came out. "Ouch, I'm going." Aston Martin. What lies in the small box is a car key, and the logo on it is very conspicuous. As the young master of the Xie family, Xie Yoren is not a person who has never seen a luxury car in the world. But he took Aston Martin as a birthday present, and only Pei Zugoi. Jiang Ruoli was also stunned for a few seconds and turned his head to Pei Zugoi and whispered, "Why didn't you tell me in advance? There is no need to give that kid such an expensive gift." Pei Zugoi pinched her little face with a smile and didn't say anything. Her face was full of pampering. It could be seen that she was in a good mood. This smile scared everyone in the private room to wake up. The people in it have more or less had business with Pei. They have come into contact with Pei Zugoi and know that he has always been a cold-faced king of hell with no feelings. Not many people were optimistic about the marriage between the Pei family and the Jiang family at the beginning. Everyone is guessing that Pei Zugoi has such a cold temper, and Jiang Ruoli's delicate lady's temper must not be more than half a sentence. I didn't expect the two of them to be like this in private. What do you want to drink? Jiang Ruoli is very addicted to food. He took the wine list and ordered several good-looking cocktails. Pei Zugoi thought that he was there, so he didn't stop him. After all, the most important thing is that she is happy. There was also karaoke equipment in the private room. Jiang Ruoli suddenly became interested, ran to pick up the microphone, and excitedly prepared to show his singing voice. As soon as she picked up the microphone, several people who knew her changed their faces. "Miss Jiang, is this going to turn on the bird mode again?" "No." Ali. The expression on Xie Yoren's face was wonderful. He was about to stop him when the door of the private room was opened again. He looked up and saw Shen Jian appearing at the door in Li Yangzhou's arms. No, why did the bosses appear one by one or two on his birthday? Chapter 57. Jiang Ruoli wants to sing. Yoren, happy birthday. Shen Jian smiled and was about to hand over the gift she had prepared in advance. Xie Yoren just reached out and didn't touch it. Unexpectedly, the man next to her took the gift first. Xie Yoren froze in place and didn't know why for a moment. "Mr. Li, this is..." Li Yanzhou glanced at Xie Yuran with a cold face and said with no warmth, "Happy birthday, Mr. Xie." He handed out the gift in his hand, hooked his lips, and said in a lazy tone, "This is the gift I prepared with Yang Yang. I hope Mr. Xie likes it." "Well, thank you." Xie Yuran pulled the corners of his mouth and accepted the gift. "Anyway, it's all a gift for him. Why can't Shen Jian give it to him?" Li Yanzhou has to step in the middle. Xie Yuran's gossip eyes secretly looked at Shen Jian, and then glanced at Jiang Ruoli. "Mr. Xie has been looking at my girlfriend. Is there anything else he wants to say?" The cold voice is mixed with a little unpleasure. Xie Yuran looked up and happened to meet Li Yanzhou's obscure eyes. He quickly avoided his sight and covered his embarrassment with a smile. "Haha, it's nothing. It's just that you two are a good match. Just say whatever you want to eat and drink. You're welcome." These words greatly pleased Li Yanzhou. The cold light in the man's eyes gradually dissipated, and he hugged Shen Jian and sat on one side of the sofa with a slight smile. "What would you like to drink?" Li Yanzhou leaned over and whispered in Shen Jian's ear, causing the woman's ears to blush. Shen Jian squeezed her lips and hid back, but that little strength shook the tree in front of Li Yanzhou. She moved her lips, "Coconut milk." There was a light smile in his ear. The big hand buckled around his waist tightened, and Li Yanzhou softened his voice. "I prefer the way you look after drinking." Shen Jian's body stiffened. Although there was no expression on her face, her cheeks, which gradually warmed up, betrayed her shame. After all, that drunkenness directly changed the relationship between her and Li Yanzhou. The runaway eyes fell on the table, and several wine lists were scattered on it. The white and tender fingertips are a little empty, with a little anger. "Let's have a drink." Her voice is soft, and she usually talks to him with a layer of politeness. But at this moment, a little more delicate anger is added, but it is more flexible and attractive. Li Yanzhou stretched out his long arm and handed the wine list on the table to the person in his arms. "This bar is famous for its various cocktails. I heard that the bartenders have specially invited them from abroad and have participated in many international competitions." Shen Jian didn't know how to drink. Looking at the strange names and introductions, she didn't know how to choose for a moment. The line of sight flows and freezes somewhere. "Coconut? It should be the special tune of the coconut milk base." She ordered a little, "Just this one." Li Yanzhou smiled lightly and repeated in a spoiled tone, "Are you sure?" Shen Jian nodded, and her voice was soft and crisp. "Can't you?" "At all. There are waiters in the private rooms." Li Yanzhou waved, and soon, the waiter came to them. "Excuse me, do you need anything?" "A cup of coconut secret." Li Yanzhou paused and added that he reduced to thirds of the base. The waiter was stunned and confirmed again, "Sir, are you sure you want to reduce the base by 2/3? This may affect the taste. This wine looks harmless to people and animals like a drink, but in fact, the alcohol content is not low. The reason why it is called coconut secret is that people get drunk after drinking it, and will tell the secret if they are careless." It's a joke, but Li Yanzhou didn't want Shen Jian to have a headache the next day. "Just let her taste it." "Can't do it?" The waiter was shocked by the aura in the man's short 3 words and was busy tidying up the wine list, but he could do it. After a while, the coconut secret cocktail was brought in, and the milky white wine body was poured into the coconut shell, which was unique in shape, and the top was decorated with a circle of cream. "It's more like a dessert than a cocktail." Shen Jian's eyes were full of surprise, and she couldn't wait to pick up the coconut to take a sip. The next second, the coconut was picked up by the man next to him. "It's very heavy. I'll take it." Li Yanzhou held a coconut in one hand and moved the straw to Shen Jian's mouth with the other hand. He said softly, "Drink it." The people in the private room seem to be talking to each other, but in fact, they can't wait to have 2 pairs of eyes. "Oh my god, is this really the one from the Li family in Hong Kong City? Are you sure it's not a stand-in? Don't look over there. You'd better take a look at Jiang Ruoli. She seems to be really ready to sing." Jiang Ruoli on the other end is still playing with her microphone, ready to show her singing voice. "Xie Xiao, do you really want the young lady to sing for us?" Xie Yuran had no way and stubbornly walked to Jiang Ruoli's side. "Ali, do you really want to sing? They don't deserve to listen to Miss Jiang singing." Jiang Ruoli carefully chose a song on the screen without raising his head. "Today is your birthday, so I'll give you a song." This microphone seems to be broken. Xie Yuran quietly disconnected the microphone while talking to Jiang Ruoli. "No way. It was fine just now." Jiang Ruoli patted the microphone and found that there was really no sound. "Hello, hello, hello." Xie's cheeks bulged slightly and shouted at Pei Zugoi, who was on the phone in the corner. "Pei Zugoi." Pei Zugoi looked back and saw Jiang Ruoli waving the microphone in his hand. A smile appeared on his eyebrows. He hung up the work phone and walked back to her quickly. "What's the matter? Is the microphone broken?" As he said, Pei Zugoi glanced at the initiator. Xie Yuran's scalp was tingle, and he sighed and left directly. Seeing that Pei Zugoi had repaired the microphone in 3 or 2 times, the little fox's eyes swinged in a curved arc, and he was very unhappy. Hey, everyone, stop for a moment. We are gathered here today to celebrate our mutual friend Xie Youren's birthday. Let's wish him a happy birthday together. I have to say that Jiang Ruoli has a way to create an atmosphere. The people below applauded and cheered one after another, and some people opened champagne. Therefore, I am going to offer a song to wish Xie Youren to realize his dream of life as soon as possible. The applause under the stage began to lighten unconsciously, and there was even a trace of panic in Shou Xi's eyes. Ali, you really don't need it. Jiang Ruoli doesn't care. The music prelude has been played, and the soldiers go to the battlefield. There is no reason to desert. Excitedly, he jumped on the stage with the light melody, and even waved his hand in the direction of Shen Jiyang. Yang, come with me to Shen Jiyang, who was named, blushed and turned white, and she refused with a smile. It's not embarrassing, but she doesn't have enough confidence to sing with Jiang Ruoli. Li Yanzhou put down the coconut, raised his hand to gently wipe off the cream from the corners of Shen Jiya's mouth, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Why didn't he sing? Shen Jiyan stared at the sweet cream on his thumb, her eyes were full of water, and she didn't say anything. Then, she felt the man's hot breath penetrate into her ears. It doesn't matter, sing it to me alone at night. Shen Jiyan's fingertips stiffened and she clenched the corner of his clothes, asking him not to get so close. The next second, the song was heard, and the corners of Li Yanzhou's mouth became slightly stiff. Chapter 58 Don't Kiss Me Again. Li Yanzhou frowned and unconsciously grabbed Shen Jiyan's hand. I finally know why you don't mess with her. Jiang Ruoli at the other end has begun to sing, and the people in the private room have wonderful expressions, and they dare not cover their ears openly because of their love. What does she sing? Isn't it written on the screen, the one that has been very popular recently? I'm going. I really didn't hear it. How did she have nothing to do with the original singer? It's better to question her than to question Pei Zugoi's hearing, or is it that the big boss is like this? Pei Zugoi was leaning on the sofa, holding whiskey lazily in one hand and putting it on the backrest with the other hand. The two long legs wrapped in trousers stretched casually, and their eyes were staring in a certain direction. If there is no magical background music, I'm afraid this picture will make thousands of dream girls scream. The man's dark and deep eyes were smiling at this moment, and he was looking at someone who was jumping with a spoiled face. If someone wants to sneak away, just even Xie Youren wanted to follow suit secretly. Pei Zugoi's vision quickly became sharp, with an implicit warning, and he pressed the person back to his seat through the air. Jiang Ruoli wore a pearl brooch from Pei Zugoi when she went out today. The round Tahitian pearls are in the innermost part, and the surrounding wings are covered with white diamonds, and several baby blue high-purity blue diamonds are inlaid on them. The whole brooch is designed into an exquisite butterfly shape. Butterflies dance among the flowers, and they are graceful. She is like an elf flying among the flowers, with inexplicable vitality and infectious power, like a dream and eye-catching. The light shines on the butterfly brooch from time to time, reflecting the bright light and flowing brightly. It also lit up Pei Zugoi's pupils. Pei Zugoi stared at his little wife quietly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a little more. Jiang Ruoli sang high and waved to him. Of course, she waved to everyone. After the song, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ruoli put down the microphone and sat back on the sofa with a pretty smile. How did I sing? TSK, I should have played the piano again just now. At least I am proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. This is really not Jiang Ruoli's bragging. As the Jiang family's money, she has been arranged for various courses since she was a child. Dance, musical instruments, calligraphy, oil painting, can't talk about learning to the extreme, but they are all involved in something. It's just music. She pays attention to talent, and she just didn't inherit it. But Jiang Ruoli didn't care. She sang whatever she wanted. She sang happily and loudly. The main one is not internal consumption. Perhaps she was tired of singing and jumping, so she picked up the wine glass on the table and poured it into her mouth. Halfway through the drink, I realized that something was wrong with the taste. Isn't this Pei Zugoi's whiskey? Jiang Ruoli doesn't like whiskey, and neither swallowing nor spitting at this moment. When she was in a dilemma, Pei Zugoi clasped her neck and gave her a warm kiss. Open your mouth. Jiang Ruoli subconsciously opened her tightly closed red lips. The man's lips and tongue easily invaded the depths, and the smell of fur swept overwhelmingly, wrapped in alcohol, exchanging the sweetness of lychee roses. The big palm gently clasped the back of the woman's head and gently stroked the soft hair, which seemed to be a kind of comfort and full of love. Oxygen was gradually plundered, and Jiang Ruoli's body slowly softened. She closed her eyes and unconsciously hooked Pei Zugoi's neck with her hands. The two people in the corner of the sofa are getting closer and closer. Because of the large number of people, I was afraid that the little girl would blame herself afterwards, so the kiss did not last long. Pei Zugoi reluctantly pinched the back of Jiang Ruoli's neck and let her go. Jiang Ruoli opened his eyes and found that the strong whiskey had already been passed into Pei Zugoi's mouth. She actually forgot for a moment that she was outside. The late shame surged into her heart. She picked up her cup and drank it all, trying to suppress the heat that was aroused. Pei Zugoi looked at her silently, and his dark eyes surged. The throat rolled, and the voice was hoarse, very cute. He is answering the question just now, the little fox. Pei Zugoi couldn't praise her for singing well against his will, but in his eyes, Jiang Ruoli, who smiled like a picture and jumped as his own, was really cute. Of course I'm cute. Also, why did you suddenly kiss me? It's outside. The little fox wrinkled his thin eyebrows and asked the teacher for his guilt. Pei Zugoi smiled at the corners of his mouth, and there was still a residual ambiguity between his eyebrows. He pressed his thumb on the woman's full lips and gently wiped the evidence. What's wrong with legal husband and wife? Don't worry, no one is watching us. Jiang Ruoli didn't believe it. There were only so many people in this private room. How could no one see it? She firmly covered her mouth with her hands and gave Pei Zugoi a pretty look, not allowing me to kiss me again. After saying that, he ran to play with Shen Jian. Leaving Pei Zugoi behind, her helpless eyes followed her closely. Shen Jian had no alcohol left. Even though she had reduced 2/3 of her alcohol, the high-level base wine still made her blush dizzy. Although he was not completely drunk, his movements were much slower with the naked eye. In this way, Li Yanzhou just wanted to hide people despicily and not allow anyone to spy on them. Do you want to go home? The woman raised Qiu Shui's smiling eyes and smiled gently at him. The finger between the slender waist suddenly curled up. Mr. Li. Li Yanzhou lowered his head and coaxed in a low voice, Huh? What's the matter? I want to go to the bathroom. At the same time, Jiang Ruoli also held Shen Jian. Go, 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 I'll accompany you. Shen Jian smiled. Okay, let's go. Li Yanzhou, who wanted to accompany Shen Jian to the bathroom and take people home directly, had to give up. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli was still sober, Li Yanzhou handed the person to her and said, Mrs. Pei, go early and return early. Jiang Ruoli went in with his left ear and out his right ear, and took Shen Jian out of the door of the private room. Yan Yan, Li Yanzhou is not a pervert, is he? Why do you have to control the time when others go to the toilet? Does he treat you like this at home? Defeated by Jiang Ruoli's brain circuit, Shen Jian curled the corners of her mouth when she heard the words and said word by word, No, he does everything to me. Except for some aspects. There is also a toilet on the second floor of the cave bar, but the two went in the wrong direction at the beginning, and finally went straight down the stairs to the first floor. The first floor is obviously much more lively than the second floor. When passing by the dance floor, many people are having fun inside, sweating and excited. There are coaxing and laughter in my ears. Isn't that Jiang Ningning? In the card not far away, Jiang Ningning and her friends are playing games. Although Jiang Ningning was smiling, the smile was a little awkward. The people around are still coaxing. Drink it all. Drink it all. Drink it all. Jiang Ruoli raised his eyebrows. It seems that he lost the game. It's really useless. On the second floor, the person in the bar's work clothes walked to Pei Zugoi and reported a few times. The man put the wine glass in his hand back on the table in front of him, and the glass touched each other, making a crisp and thick sound. If she wants to play, just follow her and find someone to follow her. Yes. The first floor seat. There is a row of deep water bombs in front of Jiang Ningning. She came with her friends today. As for the others, she doesn't know them very well. They all come out to play. This situation is very common, and she doesn't care much. Just have fun. During the banquet, a man I met for the first time kept paying attention to her. But at present, she lost the dice, and the punishment was a row of spirits in front of her, but the man had no intention of stopping her. If she really wants to drink this row, she is afraid she will go out horizontally tonight. Ning Ning, don't worry, I'm here, drink boldly. Jiang Ningning glanced at the friend who brought him over and slowly raised his hand. At the moment when he was about to touch the wine glass, another white arm blocked me. Slow down. Chapter 59. What my wife said was right. Jiang Ningning raised her eyes and saw the pretty and delicate face, with a trace of surprise in her eyes. She subconsciously blurted out, Why are you here? What's the matter? Did you open this bar? I can't come to play yet. 3 minutes ago, she just took Shen Jian to the toilet, and she didn't know what kind of mentality she had, so she came over. The men in the card couldn't help looking at the beauty in front of them. Jiang Ningning can also be regarded as a little beauty, but in front of this person, she is eclipsed. Ningning, what is this? In the face of the inquiry, Jiang Ningning's face showed inexplicable irritation. My cousin, Jiang Ruoli. The flat-headed man smiled unkindly. Those who come are all guests. Why don't you sit down and play together? Jiang Ningning immediately stopped her. She was married and had to go home to accompany her husband. Jiang Ruoli didn't care much, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, but the smile didn't reach the bottom of his eyes. My husband is busy. Can't I have some fun? Of course, it's okay to play together, but... Jiang Ruoli's eyes turned to the flat-headed man, and his indifferent eyes were sharp. It's not a good thing to be a fraud. The flat-headed man was stunned and hurried to his pocket of his clothes. He pulled his neck and retorted, Beauty, don't spit blood on people. Now, even Jiang Ningning reacted. She pointed at the flat-headed man and scolded loudly, "You are attacker." "Fuck. Ningning, don't get excited. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Yes, everyone, have a good time. Don't be unhappy because of this little thing." Jiang Ruoli sneered. "It seems that Jiang Ningning, the little stupid pig, has entered the wolf's nest today, and the people on the table are all in the same group. I really want to drink those wines. I'm afraid I don't know whose bed I will wake up tomorrow morning." Jiang Ruoli raised his chin towards Jiang Ningning, opened his red lips slightly, and said lazily, "Do you still want to play? If you don't play, go home." Jiang Ningning shrank her neck and replied, "Back." This group of people came together to deceive her, so she didn't want to play. "I've been drinking a lot of wine just now, and I'm starting to feel dizzy." Jiang Ningning got up and was about to follow Jiang Ruoli to leave, but an annoying arm stopped them. "Since you don't want to play, why don't you punish the last round of games first? I don't blame you for slandering me." When the words fell, no one in the card opened his mouth to stop him. "Jiang Ningning, it seems that you are not very popular. There are so many friends, and no one can talk to you." The woman's tone was slow, even with a smile, but what she said was with a knife, which satirized everyone. Jiang Ruoli made up his mind not to drink. "Drink as you say. Isn't it a faceless?" After robering into her pocket, she found that her mobile phone had fallen upstairs. "Well, it seems that it's too late to inform Pei Zugui." Jiang Ningning, who was beside her, hid behind Jiang Ruoli obediently. In fact, she didn't want to involve Jiang Ruoli in this bad thing, and she didn't have a deep sisterhood. The main reason was that she was afraid of being stabbed at home by her grandfather, and she was even more afraid that Jiang Ruoli would take care of this matter in the future. "You go first, and I'll go home after drinking." Before Jiang Ruoli could stop it, Jiang Ningning, the reckless man, had already raised his head and poured 2 small cups. Seeing that it was no way for her to drink like this, Jiang Ruoli couldn't let go of it. She sighed and scolded angrily, "You're so stupid." She pulled Jiang Ningning back like iron into steel, and simply prepared to drink the remaining cups without doing anything. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli wanted to drink, Jiang Ningning rushed up again and began to drink. The scene was very comedic at one time. Of course, Jiang Ruoli kept a heart and half drank and half poured. Soon, a row of wine glasses was empty. "I took the person away if there was nothing else." Jiang Ruoli pulled the back of Jiang Ningning's neck and took him away. When he was leaving, he suddenly took it back and threw out the magnet in the pocket of the flat-headed man's clothes. Jiang Ruoli didn't say anything, didn't even give him a look, and just said faintly, "Garbage." Being ridiculed by beautiful women in public is nothing more insulting than this. The flat-headed man clenched his fist in an instant and gritted his teeth fiercely. After Jiang Ruoli pulled the person out of the seat, he did not forget his original intention and walked towards the bathroom. "Jiang Ruoli, what are you going to do?" "Find my Yang Yan. I patronized to deal with your trouble, and I don't know if she has come out." Jiang Ningning was already heavy-headed and light-footed. She shook her head and followed Jiang Ruoli obediently. "Why are you still following me? Hurry up and call a taxi home to sleep." Jiang Ningning was unmoved, and even pointed to the stairs in the distance and muttered, "Is that brother-in-law? Why did he come to the bar wearing a suit?" Jiang Ruoli shook his head and stopped looking in the bathroom. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised and he replied casually, "Huh. It's really Pei Zugui. Your brother-in-law is a financial man who pretends to wear a suit and enters the bar for fear that others will not look at him." Jiang Ruoli didn't see Shen Jian and guessed that she had gone up. "After all, I told her to go up first." She patted Jiang Ningning's head with a strong force. "Well, I'm going home. Goodbye, little fool." "Oh. It hurts so much. Ginger. If gift. What are you doing? I didn't let you kneel down. Thank you. I was supported by those weak blood and family. How dare you show your face to me?" Jiang Ruoli patted her mercilessly again, his nose wrinkled slightly, and his tone was vicious. "Jiang Ningning, from today on, you'd better stay away from those social garbage, otherwise I don't mind cleaning the portal. You have been dumber than me since you were a child. Why didn't you grow up when you grew up? If you really want to go to the countryside to herd sheep when you have nothing to do." Jiang Ningning knew that he was at a loss, so he turned off the fire in an instant and squealed his mouth to bear Jiang Ruoli's sarcasm. "What are you doing standing at the door of the bathroom?" Jiang Ruoli was already a little nervous at this time. He raised his hand and rubbed his sour eyes. The next second, he fell into the familiar generous embrace. The little face was covered to the chest, and in an instant, the familiar smell penetrated into the nose. As soon as Jiang Ningning saw Pei Zi's return, she didn't dare to speak. "Lower your head, like a quail. Did she drink?" Jiang Ningning's drunkenness woke up for a little and a half, and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly. She replied obediently, "After drinking, it seems to be drunk. She is dissing me. In short, she is right. I asked someone to take you back to Jiang's house." "Jiang Ningning, how dare you talk back?" Yes, your wife is right." Pei Zugui put the person in his coat, didn't even lift his eyelids, and stared at Jiang Ruoli. After ordering the waiter to send Jiang Ningning home in a cold voice, he went out with his wife in his mung. Suddenly, the chest was gently tapped. Wait a minute, Yang Yang. She drinks before the wound on her body heals. Pei Zugoi wrapped the woman's little hand in the palm of his hand and couldn't hear any emotion. Don't worry, Li Yanzhou has taken her home. Only then did Jiang Ruoli lean against Pei Zugoi and walk forward with peace of mind. My little injury will be fine in 2 days. She is also the one who is in pain in bed. Pei Zugoi gritted his back teeth and said nothing. The bar is naturally more and more exciting at night. At this time, many people have gathered on the dance floor, even in the aisle. Pei Zugoi didn't let Jiang Ruoli be touched by irrelevant people with that cold and frozen face. Behind him, there is a line of sight closely following. Chapter 50 Pei Zugoi beats people. He may not believe it, but Jiang Ruoli really doesn't drink much. Even if he drinks, he only has a drink, at most he is slightly drunk. In the words of the young lady, being slightly drunk is the best moment. If you get a little more, you will be stupid. Who would spend money to buy it for yourself? It's uncomfortable and vomiting, and wake up the next day with a hangover and headache. At that time, Xi Meng'an and Shun Jiyan were sitting opposite. They smiled at her and said bluntly, yes, Lili has no worries in her life and needs to borrow wine to relieve her worries. But tonight, Jiang Ruoli actually got drunk for Jiang Ningning, his mortal enemy for more than 20 years. I have to say that those small glasses of wine are still something. After a while, Jiang Ruoli's skin overflowed with a light layer of crimson. The whole person is light, and he feels that his feet can't touch the ground. He is dizzy, as if he is stepping on a cloud. Knowing that she was drunk, Pei Zugoi just wanted to bring her home as soon as possible. However, the little drunkard didn't pay the bill. Even if he was firmly held in his arms, his hands and feet were not very safe. The cave bar is full of cave designs, high and low. Instead of avoiding it, the little drunkard deliberately touched the potholes. Rub here and touch there. Seeing that she was gradually out of control, Pei Zugoi sighed with a headache and simply picked her up straight. The main thing is that I'm afraid that she will accidentally scratch her carelessly. This action is more like carrying than holding. Jiang Ruoli's stomach was pushed all the way out of the bar. The waiter at the door had driven the car out. Pei Zugoi put the person in the co-pilot and turned around to call Motosuka. After all, Jiang Ruoli drank and couldn't drive. The 2-seat Bugatti Veyron can't be called a substitute driver. Unexpectedly, before the car door could be closed, Jiang Ruoli pushed away his hand and rushed down. Pei Zugoi's eyelids jumped and he quickly caught up inexplicably. Where are you going to run when you're drunk at night? Jiang Ruoli ran to the flower bed, stared at the man behind him fiercely, turned his head and spit it out. Pei Zugoi bit his back teeth, squatted down to help Jiang Ruoli lift her drooping hair, patted her back gently, and whispered, "It's okay. It's comfortable to spit it out." Thinking of the person sent by Jiang Ruoli in the private room just now running up to report the situation downstairs, he hurried down to find her at the door of the bathroom. Although I know that nothing will happen. If someone follows me, I'm still afraid of accidents. The moment I saw her and hugged her, my hanging heart calmed down. It was late at night, and the wind outside the bar was rustling. Pei Zugoi took off his coat and covered Jiang Ruoli's whole body. By the way, he asked the waiter not far away to bring a bottle of warm water. Seeing that the man squatting on the ground was nothing moving, he helped the little girl up, and his eyes were full of worry and concern. Is it still uncomfortable? Don't drink so much next time, no matter what. Jiang Ruoli raised his hand and pinched the man's hard arm fiercely. It's all your fault. I was so upset by you that I wanted to vomit. I'm already drunk, and my stomach is upset again. Can I not vomit? Humph. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi was stunned, and an apology appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. At that time, she was only thinking about not being scratched by those rock walls. She was in a hurry to bring people out and forgot to consider this. He blocked the air outlet, wrapped the person in his arms, and coaxed in a whisper, Lili, can you come home with me now? Jiang Ruoli nodded and turned his white palm up. Then give me the key. How do you drive? Even if she was drunk, she still remembered that Pei Zugoi couldn't drive. But she forgot that she was drunk. Pei Zugoi gently pinched Jiang Ruoli's cheek and wanted to enter the police station again. I asked someone to pick us up and sit in the car first, huh? He carefully carried the person into the car and was ready to call the assistant. Seeing his mobile phone, Jiang Ruoli patted his head, as if he had thought of something, and he was angry. Where is my bag? The mobile phone is still inside. I want to play with it. Pei Zugoi, can you ask someone to take it down for you? Jiang Ruoli shook his head like a rattle and refused crazily. No way. How can such a private thing be touched by others? Pei Zugoi had to press down the restless little drunkard and put his mobile phone into her hand by the way. Then can I get it for you? Jiang Ruoli stared at the man for a few seconds and then smiled. Well, then you can help me get it. She was fiddling with Pei Zugoi's mobile phone. What's the password? The day we got married. It's hard to beat her. When did she get married to Pei Zugoi? Jiang Ruoli had to try 2 dates casually, but they were both wrong. Pei Zugoi could see her tangled little expression, and a little sadness flashed in his dark eyes. He casually squeezed his thin lips and reported 6 numbers. If he continues like this, it is difficult to guarantee that his mobile phone will not be locked until 2099. Sit in the car and wait for me to come back. Jiang Ruoli nodded obediently and said, why don't you even have Xiaohongshu and short video software? It's so boring. Pei Zugoi closed the car door with a smile. Not long after he left quickly, a man in a brown down jacket came out of the darkness. It's the flat-headed man who was just on the seat. Damn, I have to teach you a lesson today. He took out a nail and sneaked around the back of the car, ready to puncture the tire. Coincidentally, Jiang Ruoli stayed in the car. When he was lowering the window a little, he saw an obscene figure squatting in the back from the rearview mirror. Hey, ugly, what are you doing? She roared, and her angry voice couldn't wait to get out of the car and beat people directly, but it was too cold outside, so she didn't want to go down. When the flat-headed man saw that he had been discovered, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the bar. Seeing that the previous man had not come out, he immediately walked to the co-pilot fiercely and said to Jiang Ruoli inside. Damn it, bitch, if it weren't for you, I would have slept with that little girl's watch today. If you dare to ruin my good deeds and lose my face, your mouth is not clean. If I hadn't seen someone protecting you, I would have dragged you away. After drinking some wine, the more he thought about it, the more energetic he became. The flat-headed man looked at Jiang Ruoli in the car again. Although he only showed a pair of eyes, he still remembered how strong this woman was. It's better to take her away while there is no one now. He broke the handlebars hard and said in a fierce tone. Come on, open the door for me if you have the ability. Jiang Ruoli is drunk, but he hasn't lost his mind yet. Pei Zhu locked the car door before leaving, so the flat-headed man just was in vain. There is brute force, stupid and bad. No ability. Then don't open it. You dress like a piece of fresh shit, which looks annoying, and your mouth smells so bad. You must have no friends at ordinary times. Unsuccessful to open the door, the angry flat-headed man stared at his small mungbean-like eyes and fiercely prepared to put his hand through the crack of the window. Jiang Ruoli didn't pay attention for a moment, and his arm was held by him. Let go of me, psychopath. She shouted and pressed the window up with her other hand. The flat-headed man's hand was stuck tighter and tighter, and he strangled Jiang Ruoli harder and harder. Jiang Ruoli only felt a tingling in his wrist, and couldn't help shouting, it hurts, dog, let go of me. What's the matter? There will be another bruise on the body. Damn, if my hand is broken today, don't want your hand. A cold wind came, and the flat-headed man was punched to the ground in an instant, and Jiang Ruoli's hand subconsciously loosened. His who beats me intima? Chapter 51. Beating people on the street, the flat-headed man raised his head and saw a long-legged man who was returning. He was stepping on his arm. Those dark eyes had no temperature at all, and the sharp breath emanating all over the body was like a blade, full of gloomy and fierce murderous aura. The killing was more fierce than the wolf in the wilderness. No kidding, the flat-headed man lay on the ground and trembled, doubting that he would die on this winter night. Pei Zugoi didn't count that when he came back, he would see such a frightening picture, and Jiang Ruoli's screams were heard. There was also a man blocking the door of the co-driver's car. His heartbeat stopped in an instant, and he didn't have time to think. He rushed up and kicked the guy who was not afraid of death to the ground. Looking out from Jiang Ruoli's perspective, Pei Zugoi's face was tense, and there was a storm in his eyes. His clenched fists did not stop, and he hit the flat-headed man again and again. And the latter, who has no power to bind chickens, passively accepts everything. If it goes on like this, will it be fatal? It doesn't matter if the garbage dies. Don't toss into the police station at night. Jiang Ruoli opened the door and ran down. Pei Zugoi, don't fight. Don't get your hands dirty. She hugged Pei Zugoi's hand and raised her high heels and kicked the flat-headed man in the face. The woman's crisp voice pulled Pei Zugoi's out-of-control emotions back to reality. He paused slightly and looked up and down seriously. He noticed the traces of Jiang Ruoli's wrist, and his eyes were dark. In an instant, get up. Okay, it's up to you. The flat-headed man was secretly glad that he had picked up a small life. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi, who got up, stepped directly on his wrist bone, and even crushed it back and forth. He seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. Ah! As soon as Jiang Ruoli frowned, his ears were covered. Don't listen. Motosuka, who came in a hurry, couldn't help being stunned for 3 seconds when he saw this scene. He had only been on vacation for a few hours. Why did the couple start to beat people in the street? Mr. Pei. Pei Zugoi lowered his head and hugged Jiang Ruoli's coat tightly, and looked at the assistant moat beside him. Ordered lightly, deal with the person and throw him into the police station, that is, he is flirting with women and intends to intentionally hurt them. Understood. Motsuk looked at the man who was lying on the ground with only one breath left. Isn't it good to be alive? You have to flirt with that ancestor. Moat asked the driver to send the two home, and he was responsible for driving the Bugatti Veyron to throw people to the police station. He threw the man without a good bone into the car without any mercy. Bah, it's really cheap for you. I have to disinfect and clean the whole car tomorrow. The night breeze is blowing, the street lights on both sides of the road shine down, and the shadows of the trees are ringing. In the back seat of the car, Jiang Ruoli leaned on Pei Zigoi's body. Through the window of the car, there was a high-rise building in the distance. The bright lights reflected each other with the neon signboard, which was dazzling. Pei Zigoi gently held her wrist and put on the ointment little by little, for fear of hurting her. The little girl who grew up with delicate skin is so tender that she will leave marks if she touches it casually. Usually, she dares not try too hard. Seeing the dazzling red marks, he could guess how hard the man had put in at that time. I just hate myself for not fighting harder. The strength of the subordinates has become lighter. Jiang Ruoli was tired, so she drooped her eyelids and changed her posture again, and yawned by the way. Pei Zigoi lifted her soft hair and coaxed her in a low voice, "Sleep for a while if you are sleepy." In the bar, he still made a fuss, and now he was so well behaved. After drinking some wine, he seemed to have several personalities. Jiang Ruoli opened his mouth with a little nasal voice. "Why are you so fierce today?" "Fierce?" Jiang Ruoli nodded, just now, when he hit someone. She also explained it on purpose. Pei Zigoi stared at Jiang Ruoli's smiling face, his eyes were deep, and the anger in his eyes flashed. There was no expression on the angular face at the moment, but he saw a little regret. I couldn't help wrapping the woman's hand in the palm of my hand, afraid that she would fly away. As if afraid of scaring people, Pei Zigoi turned his face away, and his tone was low, as if he was trying to restrain something, otherwise. "Let your little drunkard be bullied for nothing. You are Mrs. Pei. It's a reason to do all these things. Didn't you tell me this sentence?" One sentence pulled Jiang Ruoli's thoughts back to the foreign streets of that year. Jiang Ruoli went to a university in England. As we all know, the most important thing on the streets abroad is to protect personal property, especially mobile phones and bags. But Miss Jiang, a newcomer, accidentally took the way of the flying car party. At that time, she had just arrived in the UK. It happened to be a holiday. Jiang Ruoli excitedly called her roommate she had just met, that is, Su Moan, to go shopping together. Commonly known as City Walk. However, shopping is also an indispensable part of Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli, who accidentally bought it, stood on the street of a foreign country with a big bag and a small bag, and he was still calling to book a restaurant with one hand. In an instant, the sound of the engine came from far and near, and a strange man in a helmet and leather clothes whizzed past, taking away everything in Jiang Ruoli's hand with lightning speed. And the mobile phone is on the phone. And the bag on the wrist. Jiang Ruoli didn't react for a moment and stayed in place in a daze. 3 seconds later, the shout resounded into the sky. "Hello, foreigner. Hey." The little girl who was spoiled and raised from below never experienced such a thing. She didn't know what to do for a moment, but she was accompanied by Xi Meng to the police station. It's hard to say a word about foreign police stations. When he came out, Jiang Ruoli standing at the gate of the police station, it was still raining in London. It was raining when it said it was raining, and a long hair was messed up by the cold wind. "I have never been so depressed." The little girl felt uncomfortable and angry, and said angrily, "So the policeman just now meant that he couldn't find it back," and admitted himself. Xu Meng'an nodded. "It's almost the same, but he said it a little euphemistically. But my passport, key, and all kinds of cards are all in the bag. Now, the mobile phone is gone. The newly bought clothes, bags, jewelry, and so on are trivial, but it's really a headache to make up those certificates." Jiang Ruoli gritted her teeth and thought that those trash people had better not appear in front of her again. Xu Meng'an also encountered such a thing for the first time and asked tentatively, "Do you want to talk to your parents?" Jiang Ruoli's cheeks pouted slightly. He lowered his eyes and looked at the ground. He shook his head. "Forget it, I'm afraid they will be worried." Xu Meng'an just wanted to praise her for being sensible, but he didn't expect Jiang Ruoli to say, "The main reason is that I bragged to them that I was studying in the library this morning." It seemed that the girl's agile fox eyes flashed. "Anan, lend me your mobile phone." 3 minutes later, Jiang Ruoli stared at the screen in a daze for a long time without any next action. "Lily, what are you doing? Do you want to make a wish to the screen of my mobile phone?" Jiang Ruoli pulled the corners of his mouth and coughed softly. "Ah, I don't remember that man's mobile phone number." Xu Meng'an didn't know who the person she was talking about was, so she asked casually, "Where is WeChat?" Jiang Ruoli shook his head. "What about Alipay?" Jiang Ruoli continued to shake his head. "Where is QQ?" Jiang Ruoli still shook his head. "Mailbox? Taobao? Weibo? TikTok? Little Red Book? If it doesn't work, let's use NetEase Cloud." Xu Meng'an reported the names of several softwares in a series. Jiang Ruoli was speechless. So there are so many places to contact. No wonder men always have a way to cheat and flirt. None. Wrong. Jiang Ruoli's eyes lit up for a moment. He looked up at Xu Meng'an and couldn't wait to ask, "Do you report the series you just said again?" "Oh, it's like reporting the name of the dish." Xu Meng'an had to report the software that may contact people again. Chapter 52 I am your future Mrs. Pei. 10 minutes later, two little girls stared at the private message interface of Pei's group on the screen on the street. With the lesson of the previous car, Xu Moan firmly wrapped himself in his coat, and his tone was doubtful. Courtesy, so you mean that the president of Pei is your fiancé? Whose good person contacted his fiancé through private message? Jiang Ruoli licked his lips awkwardly, his eyes flashed. Plastic marriage, why do you need contact information? So are we still waiting? Although Jiang Ruoli didn't show much, Xu Moan could see the girl's inner uneasiness and irritability at this moment. Jiang Ruoli has a kind of magic. No matter who sees her, they want to spoil her and protect her, as if she was born to enjoy happiness. Anyone who saw Jiang Ruoli, who was depressed at this moment, would not bear to leave her alone. Xu Moan took Jiang Ruoli's arm and said in a gentle and dignified voice, "Let's go. I'll take you to the restaurant. Aren't all the reservations made?" Halfway through the call, it was robbed. Xu Moan waved his big hand. "It's okay. Can't we have a place to eat?" The two took a taxi to a street not far from the apartment, chose a Japanese izakaya, and began to eat sukiyaki to warm up. The cows sizzled on the iron plate and were brought to the table again. In the mouth, it melts with a sip, and there is still a milky fragrance in the aftertaste. Jiang Ruoli held his chin and had no hope in his heart about waiting for a private message to reply. After all, whose group account will reply to strangers' private messages when they have nothing to do? What's more, Xu Moan's account was full of all kinds of movements of popular idols. Looking at it, she was putting a handful of foie gras sushi in her mouth. Xu Moan's mobile phone shook on the table. After a while, she heard her restrained screams. "Back, back, back. Sisters. Pei's account replied to your private message." Unbelievable. Jiang Ruoli's hand holding his chin loosened, and his delicate little face was full of disbelievability. "You didn't lie to me, did you? What did he say?" Xu Moan held his mobile phone high in front of Jiang Ruoli, excited. "The other party sent a mobile phone number and let me see it and contact him immediately." "This can't be your fiancé's mobile phone number, right?" "I don't know. I guess it's an assistant." Jiang Ruoli looked at the private message reply on the screen, took the mobile phone and dialed the number above. As a result, as soon as the phone was answered, it was the sentence, "Hello, Miss Jiang, I'm Mr. Pei's second assistant." An accident flashed in Jiang Ruoli's eyes and blurted out, "How do you know it's me?" The other party patiently recovered and said, "Mr. Pei has instructed me in advance. Miss Jiang, I'm already on my way to the airport and will arrive tomorrow. You can rest assured tonight. Mr. Pei's house in London has been cleaned up. I will accompany you to apply for all kinds of identity documents and items tomorrow. By the way, I'll send you the address later. Have you eaten yet? I'll arrange a nanny to prepare some Chinese food for you." Assistant Mo chatted endlessly, arranging all the things that should be considered properly. Jiang Ruoli grabbed his mobile phone and can't put it in his mouth for a moment. "Well, Assistant Mo, right? Does anyone else know about this matter except you, Pei and Mr. Pei?" Assistant Mo seemed to know this in advance and said without hesitation, "Miss Jiang, don't worry, Mr. Pei specially ordered it, so your family doesn't know about it yet." Jiang Ruoli breathed a sigh of relief, muttered to himself, and whispered to his mobile phone, "How does he know?" Mr. Pei said that if you are not at a loop, you can't think of coming to him. Assistant Mo, who hung up the phone, kept calling Pei Zugoi back. "Mr. Pei, Miss Jiang has contacted me." It was already 3:30 a.m., and the man's low voice came through the receiver. "What did she say?" "Everything has been arranged as you ordered, but Miss Jiang said that she didn't want to live in your cold house alone, or go back to her own apartment. Don't worry about having roommates." It was expected, but Pei Zugoi's eyes were still dark. At this point in England, "Has she eaten?" Assistant Mo reported, "I was eating, and the waiter also served a yuzuaki during the phone call." Pei Zugoi was slightly stagnant, and then her voice was stained with a smile. "She really won't treat herself unfairly." He gave a few words to the phone before letting Assistant Mo board the plane. Hanging up the phone, through the window of the study, it was dark outside, and the wind blew the tops of the trees. There was an important meeting tomorrow, and he had to attend. I don't know what came to my mind, but a small smile flashed in the dark eyes of the man. But then, the temperature dropped sharply. Pei Zugoi sapped his cheek and sent another message to Assistant Mo. Even if he didn't want to admit it, after receiving the phone call from the inexplicable assistant, Jiang Ruoli's hanging heart inexplicably fell back to the original place. The two of them were about to leave when the mobile phone rang again. "Who is it?" "I don't know what he said." Xu Moan put his mobile phone in Jiang Ruoli's hand and looked for you. "Is there anything else for Assistant Mo?" I thought it was Assistant Mo again. Unexpectedly, after answering the phone, another magnetic low voice came from the other side, with a smile. "I have done Miss Jiang a big favor. How is Miss Jiang going to thank me?" It turned out to be Pei Zugoi. Jiang Ruoli subconsciously licked his lips, and his playful and agile fox eyes flashed. He blurted out, "I'm your fiancé, the future Mrs. Hey, you should do all these things, okay?" The tone of teeth and claws is really Miss Jiao's style. A low smile came from the other end of the receiver, which made Jiang Ruoli's ears itch for no reason. I only heard Pei Zugoi and didn't refute it. Well, I remember it. Are you back home? Jiang Ruoli was led to the direction of the apartment by Xu Moan and answered honestly, on the way. Okay, stay safe. Don't eat late-night snacks. Keep your stomach for breakfast tomorrow. Jiang Ruoli sighed. How did he know? I don't know how to eat. I want to keep fit. Stop talking. Mobile phones can't be exposed here. Before hanging up the phone, Jiang Ruoli spit out 3 words in a soft voice, thank you. As if she was afraid of being heard by the person opposite, she hung up the phone in a hurry. In the dark night, behind Jiang Ruoli, where she couldn't see, a strong bodyguard was following her vigilantly, paying attention to the situation around the woman, so that he could protect her as soon as possible in case of an emergency. Pei Zugoi, who was hung up, was not angry, but stared at the mobile phone screen with a meaningful smile. Little fox, I heard it. Jiang Ruoli woke up slowly at 10:30 a.m. The long hair was tied into a ball at will. She looked at herself in the mirror and was stunned. She hated iron and said, why is the round head tied casually every time so beautiful? Alas. She walked towards the kitchen while patting the essence on her face. Anan, what shall we eat this morning? As soon as the words fell, Jiang Ruoli saw a strange man sitting upright on the sofa but couldn't hide his tiredness. She was stunned, winked at Xu Moan, and asked in a low voice, your new boyfriend? It doesn't seem to be her favorite style. Xu Moan was still holding a cup of coffee in his hand and politely put the cup on the table. Assistant Mo, please have a cup of coffee first to relieve your fatigue. She looked at Jiang Ruoli, who was still standing in place. Assistant Mo came to see you specially. She had just sat down. Assistant Mo, why are you so fast? After all, there is only a direct flight from Jiangcheng to the United Kingdom in the morning. According to the time last night, it must be a transfer at an airport. You have to arrive in the evening anyway, right? Assistant Ma immediately got up from the sofa. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Last night, I took Mr. Pei's private plane directly to London. Why don't you and Miss Ji have breakfast first? I've already brought it here. When Jiang Ruoli saw the stacks of traditional Chinese breakfast on the table, Xiang Xiangma's assistant's eyes were already grateful. Did you buy these in Chinatown as soon as you landed? Assistant Mo shook his head. No. It was prepared by the nanny in London in advance. Mr. Pei said that if Miss Jiang wants to eat Chinese food in the future, she can ask someone to deliver it. Jiang Ruoli scooped a small wonton with chicken soup, as if he was thinking. Chapter 53 The Dirty Thing Touched You. Assistant Mo stayed in London for 3 days and methodically replaced all the lost documents and items for Jiang Ruoli. He even sent a bunch of seasonal new products to the apartment. Even Xu Moan's sake has been arranged. For 3 whole days, breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, each meal is carefully cooked and delivered by a special person. It's too appropriate. So much so that when Assistant Mo was about to leave, Xu Moan and Jiang Ruoli were tearful and reluctant. Not only that, the day after Assistant Mo left, the news came from the police station that the group of flying car party was caught. When it was caught, Jiang Ruoli's big brand bags and clothes were sold on the ground as clearance goods. Out of the police station again, Jiang Ruoli put Xu Moan's shoulder refreshedly. Go, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's go to the restaurant we didn't make an appointment with last time. Xu Moan's eyes turned to Jiang Ruoli. He stopped talking. After thinking about it, he finally turned into a good word. In fact, she answered a phone call before Assistant Mo left that day. Miss Xu, Lily has been used to it since she was a child. It is inevitable that sometimes she will have the temper of a young lady. Please bear more. Xu Moan didn't think that Jiang Ruoli was domineering. On the contrary, she was very easy to get along with and didn't care about many things. Li has a good personality. I like her very much. That's true. The calm male voice came slowly. In addition, I have an unspleased request. During your study abroad, I hope you can take better care of Lily when you are abroad. If she has anything, please let me know as soon as possible. Of course, as a thank you, Pei will cover all the expenses of your study in London. Although Xu Moan is not short of money, she was born in the ordinary middle class and naturally, did not have as much financial resources as the Pei family of the Jiang family. Although the food and clothing of studying abroad will not make the poor family can't afford it, it is also a part that cannot be ignored. Pei Zugoi's words are undoubtedly a great temptation for her. Xu Moan pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and agreed to Pei Zugoi's condition. At least, all he wants is to protect Jiang Ruoli. Then, how can I contact you? Pei Zugoi, just contact this number. Okay. In a flash, it was a few years. During this period, Xu Moan never mentioned this matter to Jiang Ruoli, and she silently reported Jiang Ruoli's recent situation regularly. This is also the reason why Jiang Ruoli was able to inform Pei Zugoi as soon as possible on the night she entered the police station. Jiang Ruoli has a charming face, and there is naturally no shortage of good people in school. But it was not Xu Moan's turn to take action. The young lady had already ruthlessly refused the person, and she didn't even give her a look. Of course, Jiang Ruoli doesn't know about these. The street scene outside the car window is regressing, and Jiang Ruoli's thoughts are drawn away from the memories of the past. Thinking of what I said to Pei Zugoi across the phone, I was still a little ashamed after many years. At that time, I only thought that only Pei Zugoi could help me, and I was embarrassed, so I said this sentence in no choice. Unexpectedly, Pei Zugoi not only didn't forget a delicate joke, but also mentioned the old thing again. Why don't you talk? Forgot it? In the dark, Pei Zugoi's bony index finger and middle finger joints gently pinched the woman's pink cheeks, and her low voice was mixed with a little joke, not like a person who had just fought. Jiang Ruoli hit his hand in anger, and his watery eyes turned back from the window, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Your hand. Probably just died. At this moment, the man's joints were red and his forehead were broken in several places. The hand that is perfect enough to be a model adds a little incomplete beauty. Pei Zugoi didn't seem to be in pain at all. She held the restless Jiang Ruoli on her lap and smelled it. She was still a little drunk. It doesn't hurt. Jiang Ruoli's eyes fell on the modeling hands, and his mouth was so big that he could hang a bottle of oil. She rolled her eyes at Pei Zugoi. Why didn't you ask someone to bring some disinfectant when you had the ointment delivered just now? Pei Zugoi nodded thoughtfully. It really needs to be disinfected. The dirty thing has touched you. Driver, stop the car. There was a woman's angry voice in the back seat, and the driver stepped on the brake unexpectedly. Madam, what's wrong? Down. Go, disappear. Poison. Jiang Ruoli opened the door of the car, like a butterfly that could not be caught, and closed the door in the blink of an eye. On the roadside, there happens to be a 24-hour automatic pharmacy full of common drugs. Jiang Ruoli walked in with his left foot deep and his right foot shallow. He didn't look at the ground and almost tripped over the steps. Fortunately, he hurried out and Pei Zugoi helped her. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli pressed several disinfectant wipes and iodine cotton swabs on the vending machine, there was no next step. Pei Zugoi put his hands around him and accompanied him. He didn't say anything, and his eyes were full of smiles. Jiang Ruoli's voice was muffled. Why are you stunned? Hey. I didn't bring my mobile phone. Yes, little princess. Pei Zugoi paid the money neatly. The medicine fell into the mouth of the medicine, and he bent down to take it. Thank you for your hard work, Mrs. Pei. This pharmacy is equipped with several small tables and chairs for 2 people to sit down. Pei Zugoi looked at Jiang Ruoli unpacking the outer packaging slightly obediently, and gently wiped and disinfected his wound. Pei Zugoi hissed, and his fingers trembled slightly. Jiang Ruoli subconsciously took a few breaths. Does it hurt? She drank wine, and now her head is still a little dizzy. Her hands may indeed not be light or heavy. Why don't you come by yourself? It's rare for the little fox to be a little unconfident. Pei Zugoi, who wanted to pretend to be pitiful and sympathetic, was reluctant to see her expression. His throat rolled up and down, and said slowly, it doesn't hurt, you go on. After a few tossing and turning, the disinfection was finally finished. Jiang Ruoli threw the used cotton swabs into the trash can and took off a few disinfectant wipes to wipe them on his wrist. Pei Zugoi frowned and snatched the wet wipe. What's the matter? I just took the medicine and haven't absorbed it yet. Don't wipe it yet. Jiang Ruoli curled his mouth at him and was inexplicably a little aggrieved. Didn't you say that I was disinfected by the garbage? With a joke, it turned out that she took it seriously. I'm really drunk. If it were Jiang Ruoli in ordinary days, he would definitely throw this disinfectant wipe on his face and shout, I'm not dirty, you are the dirtiest. Pei Zugoi put away the disinfectant wipes with a smile, curled the corners of his mouth, looked at the surveillance above his head, and whispered to Jiang Ruoli's ear, I will disinfect you personally when I get home at night. At that time, the ointment on her wrist should also be absorbed. Before Jiang Ruoli turned his mind, he nodded in a daze, okay. Pei Zugoi couldn't help bowing his head and kissing the woman's clean forehead, in a spoiled tone, why are you so good, baby? But when he left the pharmacy, Pei Zugoi understood that it was too early for him to say this. Chapter 54 Exchange Secrets. The woman who was still hanging on herself a second ago, but in an instant, she ran to the pedestrian way in front of the pharmacy. As if he saw something interesting, Jiang Ruoli squatted on the edge of the landscape flower bed by the roadside, motionless. Pei Zugoi's eyelids tightened and he walked towards her. What are you looking at? The man's voice was low and slow, as if he was afraid of disturbing the people squatting on the ground. As soon as the words fell, a cat's cry came from the depths of the flower bed. It turned out to be a black kitten hiding in the flower bed. Perhaps he was disturbed by the voice of strangers, or perhaps he smelled the breath of the 2 of them. Then a shadow flashed, and the kitten quickly jumped out of the flower bed and drilled into the corner without a trace. Hey cat! Jiang Ruoli was shocked by the kitten that suddenly jumped out and almost fell down. In a hurry, he pulled the big pair of long-legged trousers next to him so that he could stabilize his body. It's all your fault. I haven't talked to it yet. Pei Zugoi quickly admitted his mistake and coaxed Jiang Ruoli in a good voice. Okay, it's my fault. It's time for us to go home. Be polite and obedient. Get up first. The skirt is dirty. Due to the squatting posture, a small piece of cloth was scattered on the ground and stained with dust on the woman's skirt. Jiang Ruoli was unmoved. He grabbed Pei Zigoi's trouser leg and looked up at the man. The light from the street lamp sprinkled on his red little face, which was particularly pitiful. Are you going to take me home? It's like a lost little fox down the mountain. The man's throat knot moved up and down, and his eyes gradually became deep. The voice in the night is low and gentle. Well, can I take you home? Hearing this, the white and tender fingers let go of the trouser leg, and Jiang Ruoli was finally willing to stand up. Just when Pei Zigoi thought that Jiang Ruoli was obedient, she raised her legs hidden under her skirt. She had already stood on the flower bed. The edge of the flower bed is not high, but if you fall down, you will sprain your feet. Pei Zigoi's eyelids jumped, and his hands subconsciously protected both sides of the woman. Jiang Ruoli, come down. No, I want to play the wooden bridge. After drinking, Jiang Ruoli's fox eyes were as charming as silk, and she was so delicate that she was about to drip water. However, the person concerned did not know it at all, and even walked slowly along the narrow edge of the flower bed. The woman raised her hands flat to maintain her balance, but she couldn't stand the alcohol and was still wobbly. And the tall man beside him followed closely, looking nervous, with a helpless expression but a connivance. The driver was just in the car, watching the employer and his wife go crazy outside in the middle of the night through the glass. Fortunately, he didn't get mad in the car, otherwise he would have to get out of the car to blow the cold wind. Pei Zugoi, shall I exchange a secret with you? The woman's voice was sweet, and the soft voice reached Pei Zugoi's ears through the cool wind. He stood beside her, his voice was clear and a little hoarse, gentle and spoiled. You say, I'll listen. Actually, when I was in college, I also failed the subject. Pei Zugoi seemed to think of something, and a strong smile flashed in his eyes. Also, does she think that he has also failed the department? Jiang Ruoli tilted his head and stared at Pei Zugoi. The watery fox's eyes were as bright as the moonlight, and his little mouth was shriveled, as if there was something on his mind. Don't you have anything to say? Pei Zugoi gently squeezed his thin lips and smiled with soft eyebrows. I failed the subject, so what? Didn't your Pei family reject Jiang Ningning with this reason? Afraid that men would not believe it, Jiang Ruoli also emphasized, Grandpa told me. Did you hear me? I said I failed the subject. As soon as he looked up, he met Pei Zugoi's eyes full of smiles. Such a handsome face, with such a rare smile. Even though Jiang Ruoli was drunk, her basic aesthetic ability did not disappear. She couldn't help being stunned and choked softly. You. What are you laughing at? She just failed the subject, not killing and arsoning. Pei Zugoi is not crazy again, is he? Besides, the Pei family does not have a throne to inherit, but also wants a beautiful woman with a good figure and a good face to be comprehensively developed by morality, intelligence, body, beauty and labor. If you can marry yourself, Pei Zugoi will have fun secretly. Pei Zugoi had no choice but to tighten Jiang Ruoli's coat, bent the corners of his mouth, and a low smile overflowed from the depths of his throat. Isn't it an exchange of secrets? It's my turn. In fact. He hooked the corners of his mouth playfully, and his voice was a little more rippling. I will know the next day that you failed the subject. Jiang Ruoli's eyes widened. A sigh came into her ear, and she heard Pei Zugoi's slightly lost tone. It seems that you really didn't pay attention to the Pei family and me before. In the second year you entered the school, there was a more exhibition hall, sponsored by Pei. Jiang Ruoli, who was messy in the wind. It turned out that there was an insider. Jiang Ruoli, who reacted, muttered in a low voice, then let the old man with a wig hang me. The professor of that course is a middle-aged white man. He is unacceptable in the face of the ancestral baldness crisis, so he wears his customized wig every day. Once upon a time, an Indian classmate who accidentally fell down was knocked down and laughed at the British-Indian crisis by his classmates. Pei Zugoi pinched Jiang Ruoli's hand and found that it was a little cold. His eyebrows flashed, and he subconsciously wrapped his little hand to warm her up. Because I know that the little princess doesn't need this kind of special treatment. Pei Zugoi knows Jiang Ruoli. For her, this kind of almsgiving through the back door is simply insulting. She would rather pay the makeup examination fee for restudy. Of course, if the re-repair is not enough, she didn't say it. You are a bully, which is not an exchange of secrets. The night was getting darker, and the temperature of the wind was much cooler than before, blowing Jiang Ruoli's long chestnut curly hair. As soon as she blew like this, the pores all over her body stood up, and she sneezed inadvertently. Sneeze. Pei Zugoi's eyes became cold in an instant. He had made enough noise and played. If he went on, he would get sick. Do you still want to vomit? Jiang Ruoli waved his hand and didn't say anything. I don't know if he heard it or not. He knew it was in vain to ask, and he simply didn't ask Jiang Ruoli. With an arm raised, he easily carried the woman who was still walking on the wooden bridge on her shoulder. Pay attention, it's a carrying. With the lesson of the previous car, Pei Zugoi paid special attention not to get stuck in Jiang Ruoli's stomach this time. The latter swayed his long legs disobediently. The man slapped the woman's buttocks, and if he made any more trouble, he would do it. Jiang Ruoli was obedient, but his arm still beat Pei Zigoi's broad and strong back, eager to bite him fiercely. Carry it up, gallop away, and throw it into the car. It's done in one go. Drive back to Lentingyan. Okay, Mr. Pei? Chapter 55. Help me find a cat. The car starts and drives home in the deep night. At the other end of the city, Shen Jiyan was also brought back to Liyan by Li Yanzhou. In the corner of the quiet edge, only the faint light and a little starlight sneaked in, passing the entangled people in the car. Shen Jiyan was firmly controlled by Li Yanzhou on her legs, and her waist was a touch that could not be ignored, and a hand was wandering around. They hugged each other, with overlapping breaths, mixed with the smell of alcohol and faint smell of tobacco. For a long time, the big hand slapped slightly. What is this? Slightly picking his fingers, the things in Shen Jiyan's pocket were taken out. It is a lighter. Exquisite and complex metal lines are drawn on the black leather body by drawing process. It is somewhat similar to the one often used by Li Yanzhou. Rub the letter at the bottom of the lighter with the cocoon peeling finger, YZ. Under the dim light, Li Yanzhou stared at the person in his arms, and his deep eyes were full of night and desire. He raised his hand slightly to wipe away the residual moisture from the corners of the woman's eyes. For me? Shen Jiyan looked up and fell into those dark eyes, like a net, trying to tie her up firmly. Didn't I break your lighter? That's what happened a few days ago. When Shen Jiyan was lighting incense, she casually took the lighter next to Li Yanzhou. Unexpectedly, she made a mistake and broke it. The movement of the metal lighter falling on the marble floor is not small. At that time, Li Yanzhou was still in the study. When he heard the movement, he rushed to the corridor outside as soon as he heard the movement. Seeing that Shen Jiyan seemed to be scared, he was relieved to confirm that he was fine after checking. It was just a lighter thrown there casually. After that, Li Yanzhou didn't mention it again. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiyan ordered a new one for him. Li Yanzhou breathed deeply, clasped Shen Jiyan's slender fingers, pinched it gently, and said with a slight smile, YZ, these two letters are good. The names of him and Shen Jiyan are included. Give me a cigarette? Li Yanzhou took out a pack of cigarettes out of nowhere, stuffed the lighter into Shen Jiyan's hand, staring at her inexplicably, with obscure eyes. The pink and white fingertips formed a sharp contrast with the black lighter. Li Yanzhou's throat knot couldn't help rolling up and down, and his eyes were gloomy. With a small sound, the blue flame illuminated the woman's pure and soft little face. Li Yanzhou, who was smoking a cigarette, raised his cheek, tilted his head slightly, and threw the cigarette in his mouth aside. Shen Jiyan frowned puzzledly, and the bottom of her eyes was still confused. Why do you? Well. The air between the skin was emptied in an instant, and the two hearts were pressed together, as if they could sense the beating melody. Like a fluting string, gently stirring. Like a wild horse galloping on the wilderness grassland, stepping. Like a slate road wet by rain, dripping up. Li Yanzhou, you can't stay here. The soft and bony voice is unbearable, and even the pushing hand is ridiculously soft. Li Yanzhou pressed the woman's wriggling waist, half drooping his eyelids, and carelessly pinched her tighter. The sound of breathing in my ears is getting hotter and hotter, and there is still a little unbearable hidden in it. The arc of the corners of his mouth rose, and the man said hoarsely, Yanya's body is more honest than her mouth. He climbed to Shen Jiyan's ear and gently touched the soft flesh of his earlobe, as if he were the closest lover in the world, muttering, I'll give you another chance, do you want it? Shen Jiyan bit her lips that were kissed to congestion. Her clear and beautiful apricot eyes were like the brightest glaze in the world. The water was full of water and the red gas spread. He is always so bad that he forces himself to say something difficult to say. The atmosphere stopped for a moment in the dark. The next second, Li Yanzhou smiled softly, as if he was not in a hurry to hear her answer, but turned around and faced each other. He pried open Shen Jiyan's tightly closed lips to prevent her from retreating. I know Yang Yan wants it very much. Unable to be satisfied with this, the hot breath came to his face again, pulling the soft jade into the abyss and climbing to the mountain peak. The night was getting darker, and in the corner of Liyang, the singing nightingale finally stopped singing the melody. The car door was opened, and the tall man came out holding the woman in his arms. Shen Jia's body was tightly wrapped in a black coat. Even her toes were not half exposed to the air, and naturally, she could not be attacked by the cold wind. The moonlight is seductive, and the night view is charming. Under Pei Zugoi's personal care, Jiang Ruoli, who was in trouble, finally entered a sweet dream. Have a good night's sleep. When Jiang Ruoli woke up, he was already in the sun. Pei Zugoi sent a message as soon as she woke up, as if she had pretended to be monitored. Plastic husband, are you awake? Do you have a headache? Do you feel uncomfortable? Kiss your precious wife, are you awake? Did you bathe me last night? In the president's office, Pei Zugoi looked at the greasy nickname that was forced to be changed by the little drunkard last night, and a gentle smile appeared on his cold face. He had noted Mrs. Pei to Jiang Ruoli before. Last night, he was afraid that the little girl took his mobile phone and was not very satisfied, so he was forcibly changed to his nickname. In fact, Pei Zugoi found it in the morning, but he didn't change it again. It turns out that she likes this kind of thing. Since she likes it, just keep it. After waking up, Jiang Ruoli, naturally, didn't expect that her crazy move after being drunk was acquiesced by men, and she would be read out in front of everyone in the future. Plastic husband, who else is there besides me? Plastic husband, now that you are awake, go to breakfast and pay attention to your feet when you open the door. Pay attention to your feet. Jiang Ruoli was puzzled. Could she still fall on the bottom? As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Ruoli accidentally kicked something. His eyes fell, and his clear eyes were a little shocked. It's a cat. To be precise, it is an immortal cat. In the transparent box, the black and white immortal flowers are delicately made into the shape of a kitten, which looks a little familiar. Isn't this the little black cat in the flower bed last night? It really looks like it. Some pictures flashed. In the bathroom, Jiang Ruoli fluttered on the water restlessly and complained in a delicate voice, "It's all your fault. I was about to meet that kitten." Pei Zugoi picked her up from the bathtub and carefully wiped the drops of water on her body. "Okay, it's my fault. Raise your arms." Jiang Ruoli obediently raised his white and smooth arms and said something vicious, "I will secretly hide Shishi another day so that you can't find it. Let it have no more delicious meat to eat." Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows, with a little narrowing in his eyes. "Chi-Chi is your gift to Grandpa, and you are also half a sister. Are you really willing?" Jiang Ruoli pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking, "Well, no matter, you must apologize to me." Why is his wife so cute? After applying the ointment to the little girl and the body lotion she must apply every night, she served her until she fell asleep. Enduring the restlessness all over his body, Pei Zugoi went into the bathroom and took a long cold shower. "Is there any way to help me find a cat?" Chapter 56 Kissing my precious wife. I received a call from the president in the middle of the night and thought what had happened to the company's stock price turbulence. Mortasuka, who shared the joys and sorrows with his boss or submitted his resume overnight, became gorgeously autistic after listening to the cause and consequences before listening to Mr. Pei of his family. Although he also wants to be a good subordinate to solve problems for the leader, is this kind of thing too difficult? Mortasuka also loves Monosuka. "Mr. Pei, I'm afraid it's a little difficult." He heard the man on the other end of the phone sigh, "It's over. Mr. Pei, in fact, there is no other way." Pei Zugoi, who just took a cold shower, say, "In fact, now there is a kind of immortal flower, which can make all kinds of exquisite and realistic shapes, which is very popular with girls. What's more, it's great that the eternal flower can be kept all the time. I believe my wife will like it, too." Pei Zugoi nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on Jiang Ruoli's restless sleeping posture. The dry rose-colored suspender nightgown was changed by him, which made the woman's complexion even whiter. At this moment, the skirt was lifted up, and the thin white calf stretched out, half drooping on the edge of the bed. Maybe he felt cold, and his small pink toes shrank. Pei Zugoi sighed and covered the quilt for his little fox again. Seeing that there was suddenly no sound, Mortasuka said tentatively, "Mr. Pei." Pei Zugoi lowered his voice and said to the other end of the phone, "You arrange it. I will see it when my wife wakes up tomorrow. Money is not the problem." Mortasuka. In the morning, Mortasuka sent the kitten Immortal Flower to Leitingyong. At that time, Jiang Ruoli was still sleeping soundly. "Kiss your precious wife, photo. This is so cute. Did you buy it? Plastic husband, it's good if you like it." Seeing the smile on the corner of Mr. Pei's mouth, Moat turned his eyes and handed over the document to be signed. "Mr. Pei, are you still satisfied? She likes it very much, and the bonus will be doubled this month." "Yes. Yes." Motsuk was so excited that he just wanted to sing a song in the president's office and dance by the way. Pei Zugoi held the pen. And the tip of the pen paused slightly. He pointed to a place on the document and said coldly, "There is something wrong with this data. Please check it again before handing it in." "Okay, Mr. Pei." It seems that Mr. Pei is in a good mood today. He didn't curse or throw away documents. Jiang Ruoli took several photos of the agile and cute kitten before holding the big box of eternal flowers and putting them on the shelf in the living room. Previously, there was an official kiln vase from the Qing dynasty. As night fell, one light after another lit up one after another. In the evening of the city, there is a direction to go home ahead, as if the fatigue of the day has been smoothed out invisibly, and life has a plain and warm meaning. "Mr. Pei, there is a business dinner in a few days. Would you like to bring your wife to attend?" The man in the back seat stretched his long legs wantonly, and his hands were reading the documents. "I'll ask her." Noticing the sight of his assistant in the rearview mirror, Pei Zugoi narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "What do you want to say?" Mo, who had just added the bonus, cleared his throat and stepped on the brake at the red light intersection with a simple smile. "Mr. Pei, you and your wife haven't officially appeared on such an occasion since you got married, have you? I think it's time for those people to see how good you two are." Pei Zugoi's key point is that the two of them are not a good match. After all, he knows that he and Jiang Ruoli are a perfect match. "Those people? Who are the people?" Mortasuka was stunned and replied vaguely, "Just. After you and your wife got married, many people said that you were a business marriage with no feelings, and they were guessing when they would divorce. In fact, he said it euphemism. They were talking about plastic marriage. This kind of words was a joke in Jiang Ruoli's mouth, and I only thought she was cute. But when you hear it from outsiders, it doesn't mean the same thing. Pei Zugoi smiled coldly, and the corners of his mouth were contemptuous. I think Jiang Chong is really too calm recently, and someone began to chew the tongues of Pei and Jiao's families. Motsuk didn't dare to show his air immediately, and his feet trembled when he stepped on the brakes. Then I heard the cold voice of my god of wealth. What do you think? The green light jumped, and the cars in front of them drove away, leaving a long time, but Rolls-Royce was slow to move. It was not until the unbearable taxi behind him honked crazily and cursed in Mandarin with a Gyeongchang accent that Motosuke stepped on the accelerator in a panic. I think you and your wife really love each other. What do those people know? They can only chew their tongues behind their backs. I see it every day. Who's plastic? Well, the married husband will buy a flower shop in the middle of the night just to make his wife happy. Mr. Pei, do you think so? The ice in the man's eyes melted. What about her? Motsuk was at a loss. She? Pei Zugoi explained with a good temper, and there was an imperceptible anxiety in his tone. My wife. Do you think she likes me? Mot's eyes were stunned. Big brother. How many times have you two kissed in the back seat of this car? Is it a little late to ask this question now? However, will Mr. Pei be so insecure? Naturally, Motsuk wouldn't ask like this. He amplified his voice, of course. Madam likes what you gave me so much, and she must like you. Miss Zhao's temper, if she doesn't like it, I'm afraid she will throw things out. The man with his jaw tightened smiled when he heard the words. That's right. Motosuke breathed a sigh of relief and stepped on the accelerator to Lentingen.it. Seems that this year's year-end bonus is expected to reach a new high. As soon as he returned home, Pei Zugoi saw that the vase he had spent tens of millions to buy back from the auction house was pitifully crowded in the cabinet, and its original position had long been occupied by black kittens for only tens of thousands of yuan. It seems that his wife really likes this gadget. Mo helped well in this matter, and he had to get a raise. The two sat face to face at the table and enjoyed the dinner carefully prepared by Aunt Lan. Considering that Jiang Ruoli drank too much the night before, a few light dishes were specially selected for tonight's menu. However, Aunt Lan's craftsmanship is beyond doubt, and the chicken soup and cabbage in front of Jiang Ruoli are very suitable for her taste. Don't just eat vegetables, eat more. The rice in the bowl hasn't been touched much. Jiang Ruoli didn't seem to hear it. He held his mobile phone while eating and didn't know who he was busy chatting with. This kind of situation is impossible to happen before marriage. Although the Jiang family spoils the little princess, they pay great attention to etiquette education. Although the dinner table is not as quiet as the Pei family, it is also not allowed for juniors to play mobile phones. But Pei Zugoi never cares about Jiang Ruoli. The most important thing is that she eats happily. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli didn't reply to him, Pei Zugoi served a small bowl of soup and put it in front of her. He gently tapped the table with his fingers twice, as if he inadvertently asked about Jiang Ruoli's daily arrangements. Are you free in a few days? Jiang Ruoli stroked her hair and raised her head from her mobile phone. Her voice was happy and light. I'm going shopping on the weekend, and Yang Yan and I have made an appointment. Pei Zugoi raised his head slightly, and his possessiveness rolled in his heart. Why is it Shen Jian again? Seeing that she was still holding her mobile phone with a smile, the man's face was cloudy. What's the matter with Li Yangzhou? Can't even a woman be tied up? Pei Zugoi suppressed the jealousy in his heart, with an invisible man knocked on the table in front of Jiang Ruoli, and hesitated for a moment and said, Li Yangzhou will return to Hong Kong City tomorrow. Do you think Shen Jian will stay here to go shopping with you? Jiang Ruoli said carelessly, why not? Aren't I alone at home when you are on a business trip? Isn't it Pei Zugoi who went on a business trip on the second day of the wedding? Jiang Ruoli really didn't care, but in Pei Zugoi's ears, he felt that his wife was complaining to him. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I'll take you with me in the future. Jiang Ruoli. I didn't mean that. She doesn't have to follow Pei Zugoi around. It's so dashing and comfortable to stay alone in Jiangcheng, and there are fewer people to take care of her, not to mention how comfortable it is. Pei Zugoi glanced at her and said leisurely, after all, I don't want to pick up my newlywed wife at the police station when I come back from a business trip. How many times will this matter be mentioned? Are you going to wait until you are 80 years old to write her biography of Jiang Ruoli's life? Or wait for her to be engraved on the epitaph 100 years later? The corners of Jiang Ruoli's mouth twitched, and his smile stiffened in an instant. She raised her eyelids, stared at Pei Zugoi angrily, and sneered, yes, if my husband's first time was only 5 minutes, I wouldn't have done this. Pei Zugoi. Seeing that the man's expression became cold, Jiang Ruoli rubbed the tip of his nose unnaturally. Oh no, the joke was loud. Pei Zugoi won't kill her in bed tonight, will he? Looking at the man's meaningless gaze, Jiang Ruoli's calf trembled and she pulled out her legs and ran. As soon as I took a step, I was picked up by a whole body before I could warm up. Pei Zugoi curled the corners of his mouth, stared at the person who kept surging in his arms, and said word by word, it seems that I have to clarify it physically. Kiss your baby wife, huh? Chapter 57, change her remarks. Hearing this familiar and strange nickname, Jiang Ruoli was stunned at first, and subconsciously wanted to ask Pei Zugoi what medicine he took wrong today. Somehow, there are more cases of pretending to show love in front of others, and Jiang Ruoli does not feel bored. But when the two of them got along alone like now, she was inexplicably a little embarrassed when she was so numb. It makes the two of them look like a very loving young couple who preach lewdly during the day. A little uncomfortable. Could it be that Pei Zugoi was so charming that he fell in love with him? It's not impossible. Jiang Ruoli was still crazy when he heard Pei Zugoi's familiar low voice drill into his ear, and his warm breath was numb and itchy. Forgot. I don't mind reminding it for you. A lightning bolt drilled into the brain, and the sleeping memory suddenly woke up. Last night, it seemed that she took Pei Zugoi's mobile phone and changed her nickname. So was his tone just now, a little mixed with yin and yang. Ah. Are you angry? If you don't like it, why don't you change it back? Jiang Ruoli moved her legs to ask Pei Zugoi to put her down. The man not only did not allow it, but hurriedly accelerated his pace and walked towards the living room. Put the person gently on the sofa, and Pei Zugoi put it on again. If you change it, you can change it. There is no need to change it back. Jiang Ruoli stretched out 2 fingers to try to push the person on his body away. Whatever you want. Pei Zugoi leaned over to gag her mouth, wrapped his soft lips in with a little sense of ravage, and bit it punitively. Feeling some changes, Jiang Ruoli looked around in a panic, and it was still in the living room. Don't, you will be seen by others in a moment. Don't worry, everyone has been asked to go back. Now, it's just you and me at home. The delicate chin was pinched, and the man's warm fingers gently rubbed the lower lip and probed in. Jiang Ruoli didn't know what he was thinking. He opened his lips slightly and bit the slender nunks and put them in his mouth. Pei Zugoi's eyes darkened in an instant, and his deep pupils surged. He didn't know what he was thinking. To be fair, when did you change my notes? Jiang Ruoli twisted his buttocks to escape from Pei Zugoi's shackles, but he just shook the tree. The watery eyes were surprisingly bright, and the cherry lips gently opened to deal with it. Next time. Change the day. Unexpectedly, the man was unforgiving. He turned around and lifted the person easily and put him on his lap. He leaned on the sofa, and his lazy voice was a little hoarse. When is the next time? What's the other day? I'm free now. Why don't you take it while it's hot? Pei Zugoi suddenly raised his right hand and shook it. Jiang Ruoli looked up and saw why his mobile phone looked particularly small in his hand. When did he get his mobile phone? Why do you have my mobile phone? Pei Zugoi's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and his deep eyes were full of a smile. Shall I help you change it? Jiang Ruoli tried to grab it, but he didn't expect that the man held his mobile phone high to prevent her from touching it. Humph, you can change it if you have the ability. Anyway, you don't know my password? Pei Zugoi's eyes were full of interest, and he didn't say anything. He entered the password directly and easily unlocked the locked screen. Jiang Ruoli. How do you know? You don't have to look for it. The screen lights up and it's the WeChat interface. As if he had seen something interesting, the smile on Pei Zugoi's face could no longer be stopped. It turns out that I am Mrs. Pei's pin. Jiang Ruoli scratched his head and immediately explained. 1. She has several pins, and they usually talk a lot. Seeing Pei Zugoi's fingers tapping on the screen, Jiang Ruoli rushed up without thinking about it. It is like a kitten with a bad temper. Don't look at my privacy. The chat records in the group with Shuman and Shen Jian have to get up and delete them first to feel at ease. Pei Zugoi was afraid of falling down, so he buckled one hand behind Jiang Ruoli's slender waist. The latter's whole body pounced on his chest, and the kitten with its teeth and claws was still a little unconvinced. There was a calm lake hidden in the bottom of the man's eyes, affectionate, without a trace of concealment, and looked at the person lying on his body directly and spoiledly. I didn't flip through it randomly, just change the note. Pei Zugoi stuffed his mobile phone back into Jiang Ruoli's hand, with soft and gentle eyebrows, which was different from the cold-blooded and ruthless image in the mall during the day. Jiang Ruoli quickly snatched back her mobile phone and lowered her head. What caught her eye was the note of the man on the top, kiss your husband. It's so numb. What's the matter? Don't like it? I thought you liked this tune. Pei Zugoi's voice was lazy and a little proud. Jiang Ruoli was about to refute when a shock came from his hand. The group chat with Shan Jian and Xu Maman was pushed to the top. Shen Jian, Lily, I may not be able to go shopping with you tomorrow. I'm going to Hong Kong City. Sorry. At Jisho Dali Jiang Ruoli, although he was a little lost, Jiang Ruoli didn't take it to heart. After all, she knows that Grandma Shen is currently recuperating in Hong Kong City. Shen Jian has to go to Hong Kong City from time to time, which is forgivable. Shusho Dali Jiang Ruoli, it's okay to go shopping any day too. Pei Zugoi quietly looked at the woman lying on her chest, glanced at the screen, and it was a little clear. He patted Jiang Ruoli's waist and buttocks, as if casually mentioning, will you accompany me to a dinner tomorrow? Jiang Ruoli raised his head and frowned slightly. The business dinner of this group of people was so boring that they wanted to laugh together. I asked Stephen to come and help you with the styling tomorrow. Stephen, a popular styling teacher, the makeup of several stars is made by him, which is very popular. The stylists under his studio alone have to book orders until next year. Pei Zugoi was able to call people over so suddenly, and it was Stephen himself. It's really an evil capitalist. Jiang Ruoli had forgotten that he was also a member of the capital. His eyes flashed, and he threw his mobile phone to the side excitedly. He raised his beautiful fox eyes and had a pleasant voice, "Then I will reluctantly accompany you to attend." With such a drup, Jiang Ruoli forgot the eye-catching remarks on his mobile phone for a moment. The woman's voice is delicate and soft, flexible and playful. The little expression is sweeter than a peach. She thought it was delicate and domineering, but in Pei Zugoi's eyes, it was very cute. The palm behind the slender waist couldn't help tightening, and the intelligent light in the living room was also dimmed. The huge crystal lamp is still shining, and the light from above reflects the two people lingering on the sofa. A delicate exclamation came from the quiet living room, like a hook, tickling people's hearts. "Let me down." There was a low gasp in the man's throat, and he was so dumb that he seemed to grind it with sandpaper. "Don't let go, hold it tightly." That night, Jiang Ruoli raised her head and saw how gorgeous the crystal lamp of her villa was on the sofa. Countless small crystal blocks swayed and rotated in front of her eyes, and the lights poured into her eyes from all directions. The scenery in front of me changed to the man's solid and broad shoulders and chest muscles. "Come up." Jiang Ruoli has learned to dance, and his limbs are very soft, and Pei Zugoi has a deep shore of this. The air of Langtingyan is filled with ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Ruoli's voice was soft, as if he was begging for mercy, with a tearful tone, which was very delicate. The long and lingering kiss hides strong control and domineering. Pei Zugoi couldn't help blocking Jiang Ruoli's soft lips, and his voice suddenly disappeared. After that, it seems that he misses the cry of the lingus. He let go of his soft lips, with a bad smile at the corners of his mouth, and whispered, "Baby, shout again. Get out." "Ah. Well. Pei Zugoi. Baby, I called you wrong." The man picked up the person and walked to the window, and went to enjoy the flowers through the glass with the woman in his arms. I was satisfied to hear the two words I was longing for. That night, Pei Zugoi changed the note of his plastic husband to a kiss husband. In the dark garden, there are only starry floor lamps, which are not very real, leaving only white roses swaying in the wind. Chapter 58 Fishing for corpses in Victoria Harbour, over the bustling port city, a private plane sprayed with Lee's exclusive logo passed by the sea in a low-key manner and landed smoothly on the seaside runway. The wheels slid and made a frictional sound. On the comfortable customized leather sofa, the cold-faced man was listening to the assistant beside him whispering something, and in his arms was a sleeping beauty. If you observe carefully, you will find that the man deliberately lowered his voice when he replied, for fear of alarming the person in his arms. Every time the cold eyes fall, they are always full of tenderness and caution. Li Yanzhou only wore a black shirt, and few people could support the black shirt. Without a perfect skeleton, it was easy to look thin and ridiculous. However, the fabric of this hand-customized shirt is high-end, and it is made according to Li Yanzhou's size. Wearing it on him, he has a little more abstinence. And the suit jacket of the same series is covering the woman's body. The temperature in Hong Kong City has always been much more comfortable than that in Jiangcheng. Even in the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, it is still so warm that you only need to wear a thin coat. Shen Jian was temporarily coaxed by Li Yanzhou last night, saying that she would take her to see her grandmother. She walked in a hurry and spent a lot of physical strength last night. When Li Yanzhou called her to get up early in the morning, Shen Jian couldn't even open her eyes. After humming twice, he turned over and fell asleep. So the clothes were changed by Li Yanzhou for her. She didn't fall to the ground all the way, and she didn't even know when she was picked up on the plane. I only heard the stewardess say in a daze, "Mr. Li, welcome to board the plane. Jiangcheng is windy, and there is a cold wave these days." When he went out, Li Yanzhou dressed Shen Jian very warmly, for fearing that he would catch a cold when he got on and off the car. It was very warm on the plane. Shen Jian felt stuffy as soon as she came up and closed her eyes and pulled her coat. At that time, the stewardess was still squatting next to him to serve. As soon as she saw the woman take off her coat, she quickly picked it up from the ground. Looking up again, he was about to take off his sweater. He took up his clothes and exposed a large area of his waist skin. So white. This waist is too thin. It seems that there is also a vest line. The stewardess subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and her eyes were frozen. When she unconsciously peeped, a big palm with clear joints pressed back the woman's sweater back. "Good boy, I'll take it off for you later." Can such a gentle tone come out of the voice of the boss of the Li family? The stewardess was lucky enough to serve several times, and she also knew that it was the current owner of the Li family sitting there. Mr. Li, who I used to see, always dealt with official affairs with a cold face and didn't say a few words. But today, he not only came up holding a woman in person, but also looked like this. "You can go." The cold voice is implicitly impatient, and more of sharp oppression. The familiar Mr. Li is back. The stewardess calmed down, hurriedly put the coat in her hand on the opposite sofa, bent down and fled the scene with a bow. With a curtain, Jo Sulka was obediently isolated in another area. Only the two of them were left. Lee Yanjo lowered his head and gently took off her sweater, leaving only a thin bottom. At the end, he was afraid that she would wake up cold later, so he covered Shen Jia's body with the suit he took off. Smelling the familiar smell, Shen Jiyan seemed to sleep soundly. After that, Jo Sulka just came in to report on his work, and before he could speak, he was warned by the boss, "Speak down." Shen Jiyan slept all the way and didn't wake up. After reporting the work, Jo Help did not squint and reminded him softly, "Mr. Lee, the port city is warming up today. Do you need to prepare a new set of clothes for Miss Shen?" When the person in his arms doesn't know how had already turned over. Lee Yanjo gently brushed away the hair scattered on her face for her, and ordered in a low voice, "Well, prepare a few more sets, as well as matching shoes and bags, and send them all to Hayueno." 1. Jo Sulka seemed to have something difficult to say. After struggling for several times, he hesitated. "What about the close-fitting clothes? Do you also want someone to prepare it for Miss Shen?" After working with Lee Yanjo for so many years, Jo Sulka knows more or less about this person's spleen, and naturally, understands the status of Miss Shen in his heart. If you send close-fitting clothes to the boss's woman without saying a word today, I'm afraid she will go to Victoria Harbour to catch his body tomorrow. It's still the kind that can't be caught. The air stagnated for a moment, and Lee Yanjo frowned slightly. Suddenly, the person in his arms sneered twice. The voice was very low, but Lee Yanjo heard it clearly. What she shouted was, "Grandma, has the hospital made any arrangements? There will be no problem if Shen Jian goes to the hospital alone. The problem is Lee Yanjo. But whenever he returns to Hong Kong City, gossip paparazzi will inevitably follow him. Everyone is curious about the lace news of the boss of the Lee family. Lee Yanjo usually doesn't care. At worst, he just stops people and throws away the memory card. But with Shen Jian, everything will be different. If she knew that she had been photographed, she would inevitably feel uncomfortable. I'm afraid she couldn't be coaxed for several days." Jo Zhuo nodded and said hello to the hospital in advance. At that time, there will be a special channel to arrange Miss Shen to see Mrs. Shen, and there will be absolutely no irrelevant people to disturb her. Seeing that Li Yanzhou nodded slightly, Zhou Shu did not continue the previous topic. As soon as he left, his hoarse voice stopped him. "Prepare a few more sets of close-fitting clothes and call someone to send them to Haiye Bay." "Yes." Circle after a pause, he didn't dare to look at Shen Jian. He blushed and stammered, "Mr. Li, what is Miss Shen's size?" Chapter 59. All sizes are set, and the atmosphere is stagnant again. No, it should be frozen. When Shen Jian opened her eyes in a daze, she only heard Li Yanzhou's cold voice above her head, "You just need to prepare all the sizes." The woman rubbed her eyes, and her throat was slightly hoarse. "What are you going to prepare? Are you awake? Drink some water first." Li Yanzhou handed over the health tea that had been brewed in advance and fed it to Shen Jia's mouth. "Are you almost there?" Li Yanzhou said without raising his head. "It's here. Do you want to sleep a while?" Shen Jian shook her head. As she got up, her suit fell slightly. Li Yanzhou quickly covered his eyes and took the time to glare at Zhou Suka, who was standing next to him. "Don't you want to go out?" Zhou Suka, who used to have a serious face, retreated slightly crampedly. Scared crazy. Fortunately, Miss Shen woke up. "What's wrong with Zhou Suka? Did you scold him?" "It's nothing. It may be a little hot to wear a sweater again." Li Yanzhou simply put his coat on Shen Jian and raised his hand. Shen Jian raised her hand slowly, let the man put on her clothes, and buttoned them one by one. She was still a little sleepy and yawned on Li Yanzhou's shoulder. The plane docked steadily on the apron. Outside the plane, there were already drivers waiting in an arrogant LI0001 Hong Kong branded Bentley. Not long after, the driver saw a familiar figure coming up and down the cabin, and the man was holding a small person in his arms. Obviously, it was a woman. He joked with Zhou Suka, who came down first. "Mr. Li, is this the flowering of the iron tree?" "Which lady?" Zhou Suka's expression did not change, and he said in a low voice and warned, "Remind you to take care of your eyes. Don't watch what you shouldn't see, and don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to." Until she got on the bus, Shen Jian was a little angry when she thought that Li Yanzhou had just hugged her down, and her voice was muffled. Everyone was seen. Li Yanzhou coaxed in a good voice, "No, you are buried so tightly that no one can see your face." Zhou Suka, who was used to this kind of scene and had long been desensitized, glanced at the petrified driver and reminded him, "Go to Hayuano 1 first." Thinking of the scene on the plane, Zhou Suka was still trembling. He took out his mobile phone and contacted the person in charge of several shopping malls first, and sent all the clothes to Haiyue Villa. Mr. Li's sentence echoed in my mind, "All sizes." It's normal to think about it. Mr. Li is so possessive that how can he let others know what size of underwear his woman wears? Naturally, all sizes will be sent a set. Anyway, Mr. Li has money. Fortunately, Miss Shen is not a love. The owner of the money, if he really married the Jiang family back then, I'm afraid the two of them would have defeated both the Li family and the Jiang family, right? In Langtingye, the latest dresses were hung on the hanger and pushed one after another, while Jiang Ruoli lay on the sofa and let the beautician do her pre-makeup care. Next to the sofa, there is also a manicurist who is bowing his head and drawing butterflies on her nails. Mrs. Pei, this is the dress I brought today. I don't know if you like it. Jiang Ruoli closed her eyes and enjoyed the beautician's facial massage. He didn't want to speak. She sat on the sofa with her foot, but silently handled Pei Zugoi, who had been working for a long time. I don't want to see it. Help me pick it. Anyway, you got it all. Jiang Ruoli's words are not wrong. She originally thought about an ordinary business dinner, and there were many unworn skirts in the cloakroom, which Pei Zugoi had bought for her before. Unexpectedly, the man made a bunch of dresses again. Pei Zugoi grabbed the center of the woman's feet and frowned slightly. Why didn't he wear socks? Aunt Lan, take a pair of socks for Lili. Jiang Ruoli broke free from the shackles, and my feet were not cold. Besides, I'm going to wear a dress later. What socks should I wear? Go and choose a dress for me. It should match my newly made nails. After putting on the socks for Jiang Ruoli, Pei Zugoi slowly got up and helped her choose the dress. He doesn't understand these girls' things. He only thinks that they can't be too short or too exposed. It's not because of other pedantic ideas, it's just that Jiang Chen has cooled down. Hearing that the dinner was outside, he was afraid that she would freeze. The man's slender knuckles swept through a row of dresses and stayed somewhere. Take this one down and have a look. Okay, Mr. Pei? The staff carefully removed the skirt from the hanger to show their true colors. The chest dress combines the design of silk organza and crystal. The light and elegant fabric is matched with dazzling crystal. The skirt is not an exaggerated tail. The whole skirt is low-key and textured, which is very suitable for tonight's banquet. This skirt is champagne-colored, which goes well with Jiang Ruoli's nails. We also brought the jewelry matched by the designer for this dress. The black gift box is unfolded, and the matching necklace is just shaped like a butterfly. It is inlaid with real black diamonds and thin feathers as embellished, like an elf in the dark night and a butterfly fairy fleeing in the forest. Pei Zugoi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes fell on Jiang Ruoli, who was still lying in bed and enjoying with his eyes closed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just this one. I'll try it for my wife later. The facial spa was also coming to an end. Jiang Ruoli couldn't wait to open his eyes, and his tone was raised. Which one did you choose? Show me. She has heard of many strange incidents of straight men choosing clothes for their girlfriends. She is quite curious about what Pei Zugoi, a big straight man, will choose for herself. If she doesn't look good, she will lose her temper. When Jiang Ruoli saw the dress, the smile on the corners of his eyebrows did not stop. She nodded with satisfaction. I'll try it first. Everyone is waiting for her appearance. Everyone present knows that Jiang Ruoli must be suitable. It's just that they didn't expect that she would dress so well. The chest dress is matched with a necklace, which is particularly suitable for the butterflies at her fingertips. Circles at will, like dolls, which makes people want to hold it in the palm of their hands and take a closer look. She hasn't even put on makeup yet. The skin is so bright and white, as if transparent in the sun, and a little light pink, which is more beautiful than those crazy marketing stars. No wonder Mr. Pei is willing to pay such a big hand to invite a top stylist. Maybe Mrs. Pei doesn't know that Mr. Pei has already bought all these dresses. Whether she likes it or not, she will be sent to that huge cloakroom. Jiang Ruoli turned around the floor mirror with her skirt, and the smile on her face showed that she was very satisfied. How about it? I won't embarrass you tonight. She is actually pure, but if Pei Zugoi dares to nod or compare her with others, she immediately takes off her dress and eats hot pot at home. Pei Zugoi stood behind her, turned the person around in front of the mirror, and then carefully adjusted the position of the butterfly on her neck. The magnetic voice brings out a fur smell. You are very beautiful in everything, and you are also beautiful in pajamas. Jiang Ruoli blushed. Thinking of his pajamas that died of his life, he stepped back half a step on his slippers. Why hasn't Steven come yet? Isn't he the one who dumped you? Pei Zugoi smiled, but he didn't dare. As soon as the words fell, Aunt Lan led a pink hair into the house. Mr. Steven has arrived. It turns out that this pink hair is Steven. He is worthy of being a famous stylist, and he has quite a personality. Steven was followed by two people, holding a heavy makeup box in his hand, obediently following closely. My dear brother, I came from the movie Emperor without stopping, and I have to go to another magazine shooting site in 2 hours. Jiang Ruoli couldn't help asking curiously, brother, do you know each other? Chapter 60. Hello, sister-in-law. Because of Steven's brother's frowning, he loosened because of Jiang Ruoli's brother. Steven jumped in front of Jiang Ruoli and stretched out his hand enthusiastically. This is my sister-in-law. I didn't catch up with the wedding abroad. Hello, sister-in-law? I'm Steven, his cousin. You don't have to say hello. Hurry up. Pei Zugoi slowly pushed away his hand, lowered his head and explained to Jiang Ruoli, it's far away. High and Low is also a cousin's sister-in-law. Jiang Ruoli smiled at Stephen, so she will have to work hard today. Stephen followed Jiang Ruoli to the dressing table, with unconcealed appreciation in his eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely make you the most beautiful woman tonight. He ordered his assistant to put the things in the makeup bag neatly on the table. When he turned his head, he found that Pei Zugoi also followed him. Cousin, are you worried about coming to spy on me? You see, I can prepare brand new products according to your instructions. Even the movie Emperor just used second-hand eyeshadow. In fact, every time he makes up and styles people, Stephen will instruct his assistant to clean and disinfect all the brushes, and the powder puffs and cotton swabs used are also disposable products. Therefore, there is no possibility of contact with things like eyeshadow and highlighter. However, Pei Zugoi asked Stephen to take out a brand new product to make up Jiang Ruoli. Mei Qiming said, "My wife has thin skin, don't toss those inferior products on her face." Stephen was very angry immediately. What kind of inferior products? He uses all the first-line big brands. But when he heard the price offered by Pei Zugoi, Stephen couldn't hide the smile on his face. Change it. Whatever the god of wealth says. Let him go to the horse farm overnight to pluck his hair and make a new brush. Jiang Ruoli didn't expect Pei Zugoi to be so careful and blinked at him in the mirror. Jiang Ruoli has a good foundation, and her facial features and face shape are excellent. There is nothing that needs to be modified. It only needs to be slightly embellished, so it is very fast. Throughout the whole process, Stephen's tongue is full of lotus flowers. I don't know how many words of praise are really beautiful, and the experience can be said to be full marks. No wonder everyone likes to ask him for makeup. The mouth is still sweet after passing the technical test. Who doesn't like it? He is also a cousin. Why is Pei Zugoi not inherited at all? Is it so exaggerated? After finishing the last hair, Stephen swore, "No exaggeration at all, it's really beautiful. If you don't believe me, you can ask your cousin. He never lies." Jiang Ruoli raised her eyes and fell into the man's meaningful gaze. He was staring at Stephen's hand that accidentally touched his neck. As if with intuition, Pei Zugoi raised his eyebrows, smiled gently at her, and suddenly stood behind the chair. He leaned over and put his hands on the woman's clean shoulders. His tone was shallow but sincere. It was indeed beautiful. How to listen to Stephen praise himself and Pei Zugoi praise himself as two completely different experiences. The heart beat strongly again. Jiang Ruoli subconsciously covered her chest and muttered, "I'll go to the bathroom." When he came out again, Stephen had already left and rushed to the next field. Langtingye, which was still lively, became deserted in an instant. Pei Zugoi also changed into a new suit, with long legs slightly bent, and sat on the sofa. If Jiang Ruoli looked carefully enough, he would find that he specially chose a black tie with the same color as her necklace. Is Stephen gone? I didn't even have time to thank him. It can be seen that he did squeeze out time to help himself put on makeup today. You should say thank you. Pei Zugoi looked at his watch and raised his eyelids. It doesn't matter. He is not an outsider either. Besides, he charged me a lot of appearance fees. How much? Pei Zugoi spat out a number indifferently. Hearing the number, Jiang Ruoli's eyes widened, and even the young lady who was used to seeing the world was a little surprised. Take the younger. This price is twice as much as the packaging price of several sets of styling on the red carpet of the award ceremony. You really have nowhere to spend money. If she had known this, her own makeup skills would have been good. It's better to transfer the money directly to her. It is natural to spend money on Mrs. Pei. Pei Zugoi spread his palm at Jiang Ruoli. Are you ready? L. Hotel, the highest luxury hotel in Jiangcheng. I heard that even the design of the ceiling of the presidential suite here is unique. Hundreds of thousands of yuan a night is beyond the reach of most ordinary people. Today, all the cars coming and going have to be checked before they can be released in the direction of the banquet hall. If you can't take out the invitation letter, you can only be politely rejected by the staff. The bigwigs and newcomers in Jiangcheng were invited to this banquet today. The magnificent banquet hall was covered with a thick layer of handmade carpet, and the huge crystal lamp hung from the roof. It was said that it was specially transported from Italy. There is a huge and exquisite oil painting hanging on the wall, and knowledgeable people can know at a glance that it is made by a famous artist. And pushing open the door of the banquet hall is another world. Even in winter, the outdoors are piled up with all kinds of roses, dotted all over the garden, which are made into beautiful shapes, and at first glance, they are real flowers. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money. But after tonight, it's worthless. This is probably the life of the upper class. The trees in the garden are full of lamps, and the warm yellow light bulbs are lit, which is full of atmosphere. It can be seen that the planning company that took over the event was quite painstaking. There are already many female companions brought by the rich second generation to take photos outdoors, striving to compete for beauty in the circle of friends. At this moment, by the fountain at the door of the banquet hall, the black Rolls-Royce stopped quietly, and no one dared to step forward to urge. In the car, Jiang Ruoli is arguing with Pei Zugoi. I won't wear it. Won't I enter the banquet hall right away? When he was about to get out of the car, Pei Zugoi had a more woolen shawl on his hand, and he had to cover Jiang Ruoli. She didn't do the styling after the hard work. If you want demancer, you can't want temperature. The man looked quite helpless, and he couldn't do anything about her. Pei Zugoi coaxed patiently, black will not destroy your shape. Jiang Ruoli was not so obedient and said, let's talk about it when it's cold. Open the car door directly. Isn't that the Jian family's money? No, now it's time to call Pei's president's wife. Why did she come down by herself? Didn't Pei Zugoi accompany her? It seems that these two people don't even pretend, as rumored from the outside world. The sound of another car door closing sounded, and a man in a black suit also came around from the other side, with a long body and a strong aura. There is also a black scarf in his hand.